Welcome to Will Read. My name is Will. Today I'm reading Psychology and Alchemy by C.G. Jung. Chapter 1. Introduction to the Religious and Psychological Problems of Alchemy. Calamum quasitum non conteret, et linum fumigans non extinguet. Isaiah 42:3. The bruised reed he shall not break, and the smoking flax he shall not quench. TV. For the reader familiar with analytical psychology, there is no need for any introductory remarks to the subject of the following study. For the reader whose interest is not professional and who comes to this book unprepared, some kind of preface will probably be necessary. The concepts of alchemy and the individuation process are matters that seem to lie very far apart, so that the imagination finds it impossible at first to conceive of any bridge between them. To this reader I owe an explanation, more particularly as I have had one or two experiences since the publication of my recent lectures which led me to infer a certain bewilderment in my critics. What I now have to put forward as regards the nature of the human psyche is based first and foremost on my observations of people. It has been objected that these observations deal with experiences that are either unknown or barely accessible. It is a remarkable fact, which we come across again and again, that absolutely everybody, even the most unqualified layman, thinks he knows all about psychology, as though the psyche were something that enjoyed the most universal understanding. But anyone who really knows the human psyche will agree with me when I say that it is one of the darkest and most mysterious regions of our experience. There is no end to what can be learned in this field. Hardly a day passes in my practice, but I come across something new and unexpected. True enough, my experiences are not commonplaces lying on the surface of life. They are, however, within easy reach of every psychotherapist working in this particular field. It is therefore rather absurd, to say the least, that ignorance of the experiences I have to offer should be twisted into an accusation against me. I do not hold myself responsible for the shortcomings in the lay public's knowledge of psychology. There is in the analytical process, that is to say, in the dialectical discussion between the conscious mind and the unconscious, a development or an advance towards some goal or end, the perplexing nature of which has engaged my attention for many years. Psychological treatment may come to an end at any stage in the development without one's always or necessarily having the feeling that a goal has also been reached. Typical and temporary terminations may occur: 1, after receiving a piece of good advice; 2, after making a fairly complete but nevertheless adequate confession; 3, after having recognized some hitherto unconscious but essential psychic content whose realization gives a new impetus to one's life and activity; 4, after a hard-won separation from the childhood psyche; 5, after having worked out a new and rational mode of adaptation to perhaps difficult or unusual circumstances and surroundings; 6, after the disappearance of painful symptoms; 7, after some positive turn of fortune, such as an examination, engagement, marriage, divorce, change of profession, etc.; 8, after having found one's way back to the church or creed to which one previously belonged, or after a conversion; and finally, 9, after having begun to build up a practical philosophy of life, a philosophy in the classical sense of the word. Although the list could admit of many more modifications and additions, it ought to define by and large the main situations in which the analytical or psychotherapeutic process reaches a temporary or sometimes even a definitive end. Experience shows, however, that there is a relatively large number of patients for whom the outward termination of work with the doctor is far from denoting the end of the analytical process. It is rather the case that the dialectical discussion with the unconscious still continues, and follows much the same course as it does with those who have not given up their work with the doctor. Occasionally one meets such patients again after several years and hears the often highly remarkable account of their subsequent development. It was experiences of this kind which first confirmed me in my belief that there is in the psyche a process that seeks its own goal independently of external factors, and which freed me from the worrying feeling that I myself might be the sole cause of an unreal and perhaps unnatural process in the psyche of the patient. This apprehension was not altogether misplaced, inasmuch as no amount of argument based on any of the 9 categories mentioned above, not even a religious conversion or the most startling removal of neurotic symptoms, can persuade certain patients to give up their analytical work. It was these cases that finally convinced me that the treatment of neuroses opens up a problem which goes far beyond purely medical considerations, and to which medical knowledge alone cannot hope to do justice. Although the early days of analysis now lie nearly half a century behind us, with their pseudo-biological interpretations and their depreciation of the whole process of psychic development, memories die hard, and people are still very fond of describing a lengthy analysis as running away from life, unresolved transference, autoeroticism, and by other equally unpleasant epithets. But since there are 2 sides to everything, it is legitimate to condemn this so-called hanging on as negative to life only if it can be shown that it really does contain nothing positive. The very understandable impatience felt by the doctor does not prove anything in itself. Only through infinitely patient research has the new science succeeded in building up a profounder knowledge of the nature of the psyche, and if there have been certain unexpected therapeutic results, these are due to the self-sacrificing perseverance of the doctor. Unjustifiably negative judgments are easily come by and at times harmful. Moreover, they arouse the suspicion of being a mere cloak for ignorance, if not an attempt to evade the responsibility of a thorough-going analysis. For since the analytical work must inevitably lead sooner or later to a fundamental discussion between I and you and I, on a plane stripped of all human pretenses, it is very likely, indeed it is almost certain, that not only the patient but the doctor as well will find the situation getting under his skin. Nobody can meddle with fire or poison without being affected in some vulnerable spot, for the true physician does not stand outside his work, but is always in the thick of it. This hanging on, as it is called, may be something undesired by both parties, something incomprehensible and even unendurable, without necessarily being negative to life. On the contrary, it can easily be a positive hanging on, which, although it constitutes an apparently insurmountable obstacle, represents just for that reason a unique situation that demands the maximum effort and therefore enlists the energies of the whole man. In fact, one could say that while the patient is unconsciously and unswervingly seeking the solution to some ultimately insoluble problem, the art and technique of the doctor are doing their best to help him towards it. Ars totum requirit hominem, exclaims an old alchemist. It is just this homo totus whom we seek. The labors of the doctor as well as the quest of the patient are directed towards that hidden and as yet unmanifest whole man, who is at once the greater and the future man. But the right way to wholeness is made up, unfortunately, of fateful detours and wrong turnings. It is a longissima via, not straight but snake-like, a path that unites the opposites in the manner of the guiding caduceus, a path whose labyrinthine twists and turns are not lacking in terrors. It is on this longissima via that we meet with those experiences which are said to be inaccessible. Their inaccessibility really consists in the fact that they cost us an enormous amount of effort. They demand the very thing we most fear, namely the wholeness which we talk about so glibly and which lends itself to endless theorizing. Though in actual life we give it the widest possible berth, it is infinitely more popular to go in for compartment psychology, where the left-hand pigeonhole does not know what is in the right. I am afraid that we cannot hold the unconscious and impotence of the individual entirely responsible for this state of affairs. It is due also to the general psychological education of the European. Not only is this education the proper concern of the ruling religions, it belongs to their very nature, for religion excels all rationalistic systems in that it alone relates to the outer and inner man in equal degree. We can accuse Christianity of arrested development if we are determined to excuse our own shortcomings, but I do not wish to make the mistake of blaming religion for something that is due mainly to human incompetence. I am speaking, therefore, not of the deepest and best understanding of Christianity, but of the superficialities and disastrous misunderstandings that are plain for all to see. The demand made by the imitatio Christi that we should follow the ideal and seek to become like it ought logically to have the result of developing and exalting the inner man. In actual fact, however, the ideal has been turned by superficial and formalistically minded believers into an external object of worship, and it is precisely this veneration for the object that prevents it from reaching down into the depths of the psyche and giving the latter a wholeness in keeping with the ideal. Accordingly, the divine mediator stands outside as an image, while man remains fragmentary and untouched in the deepest part of him. Christ can indeed be imitated even to the point of stigmatization without the imitator coming anywhere near the ideal or its meaning, for it is not a question of an imitation that leaves a man unchanged and makes him into a mere artifact, but of realizing the ideal on one's own account, Deo considente, in one's own individual life. We must not forget, however, that even a mistaken imitation may sometimes involve a tremendous moral effort which has all the merits of a total surrender to some supreme value, even though the real goal may never be reached and the value is represented externally. It is conceivable that by virtue of this total effort a man may even catch a fleeting glimpse of his wholeness, accompanied by the feeling of grace that always characterizes this experience. The mistaken idea of a merely outward imitatio Christi is further exacerbated by a typically European prejudice which distinguishes the Western attitude from the Eastern. Western man is held in thrall by the 10,000 things. He sees only particulars. He is ego-bound and thing-bound and unaware of the deep root of all being. Eastern man, on the other hand, experiences the world of particulars, even his own ego, like a dream. He is rooted essentially in the ground, which attracts him so powerfully that his relations with the world are relativized to a degree that is often incomprehensible to us. The Western attitude, with its emphasis on the object, tends to fix the ideal, Christ, in its outward aspect, and thus to rob it of its mysterious relation to the inner man. It is this prejudice, for instance, which impels the Protestant interpreters of the Bible to interpret eros, referring to the kingdom of God, as among you instead of within you. I do not mean to say anything about the validity of the Western attitude. We are sufficiently convinced of its rightness, but if we try to come to a real understanding of Eastern man, as the psychologist must, we find it hard to rid ourselves of certain misgivings. Anyone who can square it with his conscience is free to decide this question as he pleases, though he may be unconsciously setting himself up as an arbiter mundi. I, for my part, prefer the precious gift of doubt, for the reason that it does not violate the virginity of things beyond our ken. Christ, the ideal, took upon himself the sins of the world, but if the ideal is wholly outside, then the sins of the individual are also outside, and consequently he is more of a fragment than ever, since superficial misunderstandings conveniently enables him quite literally to cast his sins upon Christ, and thus to evade his deepest responsibilities, which is contrary to the spirit of Christianity. Such formalism and laxity were not only one of the prime causes of the Reformation, they are also present within the body of Protestantism. If the supreme value, Christ, and the supreme negation, sin, are outside, then the soul is void. Its highest and lowest are missing. The Eastern attitude, more particularly the Indian, is the other way about. Everything, highest and lowest, is in the transcendental subject. Accordingly, the significance of the Atman, the self, is heightened beyond all bounds, but with Western man the value of the self sinks to zero, hence the universal depreciation of the soul in the West. Whoever speaks of the reality of the soul or psyche is accused of psychologism. Psychology is spoken of as if it were only psychology and nothing else. The notion that there can be psychic factors which correspond to divine figures is regarded as a devaluation of the latter. It smacks of blasphemy to think that a religious experience is a psychic process, for so it is argued a religious experience is not only psychological. Anything psychic is only nature, and therefore people think nothing religious can come out of it. At the same time, such critics never hesitate to derive all religions, with the exception of their own, from the nature of the psyche. It is a telling fact that two theological reviewers of my book, Psychology and Religion, one of them Catholic, the other Protestant, assiduously overlooked my demonstration of the psychic origin of religious phenomena. Faced with this situation, we must really ask, how do we know so much about the psyche that we can say only psychic? For this is how Western man, whose soul is evidently of little worth, speaks and thinks. If much were in his soul, he would speak of it with reverence, but since he does not do so, we can only conclude that there is nothing of value in it. Not that this is necessarily so always and everywhere, but only with people who put nothing into their souls and have all God outside. A little more Meister Eckhart would be a very good thing sometimes. An exclusively religious projection may rob the soul of its values, so that through sheer inanition it becomes incapable of further development and gets stuck in an unconscious state. At the same time, it falls victim to the delusion that the cause of all misfortune lies outside, and people no longer stop to ask themselves how far it is their own doing. So insignificant does the soul seem that it is regarded as hardly capable of evil, much less of good. But if the soul no longer has any part to play, religious life congeals into externals and formalities. However we may picture the relationship between God and soul, one thing is certain, that the soul cannot be nothing but. On the contrary, it has the dignity of an entity endowed with consciousness of a relationship to deity. Even if it were only the relationship of a drop of water to the sea, that sea would not exist but for the multitude of drops. The immortality of the soul, insisted upon by dogma, exalts it above the transitoriness of mortal man and causes it to partake of some supernatural quality. It thus infinitely surpasses the perishable, conscious individual in significance, so that logically the Christian is forbidden to regard the soul as a nothing but. As the eye to the sun, so the soul corresponds to God. Since our conscious mind does not comprehend the soul, it is ridiculous to speak of the things of the soul in a patronizing or depreciatory manner. Even the believing Christian does not know God's hidden ways and must leave him to decide whether he will work on man from outside or from within through the soul. So the believer should not boggle at the fact that there are somnia adeo missa, dreams sent by God, and illuminations of the soul which cannot be traced back to any external causes. It would be blasphemy to assert that God can manifest himself everywhere, save only in the human soul. Indeed, the very intimacy of the relationship between God and the soul precludes from the start any devaluation of the latter. It would be going perhaps too far to speak of an affinity, but at all events the soul must contain in itself the faculty of relationship to God, i.e. a correspondence, otherwise a connection could never come about. This correspondence is, in psychological terms, the archetype of the God image. Every archetype is capable of endless development and differentiation. It is therefore possible for it to be more developed or less. In an outward form of religion, where all the emphasis is on the outward figure, hence where we are dealing with a more or less complete projection, the archetype is identical with externalized ideas, but remains unconscious as a psychic factor. When an unconscious content is replaced by a projected image to that extent, it is cut off from all participation in and influence on the conscious mind. Hence, it largely forfeits its own life. Because prevented from exerting the formative influence on consciousness natural to it, what is more, it remains in its original form, unchanged, for nothing changes in the unconscious. At a certain point, it even develops a tendency to regress to lower and more archaic levels. It may easily happen, therefore, that a Christian who believes in all the sacred figures is still undeveloped and unchanged in his inmost soul because he has all God outside, and does not experience him in the soul. His deciding motives, his ruling interests and impulses do not spring from the sphere of Christianity, but from the unconscious and undeveloped psyche, which is as pagan and archaic as ever. Not the individual alone, but the sum total of individual lives in a nation proves the truth of this contention. The great events of our world, as planned and executed by man, do not breathe the spirit of Christianity, but rather of unadorned paganism. These things originate in a psychic condition that has remained archaic and has not been even remotely touched by Christianity. The Church assumes, not altogether without reason, that the fact of semel creditice, having once believed, leaves certain traces behind it, but of these traces nothing is to be seen in the broad march of events. Christian civilization has proved hollow to a terrifying degree. It is all veneer. But the inner man has remained untouched and therefore unchanged. His soul is out of key with his external beliefs. In his soul, the Christian has not kept pace with external developments. Yes, everything is to be found outside, in image and in word, in church and Bible, but never inside. Inside reign the archaic gods, supreme as of old. That is to say, the inner correspondence with the outer God image is undeveloped for lack of psychological culture and has therefore got stuck in heathenism. Christian education has done all that is humanly possible, but it has not been enough. Too few people have experienced the divine image as the innermost possession of their own souls. Christ only meets them from without, never from within the soul. That is why dark paganism still reigns there, a paganism which now in a form so blatant that it can no longer be denied, and now in all too threadbare disguise, is swamping the world of so-called Christian civilization. With the methods employed hitherto, we have not succeeded in Christianizing the soul to the point where even the most elementary demands of Christian ethics can exert any decisive influence on the main concerns of the Christian European. The Christian missionary may preach the gospel to the poor, naked heathen, but the spiritual heathen who populate Europe have as yet heard nothing of Christianity. Christianity must indeed begin again from the very beginning if it is to meet its high educative task. So long as religion is only faith and outward form, and the religious function is not experienced in our own souls, nothing of any importance has happened. It has yet to be understood that the mysterium magnum is not only in actuality, but is first and foremost rooted in the human psyche. The man who does not know this from his own experience may be a most learned theologian, but he has no idea of religion, and still less of education. Yet when I point out that the soul possesses by nature a religious function, and when I stipulate that it is the prime task of all education of adults to convey the archetype of the God image or its emanations and effects to the conscious mind, then it is precisely the theologian who seizes me by the arm and accuses me of psychologism. But were it not a fact of experience that supreme values reside in the soul, quite apart from the unreadable who is also there, psychology would not interest me in the least, for the soul would then be nothing but a miserable vapor. I know, however, from hundredfold experience that it is nothing of the sort, but on the contrary contains the equivalents of everything that has been formulated in dogma and a good deal more, which is just what enables it to be an eye destined to behold the light. This requires limitless range and unfathomable depth of vision. I have been accused of deifying the soul. Not I, but God himself has deified it. I did not attribute a religious function to the soul. I merely produced the facts which prove that the soul is naturaliter religiosa, i.e., possesses a religious function. I did not invent or insinuate this function. It produces itself of its own accord without being prompted thereto by any opinions or suggestions of mine. With a truly tragic delusion, these theologians fail to see that it is not a matter of proving the existence of the light, but of blind people who do not know that their eyes could see. It is high time we realize that it is pointless to praise the light and preach it if nobody can see it. It is much more needful to teach people the art of seeing, for it is obvious that far too many people are incapable of establishing a connection between the sacred figures and their own psyche. They cannot see to what extent the equivalent images are lying dormant in their own unconscious. In order to facilitate this inner vision, we must first clear the way for the faculty of seeing. How this is to be done without psychology, that is, without making contact with the psyche, is frankly beyond my comprehension. Another equally serious misunderstanding lies in imputing to psychology the wish to be a new and possibly heretical doctrine. If a blind man can gradually be helped to see, it is not to be expected that he will at once discern new truths with an eagle eye. One must be glad if he sees anything at all, and if he begins to understand what he sees. Psychology is concerned with the act of seeing, and not with the construction of new religious truths. When even the existing teachings have not yet been perceived and understood, in religious matters it is a well-known fact that we cannot understand a thing until we have experienced it inwardly, for it is in the inward experience that the connection between the psyche and the outward image or creed is first revealed as a relationship or correspondence like that of sponsus and sponsa. Accordingly, when I say as a psychologist that God is an archetype, I mean by that the type and the psyche. The word type is, as we know, derived from tutos, blow or imprint. Thus, an archetype presupposes an imprinter. Psychology, as the science of the soul, has to confine itself to its subject and guard against overstepping its proper boundaries by metaphysical assertions or other professions of faith. Should it set up a God even as a hypothetical cause, it would have implicitly claimed the possibility of proving God, thus exceeding its competence in an absolutely illegitimate way. Science can only be science. There are no scientific professions of faith and similar contradictiones in adiecto. We simply do not know the ultimate derivation of the archetype any more than we know the origin of the psyche. The competence of psychology as an empirical science only goes so far as to establish, on the basis of comparative research, whether, for instance, the imprint found in the psyche can or cannot reasonably be termed a God image. Nothing positive or negative has thereby been asserted about the possible existence of God, any more than the archetype of the hero posits the actual existence of a hero. Now, if my psychological researches have demonstrated the existence of certain psychic types and their correspondence with well-known religious ideas, then we have opened up a possible approach to those experienceable contents which manifestly and undeniably form the empirical foundations of all religious experience. The religious-minded man is free to accept whatever metaphysical explanations he pleases about the origin of these images. Not so the intellect, which must keep strictly to the principles of scientific interpretation and avoid trespassing beyond the bounds of what can be known. Nobody can prevent the believer from accepting God, Purusha, the Atman or Tao, as the prime cause, and thus putting an end to the fundamental disquiet of man. The scientist is a scrupulous worker. He cannot take heaven by storm. Should he allow himself to be seduced into such an extravagance, he would be sawing off the branch on which he sits. The fact is that with the knowledge and actual experience of these inner images, a way is opened for reason and feeling to gain access to those other images which the teachings of religion offer to mankind. Psychology thus does just the opposite of what it is accused of. It provides possible approaches to a better understanding of these things. It opens people's eyes to the real meaning of dogmas, and, far from destroying it, throws open an empty house to new inhabitants. I can corroborate this from countless experiences. People belonging to creeds of all imaginable kinds who had played the apostate or cooled off in their faith have found a new approach to their old truths. Not a few Catholics among them. Even a Parsi found the way back to Zoroastrian fire temple, which should bear witness to the objectivity of my point of view. But this objectivity is just what my psychology is most blamed for. It is said not to decide in favor of this or that religious doctrine. Without prejudice to my own subjective convictions, I should like to raise the question. It is not thinkable that when one refrains from setting oneself up as an arbiter mundi and deliberately renouncing all subjectivism, cherishes on the contrary the belief, for instance, that God has expressed himself in many languages and appeared in diverse forms, and that all these statements are true, it is not thinkable. I say that this too is a decision. The objection raised more particularly by Christians, that it is impossible for contradictory statements to be true, must permit itself to be politely asked, does 1 equal 3? How can 3 be 1? Can a mother be a virgin? And so on. Has it not yet been observed that all religious statements contain logical contradictions and assertions that are impossible in principle, that this is, in fact, the very essence of religious assertion? As witness to this, we have Tertullian's avowal, "And the Son of God is dead, which is worthy of belief because it is absurd, and when buried he rose again, which is certain because it is impossible." If Christianity demands faith in such contradictions, it does not seem to me that it can very well condemn those who assert a few paradoxes more. Oddly enough, the paradox is one of our most valuable spiritual possessions. While uniformity of meaning is a sign of weakness, hence a religion becomes inwardly impoverished when it loses or waters down its paradoxes, but their multiplication enriches because only the paradoxes comes anywhere near to comprehending the fullness of life. Non-ambiguity and non-contradiction are one-sided and thus unsuited to express the incomprehensible. Not everyone possesses the spiritual strength of a Tertullian. It is evident not only that he had the strength to sustain paradoxes, but that they actually afforded him the highest degree of religious certainty. The inordinate number of spiritual weaklings makes paradoxes dangerous, so long as the paradox remains unexamined and is taken for granted as a customary part of life. It is harmless enough, but when it occurs to an insufficiently cultivated mind, as always, as we know, the most sure of itself, to make the paradoxical nature of some tenet of faith the object of its lucubrations, as earnest as they are impotent, it is not long before such a one will break out into iconoclastic and scornful laughter, pointing to the manifest absurdity of the mystery. Things have gone rapidly downhill since the age of enlightenment, for once this petty reasoning mind which cannot endure any paradoxes is awakened, no sermon on earth can keep it down. A new task then arises, to lift this still undeveloped mind step by step to a higher level and to increase the number of persons who have at least some inkling of the scope of paradoxical truth. If this is not possible, then it must be admitted that the spiritual approaches to Christianity are as good as blocked. We simply do not understand any more what is meant by the paradoxes contained in dogma, and the more external our understandings of them become, the more we are affronted by their irrationality, until finally they become completely obsolete, curious relics of the past. The man who is stricken in this way cannot estimate the extent of his spiritual loss, because he has never experienced the sacred images as his inmost possession, and has never realized their kinship with his own psychic structure. But it is just this indispensable knowledge that the psychology of the unconscious can give him, and its scientific objectivity is of the greatest value here. Were psychology bound to a creed, it would not and could not allow the unconscious of the individual to that free play which is the basic condition for the production of archetypes. It is precisely the spontaneity of archetypal contents that convinces, whereas any prejudiced intervention is a bar to genuine experience. If the theologian really believes in the almighty power of God on the one hand and in the validity of dogma on the other, why then does he not trust God to speak in the soul? Why this fear of psychology? Or is in complete contradiction to dogma the soul itself a hell from which only demons gibber? Even if this were really so, it would not be any the less convincing, for as we all know, the horrified perception of the reality of evil has led to at least as many conversions as the experience of good. The archetypes of the unconscious can be shown empirically to be the equivalents of religious dogmas. In the hermeneutic language of the Fathers, the Church possesses a rich store of analogies with the individual and spontaneous products to be found in psychology. What the unconscious expresses is far from being merely arbitrary or opinionated. It is something that happens to be just so, as is the case with every other natural being. It stands to reason that the expressions of the unconscious are natural and not formulated dogmatically. They are exactly like the patristic allegories which draw the whole of nature into the orbit of their amplifications. If these present us with some astonishing Allegoriae Christi, we find much the same sort of thing in the psychology of the unconscious. The only difference is that the patristic allegory ad Christum spectat refers to Christ, whereas the psychic archetype is simply itself and can therefore be interpreted according to time, place, and milieu. In the West, the archetype is filled out with the dogmatic figure of Christ. In the East, with Purusha, the Atman, Hiranyagarbha, the Buddha, and so on. The religious point of view, understandably enough, puts the accent on the imprinter, whereas scientific psychology emphasizes the typos, the imprint, the only thing it can understand. The religious point of view understands the imprint as the working of an imprinter. The scientific point of view understands it as the symbol of an unknown and incomprehensible content. Since the typos is less definite and more variegated than any of the figures postulated by religion, psychology is compelled by its empirical material to express the typos by means of a terminology not bound by time, place, or milieu. If, for example, the typos agreed in every detail with the dogmatic figure of Christ, and if it contained no determinant that went beyond that figure, we would be bound to regard the typos as at least a faithful copy of the dogmatic figure, and to name it accordingly. The typos would then coincide with Christ. But as experience shows, this is not the case, seeing that the unconscious, like the allegories employed by the Church Fathers, produces countless other determinants that are not explicitly contained in the dogmatic formula. That is to say, non-Christian figures such as those mentioned above are included in the typos, but neither do these figures comply with the indeterminate nature of the archetype. It is altogether inconceivable that there could be any definite figure capable of expressing archetypal indefiniteness. For this reason, I have found myself obliged to give the corresponding archetype the psychological name of the self, a term on the one hand definite enough to convey the essence of human wholeness, and on the other hand indefinite enough to express the indescribable and indeterminable nature of this wholeness. The paradoxical qualities of the term are a reflection of the fact that wholeness consists partly of the conscious man and partly of the unconscious man, but we cannot define the latter or indicate his boundaries. Hence, in its scientific usage, the term self refers neither to Christ nor to the Buddha, but to the totality of the figures that are its equivalent, and each of these figures is a symbol of the self. This mode of expression is an intellectual necessity in scientific psychology and in no sense denotes a transcendental prejudice. On the contrary, as we have said before, this objective attitude enables one man to decide in favor of the determinate Christ, another in favor of the Buddha, and so on. Those who are irritated by this objectivity should reflect that science is quite impossible without it. Consequently, by denying psychology the right to objectivity, they are making an untimely attempt to extinguish the lifelight of a science. Even if such a preposterous attempt were to succeed, it would only widen the already catastrophic gulf between the secular mind on the one hand and church and religion on the other. It is quite understandable for a science to concentrate more or less exclusively on its subject. Indeed, that is its absolute raison d'être. Since the concept of the self is of central interest in psychology, the latter naturally thinks along lines diametrically opposed to theology. For psychology, the religious figures point to the self, whereas for theology, the self points to its theology's own central figure. In other words, theology might possibly take the psychological self as an allegory of Christ. This opposition is no doubt very irritating, but unfortunately inevitable unless psychology is to be denied the right to exist at all. I therefore plead for tolerance. Nor is this very hard for psychology, since as a science it makes no totalitarian claims. The Christ symbol is of the greatest importance for psychology insofar as it is perhaps the most highly developed and differentiated symbol of the self. The Christ symbol is of the greatest importance for psychology insofar as it is perhaps the most highly developed and differentiated symbol of the self, apart from the figure of the Buddha. We can see this from the scope and substance of all the pronouncements that have been made about Christ. They agree with the psychological phenomenology of the self in unusually high degree, although they do not include all aspects of this archetype. The almost limitless range of the self might be deemed a disadvantage as compared with the definiteness of a religious figure, but it is by no means the task of science to pass value judgments. Not only is the self indefinite, but paradoxically enough, it also includes the quality of definiteness and even of uniqueness. This is probably one of the reasons why precisely those religions founded by historical personages have become world religions, such as Christianity, Buddhism, and Islam. The inclusion in a religion of a unique human personality, especially when conjoined to an indeterminable divine nature, is consistent with the absolute individuality of the self, which combines uniqueness with eternity and the individual with the universal. The self is a union of opposites par excellence, and this is where it differs essentially from the Christ symbol. The androgyny of Christ is the utmost concession the Church has made to the problem of opposites. The opposition between light and good on the one hand and darkness and evil on the other is left in a state of open conflict, since Christ simply represents good and his counterpart, the devil, evil. This opposition is the real-world problem, which at present is still unresolved. The self, however, is absolutely paradoxical in that it represents in every respect thesis and antithesis, and at the same time synthesis. Psychological proofs of this assertion abound, though it is impossible for me to quote them here in extenso. I would refer to the knowledgeable reader to the symbolism of the Mandala. Once the exploration of the unconscious has led the conscious mind to an experience of the archetype, the individual is confronted with the abysmal contradictions of human nature, and this confrontation in turn leads to the possibility of a direct experience of light and darkness, of Christ and the devil. For better or worse, there is only a bare possibility of this, and not a guarantee. For experiences of this kind cannot of necessity be induced by any human means. There are factors to be considered which are not under our control. Experience of the opposites has nothing whatever to do with intellectual insight or with empathy. It is more what we would call fate. Such an experience can convince one person of the truth of Christ, another of the truth of Buddha, to the exclusion of all other evidence. Without the experience of the opposites, there is no experience of wholeness, and hence no inner approach to the sacred figures. For this reason, Christianity rightly insists on sinfulness and original sin, with the obvious intent of opening up the abyss of universal opposition in every individual, at least from the outside. But this method is bound to break down in the case of a moderately alert intellect. Dogma is then simply no longer believed, and on top of that is thought absurd. Such an intellect is merely one-sided and sticks at the ineptia mysterii. It is miles from Tertullian's Antimanes. In fact, it is quite incapable of enduring the suffering such attention involves. Cases are not unknown where the rigorous exercises and proselytizings of the Catholics and a certain type of Protestant education that is always sniffing out sin have brought about psychic damage that leads not to the kingdom of heaven but to the consulting room of the doctor. Although insight into the problem of opposites is absolutely imperative, there are very few people who can stand it in practice, a fact which has not escaped the notice of the confessional. By way of a reaction to this, we have the palliative of moral probabilism, a doctrine that has suffered frequent attack from all quarters because it tries to mitigate the crushing effect of sin. Whatever one may think of this phenomenon, one thing is certain, that apart from anything else, it holds within it a large humanity and an understanding of human weakness which compensate for the world's unbearable antinomies. The tremendous paradox implicit in the insistence on original sin on the one hand and the concession made by probabilism on the other is, for the psychologist, a necessary consequence of the Christian problem of opposites outlined above. For in the self, good and evil are indeed closer than identical twins. The reality of evil and its incompatibility with good cleave the opposites asunder and lead inexorably to the crucifixion and suspension of everything that lives. Since the soul is by nature Christian, this result is bound to come as infallibly as it did in the life of Jesus. We all have to be crucified with Christ, i.e. suspended in a moral suffering equivalent to veritable crucifixion. In practice, this is only possible up to a point, and apart from that is so unbearable and inimical to life that the ordinary human being can afford to get into such a state only occasionally, in fact, as seldom as possible. For how could he remain ordinary in face of such suffering? A more or less probabilistic attitude to the problem of evil is therefore unavoidable. Hence the truth about the self, the unfathomable union of good and evil, comes out concretely in the paradox that although sin is the gravest and most pernicious thing there is, it is still not so serious that it cannot be disposed of with probabilist arguments. Nor is this necessarily a lax or frivolous proceeding, but simply a practical necessity of life. The confessional proceeds like life itself, which successfully struggles against being engulfed in an irreconcilable contradiction. Note that at the same time the conflict remains in full force, as in once more consistent with the antinomial character of the self, which is itself both conflict and unity. Christianity has made the intimity of good and evil into a world problem, and by formulating the conflict dogmatically, raised it to an absolute principle. Into this as yet unresolved conflict, the Christian is cast as a protagonist of good, a fellow player in the world drama. Understood in its deepest sense, being Christ's follower involves a suffering that is unendurable to the great majority of mankind. Consequently, the example of Christ is in reality followed either with reservation or not at all, and the pastoral practice of the Church even finds itself obliged to lighten the yoke of Christ. This means a pretty considerable reduction in the severity and harshness of the conflict, and hence in practice a relativism of good and evil. Good is equivalent to the unconditional imitation of Christ, and evil is its hindrance. Man's moral weakness and sloth are what chiefly hinder the imitation, and it is to these that probabilism extends a practical understanding which may sometimes, perhaps, come nearer to Christian tolerance, mildness, and love at one's neighbor than the attitude of those who see in probabilism a mere laxity. Although one must concede a number of cardinal Christian virtues to the probabilist endeavor, one must still not overlook the fact that it obviates much of the suffering involved in the imitation of Christ, that the conflict of good and evil is thus robbed of its harshness and toned down to tolerable proportions. This brings about an approach to the psychic archetype of the self, where even these opposites seem to be united, though, as I say, it differs from the Christian symbolism, which leaves the conflict open. For the latter, there is a rift running through the world, light wars against night and the upper against the lower. The two are not one as they are in the psychic archetype, but even though religious dogma may condemn the idea of two being one, religious practice does, as we have seen, allow the natural psychological symbol of the self at one with itself in approximate means of expression. On the other hand, dogma insists that three are one, while denying that four are one. Since olden times, not only in the West but also in China, uneven numbers have been regarded as masculine and even numbers as feminine. The Trinity is therefore decidedly masculine deity, and of which the androgyny of Christ and the special position and veneration accorded to the Mother of God are not the real equivalent. With this statement, which may strike the reader as peculiar, we come to one of the central axioms of alchemy, namely, the saying of Maria Prophetessa: one becomes two, two becomes three, and out of the third comes the one as the fourth. As the reader has already seen from its title, this book is concerned with the psychological significance of alchemy, and thus with a problem which, with very few exceptions, has so far eluded scientific research. Until quite recently, science was interested only in the part that alchemy played in the history of chemistry, concerning itself very little with the part it played in the history of philosophy and religion. The importance of alchemy for the historical development of chemistry is obvious, but its cultural importance is still so little known that it seems almost impossible to say in a few words wherein that consisted. In this introduction, therefore, I have attempted to outline the religious and psychological problems which are germane to the theme of alchemy. The point is that alchemy is rather like an undercurrent to the Christianity that ruled on its surface. It is to this surface as the dream is to consciousness, and just as the dream compensates the conflicts of the conscious mind, so alchemy endeavors to fill in the gaps left open by the Christian tension of opposites. Perhaps the most pregnant expression of this is the axiom of Maria Prophetessa quoted above, which runs like a leitmotif throughout almost the whole of the lifetime of alchemy, extending over more than 17 centuries. In this aphorism, the even numbers which signify the feminine principle, earth, the regions under the earth, and evil itself are interpolated between the uneven numbers of the Christian dogma. They are personified by the serpens Mercurii, the dragon that creates and destroys itself and represents the Prima Materia. This fundamental idea of alchemy points back to the Tehom, to Tiamat with her dragon attribute, and thus to the primordial matriarchal world which, in the theomachy of the Marduk myth, was overthrown by the masculine world of the father. The historical shift in the world's consciousness towards the masculine is compensated at first by the chthonic femininity of the unconscious. In certain pre-Christian religions, the differentiation of the masculine principle had taken the form of the father-son specification, a change which was to be of the utmost importance for Christianity. Were the unconscious merely complementary, this shift of consciousness would have been. In certain pre-Christian religions, the differentiation of the masculine principle had taken the form of the father-son specification, a change which was to be of the utmost importance for Christianity. Were the unconscious merely complementary, this shift of consciousness would have been accompanied by the production of a mother and daughter, for which the necessary material lay ready to hand in the myth of Demeter and Persephone. But as alchemy shows, the unconscious chose rather the civil addis type in the form of the Prima Materia and the filius macrocosmi, thus proving that it is not complementary but compensatory. This goes to show that the unconscious does not simply act contrary to the conscious mind, but modifies it more in the manner of an opponent or partner. The son type does not call up a daughter as a complementary image from the depths of the chthonic unconscious. It calls up another son. This remarkable fact would seem to be connected with the incarnation in our earthly human nature of a purely spiritual God, brought about by the Holy Ghost impregnating the womb of the Blessed Virgin. Thus the higher, the spiritual, the masculine inclines to the lower, the earthly, the feminine, and accordingly the mother, who is anterior to the world of the father, accommodates herself to the masculine principle and, with the aid of the human spirit, alchemy, or the philosophy, produces a son, not the antithesis of Christ, but rather his chthonic counterpart, not a divine man, but a fabulous being conforming to the nature of the primordial mother. And just as the redemption of man, the microcosm, is the task of the upper sun, so the lower sun has the function of a salvator macrocosmi. This, in brief, is the drama that was played out in the obscurities of alchemy. It is superfluous to remark that these two suns were never united, except perhaps in the mind and innermost experience of a few particularly gifted alchemists, but it is not very difficult to see the purpose of this drama. In the incarnation, it looked as though the masculine principle of the father world were approximating to the feminine principle of the mother world, with the result that the latter felt impelled to approximate in turn to the father world. What it evidently amounted to was an attempt to bridge the gulf separating the two worlds as compensation for the open conflict between them. I hope the reader will not be offended if my exposition sounds like a Gnostic myth. We are moving in those psychological regions where, as a matter of fact, gnosis is rooted. The message of the Christian symbol is gnosis, and the compensation effected by the unconscious is gnosis in even higher degree. Myth is the primordial language natural to these psychic processes, and no intellectual formulation comes anywhere near the richness and expressiveness of mythical imagery. Such processes are concerned with the primordial image, and these are best and most succinctly reproduced by figurative language. The process described above displays all the characteristic features of psychological compensation. We know that the mask of the unconscious is not rigid. It reflects the face we turn towards it. Hostility lends it a threatening aspect. Friendliness softens its features. It is not a question of mere optical reflection, but of an autonomous answer which reveals the self-sufficing nature of that which answers. Thus the filius philosophorum is not just the reflected image in unsuitable material of the Son of God. On the contrary, the son of Tiamat reflects the features of the primordial maternal figure. Although he is decidedly hermaphroditic, he has a masculine name, a sign that the chthonic underworld, having been rejected by the spirit and identified with evil, has a tendency to compromise. There is no mistaking the fact that he is a concession to the spiritual and masculine principle, even though he carries in himself the weight of the earth and the whole fabulous nature of primordial animality. This answer of the mother world shows that the gulf between it and the father world is not unbridgeable. seeing that the unconscious holds the seed of the unity of both. The essence of the conscious mind is discrimination. It must, if it is to be aware of things, separate the opposites, and it does this contra naturam. In nature, the opposite seeks one another, les extremis sed touchant, and so it is in the unconscious, and particularly in the archetype of unity, the self. Here, as in the deity, the opposites cancel out, but as soon as the unconscious begins to manifest itself, they split asunder, as at the creation. For every act of dawning consciousness is a creative act, and it is from this psychological experience that all our cosmogonic symbols are derived. Alchemy is preeminently concerned with the seed of unity which lies hidden in the chaos of Tiamat and forms the counterpart to the divine unity. Like this, the seed of unity has a Trinitarian character in Christian alchemy and a triadic character in pagan alchemy. According to other authorities, it corresponds to the unity of the four elements and is therefore a quaternity. The overwhelming majority of modern psychological findings speaks in favor of the latter view. The few cases I have observed which produced the number 3 were marked by a systematic deficiency in consciousness, that is to say, by an unconsciousness of the inferior function. The number 3 is not a natural expression of wholeness. Since 4 represents the minimum number of determinants in a whole judgment, it must nevertheless be stressed that side by side with the distinct leanings of alchemy and of the unconscious towards quaternity, there is always a vacillation between 3 and 4 which comes out over and over again. Even in the axiom of Maria Prophetissa, the quaternity is muffled and alembigated. In alchemy, there are 3 as well as 4 regimina or procedures, 3 as well as 4 colors. There are always 4 elements, but often 3 of them are grouped together, with the 4th in a special position, sometimes earth, sometimes fire. Mercurius is, of course, quadratus, but he is also a 3-headed snake or simply a triunity. This uncertainty has a duplex character. In other words, the central ideas are ternary as well as quaternary. The psychologist cannot but mention the fact that a similar puzzle exists in the psychology of the unconscious. The least differentiated or inferior function is so much contaminated with the collective unconscious that, on becoming conscious, it brings up, among others, the archetype of the self as well. As Maria Prophetissa says, 4 signifies the feminine, motherly, physical, 3 the masculine, fatherly, spiritual. Thus, the uncertainty as to 3 or 4 amounts to a wavering between the spiritual and the physical, a striking example of how every human truth is a last truth but one. I began my introduction with human wholeness as the goal to which the psychotherapeutic process ultimately leads. This question is inextricably bound up with one's philosophical or religious assumptions, even when, as frequently happens, the patient believes himself to be quite unprejudiced in this respect. The assumptions underlying his thought, mode of life, morale, and language are historically conditioned down to the last detail, a fact of which he is often kept unconscious by lack of education combined with lack of self-criticism. The analysis of his situation will therefore lead sooner or later to a clarification of his general spiritual background going far beyond his personal determinants, and this brings up the problems I have attempted to sketch in the preceding pages. This phase of the process is marked by the production of symbols of unity, the so-called mandalas, which occur either in dreams or in the form of concrete visual impressions, often as the most obvious compensation of the contradictions and conflicts of the conscious situation. It would hardly be correct to say that the gaping rift in the Christian order of things is responsible for this, since it is easy to show that Christian symbolism is particularly concerned with healing, or attempting to heal, this very wound. It would be more correct to take the open conflict as a symptom of the psychic situation of Western man, and to deplore his inability to assimilate the whole range of the Christian symbol. As a doctor, I cannot demand anything of my patients in this respect. Also, I lack the Church's means of grace. Consequently, I am faced with the task of taking the only path open to me, the archetypal image, which, in a certain sense, correspond to the dogmatic images, must be brought into consciousness. At the same time, I must leave my patient to decide in accordance with his assumptions, his spiritual maturity, his education, origins, and temperament, so far as this is possible without serious conflicts. As a doctor, it is my task to help the patient to cope with life. I cannot presume to pass judgment on his final decisions, because I know from experience that all coercion, be it suggestion, insinuation, or any other method of persuasion, ultimately proves to be nothing but an obstacle to the highest and most decisive experience of all, which is to be alone with his own self, or whatever else one chooses to call the objectivity of the psyche. The patient must be alone if he is to find out what it is that supports him when he can no longer support himself. Only this experience can give him an indestructible foundation. I would be only too delighted to leave this anything but easy task to the theologian, were it not that it is just from the theologian that many of my patients come. They ought to have hung on to the community of the church, but they were shed like dry leaves from the great tree and now find themselves hanging on to the treatment. Something in them clings, often with the strength of despair, as if they or the thing they cling to would drop off into the void the moment they relax their hold. They are seeking firm ground on which to stand. Since no outward support is of any use to them, they must finally discover it in themselves. Admittedly the most unlikely place from the rational point of view, but an altogether possible one from the point of view of the unconscious. We can see this from the archetype of the lowly origin of the Redeemer. The way to the goal seems chaotic and interminable at first, and only gradually do the signs increase that it is leading anywhere. The way is not straight, but appears to go round in circles. More accurate knowledge has proved it to go in spirals. The dream motifs always return after certain intervals to definite forms, whose characteristic is to define a center, and as a matter of fact, the whole process revolves about a central point of some arrangement round a center, which may in certain circumstances appear even in the initial dreams. As manifestations of unconscious processes, the dreams rotate or circumambulate around the center, drawing closer to it as the amplifications increase in distinctness and in scope. Owing to the diversity of the symbolical material, it is difficult at first to perceive any kind of order at all, nor should it be taken for granted that dream sequences are subject to any governing principle. But, as I say, the process of development proves on closer inspection to be cyclic or spiral. We might draw a parallel between such spiral courses and the processes of growth in plants. In fact, the plant motif, tree, flower, etc., frequently recurs in these dreams and fantasies and is also spontaneously drawn or painted. In alchemy, the tree is the symbol of Hermetic philosophy. The first of the following two studies, that which composes Part 2, deals with a series of dreams which contain numerous symbols of the center or goal. The development of these symbols is almost the equivalent of a healing process. The center or goal that thus signifies salvation in the proper sense of the word. The justification for such a terminology comes from the dreams themselves, for these contain so many references to religious phenomena that I was able to use some of them as the subject of my book, Psychology and Religion. It seems to me beyond all doubt that these processes are concerned with the religion-creating archetypes. Whatever else religion may be, those psychic ingredients of it, which are empirically verifiable, undoubtedly consist of unconscious manifestations of this kind. People have dwelt far too long on the fundamentally sterile question of whether the assertions of faith are true or not, quite apart from the impossibility of ever proving or refuting the truth of a metaphysical assertion. The very existence of the assertion is a self-evident fact that needs no further proof, and when a consensus gentium allies itself thereto, the validity of the statement is proved to just that extent. The only thing about it that we can verify is the psychological phenomenon, which is incommensurable with the category of objective rightness or truth. No phenomenon can ever be disposed of by rational criticism, and in religious life we have to deal with phenomena and facts, and not with arguable hypotheses. During the process of treatment, the dialectical discussion leads logically to a meeting between the patient and his shadow, that dark half of the psyche which we invariably get rid of by means of projection, either by burdening our neighbors, in a wider or narrower sense, with all the faults which we obviously have ourselves, or by casting our sins upon a divine mediator with the aid of contritio or the milder attritio. We know, of course, that without sin there is no repentance, and without repentance no redeeming grace. Also that without original sin, the redemption of the world could never have come about. But we assiduously avoid investigating whether in this very power of evil, God might not have placed some special purpose which it is most important for us to know. One often feels driven to some such view that when, like the psychotherapist, one has to deal with people who are confronted with their blackest shadow. At any rate, the doctor cannot afford to point with a gesture of facile moral superiority to the tablets of the law and say, "Thou shalt not." He has to examine things objectively and weigh up possibilities, for he knows less from religious training and education than from instinct and experience that there is something very like a felix culpa. He knows that one can miss not only one's happiness but also one's final guilt, without which a man will never reach his wholeness. Wholeness is in fact a charisma which one can manufacture neither by art nor by cunning. One can only grow into it and endure whatever its advent may bring. No doubt it is a great nuisance that mankind is not uniform but compounded of individuals whose psychic structures spreads them over a span of at least 10,000 years. Hence there is absolutely no truth that does not spell salvation to one person and damnation to another. All universalisms get stuck in this terrible dilemma. Earlier on I spoke of Jesuit probabilism. This gives a better idea than anything else of the tremendous Catholic task of the Church. Even the best intentioned people have been horrified by probabilism, but when brought face to face with the realities of life, many of them have found their horror evaporating or their laughter dying on their lips. The doctor too must weigh and ponder not whether a thing is for or against the Church, but whether it is for or against life and health. On paper, the moral code looks clear and neat enough, but the same document written on the living tables of the heart is often sorry tatter, particularly in the mouths of those who talk the loudest. We are told on every side that evil is evil and that there can be no hesitation in condemning it, but that does not prevent evil from being the most problematical thing in the individual's life and the one which demands the deepest reflection. What above all deserves our keenest attention is the question, exactly who is the doer? For the answer to this question ultimately decides the value of the deed. It is true that society attaches greater importance at first to what is done because it is immediately obvious, but in the long run the right deed in the hands of the wrong man will also have a disastrous effect. No one who is far-sighted will allow himself to be hoodwinked by the right deed of the wrong man, any more than by the wrong deed of the right man. Hence the psychotherapist must fix his eye not on what is done, but on how it is done, because therein is decided the whole character of the doer. Evil needs to be pondered just as much as good, for good and evil are ultimately nothing but ideal extensions and abstractions of doing, and both belong to the chiaroscuro of life. In the last resort, there is no good that cannot produce evil, and no evil that cannot produce good. The encounter with the dark half of the personality or shadow comes about of its own accord in any moderately thorough treatment. This problem is as important as that of sin in the Church. The open conflict is unavoidable and painful. I have often been asked, "And what do you do about it?" I do nothing. There's nothing I can do except wait with a certain trust in God until, out of a conflict borne with patience and fortitude, there emerges the solution destined, although I cannot foresee it for that particular person. Not that I am passive or inactive. Meanwhile, I help the patient to understand all the things that the unconscious produces during the conflict. The reader may believe me that these are no ordinary products. On the contrary, they are among the most significant things that have ever engaged my attention. Nor is the patient inactive. He must do the right thing and do it with all his might in order to prevent the pressure of evil from becoming too powerful in him. He needs justification by works, for justification by faith alone has remained an empty sound for him as for so many others. Faith can sometimes be a substitute for lack of experience. In these cases, what is needed is real work. Christ espoused the sinner and did not condemn him. The true follower of Christ will do the same, and since one should do unto others as one would do unto oneself, one will also take the part of the sinner who is oneself. And as little as we would accuse Christ of fraternizing with evil, so little should we reproach ourselves that to love the sinner who is oneself is to make a pact with the devil. Love makes a man better, hate makes him worse, even when that man is oneself. The danger in this point of view is the same as in the imitation of Christ, but the Pharisee in us will never allow himself to be caught talking to publicans and whores. I must emphasize, of course, that psychology invented neither Christianity nor the imitation of Christ. I wish everybody could be freed from the burden of their sins by the church, but he to whom she cannot render this service must bend very low in the imitation of Christ in order to take the burden of his cross upon him. The ancients could get along with the Greek wisdom of the ages. Exaggerate nothing, all good lies in right measure. But what an abyss still separates us from reason. Apart from the moral difficulty, there is another danger which is not inconsiderable and may lead to complications, particularly with individuals who are pathologically inclined. This is the fact that the contents of the personal unconscious, i.e. the shadow, are indistinguishably merged with the archetypal contents of the collective unconscious and drag the latter with them when the shadow is brought into consciousness. This may exert an uncanny influence on the conscious mind, for activated archetypes have a disagreeable effect even, or I should perhaps say particularly, on the most cold-blooded rationalists. He is afraid that the lowest form of conviction, namely superstition as he thinks it, forcing itself on him. But superstition in the truest sense only appears in such people if they are pathological, not if they can keep their balance. It then takes the form of the fear of going mad, for everything that the modern mind cannot define it regards as insane. It must be admitted that the archetypal contents of the collective unconscious can often assume grotesque and horrible forms in dreams and fantasies, so that even the most hard-boiled rationalist is not immune from shattering nightmares and haunting fears. The psychological elucidation of these images, which cannot be passed over in silence or blindly ignored, leads logically into the depths of religious phenomenology. The history of religion in its widest sense, including therefore mythology, folklore, and primitive psychology, is a treasure house of archetypal forms from which the doctor can draw helpful parallels and enlightening comparisons for the purpose of calming and clarifying a consciousness that is all at sea. It is absolutely necessary to supply these fantastic images that rise up so strange and threatening before the mind's eye with some kind of context so as to make them more intelligible. Experience has shown that the best way to do this is by means of comparative mythological material. Part 2 of this volume gives a large number of such examples. The reader will be particularly struck by the numerous connections between individual dream symbolism and medieval alchemy. This is not, as one might suppose, a prerogative of the case in question, but a general fact which only struck me some 10 years ago when I first began to come to grips with the ideas and symbolism of alchemy. Part 3 contains an introduction to the symbolism of alchemy in relation to Christianity and Gnosticism. As a bare introduction, it is naturally far from being a complete exposition of this complicated and obscure subject. Indeed, most of it is concerned only with the Lapis-Christ parallel. True, this parallel gives rise to a comparison between the aims of the Opus Alchemism and the central ideas of Christianity, for both are of the utmost importance in understanding and interpreting the images that appear in dreams and in assessing their psychological effect. This has considerable bearing on the practice of psychotherapy because more often than not it is precisely the more intelligent and cultured patients who, finding a return to the church impossible, come up against archetypal material and thus set the doctor problems which can no longer be mastered by a narrowly personalistic psychology. Nor is a mere knowledge of the psychic structure of a neurosis by any means sufficient. For once the process has reached the sphere of the collective unconscious, we are dealing with healthy material, i.e. with the universal basis of the individually varied psyche. Our understanding of these deeper layers of the psyche is helped not only by a knowledge of primitive psychology and mythology, but to an even greater extent by some familiarity with the history of our modern consciousness and the stages immediately preceding it. On the one hand, it is a child of the church, on the other hand of science, in whose beginnings very much lies hid that the church was unable to accept, that is to say, remnants of the classical spirit and the classical feeling for nature which could not be exterminated and eventually found refuge in the natural philosophy of the Middle Ages. As the spiritus metallorum and the astrological components of destiny, the old gods of the planets lasted out many a Christian century. Whereas in the Church, the increasing differentiation of ritual and dogma alienated consciousness from its natural roots in the unconscious. Alchemy and astrology were ceaselessly engaged in preserving the bridge to nature, i.e., to the unconscious psyche, from decay. Astrology led the conscious mind back again and again to the knowledge of heimarmene, that is, the dependence of character and destiny on certain moments in time, and alchemy afforded numerous hooks for the projection of those archetypes which could not be fitted smoothly into the Christian process. It is true that alchemy always stood on the verge of heresy, and that certain decrees leave no doubt as to the Church's attitude towards it. But on the other hand, it was effectively protected by the obscurity of its symbolism, which could always be explained as harmless allegory. For many alchemists, the allegorical aspect undoubtedly occupied the foreground to such an extent that they were firmly convinced that their sole concern was with chemical substances. But there were always a few for whom laboratory work was primarily a matter of symbols and their psychic effect. As the texts show, they were quite conscious of this, to the point of condemning the naive gold-makers as liars, frauds, and dupes. Their own standpoint they proclaimed with propositions like "Aurum nostrum non est aurum vulgi," although their labors over the retort were a serious effort to elicit the secrets of chemical transformation. It was, at the same time, and often in overwhelming degree, the reflection of a parallel psychic process which could be projected all the more easily into the unknown chemistry of matter, since that process is an unconscious phenomenon of nature, just like the mysterious alteration of substances. What the symbolism of alchemy expresses is the whole problem of the evolution of personality described above, the so-called individuation process. Whereas the Church's great buttress in the imitation of Christ, the alchemist, without realizing it, and certainly without wanting it, easily fell victim, in the loneliness and obscure problems of his work, to the promptings and unconscious assumptions of his own mind, since, unlike the Christians, he had no clear and unmistakable models on which to rely. The authors he studied provided him with symbols whose meanings he thought he understood in his own way, but in reality they touched and stimulated his unconscious. Ironical towards themselves, the alchemists coined the phrase obscurum per obscurius. But with this method of explaining the obscure by the more obscure, they only sank themselves deeper in the very process from which the Church was struggling to redeem them. While the dogmas of the Church offered analogies to the alchemical process, these analogies, in strict contrast to alchemy, had become detached from the world of nature through their connection with the historical figure of the Redeemer. The alchemical four-in-one, the philosophical gold, the lapis angularis, the aqua divina, became in the Church the four-armed cross on which the only begotten had sacrificed himself, once in history and at the same time for all eternity. The alchemists ran counter to the Church in preferring to seek through knowledge rather than to find through faith, though as medieval people they never thought of themselves as anything but good Christians. Paracelsus is a classic example in this respect, but in reality they were in much the same position as modern man, who prefers immediate personal experience to belief in traditional ideas, or rather has it forced upon him. Dogma is not arbitrarily invented, nor is it a unique miracle, although it is often described as miraculous with the obvious intent of lifting it out of its natural context. The central ideas of Christianity are rooted in Gnostic philosophy, which, in accordance with psychological laws, simply had to grow up at a time when the classical religions had become obsolete. It was founded on the perception of symbols thrown up by the unconscious individuation process, which always sets in when the collective dominants of human life fall into decay. At such a time, there is bound to be a considerable number of individuals who are possessed by archetypes of a numinous nature that force their way to the surface in order to form new dominants. This state of possession shows itself almost without exception in the fact that the possessed identify themselves with the archetypal contents of their unconscious, and because they do not realize that the role which is being thrust upon them is the effect of new contents still to be understood, they exemplify these concretely in their own lives, thus becoming prophets and reformers. Insofar as the archetypal content of the Christian drama was able to give satisfying expression to the uneasy and clamorous unconscious of the many, The consensus omnium raised this drama to a universally binding truth, not of course by any act of judgment, but by the irrational fact of possession, which is far more effective. Thus Jesus became the tutelary image or amulet against the archetypal powers that threaten to possess everyone. The glad tidings announced, "It has happened, but it will not happen to you as much as you believe in Jesus Christ, the Son of God. Yet it could and it can and it will happen to everyone in whom the Christian dominant has decayed." For this reason, there have always been people who, not satisfied with the dominance of conscious life, set forth under cover and by devious paths to their destruction or salvation, to seek direct experience of the eternal roots, and following the lure of the restless unconscious psyche, find themselves in the wilderness where, like Jesus, they come up against the son of darkness, the unreadable. Thus, an old alchemist, and he a cleric, prays, "Horridas nostre mentis purga tenebras ecende lumen sensibus." Purge the horrible darkness of our mind, light a light for our senses. The author of this sentence must have been undergoing the experience of the nigredo, the first stage of the work, which was felt as melancholia in alchemy and corresponds to the encounter with the shadow in psychology. When, therefore, modern psychotherapy once more meets with the activated archetypes of the collective unconscious, it is merely the repetition of a phenomenon that has often been observed in moments of great religious crisis, although it can also occur in individuals for whom the ruling ideas have lost their meaning. An example of this is the descensus and inferos depicted in Faust, which, consciously or unconsciously, is an opus alchemicum. The problem of opposites called up by the shadow plays a great, indeed the decisive, role in alchemy, since it leads in the ultimate phase of the work to the union of opposites in the archetypal form of the hieros gamos, or chemical wedding. Here the supreme opposites, male and female, as in the Chinese yang and yin, are melted into a unity purified of all opposition and therefore incorruptible. The prerequisite for this, of course, is that the artifacts should not identify himself with the figures in the work, but should leave them in their objective impersonal state. So long as the alchemist was working in his laboratory, he was in a favorable position, psychologically speaking, for he had no opportunity to identify himself with the archetypes as they appeared, since they were all projected immediately into the chemical substances. The disadvantage of this situation was that the alchemist was forced to represent the incorruptible substance as a chemical product, an impossible undertaking which led to the downfall of alchemy, its place in the laboratory being taken by chemistry. But the psychic part of the work did not disappear. It captured new interpreters, as we can see from the example of Faust, and also from the signal connection between our modern psychology of the unconscious and alchemical symbolism. Chapter 2. Individual dream symbolism in relation to alchemy, a study of the unconscious processes at work in dreams. Facilis descensus averno, noctes atque dies patet etri iannua ditis, sed revocer gradum superasque aveder ad horas hoc opus, hic labor est. Virgil, Aeneid, the 6th, 126-29. Easy is the descent to Avernus. Night and day the door of gloomy Dis stands open, but to recall thy steps and pass out to the upper air, this is the task, this the toil. Translation by H.R. Fairclough. Introduction. The material. The symbols of the process of individuation that appear in dreams are images of an archetypal nature which depict the centralizing process or the production of a new center of personality. A general idea of this process may be got from my essay, The Relations Between the Ego and the Unconscious. For certain reasons mentioned there, I call this center the self, which should be understood as the totality of the psyche. The self is not only the center, but also the whole circumference, which embraces both conscious and unconscious. It is the center of this totality, just as the ego is the center of consciousness. The symbols now under consideration are not concerned with the manifold stages and transformations of the individuation process, but with the images that refer directly and exclusively to the new center as it comes into consciousness. These images belong to a definite category which I call Mandala symbolism. In The Secret of the Golden Flower, published in collaboration with Richard Wilhelm, I have described this symbolism in some detail. In the present study, I should like to put before you an individual series of such symbols in chronological order. The material consists of over 1,000 dreams and visual impressions coming from a young man of excellent scientific education. For the purposes of this study, I have worked on the first 400 dreams and visions, which covered a period of nearly 10 months. In order to avoid all personal influence, I asked one of my pupils, a woman doctor who was then a beginner, to undertake the observation of the process. This went on for 5 months. The dreamer then continued his observations alone for 3 months, except for a short interview at the very beginning, before the commencement of the observation. I did not see the dreamer at all during the first 8 months. Thus it happened that 355 of the dreams were dreamed away from any personal contact with myself. Only the last 45 occurred under my observation. No interpretation worth mentioning were then attempted because the dreamer, owing to his excellent scientific training and ability, did not require any assistance. Hence, conditions were really ideal for unprejudiced observation and recording. First of all, then, I shall present extracts from the 22 initial dreams in order to show how the Mandala symbolism makes a very early appearance and is embedded in the rest of the dream material. Later on, I shall pick out in chronological order the dreams that refer specifically to the mandala. With few exceptions, all the dreams have been abbreviated either by extracting the part that carries the main thought or by condensing the whole text to essentials. This simplifying procedure has not only curtailed their length, but has also removed personal illusions and complications as was necessary for reasons of discretion. Despite this somewhat doubtful interference, I have, to the best of my knowledge and scrupulosity, avoided any arbitrary distortion of meaning. The same considerations had also to apply to my own interpretation, so that certain passages in the dreams may appear to have been overlooked. Had I not made this sacrifice and kept the material absolutely complete, I should not have been in a position to publish this series, which, in my opinion, could hardly be surpassed in intelligence, clarity, and consistency. It therefore gives me great pleasure to express my sincere gratitude here and now to the author for the service he has rendered to science. The method. In my writings and lectures, I have always insisted that we must give up all preconceived opinions when it comes to the analysis and interpretation of the objective psyche, in other words, the unconscious. We do not yet possess a general theory of dreams that would enable us to use a deductive method with impunity, any more than we possess a general theory of consciousness from which we can draw deductive conclusions. The manifestations of the subjective psyche or consciousness can be predicted to only the smallest degree, and there is no theoretical argument to prove beyond doubt that any causal connection necessarily exists between them. On the contrary, we have to reckon with a high percentage of arbitrariness and chance in the complex actions and reactions of the conscious mind. Similarly, there is no empirical, still less a theoretical, reason to assume that the same does not apply to the manifestations of the unconscious. The latter are just as manifold, unpredictable, and arbitrary as the former, and must therefore be subjected to as many different ways of approach. In the case of conscious utterances, we are in the fortunate position of being directly addressed and presented with a content whose purpose we can recognize. But with unconscious manifestations, there is no directed or adapted language in our sense of the word. There is merely a psychic phenomenon that would appear to have only the loosest connections with conscious contents. If the expressions of the conscious mind are incomprehensible, we can always ask what they mean. But the objective psyche is something alien even to the conscious mind through which it expresses itself. We are therefore obliged to adopt the method we could use in deciphering a fragmentary text or one containing unknown words. We examine the context. The meaning of the unknown word may become evident when we compare a series of passages in which it occurs. The psychological context of dream contents consists in the web of associations in which the dream is naturally embedded. Theoretically, we can never know anything in advance about this web, but in practice it's sometimes possible, granted long enough experience. Even so, careful analysis will never rely too much on technical rules. The danger of deception and suggestion is too great. In the analysis of isolated dreams, above all, this kind of knowing in advance and making assumptions on the grounds of practical expectation or general probability is positively wrong. It should therefore be an absolute rule to assume that every dream and every part of a dream is unknown at the outset, and to attempt an interpretation only after carefully taking up the context. We can then apply the meaning we have thus discovered to the text of the dream itself and see whether this yields a fluent reading, or rather whether a satisfying meaning emerges. But in no circumstances may we anticipate that this meaning will fit in with any of our subjective expectations, for quite possibly, indeed very frequently, the dream is saying something surprisingly different from what we would expect. As a matter of fact, if the meaning we find in the dream happens to coincide with our expectations, that is a reason for suspicion, for as a rule the standpoint of the unconscious is complementary or compensatory to consciousness and thus unexpectedly different. I would not deny the possibility of parallel dreams, i.e. dreams whose meaning coincides with or supports the conscious attitude, but in my experience at least these are rather rare. Now, the method I adopt in the present study seems to run directly counter to this basic principle of dream interpretation. It looks as if the dreams were being interpreted without the least regard for the context, and in fact I have not taken up the context at all, seeing that the dreams in this series were not dreamed, as mentioned above, under my observation. I proceed rather as if I had had the dreams myself and were therefore in a position to supply the context. This procedure, if applied to isolated dreams of someone unknown to me personally, would indeed be a gross technical blunder. But here we are not dealing with isolated dreams. They form a coherent series in the course of which the meaning gradually unfolds more or less of its own accord. The series is the context which the dreamer himself supplies. It is as if not one text but many lay before us, throwing light from all sides on the unknown terms, so that a reading of all the texts is sufficient to elucidate the difficult passages in each individual one. Moreover, in the third chapter we are concerned with a definite archetype, the mandala, that has long been known to us from other sources, and this considerably facilitates the interpretation. Of course, the interpretation of each individual passage is bound to be largely conjecture, but the series as a whole gives us all the clues we need to correct any possible errors in the preceding passages. It goes without saying that while the dreamer was under the observation of my pupil, he knew nothing of these interpretations and was therefore quite unprejudiced by anybody else's opinion. Moreover, I hold the view, based on wide experience, that the possibility and danger of prejudgment are exaggerated. Experience shows that the objective psyche is independent in the highest degree. Were it not so, it could not carry out its most characteristic function, the compensation of the conscious mind. The conscious mind allows itself to be trained like a parrot, but the unconscious does not, which is why St. Augustine thanked God for not making him responsible for his dreams. The unconscious is an autonomous psychic entity. Any efforts to drill it are only apparently successful, and moreover are harmful to consciousness. It is and remains beyond the reach of subjective arbitrary control, in a realm where nature and her secrets can be neither improved upon nor perverted, where we can listen but may not meddle. The initial dreams. Dream. The dreamer is at a social gathering. On leaving, he puts on a stranger's hat instead of his own. The hat, as a covering for the head, has the general sense of something that epitomizes the head. Just as in summing up we bring ideas under one head, unter einen Hut, so the hat, as a sort of leading idea, covers the whole personality and imparts its own significance to it. Coronation endows the ruler with the divine nature of the sun. The doctor's hood bestows the dignity of a scholar, and a stranger's hat imparts a strange personality. Meyrink uses this theme in his novel The Golem, where the hero puts on the hat of Athanasius Pernath and, as a result, becomes involved in a strange experience. It is clear enough in The Golem that it is the unconscious which entangles the hero in fantastic adventures. Let us stress at once the significance of the golem parallel and assume that the hat in the dream is the hat of Athanasius, an immortal, a being beyond time, the universal and everlasting man as distinct from the ephemeral and accidental mortal man. Encircling the head, the hat is round like the sun disk of a crown, and therefore contains the first allusion to the mandala. We shall find the attribute of eternal duration confirmed in the 9th mandala dream, paragraph 134, while the mandala character of the hat comes out in the 35th mandala dream, paragraph 254. As a general result of the exchange of hats, we may expect a development similar to that in the golem, an emergence of the unconscious. The unconscious with its figures is already standing like a shadow behind the dreamer and pushing its way into consciousness. Dream. The dreamer is going on a railway journey, and by standing in front of the window, he blocks the view for his fellow passengers. He must get out of their way. The process is beginning to move, and the dreamer discovers that he is keeping the light from those who stand behind him, namely the unconscious components of his personality. We have no eyes behind us. Consequently, behind is the region of the unseen, the unconscious. If the dreamer will only stop blocking the window, consciousness, the unconscious content will become conscious. Hypnagogic visual impression. By the seashore, the sea breaks into the land, flooding everything. Then the dreamer is sitting on a lonely island. The sea is the symbol of the collective unconscious, because unfathomed depths lie concealed beneath its reflecting surface. Those who stand behind the shadowy personifications of the unconscious have burst into the terra firma of consciousness like a flood. Such invasions have something uncanny about them because they are irrational and incomprehensible to the person concerned. They bring about a momentous alteration of his personality, since they immediately constitute a painful personal secret which alienates and isolates him from his surroundings. It is something that we cannot tell anybody. We are afraid of being accused of mental abnormality, not without reason, for much the same thing happens to lunatics. Even so, it is a far cry from the intuitive perception of such an invasion to being inundated by it pathologically, though the layman does not realize this. Isolation by a secret results as a rule in an animation of the psychic atmosphere. As a substitute for loss of contact with other people, it causes an activation of the unconscious, and this produces something similar to the illusions and hallucinations that beset lonely wanderers in the desert, seafarers, and saints. The mechanism of these phenomena can best be explained in terms of energy. Our normal relations to objects in the world at large are maintained by a certain expenditure of energy. If the relation to the object is cut off, there is a retention of energy, which then creates an equivalent substitute. For instance, just as persecution mania comes from a relationship poisoned by mistrust, so, as a substitute for the normal animation of the environment, an illusory reality rises up in which weird ghostly shadows flit about in place of people. That is why primitive man has always believed that lonely and desolate places are haunted by devils and such like apparitions. Dream. The dreamer is surrounded by a throng of vague female forms. Figure 33. A voice within him says, "First I must get away from father." Here the psychic atmosphere has been animated by what the Middle Ages would call succubi. We are reminded of the visions of St. Anthony in Egypt, so eruditely described by Flaubert in La Tentation de Saint Antoine. The element of hallucination shows itself in the fact that the thought is spoken aloud. The words, "First I must get away," call for a concluding sentence which would begin with "in order to." Presumably it would run, "in order to follow the unconscious," i.e. the alluring female forms. The father, the embodiment of the traditional spirit as expressed in religion or a general philosophy of life, is standing in his way. He imprisons the dreamer in the world of the conscious mind and its values. The traditional masculine world with its intellectualism and rationalism is felt to be an impediment, from which we must conclude that the unconscious now approaching him stands in direct opposition to the tendencies of the conscious mind, and that the dreamer, despite this opposition, is already favorably disposed towards the unconscious. For this reason, the latter should not be subordinated to the rationalistic judgments of consciousness. It ought rather to be an experience sui generis. Naturally, it is not easy for the intellect to accept this because it involves at least a partial, if not a total, sacrificium intellectus. Furthermore, the problem thus raised is very difficult for modern man to grasp. For to begin with, he can only understand the unconscious as an inessential and unreal appendage of the conscious mind, and not as a special sphere of experience with laws of its own. In the course of the later dreams, this conflict will appear again and again, until finally the right formula is found for the correlation of conscious and unconscious, and the personality is assigned its correct position between the two. Moreover, such a conflict cannot be solved by understanding, but only by experience. Every stage of the experience must be lived through. There is no feat of interpretation or any other trick by which to circumvent this difficulty, for the union of conscious and unconscious can only be achieved step by step. The resistance of the conscious mind to the unconscious and the depreciation of the latter were historical necessities in the development of the human psyche, for otherwise the conscious mind would never have been able to differentiate itself at all. But modern man's consciousness has strayed rather too far from the fact of the unconscious. We have even forgotten that the psyche is by no means our design, but is for the most part autonomous and unconscious. Consequently, the approach of the unconscious induces a panic fear in civilized people, not least on account of the menacing analogy with insanity. The intellect has no objection to analyzing the unconscious as a passive object. On the contrary, such an activity would coincide with our rational expectations. But to let the unconscious go its own way and to experience it as a reality is something that exceeds the courage and capacity of the average European. He prefers simply not to understand this problem. For the spiritually weak need, this is the better course, since the thing is not without its dangers. The experience of the unconscious is a personal secret communicable only to very few, and that with difficulty, hence the isolating effect we noted above. But isolation brings about a compensatory animation of the psychic atmosphere which strikes us as uncanny. The figures that appear in the dream are feminine, thus pointing to the feminine nature of the unconscious. They are fairies, or fascinating sirens and lamias. Figures 10, 11, 12, also figure 157, who infatuate the lonely wanderer and lead him astray. Likewise, seductive maidens appear at the beginning of the Nekia of Polyphilo, figure 33, and the Melusina of Paracelsus in another such figure. Visual impression. A snake describes a circle round the dreamer who stands rooted to the ground like a tree. The drawing of a spellbinding circle, figure 13, is an ancient magical device used by everyone who has a special or secret purpose in mind. He thereby protects himself from the perils of the soul that threaten him from without and attack anyone who is isolated by a secret. The same procedure has also been used since olden times to set a place apart as holy and inviolable. In founding a city, for instance, they first drew the sulcus primigenius, or original furrow, figure 31. The fact that the dreamer stands rooted to the center is a compensation of his almost insuperable desire to run away from the unconscious. He experienced an agreeable feeling of relief after this vision, and rightly, since he has succeeded in establishing a protected temenos, a taboo area where he will be able to meet the unconscious. His isolation, so uncanny before, is now endowed with meaning and purpose and thus robbed of its terrors. Visual impression directly following upon. 5. The veiled figure of a woman seated on a stair. The motif of the unknown woman, whose technical name is the anima, appears here for the first time. Like the throng of vague female forms in Dream 4, she is a personification of the animated psychic atmosphere. From now on, the figure of the unknown woman reappears in a great many of the dreams. Personification always indicates an autonomous activity of the unconscious. If some personal figure appears, we may be sure that the unconscious is beginning to grow active. The activity of such figures very often has an anticipatory character. Something that the dreamer himself will do later is now being done in advance. In this case, the allusion is to a stair, thus indicating an ascent or a descent. Since the process running through dreams of this kind has an historical analogy in the rites of initiation, it may not be superfluous to draw attention to the important part which the stairway of the 7 planets played in these rites, as we know from Apuleius, among others. The initiations of late classical syncretism, already saturated with alchemy, the visions of Zosimos, were particularly concerned with the theme of ascent, i.e. sublimation. The ascent was often represented by a ladder, figure 15, hence the burial gift in Egypt of a small ladder for the Ka of the dead. The idea of an ascent through the 7 spheres of the planet symbolizes the return of the soul to the sun god from whom it originated, as we know, for instance, from Firmicus Maternus. Thus, the Isis mystery described by Apuleius culminated in what early medieval alchemy, going back to Alexandrian tradition as transmitted by the Arabs, called the solficatio, where the initiand was crowned as Helios. Visual impression. The veiled woman uncovers her face. It shines like the sun. The solificatio is consummated on the person of the anima. The process would seem to correspond to the illuminatio or enlightenment. This mystical idea contrasts strongly with the rational attitude of the conscious mind, which recognizes only intellectual enlightenment as the highest form of understanding and insight. Naturally, this attitude never reckons with the fact that scientific knowledge only satisfies the little tip of personality that is contemporaneous with ourselves, not the collective psyche that reaches back into the gray mists of antiquity and always requires a special rite if it is to be united with present-day consciousness. It is clear, therefore, that a lighting up of the unconscious is being prepared, which has far more the character of an illuminatio than of rational elucidation. The solificatio is infinitely far removed from the conscious mind and seems to it almost chimerical. 8. Visual impression. A rainbow is to be used as a bridge, but one must go under it and not over it. Whoever goes over it will fall and be killed. Only the gods can walk rainbow bridges in safety. Mere mortals fall and meet their death, for the rainbow is only a lovely semblance that spans the sky and not a highway for human beings with bodies. These must pass under it, figure 16, but water flows under bridges too, following its own gradient and seeking the lowest place. This hint will be confirmed later. 9. Dream. A green land where many sheep are pastured. It is the land of sheep. This curious fragment, inscrutable at first glance, may derive from childhood impressions, and particularly from those of a religious nature, which would not be far to seek in this connection, e.g., he maketh me to lie down in green pastures, or the early Christian allegories of sheep and shepherd, figure 18. The next vision points in the same direction. 10. Visual impression. The unknown woman stands in the land of sheep and points the way. The anima, having already anticipated the solificatio, now appears as the psychopomp, the one who shows the way, figure 19. The way begins in the children's land, i.e., at a time when rational, present-day consciousness was not yet separated from the historical psyche, the collective unconscious. The separation is indeed inevitable, but it leads to such an alienation from that dim psyche of the dawn of mankind that a loss of instinct ensues. The result is instinctual atrophy and hence disorientation in everyday human situations. But it also follows from the separation that the children's land will remain definitely infantile and become a perpetual source of childish inclinations and impulses. These intrusions are naturally most unwelcome to the conscious mind, and it consistently represses them for that reason. But the very consistency of the repression only serves to bring about a still greater alienation from the fountainhead, thus increasing the lack of instinct until it becomes lack of soul. As a result, the conscious mind is either completely swamped by childishness or else constantly obliged to defend itself in vain against the inundation by means of a cynical affectation of old age or embittered resignation. We must therefore realize that despite its undeniable successes, the rational attitude of present-day consciousness is, in many human respects, childishly unadapted and hostile to life. Life has grown desiccated and cramped, crying out for the rediscovery of the fountainhead. But the fountainhead can only be found if the conscious mind will suffer itself to be led back to the children's land, there to receive guidance from the unconscious as before. To remain a child too long is childish, but it is just as childish to move away and then assume that childhood no longer exists because we do not see it. But if we return to the children's land, we succumb to the fear of becoming childish because we do not understand that everything of psychic origin has a double face. One face looks forward, the other back. It is ambivalent and therefore symbolic, like all living reality. We stand on a peak of consciousness, believing in a childish way that the path leads upward to yet higher peaks beyond. That is the chimerical rainbow bridge. In order to reach the next peak, we must first go down into the land where the paths begin to divide. 11. Dream. A voice says, "But you are still a child." This dream forces the dreamer to admit that even a highly differentiated consciousness is not by any means finished with childish things, and that a return to the world of childhood is necessary. 12. Dream. A dangerous walk with father and mother, up and down many ladders. A childish consciousness is always tied to father and mother, and is never by itself. Return to childhood is always the return to father and mother, to the whole burden of the psychic non-ego as represented by the parents, with its long and momentous history. Regression spells disintegration into our historical and hereditary determinants, and it is only with the greatest effort that we can free ourselves from their embrace. Our psychic prehistory is in truth the spirit of gravity, which needs steps and ladders because, unlike the disembodied airy intellect, it cannot fly at will. Disintegration into the jumble of historical determinants is like losing one's way, where even what is right seems an alarming mistake. As hinted above, the steps and ladders theme, figures 14 and 15, points to the process of psychic transformation with all its ups and downs. We find a classic example of this in Zosimos' ascent and descent of the 15 steps of light and darkness. It is, of course, impossible to free oneself from one's childhood without devoting a great deal of work to it, as Freud's research have long since shown, nor can it be achieved through intellectual knowledge only. What is alone effective is a remembering that is also a re-experiencing. The swift passage of the years and the overwhelming inrush of the newly discovered world leave a mass of material behind that is never dealt with. We do not shake this off, we merely remove ourselves from it, so that when in later years we return to the memories of childhood, we find bits of our personality still alive, which cling round us and suffuse us with the feeling of earlier times. Being still in their childhood state, these fragments are very powerful in their effect. They can lose their infantile aspect and be corrected only when they are reunited with adult consciousness. This personal unconscious must always be dealt with first, that is, made conscious. Otherwise, the gateway to the collective unconscious cannot be opened. The journey with father and mother up and down many ladders represents the making conscious of infantile contents that have not yet been integrated. 13. Dream. The father calls out anxiously, "That is the seventh." During the walk over many ladders, some event has evidently taken place which is spoken of as the seventh. Figure 20. In the language of initiation, 7 stands for the highest stage of illumination and would therefore be the coveted goal of all desire. Figure 28. But to the conventional mind, the solificatio is an outlandish, mystical idea bordering on madness. We assume that it was only in the dark ages of misty superstition that people thought in such a nonsensical fashion, but that the lucid and hygienic mentality of our own enlightened days has long since outgrown such nebulous notions, so much so, indeed, that this particular kind of illumination is to be found nowadays only in a lunatic asylum. No wonder the father is scared and anxious, like a hen that has hatched out ducklings and is driven to despair by the aquatic proclivities of its young. If this interpretation that the seventh represents the highest stage of illumination is correct, it would mean in principle that the process of integrating the personal unconscious was actually at an end. Thereafter, the collective unconscious would begin to open up, which would suffice to explain the anxiety the father felt as the representative of the traditional spirit. Nevertheless, the return to the dim twilight of the unconscious does not mean that we should entirely abandon the precious acquisition of our forefathers, namely the intellectual differentiation of consciousness. It is rather a question of the man taking the place of the intellect, not the man whom the dreamer imagines himself to be, but someone far more rounded and complete. This would mean assimilating all sorts of things into the sphere of his personality which the dreamer still rejects as disagreeable or even impossible. The father who calls out so anxiously, "That is the seventh," is a psychic component of the dreamer himself, and the anxiety is therefore his own. So the interpretation must bear in mind the possibility that the seventh means not only a sort of culmination, but something rather ominous as well. We come across this theme, for instance, in the fairy tale of Tom Thumb and the Ogre. Tom Thumb is the youngest of 7 brothers. His dwarf-like stature and his cunning are harmless enough, yet he is the one who leads his brothers to the ogre's lair, thus proving his own dangerous double nature as a bringer of good and bad luck. In other words, he is also the ogre himself. Since olden times, the 7 have represented the 7 gods of the planets. Figure 20. They form what the pyramid inscriptions call a pot neteru, a company of gods. Figures 21 and 23. Although a company is described as 9, it often proves to be not 9 at all, but 10, and sometimes even more. Thus, Maspero tells us that the first and last members of the series can be added to or doubled without injury to the number 9. Something of the sort happened to the classical pot of the Greco-Roman or Babylonian gods in the post-classical age, when the gods were degraded to demons and retired partly to the distant stars and partly to the metals inside the earth. It then transpired that Hermes or Mercurius possessed a double nature, being a chthonic god of revelation and also the spirit of quicksilver, for which reason he was represented as a hermaphrodite, figure 22. As the planet Mercury, he is nearest to the sun, hence he is preeminently related to gold, but as quicksilver he dissolves the gold and extinguishes its sun-like brilliance. All through the Middle Ages he was the object of much puzzled speculation on the part of the natural philosophers. Sometimes he was a ministering and helpful spirit, a popos, Greek, literally assistant, comrade, or familiaris, and sometimes the servus or servus fugitivus, the fugitive slave or stag, an elusive, deceptive, teasing goblin who drove the alchemists to despair and had many of his attributes in common with the devil. For instance, he is a dragon, lion, eagle, raven, to mention only the most important of them. In the alchemical hierarchy of gods, Mercurius comes lowest as Prima Materia and highest as Lapis Philosophorum. The Spiritus Mercurialis, figure 23, is the alchemist's guide. Hermes, Psychopompus, figure 146, and their tempter. He is their good luck and their ruin. His dual nature enables him to be not only the 7th, but also the 8th on Olympus, whom nobody thought of. See infra, paragraph 204f. It may seem odd to the reader that anything as remote as medieval alchemy should have relevance here, but the black art is not nearly so remote as we think, for as an educated man the dreamer must have read Faust, and Faust is an alchemical drama from beginning to end. Although the educated man of today has only the haziest notion of this, our conscious mind is far from understanding everything, but the unconscious always keeps an eye on the age-old sacred things, however strange they may be, and reminds us of them at a suitable opportunity. No doubt Faust affected our dreamer much as Goethe was affected when, as a young man in his Leipzig days, he studied Theophrastus Paracelsus with Fräulein von Klettenberg. It was then, as we certainly may assume, that the mysterious equivalents of 7 and 8 sank deep into his soul, without his conscious mind ever unraveling the mystery. The following dream will show that this reminder of Faust is not out of place. 14. Dream. The dreamer is in America looking for an employee with a pointed beard. They say that everybody has such an employee. America is the land of practical, straightforward thinking, uncontaminated by our European sophistication. The intellect would there be kept very sensibly as an employee. This naturally sounds like lèse-majesté, and might therefore be a serious matter, so it is consoling to know that everyone, as is always the case in America, does the same. The man with a pointed beard is our time-honored Mephisto whom Faust employed, and who was not permitted to triumph over him in the end, despite the fact that Faust had dared to descend into the dark chaos of the historical psyche and steep himself in the ever-changing, seamy side of life that rose up out of that bubbling cauldron. From subsequent questions it was discovered that the dreamer himself had recognized the figure of Mephistopheles in the man with the pointed beard. Versatility of mind as well as the inventive gift and scientific leanings are attributes of the astrological Mercurius. Hence the man with the pointed beard represents the intellect, which is introduced by the dream as a real familiaris, an obliging if somewhat dangerous spirit. The intellect is thus degraded from the supreme position it once occupied and is put in the second rank, and at the same time branded as demonic. Not that it had ever been anything but demonic, only the dreamer had not noticed before how possessed he was by the intellect as the tacitly recognized supreme power. Now he has a chance to view this function, which till then had been the uncontested dominant of his psychic life, at somewhat closer quarters. Well might he exclaim with Faust, "So that's what was inside the poodle." Mephistopheles is the diabolical aspect of every psychic function that has broken loose from the hierarchy of the total psyche and now enjoys independence and absolute power, figure 36. But this aspect can be perceived only when the function becomes a separate entity and is objectivated or personified, as in this dream. Amusingly enough, the man with the pointed beard also crops up in alchemical literature. In one of the parabolae contained in the Guldenen Traktat vom Philosophischen Stein, written in 1625, which Herbert Silberer has analyzed from a psychological point of view, among the company of old white-bearded philosophers there is a young man with a black pointed beard. Silberer is uncertain whether he should assume this figure to be the devil. Mercurius as quicksilver is an eminently suitable symbol for the fluid, i.e. mobile intellect, figure 24. Therefore, in alchemy, Mercurius is sometimes a spirit and sometimes a water, the so-called aqua permanens, which is none other than argentem vivum. 15. Dream. The dreamer's mother is pouring water from one basin into another. The dreamer only remembered in connection with vision 28 of the next series that this basin belonged to his sister. This action is performed with great solemnity. It is of the highest significance for the outside world. Then the dreamer is rejected by his father. Once more we meet with the theme of exchange, dream 1. One thing is put in place of another. The father has been dealt with. Now begins the action of the mother. Just as the father represents collective consciousness, the traditional spirit, so the mother stands for the collective unconscious, the source of the water of life. Figure 25. The maternal significance of the fons signatus as an attribute of the Virgin Mary, etc. Figure 26. The unconscious has altered the locus of the life forces, thus indicating a change of attitude. The dreamer's subsequent recollection enables us to see who is now the source of life. It is the sister. The mother is superior to the son, but the sister is his equal. Thus the deposition of the intellect frees the dreamer from the domination of the unconscious and hence from his infantile attitude. Although the sister is a remnant of the past, we know definitely from later dreams that she was the carrier of the anima image. We may therefore assume that the transferring of the water of life to the sister really means that the mother has been replaced by the anima. The anima now becomes a life-giving factor, a psychic reality which conflicts strongly with the world of the father. Which of us could assert, without endangering his sanity, that he had accepted the guidance of the unconscious in the conduct of his life, assuming that anyone exists who could imagine what that would mean? Anyone who could imagine it at all would certainly have no difficulty in understanding what a monstrous affront such a volte-face would offer to the traditional spirit, especially to the spirit that has put on the earthly garment of the church. It was this subtle change of psychic standpoint that caused the old alchemists to resort to deliberate mystification and that sponsored all kinds of heresies. Hence it is only logical for the father to reject the dreamer. It amounts to nothing less than excommunication. Be it noted that the dreamer is a Roman Catholic. By acknowledging the reality of the psyche and making it a co-determining ethical factor in our lives, we offend against the spirit of convention which for centuries has regulated psychic life from outside by means of institutions as well as by reason. Not that unreasoning instinct rebels of itself against firmly established order. By the strict logic of its own inner laws, it is itself of the firmest structure imaginable and, in addition, the creative foundation of all binding order. But just because this foundation is creative, all order which proceeds from it, even in its most divine form, is a phase, a stepping stone. Despite appearances to the contrary, the establishment of order and the dissolution of what has been established are, at bottom, beyond human control. The secret is that only that which can destroy itself is truly alive. It is well that these things are difficult to understand and thus enjoy a wholesome concealment, for weak heads are only too easily addled by them and thrown into confusion. From all these dangers, dogma, whether ecclesiastical, philosophical, or scientific, offers effective protection, and looked at from a social point of view, excommunication is a necessary and useful consequence. The water that the mother, the unconscious, pours into the basin belonging to the anima is an excellent symbol for the living power of the psyche, figure 152. The old alchemists never tired of devising new and expressive synonyms for this water. They called it aqua nostra, mercurius vivus, argentum vivum, vinum ardens, aqua vitae, succus lunare, and so on, by which they meant a living being not devoid of substance as opposed to the rigid immateriality of mind in the abstract. The expression succus lunare, sap of the moon plant, refers clearly enough to the nocturnal origin of the water, and aqua nostra, like mercurius vivus, to its earthliness, figure 27. Acidum fontis is a powerful corrosive water that dissolves all created things and at the same time leads to the most durable of all products, the mysterious lapis. These analogies may seem very far-fetched, but let me refer the reader to Dreams 13 and 14 in the next section, where the water symbolism is taken up again. The importance of the action for the outside world, noted by the dreamer himself, points to the collective significance of the dream, as also does the fact, which had a far-reaching influence on the conscious attitude of the dreamer, that he is rejected by the father. Saying extra ecclesiam nolla salus, outside the church there is no salvation, rests on the knowledge that an institution is a safe, practicable highway with a visible or definable goal, and that no paths and no goals can be found outside it. We must not underestimate the devastating effect of getting lost in the chaos, even if we know that it is the sine qua non of any regeneration of the spirit and the personality. 16. Dream. An ace of clubs lies before the dreamer. A 7 appears beside it. The ace as 1 is the lowest card but the highest in value. The ace of clubs, being in the form of a cross, points to the Christian symbol. Hence, in Swiss German, the club is often called Kreuz cross. Cross. At the same time, the 3 leaves contain an allusion to the threefold nature of the one God. Lowest and highest are beginning and end, Alpha and Omega. The 7 appears after the ace of clubs and not before. Presumably, the idea is first the Christian conception of God and then the 7 stages. The 7 stages symbolize the transformation, figure 28, which begins with the symbolism of cross and Trinity, and judging by the earlier archaic allusions in Dreams 7 and 13, culminates in the solificatio, but this solution is not hinted at here. Now we know that the regression to the Helios of antiquity vainly attempted by Julian the Apostate was succeeded in the Middle Ages by another movement that was expressed in the formula per crucem ad rosam, through the cross to the rose, which was later condensed into the rosy cross of the Rosicrucians. Here the essence of the heavenly soul descends into the flower, earth's answer to the sun's countenance. The solar quality has survived in the symbol of the golden flower of Chinese alchemy. The well-known blue flower of the Romantics might well be the last nostalgic perfume of the rose. It looks back in true romantic fashion to the medievalism of ruined cloisters, yet at the same time modestly proclaims something new in earthly loveliness. But even the golden brilliance of the sun had to submit to a descent, and it found its analogy in the glitter of earthly gold, although, as aurum nostrum, this was far removed from the gross materiality of the metal, at least for the subtler minds. One of the most interesting of the alchemical texts is the Rosarium Philosophorum, subtitled Secunda Pars Alchemae de Lapide Philosophico Vero Modo Preparando, cum figuris rei perfectionum ostendentibus, 1550. The anonymous author was very definitely a philosopher and was apparently aware that alchemy was not concerned with ordinary gold-making, but with a philosophical secret. For these alchemists, the gold undoubtedly had a symbolic nature, and was therefore distinguished by such attributes as vitrium or philosophicum. It was probably owing to its all too obvious analogy with the sun that gold was denied the highest philosophical honor, which fell instead to the lapis philosophorum. The transformer is above the transformed, and transformation is one of the magical properties of the marvelous stone. The Rosarium Philosophorum says, "For our stone, namely the living Western quicksilver, which has placed itself above the gold and vanquished it, is that which kills and quickens." As to the philosophical significance of the lapis, the following quotation from a treatise ascribed to Hermes is particularly enlightening. "Understand, ye sons of the wise, what this exceeding precious stone proclaims, and my light conquers every light, and my virtues are more excellent than all virtues. I beget the light, but the darkness too is of my nature." 17. Dream. The dreamer goes for a long walk and finds a blue flower on the way. To go for a walk is to wander along paths that lead nowhere in particular. It is both a search and a succession of changes. The dreamer finds a blue flower blossoming aimlessly by the wayside, a chance child of nature, evoking friendly memories of a more romantic and lyrical age, of the youthful season when it came to bud, when the scientific view of the world had not yet broken away from the world of actual experience, or rather when this break was only just beginning, and the eye looked back to what was already the past. The flower is in fact like a friendly sign, a numinous emanation from the unconscious, showing the dreamer who, as a modern man, has been robbed of security and of participation in all the things that lead to man's salvation, the historical place where he can meet friends and brothers of like mind, where he can find the seeds that wants to sprout in him too. But the dreamer knows nothing as yet of the gold. But the dreamer knows nothing as yet of the old solar gold which connects the innocent flower with the obnoxious black art of alchemy and with the blasphemous pagan idea of the solificatio. For the golden flower of alchemy, figure 30, can sometimes be a blue flower, the sapphire blue flower of the hermaphrodite. 18. Dream. A man offers him some golden coins in his outstretched hand. The dreamer indignantly throws them to the ground and immediately afterwards deeply regrets his action. A variety performance then takes place in an enclosed space. The blue flower has already begun to drag its history after it. The gold is offered and is indignantly refused. Such a misinterpretation of the Aurum Philosophicum is easy to understand, but hardly has it happened when there comes a pang of remorse that the precious secret has been rejected and a wrong answer given to the riddle of the Sphinx. The same thing happened to the hero in Meyrink's Golem, when the ghost offered him a handful of grain which he spurned. The gross materiality of the yellow metal with its odious fiscal flavor and the mean look of the grain make both rejections comprehensible enough. But that is precisely why it is so hard to find the lapis. It is exilis, uncomely. It is thrown out into the street or on the dunghill. It is the commonest thing to be picked up anywhere, in planeti, in montibus et acci. It has this ordinary aspect in common with Spitteller's jewel in Prometheus and Epimetheus, which for the same reason was also not recognized by the worldly wise. But the stone which the builders rejected, the same is become the head of the corner, and the intuition of this possibility arouses the liveliest regret in the dreamer. It is all part of the banality of its outward aspect that the gold is minted, i.e. shaped into coins, stamped and valued. Applied psychologically, this is just what Nietzsche refuses to do in his Zarathustra, to give names to the virtues. By being shaped and named, psychic life is broken down into coined and valued units, but this is possible only because it is intrinsically a great variety of things, an accumulation of unintegrated hereditary units. Natural man is not a self, he is the mass and a particle in the mass, collective to such a degree that he is not even sure of his own ego. That is why since time immemorial he has needed the transformation mysteries to turn him into something, and to rescue him from the animal collective psyche, which is nothing but a variete. But if we reject this unseemly variete of man as he is, it is impossible for him to attain integration, to become a self, and that amounts to spiritual death. Life that just happens in and for itself is not real life. It is real only when it is known. Only a unified personality can experience life. Not that personality which is split up into partial aspects, that bundle of odds and ends which also calls itself man. The dangerous plurality already hinted at in Dream 4, paragraph 58, is compensated in Vision 5, paragraph 62, where the snake describes a magic circle and thus marks off the taboo area, the temenos, figure 31. In much the same way and in a similar situation, the temenos reappears here, drawing the many together for a united variety performance, a gathering that has the appearance of an entertainment, though it will shortly lose its entertaining character. The play of goats will develop into a tragedy. According to all the analogies, the satyr play was a mystery performance from which we may assume that its purpose, as everywhere, was to reestablish man's connection with his natural ancestry and thus with the source of life, much as the obscene stories told by Athenian ladies that the mysteries of Eleusis were thought to promote the earth's fertility. Cf. also Herodotus's account of the exhibitionistic performances connected with the Isis festivities at Bubastis. The allusion to the compensatory significance of the temenos, however, is still wrapped in obscurity for the dreamer, as might be imagined. He is much more concerned with the danger of spiritual death, which is conjured up by his rejection of the historical context. 19. Visual impression. A death's head. The dreamer wants to kick it away, but cannot. The skull gradually changes into a red ball, then into a woman's head, which emits light. The skull soliloquies of Faust and of Hamlet are reminders of the appalling senselessness of human life when sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought. It was traditional opinions and judgments that caused the dreamer to dash aside the doubtful and uninviting-looking offerings. But when he tries to ward off the sinister vision of the death's head, it is transformed into a red ball, which we may take as an allusion to the rising sun, since it at once changes into the shining head of a woman, reminding us directly of Vision 7, paragraph 67. Evidently, in Anadiodromia, a play of opposites has occurred. After being rejected, the unconscious insists on itself all the more strongly. First, it produces the classical symbol for the unity and divinity of the self, the sun. Then it passes to the motif of the unknown woman who personifies the unconscious. Naturally, this motif includes not merely the archetype of the anima, but also the dreamer's relationship to a real woman, who is both a human personality and a vessel for psychic projections. Basin of the sister in Dream 15, paragraph 91. In Neoplatonic philosophy, the soul has definite affinities with the sphere. The soul substance is laid round the concentric spheres of the four elements above the fiery heaven. 20. Visual impression. A globe. The unknown woman is standing on it and worshipping the sun. This impression, too, is an amplification of Vision 7, paragraph 67. The rejection in Dream 18 evidently amounted to the destruction of the whole development up to that point. Consequently, the initial symbols reappear now, but in amplified form. Such anadiodromias are characteristic of dream sequences in general. Unless the conscious mind intervened, the unconscious would go on sending out wave after wave without result, like the treasure that is said to take 9 years, 9 months, and 9 nights to come to the surface, and if not found on the last night, sinks back to start all over again from the beginning. The globe probably comes from the idea of the red ball, but whereas this is the sun, the globe is rather an image of the earth, upon which the anima stands worshipping the sun, figure 32. Anima and sun are thus distinct, which points to the fact that the sun represents a different principle from that of the anima. The latter is a personification of the unconscious, while the sun is a symbol of the source of life and the ultimate wholeness of man, as indicated in the Solificatio. Now, the sun is an antique symbol that is still very close to us. We know also that the early Christians had some difficulty in distinguishing the Greek words, the rising sun, from Christ. Yes. We know also that the early Christians had some difficulty in distinguishing the rising sun from Christ. The dreamer's anima still seems to be a sun worshipper, that is to say, she belongs to the ancient world, and for the following reason. The conscious mind, with its rationalistic attitude, has taken little or no interest in her, and therefore made it impossible for the anima to become modernized. or better, Christianized. It almost seems as if the differentiation of the intellect that began in the Christian Middle Ages as a result of scholastic training had driven the anima to regress to the ancient world. The Renaissance gives us evidence enough for this, the clearest of all being the Hypnerotomachia of Francesco Colonna, where Polyphilo meets his anima, the Lady Polia, at the court of Queen Venus, quite untouched by Christianity and graced with all the virtues of antiquity. The book was rightly regarded as a mystery text. With this anima, then, we plunge straight into the ancient world, so that I would not think anyone mistaken who interpreted the rejection of the gold in Dream 18 ex effectu as an attempt to escape this regrettable and unseemly regression to antiquity. Certain vital doctrines of alchemical philosophy go back textually to late Greco-Roman syncretism, as Ruska, for instance, has sufficiently established in the case of the turba. Hence, any allusion to alchemy wafts one back to the ancient world and makes one suspect regression to pagan levels. It may not be superfluous to point out here with due emphasis that consciously the dreamer had no inkling of all of this, but in his unconscious he is immersed in the sea of historical associations, so that he behaves in his dreams as if he were fully cognizant of these curious excursions into the history of the human mind. He is in fact an unconscious exponent of an autonomous psychic development, just like the medieval alchemist or the classical Neoplatonist. Hence one could say, cum grano salis, that history could be constructed just as easily from one's own unconscious as from the actual texts. 21. Visual impression. The dreamer is surrounded by nymphs. A voice says, "We were always there, only you did not notice us." Figure 33. Here the regression goes back even further, to an image that is unmistakably classic. At the same time, the situation of Dream 4, paragraph 58, is taken up again, and also the situation of Dream 18, where the rejection led to the compensatory anadiodromia in Vision 19. But here the image is amplified by the hallucinatory recognition that the drama has always existed, although unnoticed until now. The realization of this fact joins the unconscious psyche to consciousness as a coexistent entity. The phenomenon of the voice in dreams always has for the dreamer the final and indisputable character of the Greek word, i.e., the voice expresses some truth or condition that is beyond all doubt. The fact that a sense of the remote past has been established, that contact has been made with the deeper layers of the psyche, is accepted by the unconscious personality of the dreamer and communicates itself to his conscious mind as a feeling of comparative security. Vision 20 represents the anima as a sun worshipper. She, as it were, stepped out of the globe or spherical form, figure 32, but the first spherical form was the skull. According to tradition, the head or brain is the seat of the anima intellectualis. For this reason, too, the alchemical vessel must be round like the head, so that what comes out of the vessel shall be equally round, i.e., simple and perfect like the anima mundi. The work is crowned by the production of the rotundum, which, as the materia globosa, stands at the beginning and also at the end in the form of gold, figure 34, also figures 115, 164, 165. Possibly the nymphs who were always there are an allusion to this. The regressive character of the vision is also apparent from the fact that there is a multiplicity of female forms, as in Dream 4, paragraph 58, but this time they are of classical nature, which, like the sun worship in Vision 20, points to an historical regression. The splitting of the anima into many figures is equivalent to dissolution into an indefinite state, i.e., into the unconscious, from which we may conjecture that a relative dissolution of the conscious mind is running parallel with the historical regression, a process to be observed in its extreme form in schizophrenia. The dissolution of consciousness, or as Janet calls it, abasement du niveau mental, comes very close to the primitive state of mind. A parallel to the scene with the nymphs is to be found in the Paracelsan Regio Nymphidica, mentioned in the treatise De Vita Longa as the initial stage of the individuation process. 22. Visual impression. In a primeval forest, an elephant looms up menacingly. Then a large ape-man, bear, or caveman threatens to attack the dreamer with a club. Figure 35. Suddenly the man with the pointed beard appears and stares at the aggressor so that he is spellbound, but the dreamer is terrified. The voice says, "Everything must be ruled by the light." The multiplicity of nymphs has broken down into still more primitive components. That is to say, the animation of the psychic atmosphere has very considerably increased, and from this we must conclude that the dreamer's isolation from his contemporaries has increased in proportion. This intensified isolation can be traced back to Vision 21, where the union with the unconscious was realized and accepted as a fact. From the point of view of the conscious mind, this is highly irrational. It constitutes a secret which must be anxiously guarded, since the justification for its existence could not possibly be explained to any so-called reasonable person. Anyone who tried to do so would be branded as a lunatic. The discharge of energy into the environment is therefore considerably impeded, the result being a surplus of energy on the side of the unconscious. Hence the abnormal increase in the autonomy of the unconscious figures, culminating in aggression and real terror. The earlier entertaining variety performance is beginning to become uncomfortable. We find it easy enough to accept the classical figures of nymphs thanks to their aesthetic embellishments, but we have no idea that behind these gracious figures there lurks the Dionysian mystery of antiquity, the satyr play with its tragic implications, the bloody dismemberment of the god who has become an animal. It needed a Nietzsche to expose in all its feebleness Europe's schoolboy attitude to the ancient world. But what did Dionysus mean to Nietzsche? What he says about it must be taken seriously. What it did to him, still more so. There can be no doubt that he knew in the preliminary stages of his fatal illness that the dismal fate of Zagreus was reserved for him. Dionysus is the abyss of impassioned disillusion, where all human distinctions are merged in the animal divinity of the primordial psyche, a blissful and terrible experience. Humanity, huddling behind the walls of its culture, believes it has escaped this experience until it succeeds in letting loose another orgy of bloodshed. All well-meaning people are amazed when this happens and blame high finance, the armaments industry, the Jews, or the Freemasons. At the last moment, friend Pointed Beard appears on the scene as an obliging deus ex machina and exercises the annihilation threatened by the formidable ape-man. Who knows how much Faust owed his imperturbable curiosity as he gazed on the spooks and bogies of the classical Walpurgisnacht to the helpful presence of Mephisto and his matter-of-fact point of view. Would that more people could remember the scientific or philosophical reflections of the much-abused intellect at the right moment. Those who abuse it lay themselves open to the suspicion of never having experienced anything that might have taught them its value and shown them why mankind has forged this weapon with such unprecedented effort. One has to be singularly out of touch with life not to notice such things. The intellect may be the devil, figure 36, but the devil is the strange son of chaos, who can most readily be trusted to deal effectively with his mother. The Dionysian experience will give this devil plenty to do should he be looking for work, since the resultant settlement with the unconscious far outweighs the labors of Hercules. In my opinion, it presents a whole world of problems which the intellect could not settle even in 100 years, the very reason why it is so often goes off for a holiday to recuperate on lighter tasks. And this is also the reason why the psyche is forgotten so often and so long, and why the intellect makes such frequent use of magical apotropaic words like occult and mystic in the hope that even intelligent people will think that these mutterings really mean something. The voice finally declares, "Everything must be ruled by the light," which presumably means the light of the discerning conscious mind, a genuine illuminatio honestly required. The dark depths of the unconscious are no longer to be denied by ignorance and sophistry, at best a poor disguise for common fear, nor are they to be explained away with pseudo-scientific rationalizations. On the contrary, it must now be admitted that things exist in the psyche about which we know little or nothing at all, but which nevertheless affects our bodies in the most obstinate way, and that they possess at least as much reality as the thing of the physical world which ultimately we do not understand either. No line of research which asserted that its subject was unreal or a nothing but has ever made any contribution to knowledge. With the active intervention of the intellect, a new phase of the unconscious process begins. The conscious mind must now come to terms with the figures of the unknown woman, anima, the unknown man, the shadow, the wise old man, mana personality, and the symbols of the self. The last named are dealt with in the following section. Chapter 3. The Symbolism of the Mandala. 1. Concerning the Mandala. As I have already said, I have put together out of a continuous series of some 400 dreams and visions all those that I regard as mandala dreams. The term mandala was chosen because this word denotes the ritual or magic circle used in Lamaism and also in Tantric Yoga as a yantra or aid to contemplation. Figure 39. The Eastern mandalas used in ceremonial are figures fixed by tradition. They may be drawn or painted or in certain special ceremonies even represented plastically. In 1938, I had the opportunity in the monastery of Bhutia Busti near Darjeeling of talking with a Lamaic Rinpoche, Lingdam Gomchen by name, about the kilkor or mandala. He explained it as a demigspa, pronounced migpa, a mental image which can be built up only by a fully instructed lama through the power of imagination. He said that no mandala is like any other. They are all individually different. Also, he said, the mandalas to be found in monasteries and temples were of no particular significance because they were external representations only. The true mandala is always an inner image, which is gradually built up through active imagination. At such times when psychic equilibrium is disturbed or when a thought cannot be found and must be sought for, because it is not contained in holy doctrine. The aptness of this explanation will become apparent in the course of my exposition. The alleged free and individual formation of the mandala, however, should be taken with a considerable grain of salt, since in all Lamaic mandalas there predominates not only a certain unmistakable style, but also a traditional structure. For instance, they are all based on a quaternary system, a quadratura circuli, and their contents are invariably derived from Lamaic dogma. There are texts such as the Sri Chakra Sambhara Tantra, which contain directions for the construction of these mental images. The kilkor is strictly distinguished from the so-called Sidpe Korlo, or world wheel, figure 40, which represents the course of human existence in its various forms as conceived by the Buddhists. In contrast to the kilkor, the world wheel is based on a ternary system in that the three world principles are to be found in its center, the cock equaling concupiscence, the serpent, hatred or envy, and the pig, ignorance or unconsciousness, avidya. Here we come upon the dilemma of 3 and 4, which also crops up in Buddhism. We shall meet this problem again in the further course of our dream series. It seems to me beyond question that these Eastern symbols originated in dreams and visions and were not invented by some Mahayana church father. On the contrary, they are among the oldest religious symbols of humanity, figures 41 to 44, and may even have existed in Paleolithic times, the Rhodesian rock paintings. Moreover, they are distributed all over the world, a point I need not insist on here. In this section, I merely wish to show from the material at hand how mandalas have come into existence. The mandalas used in ceremonial are of great significance because their centers usually contain one of the highest religious figures, either Shiva himself, often in the embrace of Shakti, or the Buddha, Amitabha, Avalokiteshvara, or one of the great Mahayana teachers, or simply the Dorje, symbol of all the divine forces together, whether creative or destructive, figure 43. The text of the Golden Flower, a product of Taoist syncretism, specifies in addition certain alchemical properties of the center after the manner of the lapis and the elixir vitae, so that it is in effect a word. It is not without importance for us to appreciate the high value set upon the mandala, for it accords very well with the paramount significance of individual mandala symbols, which are characterized by the same qualities of a, so to speak, metaphysical nature. Unless everything deceives us, they signify nothing less than a psychic center of the personality, not to be identified with the ego. I have observed these processes and their products for close on 30 years on the basis of very extensive material drawn from my own experience. For 14 years I neither wrote nor lectured about them so as not to prejudice my observations, but when, in 1929, Richard Wilhelm laid the text of the Golden Flower before me, I decided to publish at least a foretaste of the results. One cannot be too cautious in these matters, for what with the imitative urge and a positively morbid avidity to possess themselves of outlandish feathers and deck themselves out in this exotic plumage, far too many people are misled into snatching at such magical ideas and applying them externally like an ointment. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, in order to avoid facing their own souls. They will practice Indian yoga and all its exercises, observe a strict regimen of diet, learn theosophy by heart, or mechanically repeat mystic texts from the literature of the whole world, all because they cannot get on with themselves and have not the slightest faith that anything useful could ever come out of their own souls. Thus the soul has gradually been turned into a Nazareth from which nothing good can come. Therefore let us fetch it from the four corners of the earth. The more far-fetched and bizarre it is, the better. I have no wish to disturb such people at their pet pursuits, but when anyone who expects to be taken seriously is deluded enough to think that I use yoga methods and yoga doctrines, or that I get my patients whenever possible to draw mandalas for the purpose of bringing them to the right point, then I really must protest and tax these people with having read my writings with the most horrible inattention. The doctrine that all evil thoughts come from the heart, and that the human soul is a sink of iniquity, must lie deep in the marrow of their bones. Were that so, then God had made a sorry job of creation, and it were high time for us to go over to Marcion the Gnostic and depose the incompetent demiurge. Ethically, of course, it is infinitely more convenient to leave God the sole responsibility for such a home for idiot children, where no one is capable of putting a spoon to his own mouth, but it is worth man's while to take pains with himself, and he has something in his soul that can grow. It is rewarding to watch patiently the silent happenings in the soul, and the most and the best happens when it is not regulated from outside and from above. I readily admit that I have such a great respect for what happens in the human soul that I would be afraid of disturbing and distorting the silent operation of nature by clumsy interference. That was why I even refrained from observing this particular case myself, and entrusted the task to a beginner who was not handicapped by my knowledge, anything rather than disturb the process. The results which I now lay before you are the unadulterated, conscientious, and exact self-observations of a man of unerring intellect, who had nothing suggested to him from outside, and who would, in any case, not have been open to suggestion. Anyone at all familiar with psychic material will have no difficulty in recognizing the authentic character of the results. 2. The mandalas in the dreams. For the sake of completeness, I will recapitulate the mandala symbols which occur in the initial dreams and visions already discussed. 1. The snake that described a circle round the dreamer. 2. The blue flower. 3. The man with the gold coins in his hand and the enclosed space for a variety performance. 4. The red ball. 5. The globe. The next mandala symbol occurs in the first dream of the new series. 6. Dream. An unknown woman is pursuing the dreamer. He keeps running around in a circle. The snake in the first mandala dream was anticipatory, as is often the case when a figure personifying a certain aspect of the unconscious does or experiences something that the subject himself will experience later. The snake anticipates a circular movement in which the subject is going to be involved, i.e. something is taking place in the unconscious which is perceived as a circular movement, and this occurrence now presses into the consciousness so forcefully that the subject himself is gripped by it. The unknown woman or anima representing the unconscious continues to harass the dreamer until he starts running around in circles. This clearly indicates a potential center which is not identical with the ego and round which the ego revolves. 7. Dream. The anima accuses the dreamer of paying too little attention to her. There is a clock that says 5 minutes to the hour. The situation is much the same. The unconscious pesters him like an exacting woman. The situation also explains the clock, for a clock's hands go round in a circle. 5 minutes to the hour implies a state of tension for anybody who lives by the clock. When the 5 minutes are up, he must do something or other. He might even be pressed for time. The symbol of circular movement, figure 13, is always connected with a feeling of tension, as we shall see later. 8. Dream. On board ship, the dreamer is occupied with a new method of taking his bearings. Sometimes he is too far away and sometimes too near. The right spot is in the middle. There is a chart on which is drawn a circle with its center. Obviously, the task set here is to find the center, the right spot, and this is the center of a circle. While the dreamer was writing down this dream, he remembered that he had dreamed shortly before of shooting at a target, figure 48. Sometimes he shot too high, sometimes too low. The right aim lay in the middle. Both dreams struck him as highly significant. The target is a circle with a center. Bearing at sea are taken by the apparent rotation of the stars round the earth. Accordingly, the dream describes an activity whose aim is to construct or locate an objective center, a center outside the subject. 9. Dream. A pendulum clock that goes forever without the weights running down. This is a species of clock whose hands move unceasingly, and since there's obviously no loss due to friction, it is a perpetuum mobile, an everlasting movement in a circle. Here we meet with a metaphysical attribute. As I have already said, I use this word in a psychological sense, hence figuratively. I mean by this that eternity is a quality predicated by the unconscious and not a hypostasis. The statement made by the dream will obviously offend the dreamer's scientific judgment, but this is just what gives the mandala its peculiar significance. Highly significant things are often rejected because they seem to contradict reason and thus set it too arduous a test. The movement without friction shows that the clock is cosmic, even transcendental. At any rate, it raises the question of a quality which leaves us in some doubt whether the psychic phenomenon expressing itself in the mandala is under the laws of space and time. And this points to something so entirely different from the empirical ego that the gap between them is difficult to bridge, i.e. this other center of personality lies on a different plane from the ego, since, unlike this, it has the quality of eternity or relative timelessness. 10. Dream. The dreamer is in the Peter Hofstadt in Zurich with the doctor, the man with the pointed beard, and the doll woman. The last is an unknown woman who neither speaks nor is spoken to. Question. To which of the three does the woman belong? The Tower of St. Peter's in Zurich has a clock with a strikingly large face. The Peter Hofstadt is an enclosed space, a temenos in the truest sense of the word, a precinct of the church. The four of them find themselves in this enclosure. The circular dial of the clock is divided into 4 quarters, like the horizon. In the dream, the dreamer represents his own ego, the man with the pointed beard, the employed intellect, Mephisto, and the doll woman, the anima. Since the doll is a childish object, it is an excellent image for the non-ego nature of the anima, who is further characterized as an object by not being spoken to. This negative element, also present in dreams 6 and 7 above, indicates an inadequate relationship between the conscious mind and the unconscious, as also does the question of whom the unknown woman belongs to. The doctor, too, belongs to the non-ego. He probably contains a faint allusion to myself, although at that time I had no connections with the dreamer. The man with the pointed beard, on the other hand, belongs to the ego. This whole situation is reminiscent of the relations depicted in the diagram of functions, figure 49. If we think of the psychological functions as arranged in a circle, then the most differentiated function is usually the carrier of the ego and equally regularly has an auxiliary function attached to it. The inferior function, on the other hand, is unconscious and for that reason is projected into a non-ego. It too has an auxiliary function. Hence, it would not be impossible for the 4 persons in the dream to represent the 4 functions as components of the total personality, i.e., if we could include the unconscious, but this totality is ego plus non-ego. Therefore, the center of the circle, which expresses such a totality, would correspond not to the ego, but to the self as the summation of the total personality. The center with the circle is a very well-known allegory of the nature of God. In the philosophy of the Upanishads, the self is one aspect, the personal Atman, but at the same time it has a cosmic and metaphysical quality as the supra-personal Atman. We meet with similar ideas in Gnosticism. I would mention the idea of the anthropos, the pleroma, the monad, and the spark of light, spinther, in a treatise of the Codex Brucianus. This same is he, monogenes, who dwelleth in the monad, which is in the Sethius, and which came from the place of which none can say where it is. From him it is the monad came, in the manner of a ship, laden with all good things, and in the manner of a field, filled or planted with every kind of tree, and in the manner of a city, filled with all races of mankind. This is the fashion of the monad, all these being in it. There are 12 monads as a crown upon its head, and to its veil, which surroundeth it in the manner of a defence, there are 12 gates. This same is the mother city of the only begotten. By way of explanation, I should add that Sethius is a name for God, meaning creator. The monogenes is the son of God. The comparison of the monad with a field and a city corresponds to the idea of the temenos, figure 50. Also, the monad is crowned, the hat which appears in Dream 1 of the first series and Dream 35 of this series. As metropolis, the monad is feminine, like the Padma or lotus, the basic form of the Lamaic Mandala, the golden flower in China, and the rose or golden flower in the West. The Son of God, God made manifest, dwells in the flower. In the book of Revelation, we find the Lamb in the center of the heavenly Jerusalem, and in our Coptic text we are told that Sethius dwells in the innermost and holiest recesses of the Pleroma, a city with 4 gates, equivalent to the Hindu city of Brahma on the world mountain Meru. In each gate there is a monad, the limbs of the anthropos, born of the autogenes, or monogenes, correspond to the 4 gates of the city. The monad is a spark of light, spinter, and an image of the Father, identical with the monogenes. An invocation runs, Thou art the house and the dweller in the house. The monogenes stand on a tetrapeza, a table or platform with 4 pillars corresponding to the quaternion of the 4 evangelists. The idea of the lapis has several points of contact with all this. In the Rosarium, the lapis says, quoting Hermes, I beget the light, but the darkness too is of my nature. Therefore, nothing better or more worthy of veneration can come to pass in the world than the conjunction of myself and my son. Similarly, the monogenes is called the dark light, a reminder of the soul Niger, the black sun of alchemy. Figure 34. The following passage from chapter 4 of the Tractatus Aureus provides an interesting parallel to the monogenes who dwell in the bosom of the mother city and is identical with the crowned and veiled monad. But the king reigns, as is witnessed by his brothers, and says, I am crowned and I am adorned with the diadem, I am clothed with the royal garment, and I bring joy to the heart, for being chained to the arms and breast of my mother, and to her substance I cause my substance to hold together and rest, and I compose the invisible from the visible, making the occult to appear, and everything that the philosophers have concealed will be generated from us. Hear then these words and understand them, keep them and meditate upon them, and seek for nothing more. Man is generated from the principle of nature, whose inward parts are fleshy, and from no other substance. The king refers to the lapis. That the lapis is the master is evident from the following Hermes quotation in the Rosarium, Et sic philosophus non est magister lapidis, sed potius minister. And thus the philosopher is not the master of the stone, but rather its minister. Similarly, the final production of the lapis in the form of the crowned hermaphrodite is called the Enigma Regis. A German verse refers to the enigma as follows, figure 54. Here now is born the emperor of all honor, than whom there cannot be born any higher, neither by art nor by the work of nature, out of the womb of any living creature. Philosophers speak of him as their son, and everything they do by him is done. The last 2 lines might easily be a direct reference to the above quotation from Hermes. It looks as if the idea had dawned on the alchemists that the Son, who, according to classical and Christian tradition, dwells eternally in the Father and reveals himself as God's gift to mankind, was something that man could produce out of his own nature, with God's help, of course, Deo concedente. The heresy of this idea is obvious. The feminine nature of the inferior function derives from its contamination with the unconscious, Because of its feminine characteristics, the unconscious is personified by the anima, that is to say, in men. In women, it is masculine. If we assume that this dream and its predecessors really do mean something that justly arouses a feeling of significance in the dreamer, and if we further assume that this significance is more or less in keeping with the views put forward in the commentary, then we would have reached here a high point of introspective intuition whose boldness leaves nothing to be desired. But even the everlasting pendulum clock is an indigestible morsel for a consciousness unprepared for it, and likely to hamper any too lofty flight or thought. 11. Dream. The dreamer, the doctor, a pilot, and the unknown woman are traveling by airplane. A croquet ball suddenly smashes the mirror, an indispensable instrument of navigation, and the airplane crashes to the ground. Here again there is the same doubt. To whom does the unknown woman belong? Doctor, pilot, and unknown woman are characterized as belonging to the non-ego by the fact that all three of them are strangers. Therefore, the dreamer has retained possession only of the differentiated function which carries the ego. That is, the unconscious has gained ground considerably. The croquet ball is part of a game where the ball is driven under a hoop. Vision 8 of the first series, paragraph 69, said that people should not go over the rainbow, fly, but must go under it. Those who go over it fall to the ground. It looks as though the flight had been too lofty after all. Croquet is played on the ground and not in the air. We should not rise above the earth with the aid of spiritual intuitions and run away from hard reality, as so often happens with people who have brilliant intuitions. We can never reach the level of our intuitions and should therefore not identify ourselves with them. Only the gods can pass over the rainbow bridge. Mortal men must stick to the earth and are subject to its laws. In the light of the possibilities revealed by intuition, man's earthliness is certainly a lamentable imperfection, but this very imperfection is part of his innate being, of his reality. He is compounded not only of his best intuitions, his highest ideals and aspirations, but also of the odious conditions of his existence, such as heredity and the indelible sequence of memories that shout after him, "You did it, and that's what you are." Man may have lost his ancient saurian's tail, but in its stead he has a chain hanging on to his psyche which binds him to the earth. In anything but Homeric chain of given conditions which weigh so heavy that it is better to remain bound to them, even at the risk of becoming neither a hero nor a saint. History gives us some justification for not attaching any absolute value to these collective norms. That we are bound to the earth does not mean that we cannot grow. On the contrary, it is the sine qua non of growth. No noble, well-grown tree ever disowned its dark roots, for it grows not only upward but downward as well. The question of where we are going is of course extremely important, but equally important, it seems to me, is the question of who is going where. The who always implies a whence. It takes a certain greatness to gain the lasting possession of the heights, but anybody can overreach himself. The difficulty lies in striking the dead center, Dream 8, paragraph 132. For this is an awareness of the two sides of man's personality is essential, of their respective aims and origins. These two aspects must never be separated through arrogance or cowardice. The mirror, as an indispensable instrument of navigation, doubtless refers to the intellect, which is able to think and is constantly persuading us to identify ourselves with its insights, reflections. The mirror is one of Schopenhauer's favorite similes for the intellect. The term instrument of navigation is an apt expression for this, since it is indeed man's indispensable guide on pathless seas. But when the ground slips from under his feet and he begins to speculate in the void, seduced by the soaring flights of intuition, the situation becomes dangerous. Figure 55. Here again the dreamer and the three dream figures form a quaternity. The unknown woman or anima always represents the inferior, i.e. the undifferentiated function, which in the case of our dreamer is feeling. The croquet ball is connected with the round motif and is therefore a symbol of wholeness, that is, of the self, here shown to be hostile to the intellect, the mirror. Evidently the dreamer navigates too much by the intellect and thus upsets the process of individuation. In De Vita Longa, Paracelsus describes the four as sciae, but the self as adec, from Adam, the first man. Both, as Paracelsus emphasizes, cause so many difficulties in the work that one can almost speak of adec as hostile. 12. Dream. The dreamer finds himself with his father, mother, and sister in a very dangerous situation on the platform of a tram car. Once more, the dreamer forms a quaternity with the other dream figures. He has fallen right back into childhood, a time when we are still a long way from wholeness. Wholeness is represented by the family, and its components are still projected upon the members of the family and personified by them. But this state is dangerous for the adult because regressive, it denotes a splitting of personality which primitive man experiences as the perilous loss of soul. In the breakup, the personal components that have been integrated with such pains are once more sucked into the outside world. The individual loses his guilt and exchanges it for infantile innocence. Once more he can blame the wicked father for this and the unloving mother for that, and all the time he is caught in this inescapable causal nexus like a fly in a spider's web, without noticing that he has lost his moral freedom. But no matter how much parents and grandparents may have sinned against the child, the man who is really adult will accept these sins as his own condition, which has to be reckoned with. Only a fool is interested in other people's guilt, since he cannot alter it. The wise man learns only from his own guilt. He will ask himself, "Who am I that all this should happen to me?" To find the answer to this fateful question, he will look into his own heart. As in the previous dream, the vehicle was an airplane, so in this it is a tram. The type of vehicle in a dream illustrates the kind of movement or the manner in which the dreamer moves forward in time. In other words, how he lives his psychic life, whether individually or collectively, whether on his way or on borrowed means, whether spontaneously or mechanically. In the airplane, he is flown by an unknown pilot, i.e., he is borne along on intuitions emanating from the unconscious. The mistake is that the mirror is used too much to steer by, but in this dream he is in a collective vehicle, a tram which anybody can ride in, i.e., he moves or behaves just like everybody else. All the same, he is again one of four, which means that he is in both vehicles on account of his unconscious striving for wholeness. 13. Dream. In the sea there lies a treasure. To reach it he has to dive through a narrow opening. This is dangerous, but down below he will find a companion. The dreamer takes the plunge into the dark and discovers a beautiful garden in the depths, symmetrically laid out with a fountain in the center. The treasure hard to attain lies hidden in the ocean of the unconscious, and only the brave can reach it. I conjecture that the treasure is also the companion, the one who goes through life at our side. In all probability, a close analogy to the lonely ego who finds a mate in the self, for at first the self is the strange non-ego. This is the theme of the magical traveling companion, of whom I will give 3 famous examples. The disciples on the road to Emmaus, Krishna and Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita, Moses and El-Khidir in Surah 18 of the Quran. I conjecture further that the treasure in the sea, the companion, and the garden with the fountain are all one and the same thing, the self. For the garden is another temenos, and the fountain is the source of living water, mentioned in John 7:38. For the garden is another temenos, and the fountain is the source of living water, mentioned in John 7:38, which the Moses of the Quran also sought and found, and beside it El-Khidir, one of our servants whom we had endowed with our grace and wisdom, Surah 18. And the legend has it that the ground round about El-Khidir blossomed with spring flowers, although it was desert. In Islam, the plan of the temenos with the fountain developed under the influence of early Christian architecture into the court of the mosque with the ritual wash house in the center, e.g. Ahmed ibn Tulun in Cairo. We see much the same thing in our Western cloisters with the fountain in the garden. This is also the rose garden of the philosophers, which we know from the treatises on alchemy and from many beautiful engravings. The dweller in the house, cf. commentary to Dream 10, paragraph 139, is the companion. The center and the circle, here represented by fountain and garden, are analogous of the lapis, which is among other things a living being, figures 25-26. In the Rosarium, the lapis says, "Protégez me, protégeam te," largire mihi ius meum, ut te adiuvem. Protect me, and I will protect you. Give me my due, that I may help you. Here the lapis is nothing less than a good friend and helper who helps those that help him, and this points to a compensatory relationship. I would call to mind what was said in the commentary to Dream 10, paragraphs 138f, more particularly the monogenes lapis self-parallel. The crash to earth thus leads into the depths of the sea, into the unconscious, and the dreamer reaches the shelter of the temenos as a protection against the splintering of personality caused by his regression to childhood. The situation is rather like that of Dream 4 and Vision 5 in the first series, paragraphs 58 and 62, where the magic circle warded off the lure of the unconscious and its plurality of female forms. The dangers of temptation approach Polyphilo in much the same way at the beginning of his Nekia. The source of life, like El Qadir, a good companion, though it is not without its dangers, as Moses of old found to his cost, according to the Quran. It is the symbol of the life force that eternally renews it. Figure 57, also figures 25, 27, 84, and of the clock that never runs down. An uncanonical saying of our Lord runs, "He who is near unto me is near unto the fire," just as this esoteric Christ is a source of fire, probably not without reference to the Greek of Heraclitus, probably not without reference to the word of Heraclitus. So the alchemical philosophers conceive their aqua nostra to be ignis, fire. The source means not only the flow of life, but its warmth, indeed its heat, the secret of passion, whose synonyms are always fiery. The all-dissolving aqua nostra is an essential ingredient in the production of the lapis, but the source is underground, and therefore the way leads underneath. Only down below can we find the fiery source of life. These depths constitute the natural history of man, his causal link with the world of instinct. Unless this link be rediscovered, no lapis and no self can come into being. 14. Dream. The dreamer goes into a chemist's shop with his father. Valuable things can be got there quite cheap, above all a special water. His father tells him about the country the water comes from. Afterwards he crosses the Rubicon by train. The traditional apothecary's shop, with its carboys and gallipots, its waters, its lapis divinus and infernalis, and its magisteries, is the last visible remnant of the kitchen paraphernalia of those alchemists who saw in the donum spiritus sancti, the precious gift, nothing beyond the chimera of gold-making. The special water is literally the aqua nostra non vulgi. It is easy to understand why it is his father who leads the dreamer to the source of life, since he is the natural source of the latter's life. We could say that the father represents the country or soil from which that life sprang, but figuratively speaking, he is the informing spirit who initiates the dreamer into the meaning of life and explains its secrets according to the teachings of old. He is a transmitter of the traditional wisdom, but nowadays the fatherly pedagogue fulfills this function only in the dreams of his son, where he appears as the archetypal father figure, the wise old man. The water of life is easily had. Everybody possesses it, though without knowing its value. Spurnitur a stultis. It is despised by the stupid because they assume that every good thing is always outside and somewhere else, and that the source in their own souls is a nothing but. Like the lapis, it is a pretio coque vilis, of little price, and therefore, like the jewel in Spittler's Prometheus, it is rejected by everyone from the high priest and the academicians down to the very peasants, and in viam aectus, flung out into the street, where Ahasuerus picks it up and puts it into his pocket. The treasure has sunk down again into the unconscious. But the dreamer has noticed something, and with vigorous determination crosses the Rubicon. He has realized that the flux and fire of life are not to be underrated and are absolutely necessary for the achievement of wholeness, but there is no recrossing the Rubicon. 15. Dream. 4 people are going down a river: the dreamer, his father, a certain friend, and the unknown woman. Insofar as the friend is a definite person, well known to the dreamer, he belongs, like the father, to the conscious world of the ego. Hence, something very important has happened. In Dream 11, the unconscious was 3 against 1, but now the situation was reversed, and it is the dreamer who is 3 against 1, the latter being the unknown woman. The unconscious has been depotentiated. The reason for this is that by taking the plunge, the dreamer has connected the upper and the lower regions. That is to say, he has decided not to live only as a bodiless, abstract being, but to accept the body and the world of instinct, the reality of the problems posed by love and life, and to act accordingly. This was the Rubicon that was crossed. Individuation, becoming a self, is not only a spiritual problem, it is the problem of all life. 16. Dream. Many people are present. They are all walking to the left around a square. The dreamer is not in the center, but to one side. They say that a gibbon is to be reconstructed. Here the square appears for the first time. Presumably it arises from the circle with the help of the 4 people. This will be confirmed later. Like the lapis, the tinctura rubea, and the aurum philosophicum, the squaring of the circle was a problem that greatly exercised medieval minds. It is a symbol of the Opus Alchemicum, figure 59, since it breaks down the original chaotic unity into the 4 elements and then combines them again in a higher unity. Unity is represented by a circle and the 4 elements by a square. The production of 1 from 4 is the result of a process of distillation and sublimation, which takes the so-called circular form. The distillate is subjected to sundry distillations so that the soul or spirit shall be extracted in its purest state. The product is generally called the quintessence. Though this is by no means the only name for the ever hoped for and never to be discovered one. It has, as the alchemists say, 1,000 names. Like the Prima Materia, Heinrich Kuhnrath has this to say about the circular distillation. Through circumrotation, or a circular philosophical revolving of the quaternarius, it is brought back to the highest and purest simplicity of the plus quam perfect Catholic monad. Out of the gross and impure one, there cometh an exceeding pure and subtile one, and so forth. Soul and spirit must be separated from the body, and this is equivalent to death. Therefore Paul of Tarsus saith, Cupio dissolvi et esse cum Christo. Therefore, my dear philosopher, must thou catch the spirit and soul of the magnesia. The spirit or spirit and soul is the ternarius, or number 3, which must first be separated from its body, and, after the purification of the latter, infused back into it. Evidently the body is the 4th. Hence Kuhnrath refers to a passage from pseudo-Aristotle where the circle reemerges from a triangle set in a square. Hence Kuhnrath refers to a passage from pseudo-Aristotle where the circle reemerges from a triangle set in a square. This circular figure, together with the Ouroboros, the dragon devouring itself tail first, is the basic mandala of alchemy. The Eastern, and more particularly the Lamaic mandala, usually contains a square ground plan of the stupa, figure 43. We can see from the mandalas constructed in solid form that it is really the plan of a building. The square also conveys the idea of a house or temple, or of an inner walled-in space. According to the ritual, stupas must always be circumambulated to the right, because a leftward movement is evil. The left, the sinister side, is the unconscious side. Therefore, a leftward movement is equivalent to a movement in the direction of the unconscious, whereas a movement to the right is correct and aims at consciousness. In the East, these unconscious contents have gradually, through long practice, come to assume definite forms which have to be accepted as such and retained by the conscious mind. Yoga, so far as we know it as an established practice, proceeds in much the same way. It impresses fixed forms on consciousness. Its most important Western parallel is the Exercitia Spiritualia of Ignatius Loyola, which likewise impress fixed concepts about salvation on the psyche. This procedure is right so long as the symbol is still a valid expression of the unconscious situation. The psychological rightness of both Eastern and Western yoga ceases only when the unconscious process, which anticipates future modifications of consciousness, has developed so far that it produces shades of meaning which are no longer adequately expressed by or are at variance with the traditional symbol. Then and only then can one say that the symbol has lost its rightness. Such a process signifies a gradual shift in man's unconscious view of the world over the centuries and has nothing whatever to do with intellectual criticisms of this view. Religious symbols are phenomena of life, plain facts and not intellectual opinions. If the Church clung for so long to the idea that the sun rotates round the earth and then abandoned this contention in the 19th century, she can always appeal to the psychological truth that for millions of people the sun did revolve round the earth, and that it was only in the 19th century that any major portion of mankind became sufficiently sure of the intellectual function to grasp the proofs of the earth's planetary nature. Unfortunately, there is no truth unless there are people to understand it. Presumably, the leftward circumambulation of the square indicates that the squaring of the circle is a stage on the way to the unconscious, a point of transition leading to a goal lying as yet unformulated beyond it. It is one of those paths to the center of the non-ego which were also trodden by the medieval investigators when producing the lapis. The Rosarium says, "Out of man and woman make a round circle, and extract the quadrangle from this, and from the quadrangle the triangle. Make a round circle, and you will have the philosopher's stone." Figure 59-60. The modern intellect naturally regards all this as poppycock, but this estimate fails to get rid of the fact that such concatenations of ideas do exist, and that they even played an important part of many centuries. It is up to psychology to understand these things, leaving the layman to rant about poppycock and obscurantism. Many of my critics who call themselves scientific behave exactly like the bishop who excommunicated the cockchafers for their unseemly proliferation. Just as the stupas preserve relics of the Buddha in their innermost sanctuary, so in the interior of the Lamaic quadrangle and again in the Chinese Earth Square, there is a holy of holies with its magical agent, the cosmic source of energy, be it the god Shiva, the Buddha, a bodhisattva, or a great teacher. In China it is Ch'ien, heaven, with the four cosmic effluences radiating from it, figure 61. And equally in the Western mandalas of medieval Christendom, the deity is enthroned at the center, often in the form of the triumphant Redeemer, together with the four symbolical figures of the evangelists, figure 62. The symbol in our dream presents the most violent contrast to these highly metaphysical ideas, for it is a given, unquestionably an ape, that is to be reconstructed in the center. Here we meet again the ape who first turned up in Vision 22 of the first series, paragraph 117. In that dream he caused a panic, but he also brought about the helpful intervention of the intellect. Now he is to be reconstructed, and this can only mean that the anthropoid, man as an archaic fact, is to be put together again. Clearly, the left-hand path does not lead upwards to the kingdom of the gods and eternal ideas, but down into natural history, into the bestial, instinctive foundations of human existence. We are therefore dealing, to put it in classical language, with a Dionysian mystery. The square corresponds to the temenos, figure 31, where a drama is taking place, in this case a play of apes instead of satyrs. The inside of the golden flower is a seeding place where the diamond body is produced. The synonymous term, the ancestral land, may actually be a hint that this product is the result of integrating the ancestral stages. The ancestral spirits play an important part in primitive rites of renewal. The Aborigines of Central Australia even identify themselves with their mythical ancestors of the Alcheringa period, a sort of Homeric age. Similarly, the Pueblo Indians of Taos, in preparation for their ritual dances, identify with the sun, whose sons they are. This atavistic identification with human and animal ancestors can be interpreted psychologically as an integration of the unconscious, a veritable bath of renewal in the life source where one is once again a fish, unconscious as in sleep, intoxication, and death. Hence the sleep of incubation, the Dionysian orgy, and the ritual death and initiation. Naturally, the proceedings always take place in some hallowed spot. We can easily translate these ideas into the concretism of Freudian theory. The temenos would then be the womb of the mother, and the rite a regression to incest. But these are the neurotic misunderstandings of people who have remained partly infantile and do not realize that such things have been practiced since time immemorial by adults whose activities cannot possibly be explained as a mere regression to infantilism. Otherwise, the highest and most important achievements of mankind would ultimately be nothing but the perverted wishes of children, and the word childish would have lost its raison d'être. Since the philosophical side of alchemy was concerned with problems that are very closely related to those which interest the most modern psychology, it might perhaps be worthwhile to probe a little deeper into the dream motif of the ape that is to be reconstructed in the square. In the overwhelming majority of cases, alchemy identifies its transforming substance with the argentum vivum, or mercurius. Chemically, this term denotes quicksilver, but philosophically it means the spiritus vitae, or even the world soul, figure 91, so that Mercurius also takes on the significance of Hermes, god of revelation. This question has been discussed in detail elsewhere. Hermes is associated with the idea of roundness and also of squareness, as can be particularly in Papyrus 5, line 401 of the Papyri Graecae Magicae, where he is named something Greek, round and square. He is also called something else Greek, quadrangle. He is in general connected with the number 4, hence there is a Greek word, a four-headed Hermes. These attributes were also known in the Middle Ages as the work of Cartari, for instance, shows. He says, again, the square figures of Mercury, Hermes, figure 63, made up all nothing but a head and a virile member, signify that the sun is the head of the world and scatters the seed of all things, while the 4 sides of the square figure have the same significance as the 4-stringed sistrum, which was likewise attributed to Mercury, namely the 4 quarters of the world, or the 4 seasons of the year, or again that the 2 equinoxes and the 2 solstices make up between them the 4 parts of the whole zodiac. It is easy to see why such qualities made Mercurius an eminently suitable symbol for the mysterious transforming substance of alchemy, for this is round and square, i.e. a totality consisting of 4 parts, 4 elements. Consequently, the Gnostic quadripartite original man, figure 64, as well as Christ, Pantocrator, is an imago lapidus, figure 65. Western alchemy is mainly of Egyptian origin, so let us first of all turn our attention to the Hellenistic figure of Hermes Trismegistus, who, while standing sponsor to the medieval Mercurius, derives ultimately from the ancient Egyptian Thoth, figure 66. The attribute of Thoth was the baboon, or again he was represented outright as an ape. This idea was visibly preserved all through the numberless editions of the Book of the Dead, right down to the most recent times. It is true that in the existing alchemical texts, which with few exceptions belong to the Christian era, the ancient connection between Thoth, Hermes, and the ape has disappeared, but it still existed at the time of the Roman Empire. Mercurius, however, had several things in common with the devil, which we will not enter upon here, and so the ape once more crops up in the vicinity of Mercurius as the simia die, figure 67. It is of the essence of the transforming substance to be on the one hand extremely common, even contemptible. This is expressed in the series of attributes it shares with the devil, such as serpent, dragon, raven, lion, basilisk, and eagle. But on the other hand, to mean something of great value, not to say divine, for the transformation leads from the depths to the heights, from the bestiality archaic and infantile to the mystical homo maximus. The symbolism of the rites of renewal, if taken seriously, points far beyond the merely archaic and infantile to man's innate psychic disposition, which is the result and deposit of all ancestral life right down to the animal level, hence the ancestor and animal symbolism. The rites are attempts to abolish the separation between the conscious mind and the unconscious, the real source of life, and to bring about a reunion of the individual and the native soil of his inherited instinctive makeup. Had these rites of renewal not yielded definite results, they would not only have died out in prehistoric times, but would never have arisen in the first place. The case before us proves that even if the conscious mind is miles away from the ancient conceptions of the rites of renewal, the unconscious still strives to bring them closer in dreams. It is true that without the qualities of autonomy and autarky there would be no consciousness at all, yet these qualities also spell the danger of isolation and stagnation, since by splitting off the unconscious they bring about an unbearable alienation of instinct. Loss of instinct is the source of endless error and confusion. Finally, the fact that the dreamer is not in the center but to one side is a striking indication of what will happen to his ego. It will no longer be able to claim the central place, but must presumably be satisfied with the position of a satellite, or at least of a planet revolving around the sun. Clearly, the important place in the center is reserved for the gibbon, about to be reconstructed. The gibbon belongs to the anthropoids, and on account of its kinship with man is an appropriate symbol for that part of the psyche which goes down into the subhuman. Further, we have seen from the cynocephalus, or dog-headed baboon associated with Thoth Hermes, figure 68, the highest among the apes known to the Egyptians, that its godlike affinities make it an equally appropriate symbol for that part of the unconscious which transcends the conscious level. The assumption that the human psyche possesses layers that lie below consciousness is not likely to arouse serious opposition, but that there could just as well be layers lying above consciousness seems to be a surmise which borders on a crimen lesse majestatis humanae. In my experience, the conscious mind can claim only a relatively central position and must accept the fact that the unconscious psyche transcends and as it were surrounds it on all sides. Unconscious contents connect it backwards with physiological states on the one hand and archetypal data on the other, but it is extended forwards by intuitions which are determined partly by archetypes and partly by subliminal perceptions, depending on the relativity of time and space in the unconscious. I must leave it to the reader, after thorough consideration of this dream series and the problems it opens up, to form his own judgment as to the possibility of such an hypothesis. The following dream is given unabridged in its original text. 17. Dream. All the houses have something theatrical about them, with stage scenery and decorations. The name of Bernard Shaw is mentioned. The play is supposed to take place in the distant future. There is a notice in English and German on one of the sets. This is the Universal Catholic Church. It is the Church of the Lord. All those who feel that they are the instruments of the Lord may enter. Under this is printed in smaller letters, the church was founded by Jesus and Paul, like a firm advertising its long standing. I say to my friend, "Come on, let's have a look at this." He replies, "I do not see why a lot of people have to get together when they're feeling religious." I answer, "As a Protestant, you will never understand." A woman nods emphatic approval. Then I see a sort of proclamation on the wall of the church. It runs, "Soldiers, when you feel you are under the power of the Lord, do not address him directly. The Lord cannot be reached by words. We also strongly advise you not to indulge in any discussions among yourselves concerning the attributes of the Lord. It is futile, for everything valuable and important is ineffable." Signed, Pope. Name illegible. Now we go in. The interior resembles a mosque, more particularly the Hagia Sophia. No seats, wonderful effect of space, no images, only framed texts decorating the walls, like the Quran texts in the Hagia Sophia. One of the texts reads, "Do not flatter your benefactor." The woman who had agreed with me before bursts into tears and cries. "Then there's nothing left," I reply. "I find it quite right," but she vanishes. At first I stand with a pillar in front of me and can see nothing. Then I change my position and see a crowd of people. I do not belong to them and stand alone, but they are quite distinct so that I can see their faces. They all say in unison, "We confess that we are under the power of the Lord. The kingdom of heaven is within us." They repeat this 3 times with great solemnity. Then the organ starts to play, and they sing a Bach fugue with chorale, but the original text is omitted. Sometimes there is only a sort of coloratura singing. Then the words are repeated. Everything else is paper, meaning that it does not make a living impression on me. When the chorale has faded away, the gemütlich part of the ceremony begins. It is almost like a student's party. The people are all cheerful and equable. We move about, converse, and greet one another, and wine from an Episcopal seminary is served with other refreshments. The health of the church is drunk, and as if to express everybody's pleasure at the increase in membership, a loudspeaker blares out a ragtime melody with the refrain, "Charles is also with us now." A priest explains to me, "These somewhat trivial amusements are officially approved and permitted. We must adapt a little to our American methods. With a large crowd such as we have here, this is inevitable. But we differ in principle from the American churches by our decidedly anti-ascetic tendency." Thereupon I awake with a feeling of great relief. Unfortunately, I must refrain from commenting on this dream as a whole and confine myself to our theme. The temenos has become a sacred building in accordance with the hint given earlier. The proceedings are thus characterized as religious. The grotesque, humorous side of the Dionysian mystery comes out in the so-called gemütlich part of the ceremony, where wine is served and a toast drunk to the health of the church. An inscription on the floor of an Orphic Dionysian shrine puts it very aptly, "Only no water." The Dionysian relics in the church, such as the fish and wine symbolism, the Damascus chalice, the seal cylinder with the crucifix and the inscription "Opioic Bakikok," and much else besides, can be mentioned only in passing. The anti-ascetic tendency clearly marks the point of difference from the Christian church, here defined as American. Commentary to Dream 14 of the first series. America is the ideal home of the reasonable ideas of the practical intellect, which would like to put the world to rights by means of a brain trust. This view is in keeping with the modern formula, intellect equals spirit. But it completely forgets the fact that spirit was never a human activity, much less a function. The movement to the left is thus confirmed as a withdrawal from the modern world of ideas and a regression to pre-Christian Dionysian worship, where asceticism in the Christian sense is unknown. At the same time, the movement does not lead right out of the sacred spot, but remains within it. In other words, it does not lose its sacramental character. It does not simply fall into chaos and anarchy. It relates the church directly to the Dionysian sanctuary, just as the historical process did, though from the opposite direction. We can say that this regressive development faithfully retreads the path of history in order to reach the pre-Christian level. Hence it is not a relapse, but a kind of systematic descend ad infernos, figure 69. A psychological nekia. I encountered something very similar in the dream of a clergyman who had a rather problematic attitude to his faith. Coming into his church at night, he found that the whole wall of the choir had collapsed. The altar and ruins were overgrown with vines hanging full of grapes, and the moon was shining in through the gap. Again, a man who was much occupied with religious problems had the following dream. An immense Gothic cathedral, almost completely dark. High Mass is being celebrated. Suddenly the whole wall of the aisle collapses. Blinding sunlight bursts into the interior together with a large herd of bulls and cows. This setting is evidently more Mithraic, but Mithras is associated with the early church in much the same way Dionysus is. Interestingly enough, the church in our dream is a synchronistic building, for the Hagia Sophia is a very ancient Christian church, which, however, served as a mosque until quite recently. It therefore fits in very well with the purpose of the dream, to attempt a combination of Christian and Dionysian religious ideas. Evidently, this is to come about without the one excluding the other, without any values being destroyed. This is extremely important, since the reconstruction of the gibbon is to take place in the sacred precincts. Such a sacrilege might easily lead to the dangerous supposition that the leftward movement is a diabolica fraus, and the gibbon the devil, for the devil is in fact regarded as the ape of God. The leftward movement would then be a perversion of divine truth for the purpose of setting up his black majesty in place of God. But the unconscious has no such blasphemous intentions. It is only trying to restore the lost Dionysus, who is somehow lacking in modern man. Pace, Nietzsche, to the world of religion. At the end of Vision 22, paragraph 117, where the ape first appears, it was said that everything must be ruled by the light, and everything we might add includes the Lord of Darkness with his horns and cloven hoof, actually a Dionysian Corybant who has rather unexpectedly risen to the rank of prince. The Dionysian element has to do with emotions and affects which have found no suitable religious outlets in the predominantly Apollonian cult and ethos of Christianity. The Dionysian element has to do with emotions and affects which have found no suitable religious outlets in the predominantly Apollonian cult and ethos of Christianity. The medieval carnivals and jeux de paume in the church were abolished relatively early. Consequently, the carnival became secularized, and with it divine intoxication vanished from the sacred precincts. Mourning, earnestness, severity, and well-tempered spiritual joy remained, but intoxication, that most direct and dangerous form of possession, turned away from the gods and enveloped the human world with its exuberance and pathos. The pagan religions met this danger by giving drunken ecstasy a place within their cult. Heraclitus doubtless saw what was at the back of it when he said, "But Hades is that same Dionysos in whose honor they go mad and keep the feast of the wine vat." For this very reason, orgies were granted religious license so as to exorcise the danger that threatened from Hades. Our solution, however, has served to throw the gates of hell wide open. 18. Dream. A square space with complicated ceremonies going on in it, the purpose of which is to transform animals into men. Two snakes moving in opposite directions have to be got rid of at once. Some animals are there, e.g. foxes and dogs. The people walk around the square and must let themselves be bitten in the calf by these animals at each of the four corners. Figure 118. If they run away, all is lost. Now the higher animals come on the scene, bulls and ibexes. 4 snakes glide into the 4 corners. Then the congregation files out. 2 sacrificial priests carry in a huge reptile, and with this they touch the forehead of a shapeless animal lump or life mass. Out of it there instantly rises a human head transfigured. A voice proclaims, "These are attempts at being." One might almost say that the dream goes on with the explanation of what is happening in the square. Animals are to be changed into men. A shapeless life mass is to be turned into a transfigured, illuminated human head by magic contact with a reptile. The animal lump or life mass stands for the mass of the inherited unconscious, which is to be united with consciousness. This is brought about by the ceremonial use of a reptile, presumably a snake. The idea of transformation and renewal by means of a serpent is a well-substantiated archetype. Figure 70 is the healing serpent, representing the god. Figures 203, 204. It is reported of the mysteries of Sabazius, Aureus Colubert in sinum Demeter consecratus et eximitur rursus ab inferioribus partibus atque imis. A golden snake is let down into the lap of the initiated and taken away again from the lower parts. Among the Ophites, Christ was the serpent. Probably the most significant development of serpent symbolism as regards renewal of personality is to be found in Kundalini Yoga. The shepherd's experience with the snake in Nietzsche's Zarathustra would accordingly be a fatal omen, and not the only one of its kind. Compare the prophecy at the death of the rope dancer. The shapeless life mass immediately recalls the ideas of the alchemical chaos, the massa or materia informis or confusa, which has contained the divine seeds of life ever since the creation. According to a midrashic view, Adam was created in much the same way. In the first hour, God collected the dust. In the second, made a shapeless mass out of it. In the third, fashioned the limbs, and so on. Figure 71. But if the life mass is to be transformed, a circumambulatio is necessary, i.e. exclusive concentration on the center, the place of creative change. During this process, one is bitten by animals, In other words, we have to expose ourselves to the animal impulses of the unconscious without identifying with them and without running away, for flight from the unconscious would defeat the purpose of the whole proceeding. We must hold our ground, which means here that the process initiated by the dreamer's self-observation must be experienced in all its ramifications and then articulated with consciousness to the best of his understanding. This often entails an almost unbearable tension because of the utter incommensurability between conscious life and the unconscious process, which can be experienced only in the innermost soul and cannot touch the visible surface of life at any point. The principle of conscious life is nihil est in intellectu, quod non prius fuerit in sensu. But the principle of the unconscious is the autonomy of the psyche itself, reflecting in the play of its images not the world but itself, even though it utilizes the illustrative possibilities offered by the sensible world in order to make its images clear. The sensory datum, however, is not the causa efficiens of this. Rather, it is autonomously selected and exploited by the psyche, with the result that the rationality of the cosmos is constantly being violated in the most distressing manner. But the sensible world has an equally devastating effect on the deeper psychic processes when it breaks into them as a causa efficiens. If reason is not to be outraged on the one hand and the creative play of images not violently suppressed on the other, a circumspect and far-sighted synthetic procedure is required in order to accomplish the paradoxical union of irreconcilables. Figure 72. Hence the alchemical parallels in our dreams. The focusing of attention on the center demanded in this dream and the warning about running away have clear parallels in the Opus Alchemicum. The need to concentrate on the work and to meditate upon it is stressed again and again. The tendency to run away, however, is attributed not to the operator but to the transforming substance. Mercurius is evasive and is labeled servus, servant, or servus fugitivus, fugitive stag. The vessel must be well sealed so that what is within may not escape. Arrhenius Philolaethes says of this service, "You must be very wary how you lead him, for if he can find an opportunity he will give you the slip and leave you to a world of misfortune." It did not occur to these philosophers that they were chasing a projection, and that the more they attributed to the substance, the further away they were getting from the psychological source of their expectations. From the difference between the material in this dream and its medieval predecessors, we can measure the psychological advance. The running away is now clearly apparent as a characteristic of the dreamer, i.e., it is no longer projected into the unknown substance. Running away thus becomes a moral question. This aspect was recognized by the alchemists insofar as they emphasized the need for a special religious devotion at their work, though one cannot altogether clear them of the suspicion of having used their prayers and pious exercises for the purpose of forcing a miracle. There are even some who aspire to have the Holy Ghost as their familiar. But to do them justice, one should not overlook the fact that there is more than a little evidence in the literature that they realized it was a matter of their own transformation. For instance, Gerhard Dorn exclaims, "Transmutamini in vivos lapides philosophicos." Transform yourselves into living philosophical stones. Hardly have conscious and unconscious touched when they fly asunder on account of their mutual antagonism. Hence, right at the beginning of the dream, the snakes that are making off in opposite directions have to be removed. Hardly have conscious and unconscious touched when they fly asunder on account of their mutual antagonism. Hence, right at the beginning of the dream, the snakes that are making off in opposite directions have to be removed, i.e., the conflict between conscious and unconscious is at once resolutely stopped, and the conscious mind is forced to stand the tension by means of the circumambulatio. The magic circle thus traced will also prevent the unconscious from breaking out again, for such an eruption would be equivalent to psychosis. Non nulli periunt in opere nostro. Not a few have perished in our work. We can say with the author of the Rosarium, the dream shows that the difficult operation of thinking in paradoxes, a feat possible only to the superior intellect, has succeeded. The snakes no longer run away but settle themselves in the four corners, and the process of transformation or integration sets to work. The transfiguration and illumination, the conscious recognition of the center has been attained, or at least anticipated in the dream. This potential achievement, if it can be maintained, i.e., if the conscious mind does not lose touch with the center again, means a renewal of personality, since it is a subjective state whose reality cannot be validated by any external criterion. Any further attempt to describe and explain it is doomed to failure, for only those who have had this experience are in a position to understand and attest its reality. Happiness, for example, is such a noteworthy reality that there is nobody who does not long for it, and yet there is not a single objective criterion which would prove beyond all doubt that this condition necessarily exists. As so often with the most important things, we have to make do with a subjective judgment. The arrangement of the snakes in the four corners is indicative of an order in the unconscious. It is as if we were confronted with a pre-existent ground plan, a kind of Pythagorean tetratis. I have very frequently observed the number 4 in this connection. It probably explains the universal incidence and magical significance of the cross or of the circle divided into 4. In the present case, the point seems to be to capture and regulate the animal instinct so as to exercise the danger of falling into unconsciousness. This may well be the empirical basis of the cross, as that which vanquishes the powers of darkness. Figure 73. In this dream, the unconscious has managed to stage a powerful advance by thrusting its contents dangerously near to the conscious sphere. The dreamer appears to be deeply entangled in the mysterious synthetic ceremony and will unfailingly carry a lasting memory of the dream into his conscious life. Experience shows that this results in a serious conflict for the conscious mind, because it is not always either willing or able to put forth the extraordinary intellectual and moral effort needed to take a paradox seriously. Nothing is so jealous as a truth. As a glance at the history of the medieval mind will show, our whole modern mentality has been molded by Christianity. This has nothing to do with whether we believe the truths of Christianity or not. Consequently, the reconstruction of the ape and the sacred precincts as proposed by the dream comes as such a shock that the majority of people will seek refuge in blank incomprehension. Others will heedlessly ignore the abysmal depths of the Dionysian mystery and will welcome the rational Darwinian core of the dream as a safeguard against mystic exaltation. Only a very few will feel the collision of the two worlds and realize what it is all about. Yet the dream says plainly enough that in the place where, according to tradition, the deity dwells, the ape is to appear. This substitution is almost as bad as a black mass. In Eastern symbolism, the square, signifying the earth in China, the Padma or lotus in India, has the character of the yoni, femininity. A man's unconscious is likewise feminine and is personified by the anima. The anima also stands for the inferior function, and for that reason frequently has a shady character. In fact, she sometimes stands for evil itself. She is, as a rule, the fourth person. Compare Dreams 10, 11, 15, paragraphs 136, 147, 162. She is the dark and dreaded maternal womb, figure 74, which is of an essentially ambivalent nature. The Christian deity is one in 3 persons. The fourth person in the heavenly drama is undoubtedly the devil. In the more harmless psychological version, he is merely the inferior function. On a moral valuation, he is a man's sin, a function belonging to him and presumably masculine. The feminine element in the deity is kept very dark, the interpretation of the Holy Ghost as Sophia being considered heretical. Hence the Christian metaphysical drama, the prologue in heaven, has only masculine actors, a point it shares with many of the ancient mysteries. But the feminine element must obviously be somewhere, so it is presumably to be found in the dark. At any rate, that is where the ancient Chinese philosophers located it, in the yin. Although man and woman unite, they nevertheless represent irreconcilable opposites which, when activated, degenerate into deadly hostility. This primordial pair of opposites symbolizes every conceivable pair of opposites that may occur: hot and cold, light and dark, north and south, dry and damp, good and bad, conscious and unconscious. In the psychology of the functions, there are 2 conscious and therefore masculine functions, the differentiated function and its auxiliary, which are represented in dreams by, say, father and son, whereas the unconscious function appears as mother and daughter. since the conflict between the two auxiliary functions is not nearly as great as that between the differentiated and the inferior function, it is possible for the third function, that is, the unconscious auxiliary one, to be raised to consciousness and thus made masculine. It will, however, bring with it traces of its contamination with the inferior function, thus acting as a kind of link with the darkness of the unconscious. It was in keeping with this psychological fact that the Holy Ghost should be heretically interpreted as Sophia, for he was the mediator of birth in the flesh, who enabled the deity to shine forth in the darkness of the world. No doubt it was this association that caused the Holy Ghost to be suspected of femininity, for Mary was the dark earth of the field. Illa terra virgo nondum pluvis irrigata, that virgin earth not yet watered by the rains, as Tertullian called her. The fourth function is contaminated with the unconscious, and on being made conscious drags the whole of the unconscious with it. We must then come to terms with the unconscious and try to bring about a synthesis of opposites. At first a violent conflict breaks out, such as any reasonable man would experience when it became evident that he had to swallow a lot of absurd superstitions. Everything in him would rise up and revolt, and he would defend himself desperately against what looked to him like murderous nonsense. This situation explains the following dreams. 19. Dream. Ferocious war between two peoples. This dream depicts the conflict. The conscious mind is defending its position and trying to suppress the unconscious. The first result of this is the expulsion of the fourth function, but since it is contaminated with the third, there is a danger of the latter disappearing as well. Things would then return to the state that preceded the present one, when only two functions were conscious and the other two unconscious. 20. Dream. There are two boys in a cave. A third falls in as if through a pipe. The cave represents the darkness and seclusion of the unconscious. The two boys correspond to the two unconscious functions. Theoretically, the third must be the auxiliary function, which would indicate that the conscious mind had become completely absorbed in the differentiated function. The odds now stand 1-3, greatly in favor of the unconscious. We may therefore expect a new advance on its part and a return to its former position. The boys are an allusion to the dwarf motif, figure 77, of which more later. 21. Dream. A large transparent sphere containing many little spheres. A green plant is growing out of the top. The sphere is a whole that embraces all its contents. Life, which has been brought to a standstill by useless struggle, becomes possible again. In Kundalini Yoga, the green womb is a name for Ishvara, Shiva, emerging from his latent condition. 22. Dream. The dreamer is in an American hotel. He goes up in the lift to about the 3rd or 4th floor. He has to wait there with a lot of other people. A friend, an actual person, is also there and says that the dreamer should not have kept the dark, unknown woman waiting so long below, since he had put her in the dreamer's, charge. The friend now gives him an unsealed note for the dark woman, on which is written, "Salvation does not come from refusing to take part or from running away, nor does it come from just drifting. Salvation comes from complete surrender, with one's eyes always turned to the center." On the margin of the note there is a drawing, a wheel or wreath with 8 spokes. Then a lift boy appears and says that the dreamer's room is on the 8th floor. He goes on up in the lift, this time to the 7th or 8th floor. An unknown red-haired man standing there greets him in a friendly way. Then the scene changes. There is said to be a revolution in Switzerland. The military party is making propaganda for completely throttling the left. The objection that the left is weak enough anyway is met by the answer that this is just why it ought to be throttled completely. Soldiers in old-fashioned uniforms now appear, who all resemble the red-haired man. They load their guns with ramrods, stand in a circle, and prepare to shoot at the center. But in the end they do not shoot and seem to march away. The dreamer wakes up in terror. The tendency to reestablish a state of wholeness, already indicated in the foregoing dream, once more comes up against a consciousness with a totally different orientation. It is therefore appropriate that the dream should have an American background. The lift is going up, as is right and proper when something is coming up from the subconscious. What is coming up is the unconscious content, namely the mandala characterized by the number 4. Compare figures 61, 62. Therefore, the lift should rise to the 4th floor, but as the 4th function is taboo, it only rises to about the 3rd or 4th. This happens not to the dreamer alone, but to many others as well, who must all wait like him until the fourth function can be accepted. A good friend then calls his attention to the fact that he should not have kept the dark woman, i.e. the anima who stands for the tabooed function, waiting below, i.e. in the unconscious, which was just the reason why the dreamer himself had to wait upstairs with the others. It is in fact not merely an individual but a collective problem, for the animation of the unconscious, which has become so noticeable in recent times, has, as Schiller foresaw, raised questions which the 19th century never even dreamed of. Nietzsche in his Zarathustra decided to reject the snake and the ugliest man, thus exposing himself to an heroic cramp of consciousness which led, logically enough, to the collapse foretold in the same book. The advice given in the note is as profound as it is to the point, so that there is really nothing to add. After it has been more or less accepted by the dreamer, the ascent can be resumed. We must take it that the problem of the fourth function was accepted, at least broadly, for the dreamer now reaches the seventh or eighth floor, which means that the fourth function is no longer represented by a quarter, but by an eighth, and is apparently reduced by a half. Curiously enough, this hesitation before the last step to wholeness seems also to play a part in Faust II, where, in the Kabiri scene, resplendent mermaids come from over the water, Nereids and Tritons. Bear we on the waters rising, that which brings you all glad tiding. In Chelon's giant shield gleams a form sever revealed. These are gods that we are bringing, hail them, you high anthems singing. Sirens. Little in length, mighty in strength, time-honored gods of shipwreck and floods. Nereids and Tritons. Great Kabiri do we bear, that our feast be friendly fair, where their sacred powers preside, Neptune's rage is pacified. A form severe is brought by mermaids, feminine figures, compare figures 10, 11, 12, 157, who represent, as it were, the sea and the waves of the unconscious. The word severe reminds us of sever, architectural or geometrical forms which illustrate a definite idea without any romantic, feeling-toned trimmings. It gleams from the shell of a tortoise, figure 76, which, primitive and cold-blooded like the snake, symbolizes the instinctual side of the unconscious. The image is somehow identical with the unseen, creative dwarf gods, figure 77, hooded and cloaked, mannequins who are kept hidden in the dark, Sista, but who also appear on the seashore as little figures about a foot high, where, as kinsmen of the unconscious, they protect navigation, i.e. the venture into darkness and uncertainty. In the form of the dactyls, they are also the gods of invention, small and apparently insignificant like the impulses of the unconscious, but endowed with the same mighty power. El Gabir is the great, the mighty one. Nereids and Tritons. 3 have followed where we led, but the fourth refused to call. He, the rightful seer, he said, is to think for one and all. Sirens. A god may count it sport to set a god at naught, honor the grace they bring, and fear their threatening. It is characteristic of Goethe's feeling-toned nature that the fourth should be the thinker. If the supreme principle is feeling is all, then thinking has to play an unfavorable role and be submerged. Faust I portrays this development. Since Goethe acted as his own model, thinking became the fourth taboo function. Because of its contamination with the unconscious, it takes on the grotesque form of the Kabiri, for the Kabiri, as dwarfs, are chthonic gods and misshapen accordingly. I call them pot-bellied freaks of common clay. They thus stand in grotesque contrast to the heavenly gods and poke fun at them. Compare the ape of God. The Nereids and Tritons sing. 7 there should really be. Sirens. Where then stay the other 3? Nereids and Tritons. That we know not. You had best on Olympus make your quest. There an 8th may yet be sought, though none other gave him thought. Well inclined to us in grace, not all perfect, yet their race, beings there beyond compare, yearning unexplainable, press with hungers paying to share in the unattainable. We learn that there are really 7 of them, but again there is some difficulty with the 8th, as there was before with the 4th. Similarly, in contradiction to the previous emphasis placed on their lowly origin in the dark, it now appears that the Kabiri are actually to be found on Olympus, for they are eternally striving from the depths to the heights and are therefore always to be found both below and above. The severe image is obviously an unconscious content that struggles towards the light it seeks, and itself is what I have elsewhere called the treasure hard to attain. This hypothesis is immediately confirmed. Sirens. Fame is dimmed on ancient time, honor droops in men of old. Though they have the fleece of gold, ye have the Kabiri. The golden fleece is the coveted goal of the argosy, the perilous quest that is one of the numerous synonyms for attaining the unattainable. Thales makes this wise remark about it. That is indeed what men most seek on earth. 'Tis rust alone that gives the coin its worth. The unconscious is always the fly in the ointment, the skeleton in the cupboard of perfection, the painful lie given to all idealistic pronouncements, the earthliness that clings to our human nature and sadly clouds the crystal clarity we long for. In the alchemical view, rust, like verdigris, is the metal's sickness. But at the same time, this leprosy is the vera prima materia, the basis for the preparation of the philosophical gold. The Rosarium says, Our gold is not the common gold, but thou hast inquired concerning the greenness, viriditas, presumably verdigris, deeming the bronze to be a leprous body on account of the greenness it hath upon it. Therefore I say unto thee that whatever is perfect in the bronze is that greenness only, because that greenness is straightway changed by our magistery into our most true gold. The paradoxical remark of Thales that the rust alone gives the coin its true value is a kind of alchemical quip, which at bottom only says that there is no light without shadow and no psychic wholeness without imperfection. To round itself out, life calls not for perfection, but for completeness, and for this the thorn in the flesh is needed, the suffering of defects without which there is no progress and no ascent. The problem of 3 and 4, 7 and 8, which Goethe has tackled here, was a great puzzle to alchemy and goes back historically to the texts ascribed to Christianos. In the treatise on the production of the mythical water, it is said, Therefore the Hebrew prophetess cried without restraint, 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, and out of the third comes the 1 as the fourth. In alchemical literature, this prophetess is taken to be Maria Prophetissa, figure 78, also called the Jewess sister of Moses or the Copt, and it is not unlikely that she is connected with the Maria of Gnostic tradition. Epiphanius testifies to the existence of writings by this Maria, namely the Interrogationes Magnae and the Interrogationes Parvae, said to describe a vision of how Christ on a mountain caused a woman to come forth from his side and how he mingled himself with her. It is probably no accident that the treatise of Maria, c. 76, deals with the theme of the matrimonium alchemicum in a dialogue with the philosopher Eros, from which comes the saying often repeated later, marry gum with gum in true marriage. Originally it was gum Arabic, and it is used here as a secret name for the transforming substance on account of its adhesive quality. Thus Kunrath declares that the red gum is the resin of the wise, a synonym for the transforming substance. This substance, as the life force, vis animans, is likened by another commentator to the glue of the world, glutenum mundi, which is the medium between mind and body and the union of both. The old treatise Concilium Coniungi explains that the philosophical man consists of the 4 natures of the stone. Of these 3 are earthy or in the earth, but the 4th nature is the water of the stone, namely the viscous gold, which is called red gum, and with which the 3 earthy natures are tinted. We learn here that gum is the critical 4th nature. It is duplex, i.e. masculine and feminine, and at the same time the one and only aqua mercurialis. So the union of the two is a kind of self-fertilization, a characteristic always ascribed to the mercurial dragon. From these hints it can easily be seen who the philosophical man is. He is the androgynous original man, or anthropos, of Gnosticism. Compare figures 64, 82, 117, 195, whose parallel in India is Purusha. Of him, the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad says, "He was as large as a man and woman embracing. He divided his self in two, and thence arose husband and wife. He united himself with her, and men were born," etc. The common origins of these ideas lies in the primitive notion of the bisexual original man. The fourth nature, to return to the text of the Concilium Cuniungi, leads straight to the anthropos idea that stands for man's wholeness, that is, the conception of a unitary being who existed before man and at the same time represents man's goal. The one joins the three as the fourth and thus produces the synthesis of the four in a unity, figure 196. We seem to be dealing with much the same thing in the case of 7 and 8, though this motif occurs much less frequently in the literature. It is, however, to be found in Paracelsus's Ein ander Erklärung der ganzen Astronomie, to which Goethe had access. 1 is powerful, 6 are subjects, the 8 is also powerful, and somewhat more so than the first. 1 is the king, the 6 are his servants and his son. So here we have King Sol and the 6 planets, or metallic homunculi, as depicted in the Pretiosa Margarita novella of Petrus Bonum, Licinius edition, 1546, figure 79. As a matter of fact, the 8th does not appear in this text. Paracelsus seems to have invented it himself, but since the 8th is even more powerful than the first, the crown is presumably bestowed on him. In Faust 2, the 8th who dwells on Olympus is a direct reference to the Paracelsian text insofar as this describes the astrology of Olympus, that is, the structure of the corpus astrale. Returning now to our dream, we find at the critical point the 7th or 8th floor, the red-haired man, a synonym for the man with the pointed beard, and hence for the shrewd Mephisto, who magically changes the scene because he is concerned with something that Faust himself never saw, the severe image. Symbolizing the supreme treasure, the immortal self, he changes himself into the soldier's representative of uniformity, of collective opinion, which is naturally dead against the tolerating anything unsuitable. For collective opinion, the numbers 3 and 7 are, on the highest authority, sacred, but 4 and 8 are the very devil, something inferior, common clay, that, in the stern judgment of bonzes of every hue, has no right to exist. The left is to be completely throttled, meaning the unconscious and all the sinister things that come from it. An antiquated view, no doubt, and one that uses antiquated methods, but even muzzle loaders can hit the mark. For reasons unknown, i.e. not stated in the dream, the destructive attack on the center, to which, according to the advice in the note, one's eyes must always be turned, peters out. In the drawing on the margin of the note, this center is portrayed as a wheel with 8 spokes. Compare figure 80. 23. Dream. In the square space, the dreamer is sitting opposite the unknown woman whose portrait he is supposed to be drawing. What he draws, however, is not a face, but 3 leaved clovers or distorted crosses in 4 different colors: red, yellow, green, and blue. In connection with this dream, the dreamer spontaneously drew a circle with quarters tinted in the above colors. It was a wheel with 8 spokes. In the middle there was a 4-petaled blue flower. A great many drawings now followed at short intervals, all dealing with the curious structure of the center, and arising from the dreamer's need to discover a configuration that adequately expresses the nature of this center. The drawings were based partly on visual impressions, partly on intuitive perceptions, and partly on dreams. It is to be noted that the wheel is a favorite symbol in alchemy for the circulating process, the circulatio. By this is meant firstly the ascensus and descensus, for instance, the ascending and descending birds symbolizing the precipitation of vapors, and secondly the rotation of the universe as a model for the work, and hence the cycling of the year in which the work takes place. The alchemist was not unaware of the connection between the rotatio and his drawings of circles. The contemporary moral allegories of the wheel emphasize that the ascensus and descensus are, among other things, God's descent to man and man's ascent to God. On the authority of one of St. Bernard's sermons, by his descent he established for us a joyful and wholesome ascent. Further, the wheel expresses virtues that are important for the work: constantia, obedientia, moderatio, equalitas, and humilitas. The mystical associations of the wheel play no small part in Jacob Boehme. Like the alchemists, he too operates with the wheels of Ezekiel, saying, "Thus we see that the spiritual life stands turned in upon itself, and that the natural life stands turned out of and facing itself. We can then liken it to a round spherical wheel that goes on all its sides, as the wheel in Ezekiel shows." He goes on to explain, "The wheel of nature turns in upon itself from without, for God dwells within himself and has such a figure, not that it can be painted, it being only a natural likeness. The same as when God paints himself in the figure of this world, for God is everywhere entire, and so dwells in himself. Mark, the outer wheel is the zodiac with the stars, and after it comes the 7 planets, etc. Albeit this figure is not fashioned sufficiently, it is nevertheless a meditation, and we could make a fine drawing of it on a great circle for the meditation of those of less understanding. Mark, therefore, desire goes in upon itself to the heart, which is God, etc. But Boehme's wheel is also the impression, in alchemical terms the informatio, of the eternal will. It is Mother Nature, or the mind, Gemuth, of the Mother, from whence she continually creates and works, and these are the stars with the planetary orb after the model of the eternal astrum, which is only a spirit, and the eternal mind is the wisdom of God, viz. The eternal nature from whence the eternal spirits proceeded and entered into a creaturely being. The property of the wheel is life in the form of 4 bailiffs, who manage the dominion in the life-giving mother. These bailiffs are the 4 elements, to which the wheel of the mind, viz. The astrum, affords will and desire, so that this whole essence is but one thing only, like the mind of a man. Even as he is in soul and body, so also is this whole essence, for he is created in the likeness of this whole essence. But nature in her 4 elements is also a whole essence with a soul. This sulphurean wheel is the origin of good and evil, or rather it leads into them and out of them. Boehme's mysticism is influenced by alchemy in the highest degree. Thus he says, "The form of the birth is as a turning wheel, which Mercurius causes in the sulphur. The birth is the golden child, filius philosophorum, archetype of the divine child, whose master workman is Mercurius. Mercurius himself is the fiery wheel of the essence in the form of a serpent. Similarly, the unenlightened soul is just such a fiery Mercurius. Vulcan kindles the fiery wheel of the essence in the soul when it breaks off from God, whence come desire and sin, which are the wrath of God. The soul is then a worm like the fiery serpent, a larva and a monster." The interpretation of the wheel in Boehme reveals something of the mystical secret of alchemy, and is thus of considerable importance in this respect, as well as from the psychological point of view. The wheel appears here as a concept for wholeness, which represents the essence of Mandala symbolism, and therefore includes the mysterium iniquitatis. The idea of the center, which the unconscious has been repeatedly thrusting upon the conscious mind of the dreamer, is beginning to gain foothold there and to exercise a peculiar fascination. The next drawing is again of the blue flower, compare figure 85, but this time subdivided into 8. Then follow pictures of 4 mountains round a lake and a crater, also of a red ring lying on the ground with a withered tree standing in it, round which a green snake, compare figure 13, creeps up with a leftward movement. The layman may be rather puzzled by the serious attention devoted to this problem, but a little knowledge of yoga and of the medieval philosophy of the lapis would help him to understand. As we have already said, the squaring of the circle was one of the methods for producing the lapis. Another was the use of imaginatio, as the following text unmistakably proves. "And take care that thy door be well and firmly closed, so that he who is within cannot escape, and God willing thou wilt reach the goal. Nature performeth her operations gradually, and indeed I would have thee do the same." Let thy imagination be guided wholly by nature, and observe according to nature, through whom the substances regenerate themselves in the bowels of the earth, and imagine this with true and not with fantastic imagination. The vas being clausum, well-sealed vessel, is a precautionary measure very frequently mentioned in alchemy, and is the equivalent of the magic circle. In both cases, the idea is to protect what is within from the intrusion and admixture of what is without, as well as to prevent it from escaping. The imaginatio is to be understood here as the real and literal power to create images, Einbildungskraft, imagination, the classical use of the word in contrast to fantasia, which means a mere conceit in the sense of insubstantial thought. In the Satyricon, this connotation is more pointed still. Fantasia means something ridiculous. Imaginatio is the active evocation of inner images, secundum naturam, an authentic feat of thought or ideation which does not spin aimless and groundless fantasies into the blue, does not, that is to say, just play with its objects, but tries to grasp the inner facts and portray them in images true to their nature. This activity is an opus, a work, and we cannot call the manner in which the dreamer handles the objects of his inner experience anything but true work. Considering how conscientiously, accurately, and carefully he records and elaborates the content now pushing its way into consciousness, the resemblance to the opus is obvious enough to anyone familiar with alchemy. Moreover, the analogy is borne out by the dreams themselves, as Dream 24 will show. The present dream from which the above-mentioned drawings originated shows no sign of the left having been in any way throttled. On the contrary, the dreamer finds himself once more in the temenos, facing the unknown woman who personifies the fourth or inferior function. His drawing of the wheel with a four-petaled blue flower in the middle was anticipated by the dream. What the dream represents in personified form, the dreamer reproduces as an abstract ideogram. This might well be a hint that the meaning of the personification could also be represented in quite another form. This other form, three-leaved clover, distorted cross, refers back to the ace of clubs in Dream 16 of the first series, paragraph 97, where we pointed out its analogy with the irregular cross. The analogy is confirmed here. In this dream, however, the symbol of the Christian Trinity has been overshadowed or colored by the alchemical quaternity. The color appears as a concretization of the Tetractys. The Rosarium quotes a similar statement from the Tractatus Aureus: Vulture clamat voce magna inquiens, ego sum albus niger et rubius citrinus. The vulture exclaims in a loud voice, I am the white-black and the red-yellow. On the other hand, it is stressed that the lapis unites omnis coloris in itself. We can thus take it that the quaternity represented by the colors is a kind of preliminary stage of the lapis. This is confirmed by the Rosarium. Our stone is from the four elements. Compare figures 64, 82, 117. The same applies to the aurum philosophicum. In the gold, the four elements are contained in equal proportions. The fact is that the four colors in the dream represent the transitions from trinity to quaternity and thus to the squared circle, figures 59 and 60, which according to the alchemists comes nearest to the lapis on account of its roundness or perfect simplicity. For this reason, a recipe for the preparation of the lapis attributed to Raymundus says, Take of the body that is most simple and round, and do not take of the triangle or quadrangle, but of the round. For the round is nearer to simplicity than the triangle. Hence it is to be noted that a simple body has no corners, for it is the first and last among the planets, like the sun among the stars. 24. Dream. Two people are talking about crystals, particularly about a diamond. Here one can hardly avoid thinking of the lapis. In fact, this dream discloses the historical background and indicates that we really are dealing with the coveted lapis, the treasure hard to attain. The dreamer's opus amounts to an unconscious recapitulation of the efforts at Hermetic philosophy. More about the diamond in Dreams 37, 39, 50 below. 25. Dream. It is a question of constructing a central point and making the figure symmetrical by reflection at this point. The word constructing points to the synthetic character of the opus and also to the laborious building process that taxes the dreamer's energy. The symmetry is an answer to the conflict in Dream 22, completely throttling the left. Each side must perfectly balance the other as its mirror image, and this image is to fall at the central point, which evidently possesses the property of reflection. It is a vitrum, a crystal or sheet of water. Compare figure 209. This power of reflection seems to be another allusion to the underlying idea of the lapis, the aurum philosophicum, the elixir, the aqua nostra, etc. Compare figure 265. Just as the right denotes the world of consciousness and its principles, so by reflection the picture of the world is to be turned round to the left, thus producing a corresponding world in reverse. We could equally well say through reflection the right appears as the reverse of the left, therefore the left seems to have as much validity as the right. In other words, the unconscious and its, for the most part, unintelligible order becomes the symmetrical counterpart of the conscious mind and its contents, although it is still not clear which of them is reflected and which reflecting. Compare figure 55. To carry our reasoning a step further, we could regard the center as the point of intersection of two worlds that correspond but are inverted by reflection. The idea of creating a symmetry would thus indicate some kind of climax in the task of accepting the unconscious and incorporating it in a general picture of the world. The unconscious here displays a cosmic character. 26. Dream. It is night, with stars in the sky. A voice says, "Now it will begin." The dreamer asks, "What will begin?" Whereupon the voice answers, "The circulation can begin." Then a shooting star falls in a curious leftward curve. The scene changes and the dreamer is in a rather squalid nightclub. The proprietor, who appears to be an unscrupulous crook, is there with some bedraggled-looking girls. A quarrel starts about left and right. The dreamer then leaves and drives round the perimeter of a square in a taxi. Then he is in the bar again. The proprietor says, "What they said about left and right did not satisfy my feelings. Is there really such a thing as a left and a right side of human society?" The dreamer answers, "The existence of the left does not contradict that of the right. They both exist in everyone. The left is the mirror image of the right. Whenever I feel it like that, as a mirror image, I am at one with myself. There is no right and no left side to human society, but there are symmetrical and lopsided people. The lopsided are those who can fulfill only one side of themselves, either left or right. They are still in the childhood state." The proprietor says meditatively, "Now that's much better," and goes about his business. I have given this dream in full because it is an excellent illustration of how the ideas hinted at in the last dream have been taken up by the dreamer. The idea of symmetrical proportion has been stripped of its cosmic character and translated into psychological terms expressed in social symbols. Right and left are used almost like political slogans. The beginning of the dream, however, is still under the cosmic aspect. The dreamer noted that the curious curve of the shooting star corresponded exactly to the line he drew when sketching the picture of the eightfold flower. Compare paragraph 217. The curve formed the edge of the petals. Thus the shooting star traces the outline, so to speak, of a flower that spreads over the whole starry heaven. What is now beginning is the circulation of the light. This cosmic flower corresponds roughly to the rose in Dante's Paradiso, figure 83. The cosmic nature of an experience as an aspect of some inner occurrence that can only be understood psychologically is offensive and at once provokes a reaction from below. Evidently, the cosmic aspect was too high and is compensated downward, so that the symmetry is no longer that of two world pictures but merely of human society, in fact, of the dreamer himself. When the proprietor remarks that the latter's psychological understanding is much better, he is making an estimate whose conclusion should run, but still not good enough. The quarrel about right and left that starts in the bar is the conflict which breaks out in the dreamer himself when he is called upon to recognize the symmetry. He cannot do this because the other side looks so suspicious that he would rather not investigate it too closely. That is the reason for the magical circumambulatio, driving round the square. He has to stay inside and learn to face his mirror image without running away. He does this as best he can, though not quite as the other side would wish, hence the somewhat chill recognition of his merits. 27. Visual impression. A circle with a green tree in the middle. In the circle, a fierce battle is raging between savages. They do not see the tree. Evidently, the conflict between right and left has not yet ended. It continues because the savages are still in the childhood state and therefore being lopsided, only know either the left or the right, but not a third that stands above the conflict. 28. Visual impression. A circle. Within it, steps lead up to a basin with a foundation inside. When a condition is unsatisfactory because some essential aspect of the unconscious content is lacking, the unconscious process reverts to earlier symbols, as is the case here. The symbolism goes back to Dream 13, paragraph 154, where we met the Mandala garden of the philosophers with its fountain of aqua nostra, figure 84. Compare also figures 25, 26, 56. Circle and basin emphasize the mandala, the rose of medieval symbolism. The rose garden of the philosophers is one of alchemy's favorite symbols. 29. Visual impression. A bunch of roses, then the sign, but it should be. A rose bouquet is like a fountain fanning out. The meaning of the first sign, possibly a tree, is not clear, whereas the correction represents the eightfold flower, figure 85. Evidently, a mistake is being corrected which somehow impaired the wholeness of the rose. The aim of the reconstruction is to bring the problem of the mandala, the correct valuation and interpretation of the center, once more into the field of consciousness. 30. Dream. The dreamer is sitting at a round table with the dark unknown woman. Whenever a process has reached a culmination as regards either its clarity or the wealth of inferences that can be drawn from it, a regression is likely to ensue. From the dreams that come in between the ones we have quoted here, it is evident that the dreamer is finding the insistent demands of wholeness somewhat disagreeable, for their realization will have far-reaching practical consequences, whose personal nature, however, lies outside the scope of our study. The round table again points to the circle of wholeness, and the anima comes in as representative of the fourth function, especially in her dark aspect, which always makes itself felt when something is becoming concrete, i.e. when it has to be translated or threatens to translate itself into reality. Dark means chthonic, i.e. concrete and earthly. This is also the source of the fear that causes the regression. 31. Dream. The dreamer is sitting with a certain man of unpleasant aspect at a round table. On it stands a glass filled with a gelatinous mass. This dream is an advance on the last in that the dreamer has accepted the dark as his own darkness, to the extent of producing a real shadow belonging to him personally. The anima is thus relieved of the moral inferiority projected upon her and can take up the living and creative function, which is properly her own. This is represented by the glass with its peculiar contents, which we, like the dreamer, may compare with the undifferentiated life mass in Dream 18, paragraph 183. It was then a question of the gradual transformation of primitive animality into something human, so we may expect something of the sort here, for it seems as if the spiral of inner development had come round to the same point again, though higher up. The glass corresponds to the unum vas of alchemy, figure 86, and its contents to the living, semi-organic mixture from which the body of the lapis, endowed with spirit and life, will emerge, or possibly that strange Faustian figure who bursts into flame 3 times, the boy charioteer, the homunculus who is dashed against the throne of Galatea, and Euphorion, all symbolizing a dissolution of the center into its unconscious elements. We know that the lapis is not just a stone, since it is expressly stated to be composed de re animali, vegetabili, et minerali, and to consist of body, soul, and spirit. Moreover, it grows from flesh and blood, for which reason the philosopher Hermes in the Tabula Smaragdina says, "The wind hath carried it in his belly," figure 210. Therefore wind is air, air is life, and life is soul. The stone is that thing midway between perfect and imperfect bodies, and that which nature herself begins is brought to perfection through the art. The stone is named the stone of invisibility, lapis invisibilite. The dream takes up the question of giving the center life and reality, giving birth to it, so to speak. That this birth can issue from an amorphous mass has its parallel in the alchemical idea of the Prima Materia as a chaotic massa informis impregnated by the seeds of life, figures 162, 163. As we have seen, the qualities of gum arabic and glue are attributed to it, or again it is called viscosa and unctuosa. In Paracelsus, the nostoc is the arcane substance. Although modern conceptions of nutrient soil, jelly-like growths, etc., underlie the dreamer's gelatinous mass, the atavistic associations with far older alchemical ideas still persist, and these, although not consciously present, nevertheless exert a powerful unconscious influence on the choice of symbols. 32. Dream. The dreamer receives a letter from an unknown woman. She writes that she has pains in the uterus. A drawing is attached to the letter, looking roughly like this. In the primeval forest there are swarms of monkeys. Then a panorama of white glaciers opens out. The anima reports that there are painful processes going on in the life-creating center, which in this case is no longer the glass containing the life mass, but a point designated as a uterus to be reached, so the spiral suggests, by means of a circumambulatio. At all events, the spiral emphasizes the center and hence the uterus, which is a synonym frequently employed for the alchemical vessel, just as it is one of the basic meanings of the Eastern Mandala. The serpentine line leading to the vessel is analogous to the healing serpent of Aesculapius, figures 203, 204, and also to the tantric symbol of Shiva Bindu, the creative latent god without extension in space who, in the form of a point or lingam, is encircled 3.5 times by the kundalini serpent. With the primeval forest we meet the animal or ape motif again, which appeared before in Vision 22 of the first series, paragraph 117, and in Dreams 16 and 18 of this, paragraphs 164, 183. In Vision 22 it led to the announcement that everything must be ruled by the light, and in Dream 18 to the transfigured head. Similarly, the present dream ends with a panorama of white glaciers, reminding the dreamer of an earlier dream, not included here, in which he beheld the Milky Way and was having a conversation about immortality. Thus, the glacier symbol is a bridge leading back again to the cosmic aspect that caused the regression. But as is nearly always the case, the earlier content does not return in its first simple guise. It brings a new complication with it, which, though it might have been expected logically, is no less repugnant to the intellectual consciousness than the cosmic aspect was. The compilation is the memory of the conversation about immortality. This theme was already hinted at in Dream 9, paragraph 134, with its pendulum clock, a perpetuum mobile. Immortality is a clock that never runs down, a mandala that revolves eternally like the heavens. Thus the cosmic aspect returns with interest and compound interest. This might easily prove too much for the dreamer, for the scientific stomach has very limited powers of digestion. The unconscious does indeed put forth a bewildering profusion of semblances for that obscure thing we call the mandala, or self. It almost seems as if we were ready to go on dreaming in the unconscious, the age-old dream of alchemy, and to continue to pile new synonym on top of the old, only to know as much or as little about it in the end as the ancients themselves. I will not enlarge upon what the lapis meant to our forefathers and what the mandala still means to the Lamaist and Tantrist, Aztec and Pueblo Indian, the golden pill to the Taoists and the golden seed to the Hindu. We know the texts that give us a vivid idea of all of this. But what does it mean when the unconscious stubbornly persists in presenting such abstruse symbolisms to a cultured European? The only point of view I can apply here is a psychological one. There may be others with which I am not familiar. From this point of view, as it seems to me, everything that can be grouped together under the general concept mandala expresses the essence of a certain kind of attitude. The known attitudes of the conscious mind have definable aims and purposes, but a man's attitude towards the self is the only one that has no definable aim and no visible purpose. It is easy enough to say self, but exactly what have we said? That remains shrouded in metaphysical darkness. I may define self as the totality of the conscious and unconscious psyche, but this totality transcends our vision. It is a veritable lapis invisibilitalis. It is a veritable lapis invisibilitatis. Insofar as the unconscious exists, it is not definable. Its existence is a mere postulate, and nothing whatever can be predicated as to its possible contents. The totality can only be experienced in its parts, and then only insofar as these are contents of consciousness. But qua totality is necessarily transcends consciousness. Consequently, the self is a pure borderline concept similar to Kant's Ding an sich. True, it is a concept that grows steadily clearer with experience, as our dreams show, without, however, losing anything of its transcendence. Since we cannot possibly know the boundaries of something unknown to us, it follows that we are not in a position to set any bounds to the self. It would be wildly arbitrary and therefore unscientific to restrict the self to the limits of the individual psyche, quite apart from the fundamental fact that we have not the least knowledge of these limits. Seeing that they also lie in the unconscious. We may be able to indicate the limits of consciousness, but the unconscious is simply the unknown psyche, and for that very reason, illimitable, because indeterminable. Such being the case, we should not be in the least surprised if the empirical manifestations of unconscious contents bear all the marks of something illimitable, something not determined by space and time. This quality is numinous and therefore alarming, above all to a cautious mind that knows the value of precisely delimited concepts. One is glad not to be a philosopher or theologian, and so under no obligation to meet such noumena professionally. It is all the worse when it becomes increasingly clear that noumena are psychic entia that force themselves upon consciousness, since night after night our dreams practice philosophy on their own account. What is more, when we attempt to give these noumena the slip and angrily reject the alchemical gold which the unconscious offers, things do in fact go badly with us. We may even develop symptoms in defiance of all reason, but the moment we face up to the stumbling block and make it, if only hypothetically, the cornerstone, the symptoms vanish and we feel unaccountably well. In this dilemma, we can at least comfort ourselves with the reflection that the unconscious is a necessary evil which must be reckoned with, and that it would therefore be wiser to accompany it on some of its strange symbolic wanderings. Even though their meaning be exceedingly questionable, it might perhaps be conducive to good health to relearn Nietzsche's lesson of earlier humanity. The only objection I could make to such rationalistic explanations is that very often they do not stand the test of events. We can observe in these and similar cases how, over the years, the entelechy of the self becomes so insistent that consciousness has to rise to still greater feats if it is to keep pace with the unconscious. All that can be ascertained at present about the symbolism of the Mandala is that it portrays an autonomous psychic fact, characterized by a phenomenology which is always repeating itself and is everywhere the same. It seems to be a sort of atomic nucleus about whose innermost structure and ultimate meaning we know nothing. We can also regard it as the actual, i.e., effective, reflection of a conscious attitude that can state neither its aim nor its purpose, and because of this failure projects its activity entirely upon the virtual center of the mandala. The compelling force necessary for this projection always lies in some situation where the individual no longer knows how to help himself in any other way. That the mandala is merely a psychological reflex is, however, contradicted firstly by the autonomous nature of this symbol, which sometimes manifests itself with overwhelming spontaneity in dreams and visions, and secondly by the autonomous nature of the unconscious as such, which is not only the original form of everything psychic, but also the condition we pass through in early childhood and to which we return every night. There is no evidence for the assertion that the activity of the psyche is merely reactive or reflex. This is, at best, a biological working hypothesis of limited validity. When raised to a universal truth, it is nothing but a materialistic myth, for it overlooks the creative capacity of the psyche, which, whether we like it or not, exists, and in face of which all so-called causes become mere occasions. 33. Dream. A battle among savages in which bestial cruelties are perpetrated. As was to be foreseen, the new complication, immortality, has started a furious conflict which makes use of the same symbols as the analogous situation in Dream 27, paragraph 232. 34. Dream. A conversation with a friend. The dreamer says, I must carry on with the figure of the bleeding Christ before me and persevere in the work of self-redemption. This, like the previous dream, points to an extraordinary, subtle kind of suffering, figure 89, caused by the breaking through of an alien spiritual world which we find very hard to accept, hence the analogy with the tragedy of Christ. My kingdom is not of this world, but it also shows that the dreamer is now continuing his task in deadly earnest. The reference to Christ may well have a deeper meaning than that of a mere moral reminder. We are concerned here with the process of individuation, a process which has constantly been held up to Western man in the dogmatic and religious model of the life of Christ. The accent has always fallen on the historicity of the Savior's life, and because of this, its symbolical nature has remained in the dark, although the incarnation formed a very essential part of the Symbolon creed. The efficacy of dogma, however, by no means rests on Christ's unique historical reality, but on its own symbolic nature, by virtue of which it expresses a more or less ubiquitous psychological assumption quite independent of the existence of any dogma. There is thus a pre-Christian as well as a non-Christian Christ, insofar as he is an autonomous psychological fact. At any rate, the doctrine of prefiguration is founded on this idea. In the case of the modern man who has no religious assumptions at all, it is therefore only logical that the anthropos or poimen figure should emerge, since it is present in his own psyche, figures 117, 195. 35. Dream. An actor smashes his hat against the wall, where it looks like this, and circle with a dark circle in the middle. As certain material not included here shows, the actor refers to a definite fact in the dreamer's personal life. Up to now, he had maintained a certain fiction about himself which prevented him from taking himself seriously. This fiction has become incompatible with the serious attitude he has now attained. He must give up the actor, for it was the actor in him who rejected the self. The hat refers to the first dream of all, where he put on a stranger's hat. The actor throws the hat against the wall, and the hat proves to be a mandala. So the strange hat was the self, which at that time, while he was still playing a fictitious role, seemed like a stranger to him. 36. Dream. The dreamer drives in a taxi to the Rathausplatz, but it is called the Marienhof. I mention this dream only in passing because it shows the feminine nature of the temenos, just as hortus conclusus, enclosed garden, is often used as an image for the Virgin Mary in medieval hymns, and Rosa Mystica is one of her attributes in the Litany of Loreto. Compare figure 26. 37. Dream. There are curves outlined in light around a dark center. Then the dreamer is wandering about in a dark cave where a battle is going on between good and evil, but there is also a prince who knows everything. He gives the dreamer a ring set with a diamond and places it on the fourth finger of his left hand. The circulation of light that started in dream 26 reappears more clearly. Light always refers to consciousness, which at present runs only along the periphery. The center is still dark. It is the dark cave, and to enter it is obviously to set the conflict going again. At the same time, it is like the prince who stands aloof, who knows everything and is the possessor of the precious stone. The gift means nothing less than the dreamer's vow to the self, for as a rule the wedding ring is worn on the fourth finger of the left hand. True, the left is the unconscious, from which it is to be inferred that the situation is still largely shrouded in unconsciousness. The prince seems to be the representative of the enigma regis, figure 54. Compare commentary to Dream 10, paragraph 142. The dark cave corresponds to the vessel containing the warring opposites. The self is made manifest in the opposites and in the conflict between them. It is a coincidentia oppositorum. Hence, the way to the self begins with conflict. 38. Dream. A circular table with 4 chairs round it. Table and chairs are empty. This dream confirms the above conjecture. The mandala is not yet in use. 39. Visual impression. The dreamer is falling into the abyss. At the bottom there is a bear whose eyes gleam alternately in 4 colors, red, yellow, green, and blue. Actually, it has 4 eyes that change into 4 lights. The bear disappears and the dreamer goes through a long dark tunnel. Light is shimmering at the far end. A treasure is there, and on top of it the ring with the diamond. It is said that this ring will lead him on a long journey to the east. This waking dream shows that the dreamer is still preoccupied with the dark center. The bear stands for the chthonic element that might seize him, but then it becomes clear that the animal is only leading up to the four colors. Compare Dream 23, paragraph 212, which in their turn lead to the lapis, i.e. the diamond whose prism contains all the hues of the rainbow. The way to the east probably points to the unconscious as an antipode. According to the legend, the Grail stone comes from the east and must return there again. In alchemy, the bear corresponds to the nigredo of the Prima Materia, figure 90, whence comes the colorful cauda pavonis. 40. Dream. Under the guidance of the unknown woman, the dreamer has to discover the pole at the risk of his life. The pole is the point round which everything turns, hence another symbol of the self. Alchemy also took up this analogy. In the pole is the heart of Mercurius, who is the true fire, wherein his master rests. When navigating over this great sea, he sets his course by the aspect of the North Star. Mercurius is the world soul, and the pole is its heart. Mercurius is the world soul, and the pole is its heart. Figure 149. The idea of the anima mundi, figure 91, compare figure 8, coincides with that of the collective unconscious whose center is the self. The symbol of the sea is another synonym for the unconscious. 41. Visual impression. Yellow balls rolling round to the left in a circle. Rotation about a center, recalling Dream 21, paragraph 198. 42. Dream. An old master points to a spot on the ground illuminated in red. The philosophist shows him the center. The redness may mean the dawn, like the rubedo in alchemy, which as a rule immediately preceded the completion of the work. 43. Dream. A yellow light like the sun looms through the fog, but it is murky. 8 rays go out from the center. This is the point of penetration. The light ought to pierce through, but has not quite succeeded. The dreamer himself observed that the point of penetration was identical with the pole in Dream 40, so it is, as we surmised, a question of the sun's appearing, which now turns yellow. But the light is still murky, which probably means insufficient understanding. The penetration alludes to the need for effort in coming to a decision. In alchemy, yellow, citronidas, often coincides with the rubedo. The gold is yellow or reddish yellow. 44. Dream. The dreamer is in a square enclosure where he must keep still. It is a prison for Lilliputians, or children. A wicked woman is in charge of them. The children start moving and begin to circulate round the periphery. The dreamer would like to run away, but may not do so. One of the children turns into an animal and bites him in the calf. Figure 118. The lack of clarity demands further efforts of concentration, hence the dreamer finds himself still in the childhood state. Figures 95, 96. Hence, lopsided, compare Dream 26, paragraph 227, and imprisoned in the temenos in the charge of a wicked mother anima. The animal appears as in Dream 18, paragraph 183, and he is bitten, i.e. he must expose himself and pay the price. The circumambulatio means, as always, concentration on the center. He finds this state of tension almost unendurable, but he wakes up with an intense and pleasant feeling of having solved something, as if he held the diamond in his hand. The children point to the dwarf motif, which may express Kabiric elements, i.e. it may represent unconscious formative powers, see Dreams 56 below, or it may at the same time allude to his still childish condition. 45. Dream. A parade ground with troops. They are not equipping themselves for war, but form an 8-rayed star rotating to the left. The essential point here is that the conflict seems to be overcome. The star is not in the sky and not a diamond, but a configuration on the earth formed by human beings. 46. Dream. The dreamer is imprisoned in the square enclosure. Lions and a wicked sorceress appear. He cannot get out of the chthonic prison because he is not yet ready to do something that he should. This is an important personal matter, a duty even, and the cause of much misgiving. Lions, like all wild animals, indicate latent affects. The lion plays an important part in alchemy and has much the same meaning. It is a fiery animal, an emblem of the devil. and stands for the danger of being swallowed by the unconscious. 47. Dream. The wise old man shows the dreamer a place on the ground marked in a peculiar way. This is probably the place on earth where the dreamer belongs if he is to realize the self, similar to Dream 42. 48. Dream. An acquaintance wins a prize for digging up a potter's wheel. The potter's wheel rotates on the ground, compare Dream 45, and produces earthenware, earthly vessels which may figuratively be called human bodies. Being round, the wheel refers to the self and the creative activity in which it is manifest. The potter's wheel also symbolizes the recurrent theme of circulation. 49. Dream. A starry figure rotating. At the cardinal points of the circle there are pictures representing the seasons. Just as the place was defined before, so now the time. Place and time are the most general and necessary elements in any definition. The determination of time and place was stressed right at the beginning. Compare Dreams 7, 8, 9, paragraphs 130 to 34. A definite location in place and time is part of a man's reality. The seasons refer to the quartering of the circle, which corresponds to the cycle of the year, figure 92. The year is a symbol of the original man, figures 99, 100, 104. The rotation motif indicates that the symbol of the circle is to be thought of not as static but as dynamic. 50. Dream. An unknown man gives the dreamer a precious stone, but he is attacked by a gang of Apaches. He runs away, nightmare, and is able to escape. The unknown woman tells him afterwards that it will not always be so. Sometime he will have to stand his ground and not run away. When a definite time is added to a definite place, one is rapidly approaching reality. That is the reason for the gift of the jewel, but also for the fear of decision, which robs the dreamer of the power to make up his mind. 51. Dream. There is a feeling of great tension. Many people are circulating round a large central oblong with 4 smaller oblongs on its sides. The circulation in the large oblong goes to the left and in the smaller oblong to the right. In the middle there is the 8-rayed star. A bowl is placed in the center of each of the smaller oblongs, containing red, yellow, green, and colorless water. The water rotates to the left. The disquieting question arises, is there enough water? The colors point once more to the preliminary stage. The disquieting question is whether there is enough water of life, aqua nostra, energy, libido, to reach the central star, i.e. the core or kernel. Compare next dream. The circulation in the central oblong is still going to the left, i.e. consciousness is moving toward the unconscious. The center is therefore not yet sufficiently illuminated. The rightward circulation in the smaller oblongs, which represent the quaternity, seems to suggest that the 4 functions are becoming conscious. The 4 are generally characterized by the 4 colors of the rainbow. The striking fact here is that the blue is missing, and also that the square ground plan has suddenly been abandoned. The horizontal has extended itself at the cost of the vertical. So we are dealing with a disturbed mandala. We might add by way of criticism that the antithetical arrangement of the functions has not yet become sufficiently conscious for their characteristic polarity to be recognized. The predominance of the horizontal over the vertical indicates that the ego consciousness is uppermost, thus entailing a loss of height and depth. 52. Dream. A rectangular dance hall. Everybody is going round the periphery to the left. Suddenly the order is heard, to the kernels. But the dreamer has first to go into the adjoining room to crack some nuts. Then the people climb down rope ladders to the water. The time has come to press on to the kernel or core of the matter, but the dreamer still has a few more hard nuts to crack in the little rectangle, the adjoining room, i.e. in one of the 4 functions. Meanwhile the process goes on and descends to the water. The vertical is thus lengthened, and from the incorrect oblong we again get the square, which expresses the complete symmetry of conscious and unconscious with all its psychological implications. 53. Dream. The dreamer finds himself in an empty square room which is rotating. A voice cries, "Don't let him out, he won't pay the tax." This refers to the dreamer's inadequate self-realization in the personal matter already alluded to, which in this case was one of the essential conditions of individuation and therefore could not be circumvented. As was to be expected, after the preparatory emphasis on the vertical in the preceding dream, the square is now reestablished. The cause of The cause of the disturbance was an underestimation of the demands of the unconscious, the vertical, which led to a flattening of the personality, recumbent oblong. After this dream, the dreamer worked out 6 mandalas in which he tried to determine the right length of the vertical, the form of circulation, and the distribution of color. At the end of this work came the following dream, given unabridged. 54. Dream. I come to a strange, solemn house, the house of the gathering. Many candles are burning in the background, arranged in a peculiar pattern with 4 points running upward. Outside at the door of the house an old man is posted. People are going in, they say nothing and stand motionless in order to collect themselves inwardly. The man at the door says of the visitors to the house, when they come out again they are cleansed. I go into the house myself and find I can concentrate perfectly. Then a voice says, what you are doing is dangerous. Religion is not a tax to be paid so that you can rid yourself of the woman's image, for this image cannot be got rid of. Woe unto them who use religion as a substitute for another side of the soul's life. They are in error and will be accursed. Religion is no substitute. It is to be added to the other activities of the soul as the ultimate completion. Out of the fullness of life shall you bring forth your religion. Only then shall you be blessed. While the last sentence is being spoken in ringing tones, I hear distant music, simple chords on an organ. Something about it reminds me of Wagner's fire music. As I leave the house, I see a burning mountain, and I feel the fire that is not put out is a holy fire. Shaw, St. John. The dreamer notes that this dream was a powerful experience. Indeed, it has a numinous quality, and we shall therefore not be far wrong if we assume that it represents a new climax of insight and understanding. The voice has, as a rule, an absolutely authoritative character and generally comes at decisive moments. The house probably corresponds to the square, which is a gathering place, figure 93. The 4 shining points in the background again indicate the quaternity. The remark about cleansing refers to the transformative function of the taboo area. The production of wholeness, which is prevented by the tax evasion, naturally requires the image of the woman, since as anima she represents the 4th, inferior function, feminine because contaminated with the unconscious. In what sense the tax is to be paid depends on the nature of the inferior function and its auxiliary, and also on the attitude type. The payment can be either concrete or symbolic, but the conscious mind is not qualified to decide which form is valid. The dream's view that religion may not be a substitute for another side of the soul's life will certainly strike many people as a radical innovation. According to it, religion is equated with wholeness. It even appears as the expression of the integration of the self and the fullness of life. The faint echo of the fire music, the Loki motif, is not out of key, for what does fullness of life mean? What does wholeness mean? I feel that there is every reason here for some anxiety, since man as a whole being casts a shadow. The 4th was not separated from the 3 and banished to the kingdom of everlasting fire for nothing. Does not an uncanonical saying of our Lord declare, whoso is near unto me is near unto the fire? Compare figure 58. Such dire ambiguities are not meant for grown-up children, which is why Heraclitus of old was named the Dark, because he spoke too plainly and called life itself an ever-living fire, and that is why there are uncanonical sayings for those that have ears to hear. The theme of the fire mountain, figure 94, is to be met with in the book of Enoch. Enoch sees the 7 stars chained like great mountains and burning with fire at the angel's place of punishment. Originally, the 7 stars were the 7 great Babylonian gods, but at the time of Enoch's revelation, they had become the 7 archons, rulers of this world, fallen angels condemned to punishment. In contrast to this menacing theme, there is an allusion to the miracles of Jehovah on Mount Sinai. While according to other sources, the number 7 is by no means sinister, since it is on the 7th mountain of the western land that the tree with the life-giving fruit is to be found, i.e. the arbor sapientiae, compare figure 188. 55. Dream. A silver bowl with 4 cracked nuts at the cardinal points. This dream shows that some of the problems in Dream 52 have been settled. though the settlement is not complete. The dreamer pictured the goal that has now been attained as a circle divided into four, with the quadrants painted in the four colors. The circulation is to the left. Though this satisfies the demands of symmetry, the polarity of the functions is still unrecognized, despite the last very illuminating dream, because in the painting, red and blue, green and yellow are side by side instead of opposite one another. From this, we must conclude that the realization is meeting with strong inner resistances, partly of a philosophical and partly of an ethical nature, the justification for which cannot lightly be set aside. That the dreamer has an inadequate understanding of the polarity is shown by the fact that the nuts have still to be cracked in reality, and also that they are all alike, i.e. not yet differentiated. 56. Dream. Four children are carrying a large dark ring. They move in a circle. The dark unknown woman appears and says she will come again, for it is the festival of the solstice. In this dream, the elements of Dream 44 come together again, the children and the dark woman, who was a wicked witch before. The solstice indicates the turning point. In alchemy, the work is completed in the autumn. Vindemia Hermetis. Children, figure 95, dwarf gods, bring the ring, i.e. the symbol of wholeness is still under the sway of childlike creative powers. Note that children also play a part in the Opus Alchemicum. A certain portion of the work is called ludus puerorum. Save for the remark that the work is as easy as child's play, I have found no explanation for this, seeing that the work is, in the unanimous testimony of all the adepts, exceedingly difficult. It must be a euphemistic and probably also a symbolical definition. It would thus point to a cooperation on the part of infantile or unconscious forces represented as kabiri and hobgoblins. Homunculi, figure 96. 57. Visual impression. The dark ring with an egg in the middle. 58. Visual impression. A black eagle comes out of the egg and seizes in its beak the ring, now turned to gold. Then the dreamer is on a ship and the bird flies again. The eagle signifies height. Previously the stress was on depth, people descending to the water. It seizes the whole mandala and with it control of the dreamer, who, carried along on a ship, sails after the bird, figure 97. Birds are thoughts and the flight of thought. Generally it is fantasies and intuitive ideas that are represented thus: the winged Mercurius, Morpheus, genii, angels. The ship is the vehicle that bears the dreamer over the sea and the depths of the unconscious. As a man-made thing, it has the significance of a system or method or a way. Compare Hinayana and Mahayana, the lesser and greater vehicle, the two schools of Buddhism. The flight of thought goes ahead and methodically elaboration follows after. Man cannot walk the rainbow bridge like a god, but must go underneath with whatever reflective afterthoughts he may have. The eagle, synonymous with phoenix, vulture, raven, is a well-known alchemical symbol. Even the lapis, the rebis, compounded of two parts and therefore frequently hermaphroditic as an amalgam of Sol and Luna, is often represented with wings, figures 22, 54, 208, denoting intuition or spiritual, winged potentiality. In the last resort, all these symbols depict the consciousness transcending fact we call the self. This visual impression is rather like a snapshot of an evolving process as it leads on to the next stage. In alchemy, the egg stands for the chaos apprehended by the artifacts, the Prima Materia containing the captive world soul. Out of the egg, symbolized by the round cooking vessel, will rise the eagle or phoenix, the liberated soul which is ultimately identical with the anthropos who was imprisoned in the embrace of physis, figure 98. Section 3, the vision of the world clock. 59, the great vision. There is a vertical and a horizontal circle having a common center. This is the world clock. It is supported by the black bird. The vertical circle is a blue disc with a white border divided into 4 by 8, which equals 32 partitions. A pointer rotates upon it. The horizontal circle consists of 4 colors. On it stands 4 little men with pendulums, and round about it is laid the ring that was once dark and is now golden, formerly carried by the children. The clock has 3 rhythms or pulses. The small pulse, The pointer on the blue vertical disc advances by 1/32. The middle pulse, one complete revolution of the pointer at the same time the horizontal circle advances by 1/32. The great pulse, 32 middle pulses are equal to one revolution of the golden ring. This remarkable vision made a deep and lasting impression on the dreamer, an impression of the most sublime harmony, as he himself puts it. The world clock may well be the severe image, which is identical with the Kabiri, i.e. the four children or four little men with the pendulums. It is a three-dimensional mandala, a mandala in bodily form signifying realization. Unfortunately, medical discretion prevents my giving the biographical details. It must suffice to say that this realization did actually take place. Whatever a man does in reality, he himself becomes. Just why the vision of this curious figure should produce an impression of the most sublime harmony is in one sense very difficult to understand, but it becomes comprehensible enough as soon as we consider the comparative historical material. It is difficult to feel our way into the matter because the meaning of the image is exceedingly obscure. If the meaning is impenetrable and the form and color take no account of aesthetic requirements, then neither our understanding nor our sense of beauty is satisfied, and we are at a loss to see why it should give rise to the impression of the most sublime harmony. We can only venture the hypothesis that disparate and incongruous elements have combined here in the most fortunate way, simultaneously producing an image which realizes the intentions of the unconscious in the highest degree. We must therefore assume that the image is a singularly happy expression for an otherwise unknowable psychic fact which has so far only been able to manifest apparently disconnected aspects of itself. The impression is indeed extremely abstract. One of the underlying ideas seems to be the intersection of two heterogeneous systems for the sharing of a common center. Hence, if we start as before from the assumption that the center and its periphery represents the totality of the psyche and consequently the self, then the figure tells us that two heterogeneous systems intersect in the self, standing to one another in a functional relationship that is governed by law and regulated by three rhythms. The self is by definition the center and the circumference of the conscious and unconscious systems, but the regulation of their function by three rhythms is something that I cannot substantiate. I do not know what the three rhythms allude to, but I do not doubt for a moment that the allusion is amply justified. The only analogy I could adduce would be the three regimina mentioned in the introduction, paragraph 31, by which the four elements are converted into one another or synthesized in the quintessence. First regimen, earth to water. Second, water to air. Third, air to fire. We shall hardly be mistaken if we assume that our mandala aspires to the most complete union of opposites that is possible, including that of the masculine trinity and the feminine quaternity on the analogy of the alchemical hermaphrodite. Since the figure has a cosmic aspect, world clock, we must suppose it to be a small-scale model or perhaps even a source of space-time, or at any rate an embodiment of it and therefore, mathematically speaking, four-dimensional in nature although only visible in a three-dimensional projection. I do not wish to labor this argument, for such an interpretation lies beyond my powers of proof. The 32 pulses may conceivably derive from the multiplication of 4 times 8, as we know from experience that the quaternity found at the center of a mandala often becomes 8, 16, 32, or more when extended to the periphery. The number of 32 plays an important role in the Kabbalah. Thus we read in the Sefer Yetzirah 1:1, Jehovah, the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, the living God and King of the world, has graven his name in 32 mysterious paths of wisdom. These consist of 10 self-contained numbers, Sephiroth, and 22 basic letters, 1, 2. The meaning of the 10 numbers is as follows: 1. The Spirit of the living God. 2. Spirit from Spirit. 3. Water from Spirit. 4. Fire from water. 5 through 10, height, depth, east, west, south, north. Cornelius Agrippa mentions that the learned Jews attribute the number 32 to wisdom, for so many are the ways of wisdom described by Abram. Frank establishes a connection between 32 and the Kabbalistic Trinity, Kether, Binah, and Chokmah. These three persons contain and unite in themselves everything that exists, and they in turn are united in the white head, the Ancient of Days, for he is everything, and everything is he. Sometimes he is represented with three heads, which make but a single head, and sometimes he is likened to the brain, which, without impairing its unity, divides into three parts and spreads through the whole body by means of 32 pairs of nerves, just as God spreads through the universe only 32 miraculous paths. These 32 canales occulti are also mentioned by Noor von Rosenroth, who calls Chokmah the supreme path of all, embracing all, on the authority of Job 28:7 AV. There is a path which no fowl knoweth, and which the vulture's eye hath not seen. Alendi, in his very valuable account of number symbolism, writes, 32 is the differentiation which appears in the organic world, not creative generation, but rather the plan and arrangement of the various forms of created things which the Creator has modeled as the product of 8 times 4. Whether the Kabbalistic number 32 can be equated with the 32 fortunate signs, Mahavyanja, of the Buddha child is doubtful. As to the interpretation based on comparative historical material, we are in a more favorable position, at least as regards the general aspects of the figure. We have at our disposal, firstly, the whole Mandala symbolism of 3 continents, and secondly, the specific time symbolism of the mandala as this developed under the influence of astrology, particularly in the West. The horoscope, figure 100, is itself a mandala, a clock with a dark center and a leftward circumambulatio with houses and planetary phases. The mandalas of ecclesiastical art, particularly those on the floor before the high altar or beneath the transept, make frequent use of the zodiacal beasts or the yearly seasons. A related idea is the identity of Christ with the church calendar, of which he is the fixed pole and the life. The Son of Man is in anticipation of the idea of the self, figure 99. Hence the Gnostic adulteration of Christ with the other synonyms for the self among the Nasines, recorded by Hippolytus. There is also a connection with the symbolism of Horus. On the one hand, Christ enthroned with the 4 emblems of the evangelists, 3 animals and an angel, figure 101. On the other, Father Horus with his 4 sons, or Osiris with the 4 sons of Horus, figure 102. Horus is also the rising sun, and Christ was still worshipped as such by the early Christians. We find a remarkable parallel in the writings of Guillaume de Digueuleville, prior of the Cistercian monastery at Chalice, a Norman poet who, independently of Dante, composed 3 pèlerinages between 1330 and 1355. Le pèlerinage de la vie humaine de l'homme and de Jesus Christ. The last canto of the Pèlerinage de l'âme contains a vision of paradise which consists of 7 large spheres, each containing 7 smaller spheres. All the spheres rotate, and this movement is called a siècle. Saculum. The heavenly siècles are the prototypes of the earthly centuries. The angel who guides the poet explains, when Holy Church ends her prayers with an in saculum saculorum, forever and ever, she has in mind not earthly time but eternity. At the same time, the siècles are spherical spaces in which the blessed dwell. Siècles and cieux are identical. In the highest heaven of pure gold, the king sits on a round throne which shines more brightly than the sun. A corona of precious stones surrounds him. Beside him, on a circular throne that is made of brown crystal, sits the queen, who intercedes for the sinners. Figure 103. Raising his eyes to the golden heaven, the pilgrim perceived a marvelous circle which appeared to be 3 feet across. It came out of the golden heaven at one point and re-entered it at another, and it made the whole tour of the golden heaven. This circle is sapphire-colored, It is a small circle 3 feet in diameter, and evidently it moves over a great horizontal circle like a rolling disc. This great circle intersects the golden circle of heaven. While Guillaume is absorbed in this sight, 3 spirits suddenly appear, clad in purple, with golden crowns and girdles, and enter the golden heaven. This moment, so the angel tells him, is une fête, like a church festival on earth. Ce cercle que tu vois est le calendrier, que y en façon son tour entier, montre de son les journées, quand elles devient être fêtée, chacune fait le cercle un tour, chacune étoile y est pour jour, chacune soleil pour l'espace. De jour 30 ou zodiaque. This circle is the calendar which, spinning round the course entire, shows the feast day of each saint, and when it should be celebrate. Each saint goes once round all the way, each star you see stands for a day, and every sun denotes a spell of 30 days zodiacal. The 3 figures are saints whose feast day is even now being celebrated. The small circle that enters the golden heaven is 3 feet in width, and likewise there are 3 figures who make their sudden entry. They signify the moment of time and eternity, as does the circle of the calendar, figure 104. But why this should be exactly 3 feet in diameter and why there are 3 figures remains a mystery. We naturally think of the 3 rhythms in our vision, which are started off by the pointer moving over the blue disk, and which enter the system just as inexplicably as the calendar circle enters the golden heaven. The guide continues to instruct Guillaume on the significance of the signs of the zodiac, with particular reference to sacred history, and ends with the remark that the feast of the 12 fishermen will be celebrated in the signs of Pisces, when the 12 will appear before the Trinity. Then it suddenly occurs to Guillaume that he has never really understood the nature of the Trinity, and he begs the angel for an explanation. The angel answers, "Now there are 3 principal colors, namely green, red, and gold. These 3 colors are seen united in diverse works of watered silk, and in the feathers of many birds, such as the peacock. The Almighty King, who puts 3 colors in one, cannot he also make one substance to be 3? Gold, the royal color, is attributed to God the Father, red to God the Son, because he shed his blood, and to the Holy Ghost green, la couleur qui verdoye et qui réconforte." Thereupon the angel warns Guillaume not to ask any more questions and disappears. The poet wakes up to find himself safely in his bed, and so ends the pèlerinage de l'âme. There is, however, one thing more to be asked. 3 there are, but where is the 4th? Why is blue missing? This color was also missing in the disturbed mandala of our dreamer. See paragraph 287. Curiously enough, the calendrier that intersects the golden circle is blue, and so is the vertical disc in the 3-dimensional mandala. We would conjecture that blue, standing for the vertical, means height and depth, the blue sky above, the blue sea below, and that any shrinkage of the vertical reduces the square to an oblong, thus producing something like an inflation of consciousness. Hence, the vertical would correspond to the unconscious, but the unconscious in a man has feminine characteristics, and blue is the traditional color of the Virgin's celestial cloak, figure 105. Guillaume was so absorbed in the Trinity and in the threefold aspect of the Roy that he quite forgot the rain. Faust prays to her in these words, "Supreme Mistress of the world, let me behold thy secret in the outstretched azure canopy of heaven." It was inevitable that blue should be missing for Guillaume in the tetrad of rainbow colors because of its feminine nature, but like woman herself, the anima means the height and depth of a man. Without the blue vertical circle, the golden mandala remains bodiless and 2-dimensional, a mere abstraction. It is only the intervention of time and space here and now that makes reality. Wholeness is realized for a moment only, the moment that Faust was seeking all his life. The poet in Guillaume must have had an inkling of the heretical truth when he gave the king a queen sitting on a throne made of earth-brown crystal. For what is heaven without Mother Earth, and how can man reach fulfillment if the queen does not intercede for his black soul? She understands the darkness, for she has taken her throne, the earth itself, to heaven with her, if only by the subtlest of suggestions. She adds the missing blue to the gold, red, and green, and thus completes the harmonious whole. Section 4. The Symbols of the Self. The vision of the world clock is neither the last nor the highest point in the development of the symbols of the objective psyche, but it brings to an end the first third of the material, consisting in all of some 400 dreams and visions. This series is noteworthy because it gives an unusually complete description of a psychic fact that I had observed long before in many individual cases. We have to thank not only the completeness of the objective material, but the care and discernment of the dreamer for having placed us in a position to follow step by step the synthetic work of the unconscious. The troubled course of this synthesis would doubtless have been depicted in even greater completeness had I taken account of the 340 dreams interspersed among the 59 examined here. Unfortunately, this was impossible because the dreams touch to some extent on the intimacies of personal life and must therefore remain unpublished, so I had to confine myself to the impersonal material. I hope I may have succeeded in throwing some light upon the development of the symbols of the self and in overcoming, partially at least, the serious difficulties inherent in all material drawn from actual experience. At the same time, I am fully aware that the comparative materials so necessary for a complete elucidation could have been greatly increased. But, so as not to burden the exposition unduly, I have exercised the greatest reserve in this respect. Consequently, there is much that is only hinted at, though this should not be taken as a sign of superficiality. I believe myself to be in a position to offer ample evidence for my views, but I do not wish to give the impression that I imagine I have said anything final on this highly complicated subject. It is true that this is not the first time I have dealt with a series of spontaneous manifestations of the unconscious. I did so once before in my book, Psychology of the Unconscious, but there it was more a problem of neurosis and puberty, whereas this is the broader problem of individuation. Moreover, there is a very considerable difference between the two personalities in question. The earlier case, which I never saw at first hand, ended in psychic catastrophe, a psychosis, but the present case shows a normal development such as I have often observed in highly intelligent persons. What is particularly noteworthy here is the consistent development of the central symbol. We can hardly escape the feeling that the unconscious process moves spiral-wise round a center, gradually getting closer while the characteristics of the center grow more and more distinct. Or perhaps we could put it in the other way around and say that the center, itself virtually unknowable, acts like a magnet on the disparate materials and processes of the unconscious and gradually captures them as in a crystal lattice. For this reason, the center is, in other cases, often pictured as a spider in its web, figure 108, especially when the conscious attitude is still dominated by fear of unconscious processes. But if the process is allowed to take its course, as it was in our case, then the central symbol, constantly renewing itself, will steadily and consistently force its way through the apparent chaos of the personal psyche and its dramatic entanglements, just as the great Bernoulli's epitaph says of the spiral, idem mutata resurgo. Accordingly, we often find spiral representations of the center, as for instance the serpent coiled round the creative point, the egg. Indeed, it seems as if all the personal entanglements and dramatic changes of fortune that make up the intensity of life were nothing but hesitations, timid shrinkings, almost like petty complications and meticulous excuses for not facing the finality of this strange and uncanny process of crystallization. Often one has the impression that the personal psyche is running round this central point like a shy animal, at once fascinated and frightened, always in flight, and yet steadily drawing nearer. I trust I have given no cause for the misunderstanding that I know anything about the nature of the center, for it is simply unknowable and can only be expressed symbolically through its own phenomenology, as is the case, incidentally, with every object of experience. Among the various characteristics of the center, the one that struck me from the beginning was the phenomenon of the quaternity, figure 109, that it is not simply a question of, shall we say, the 4 points of the compass or something of that kind is proved by the fact that there is often a competition between 4 and 3. There is also, but more rarely, a competition between 4 and 5, though 5-rayed mandalas must be characterized as abnormal on account of their lack of symmetry. It would seem, therefore, that there is normally a clear insistence on 4, or as if there were a greater statistical probability of 4. Now it is, as I can hardly refrain from remarking, a curious sport of nature that the chief chemical constituent of the physical organism is carbon, which is characterized by 4 valencies. Also, it is well known that the diamond is a carbon crystal. Carbon is black, coal, graphite, but the diamond is purest water. To draw such an analogy would be a lamentable piece of an intellectual bad taste were the phenomenon of 4 merely a poetic conceit on the part of the conscious mind and not a spontaneous product of the objective psyche. Even if we suppose that dreams could be influenced to any appreciable extent by autosuggestion, in which case it would naturally be more a matter of their meaning than of their form, it would still have to be proved that the conscious mind of the dreamer had made a serious effort to impress the idea of the quaternity on the unconscious. But in this case, as in many other cases, I have observed such a possibility is absolutely out of the question, quite apart from the numerous historical and ethnological parallels. Figure 110, compare also figures 50, 61 through 66, 82, 109. Surveying these facts as a whole, we come, at least in my opinion, to the inescapable conclusion that there is some psychic element present which expresses itself through the quaternity. No daring speculation or extravagant fancy is needed for this. If I have called the center the self, I did so after mature consideration and a careful appraisal of the empirical and historical data. A materialistic interpretation could easily maintain that the center is nothing but the point at which the psyche ceases to be knowable because it there coalesces with the body, and a spiritualistic interpretation might retort that this self is nothing but spirit, which animates both soul and body and erupts into time and space at that creative point. I purposely refrain from all such physical and metaphysical speculations and content myself with establishing the empirical facts, and this seems to me infinitely more important for the advance of human knowledge than running after fashionable intellectual crazes or jumped-up religious creeds. To the best of my experience, we are dealing here with very important nuclear processes in the objective psyche, images of the goal, as it were, which the psychic process, being goal-directed, apparently sets up of its own accord, without any external stimulus. Externally, of course, there is always a certain condition of psychic need, a sort of hunger, but it seeks for familiar and favorite dishes, and never imagines as its goal some outlandish food unknown to consciousness. The goal which beckons to this psychic need, the image which promises to heal, to make whole, is at first strange beyond all measure to the conscious mind, so that it can find entry only with the very greatest difficulty. Of course, it is quite different for people who live in a time and environment when such images of the goal have dogmatic validity. These images are then eo ipso held up to consciousness, and the unconscious is thus shown its own secret reflection, in which it recognizes itself and so joins forces with the conscious mind. As to the question of the origin of the mandala motif, from a superficial point of view, it looks as if it had gradually come into being in the course of the dream series. The fact is, however, that it only appeared more and more distinctly and in increasingly differentiated form. In reality, it was always present, and even occurred in the first dream, as the nymph says later, "We were always there, only you did not notice us." It is therefore more probable that we are dealing with an a priori type, an archetype which is inherent in the collective unconscious and thus beyond individual birth and death. The archetype is, so to speak, an eternal presence, and the only question is whether it is perceived by the conscious mind or not. I think we are forming a more probable hypothesis, and one that better explains the observed facts if we assume that the increase in the clarity and frequency of the mandala motif is due to a more accurate perception of an already existing type, rather than it is generated in the course of the dream series. The latter assumption is contradicted by the fact, for instance, that such fundamental ideas as the hat, which epitomizes the personality, the encircling serpent, the perpetuum mobile, appear right at the beginning. First series, Dream 1, paragraph 52, and Vision 5, paragraph 62. Second series, Dream 9, paragraph 134. If the motif of the mandala is an archetype, it ought to be a collective phenomenon, i.e., theoretically, it should appear in everyone. In practice, however, it is to be met with a distinct form in relatively few cases, though this does not prevent it from functioning as a concealed pole round which everything ultimately revolves. In the last analysis, every life is the realization of a whole, that is, of a self, for which reason this realization can also be called individuation. All life is bound to individual carriers who realize it, and is simply inconceivable without them. But every carrier is charged with an individual destiny and destination, and the realization of these alone makes sense of life. True, the sense is often something that could just as well be called nonsense, for there is a certain incommensurability between the mystery of existence and human understanding. Sense and nonsense are merely man-made labels which serve to give us a reasonably valid sense of direction. As the historical parallels show, the symbolism of the mandala is not just a unique curiosity. We can well say that it is a regular occurrence. Were it not so, there would be no comparative material, and it is precisely the possibility of comparing the mental products of all times from every quarter of the globe that shows us most clearly what immense importance the consensus gentium has always attached to the processes of the objective psyche. This is reason enough not to make light of them, and my medical experience has only confirmed this estimate. There are people, of course, who think it unscientific to take anything seriously. They do not want their intellectual playground disturbed by graver considerations. But the doctor who fails to take account of man's feelings for values commits a serious blunder, and if he tries to correct the mysterious and well-nigh inscrutable workings of nature with his so-called scientific attitude, he is merely putting his shallow sophistry in place of nature's healing processes. Let us take the wisdom of the old alchemists to heart. Naturalissimum et perfectissimum opus est generare tale qual ipsum est. The most natural and perfect work is to generate its like. Part 3. Religious Ideas in Alchemy, an historical survey of alchemical ideas. Habentibus symbolum. Facilis est transitus. For those who have the symbol, the passage is easy. An alchemical verbum magistri from Milius, Philosophia Reformata. Chapter 1. Basic Concepts of Alchemy. Section 1. Introduction. Slowly, in the course of the 18th century, alchemy perished in its own obscurity. Its method of explanation, obscurum per obscurius, ignotum per ignotius, the obscure by the more obscure, the unknown by the more unknown, was incompatible with the spirit of enlightenment, and particularly with the dawning science of chemistry towards the end of the century. But these two new intellectual forces only gave the coup de grace to alchemy. Its inner decay had begun at least a century earlier, at the time of Jacob Boehme, when many alchemists deserted their alembics and melting pots and devoted themselves entirely to Hermetic philosophy. It was then that the chemist and the Hermetic philosopher parted company. Chemistry became natural science, whereas Hermetic philosophy lost the empirical ground from under its feet and aspired to bombastic allegories and inane speculations which were kept alive only by memories of a better time. This was a time when the mind of the alchemist was still grappling with the problems of matter, when the exploring consciousness was confronted by the dark void of the unknown, in which figures and laws were dimly perceived and attributed to matter, although they really belonged to the psyche. Everything unknown and empty is filled with psychological projection. It is as if in the investigator's own psychic background were mirrored in the darkness. What he sees in matter or thinks he can see is chiefly the data of his own unconscious which he is projecting into it. In other words, he encounters in matter as apparently belonging to it certain qualities and potential meanings of whose psychic nature he is entirely unconscious. This is particularly true of classical alchemy, when empirical science and mystical philosophy were more or less undifferentiated. The process of fission which separated the word from the word set in at the end of the 16th century and produced a quite fantastic species of literature whose authors were, at least to some extent, conscious of the psychic nature of their alchemistical transmutations. On this aspect of alchemy, especially as regards its psychological significance, Herbert Silberer's book, Problems of Mysticism and its Symbolism, gives us abundant information. The fantastic symbolism bound up with it is graphically described in a paper by R. Bernoulli, and a detailed account of Hermetic philosophy is to be found in a study by J. Vola. But a comprehensive study of the ideas contained in the texts and of their history is still lacking, although we are indebted to Reitzenstein for important preparatory work in this field. Section 2. The Alchemical Process and its Stages. Alchemy, as is well known, describes a process of chemical transformation and gives numberless directions for its accomplishment. Although hardly two authors are of the same opinion regarding the exact course of the process and the sequence of its stages, the majority are agreed on the principal points at issue, and have been so from the earliest times, i.e. since the beginning of the Christian era. 4 stages are distinguished, figure 114. Characterized by the original colors mentioned in Heraclitus: melanosis, blackening; leucosis, whitening; xanthosis, yellowing; and iosis, reddening. This division of the process into 4 was called the quartering of the philosophy. Later, about the 15th or 16th century, the colors were reduced to 3, and the xanthosis, otherwise called the citrinitas, gradually fell into disuse or was but seldom mentioned. Instead, the viriditas sometimes appears after the melanosis or nigredo in exceptional cases, though it was never generally recognized, whereas the original tetrameria corresponded exactly to the quaternity of elements. It was now frequently stressed that although there were 4 elements, earth, water, fire, and air, and 4 qualities, hot, cold, dry, and moist, there were only 3 colors, black, white, and red. Since the process never led to the desired goal, and since the individual parts of it were never carried out in any standardized manner, the change in the classification of its stages cannot be due to extraneous reasons, but has more to do with the symbolical significance of the quaternity and the trinity. In other words, it is due to inner psychological reasons. The nigredo, or blackness, figure 115, is the initial state, either present from the beginning as a quality of the Prima Materia, the chaos or massa confusa, or else produced by the separation, solutio, separatio, divisio, putrefactio, of the elements. If the separated condition is assumed at the start, as sometimes happens, then a union of opposites is performed under the likeness of a union of male and female, called the conjungium, matrimonium, conjunctio, coitus, followed by the death of the product of the union, mortificatio, calcinatio, putrefactio, and a corresponding nigredo. From this, the washing, ablutio, baptisma, either leads direct to the whitening, albedo, or else the soul, anima, released at the death, is reunited with the dead body and brings about its resurrection, or again the many colors, omnes colores, or peacock's tail, cauda pavonis, lead to the one white color that contains all colors. At this point, the first main goal of the process is reached, namely the albedo, tinctura alba, terra alba foliata, lapis albus, etc. Highly prized by many alchemists as if it were the ultimate goal, it is the silver or moon condition which still has to be raised to the sun condition. The albedo is, so to speak, the daybreak, but not till the libido is its sunrise. The transition to the libido is formed by the citrinitas, though this, as we have said, was omitted later. The libido then follows direct from the albedo as the result of raising the heat of the fire to its highest intensity. The red and the white are king and queen, who may also celebrate their chemical wedding at this stage. Figure 116. Section 3. Conceptions and Symbols of the Goal. The arrangement of the stages in individual authors depends primarily on their conception of the goal. Sometimes this is the white or red tincture, aqua permanens, sometimes the philosopher's stone, which as hermaphrodite contains both, or again it is the panacea, aurum potabile, elixir vitae, philosophical gold, golden glass, vitrum aureum, malleable glass, vitrum malleabile. The conceptions of the goal are as vague and various as the individual processes. The lapis philosophorum, for instance, is often the prima materia, or the means of producing the gold, or again it is an altogether mystical being that is sometimes called deus terrestris, salvator, or filius macrocosmi, a figure we can only compare with the Gnostic anthropos, the divine original man. Figure 117. Besides the idea of the prima materia, that of water, aqua permanens, and that of fire, ignis noster, play an important part. Although these two elements are antagonistic and even constitute a typical pair of opposites, they are yet one and the same, according to the testimony of the authors. Like the prima materia, the water has 1,000 names. It is even said to be the original material of the stone. In spite of this, we are on the other hand assured that the water is extracted from the stone, or prima materia as its life-giving soul, anima. This perplexity comes out very clearly in the following passage from the 8 Exercitatio in Turban. Many dispute in long controversies whether the stone under different names consists of several substances, or of two, or only of one. But this philosopher, Skytes, and Bonellus say that the whole work and the substance of the whole work are nothing but the water, and that the treatment regimen of the same also takes place in nothing but the water, and there is in fact one substance in which everything is contained, and that is the sulfur philosophorum, which is water and soul, oil, mercurius and soul, the fire of nature, the eagle, the lacrima, the first heel of the wise, the materia prima of the perfect body. And by whatever names the philosophers have called their stone, they always mean and refer to this one substance, i.e. to the water from which everything originates, and in which everything is contained, which rules everything, in which errors are made, and in which the error is itself corrected. I call it philosophical water, not ordinary, vulgi water, but aqua mercurialis, whether it be simple or composite. For both are the philosophical water, although the vulgar mercury is different from the philosophical. That water is simple and unmixed. This water is composed of two substances, namely of our mineral and of simple water. These composite waters form the philosophical mercurius, from which it must be assumed that the substance of the prima materia itself consists of composite water. Some alchemists put 3 together, others only 2. For myself, 2 species are sufficient, male and female, or brother and sister, figure 118. But they also call the simple water poison, quicksilver, argentum vivum, cambar, aqua permanens, gum, vinegar, urine, seawater, dragon, and serpent. This account makes one thing very evident. The philosophical water is the stone or the prima materia itself, but at the same time it is also its solvent, as is proved by the perception immediately following. Grind the stone to a very fine powder and put it into the sharpest celestial colestino vinegar, and it will at once be dissolved into the philosophical water. It can also be shown that fire played the same role as water. Another no less important idea is that of the hermetic vessel, vas hermetis, typified by the retorts or melting furnaces that contain the substances to be transformed, figure 119. Although an instrument, it nevertheless has peculiar connections with the Prima Materia as well as with the Lapis, so it is no mere piece of apparatus. For the alchemists, the vessel is something truly marvelous, a vas mirabile. Maria Prophetessa, figure 78, says that the whole secret lies in knowing about the hermetic vessel. Unum est vas, the vessel is one, is emphasized again and again. It must be completely round, in imitation of the spherical cosmos, so that the influence of the stars may contribute to the succession of the operation. It is a kind of matrix or uterus from which the filius philosophorum, the miraculous stone, is to be born. Figure 120. Hence it is required that the vessel be not only round but egg-shaped. Figure 121, compare figure 22. One naturally thinks of this vessel as a sort of retort or flask, but one soon learns that this is an inadequate conception, since the vessel is more a mystical idea, a true symbol like all the central ideas of alchemy. Thus we hear that the vas is the water or aqua permanens, which is none other than the mercurius of the philosophers. But not only is it the water, it is also its opposite, fire. I will not enter further into all the innumerable synonyms for the vessel. The few I have mentioned will suffice to demonstrate its undoubted symbolical significance. As to the course of the process as a whole, the authors are vague and contradictory. Many content themselves with a few summary hints, others make an elaborate list of the various operations. Thus, in 1576, Josephus Quercetanus, alchemist, physician, and diplomat, who in France and French Switzerland played a somewhat similar role to that of Paracelsus, established a sequence of 12 operations as follows. Figured 122. 1. Calcinatio. 2. Solutio. 3. Elementorum separatio. 4. Conjunctio. 5. Putrefactio. 6. Coagulatio. 7. Cebatio. 8. Sublimatio. 9. Fermentatio. 10. Exaltatio. 11. Augmentatio. 12. Proiectio. Every single one of these terms has more than one meaning. We need only look up the explanations in Ruhlen's lexicon to get a more than adequate idea of this. It is therefore pointless to go further into the variations of the alchemical procedure in the present context. Such is, superficially and in the roughest outline, the framework of alchemy as known to us all. From the point of view of our modern knowledge of chemistry, it tells us little or nothing, and if we turn to the texts and the hundreds and hundreds of procedures and recipes left behind by the Middle Ages and antiquity, we shall find relatively few among them with any recognizable meaning for the chemist. He would probably find most of them nonsensical, and furthermore, it is certain beyond all doubt that no real tincture or artificial gold was ever produced during the many centuries of earnest endeavor. What then, we may fairly ask, induced the old alchemists to go on laboring, or as they said, operating, so steadfastly, and to write all those treatises on the divine art, if their whole undertaking was so portentously futile? To do them justice, we must add that all knowledge of the nature of chemistry and its limitations was still completely closed to them, so that they were as much entitled to hope as those who dreamed of flying, and whose successors made the dream come true after all. Nor should we underestimate the sense of satisfaction born of the enterprise, the excitement of the adventure, of the quaerere, seeking, and the invenire, finding. This always lasts as long as the methods employed seem sensible. There was nothing at that time to convince the alchemists of the senselessness of his chemical operations. What is more, he could look back on a long tradition which contained not a few testimonies of such as had achieved the marvelous result. Finally, the matter was not entirely without promise, since a number of useful discoveries did occasionally emerge as byproducts of his labors in the laboratory. As the forerunner of chemistry, alchemy had a sufficient raison d'être. Hence, even if alchemy had consisted in, if you like, an unending series of futile and barren chemical experiments, it would be no more astonishing than the venturesome endeavors of medieval medicine and pharmacology. Chapter 2. The psychic nature of the alchemical work. Section 1. The projection of psychic contents. The alchemical opus deals in the main not just with chemical experiments as such, but with something resembling psychic processes expressed in pseudo-chemical language. The ancients knew more or less what chemical processes were, therefore they must have known that the thing they practiced was, to say the least of it, no ordinary chemistry. That they realized the difference is shown even in the title of a treatise by Pseudo-Democritus, ascribed to the 1st century, words. And soon afterwards a wealth of evidence accumulates to show that in alchemy there are two, in our eyes, heterogeneous currents flowing side by side, which we simply cannot conceive as being compatible. Alchemy's tam ethis quam physis, as much ethical, i.e. psychological, as physical, is impenetrable to our logic. If the alchemist is admittedly using the chemical process only symbolically, then why does he work in a laboratory with crucibles and alembics? And if, as he constantly asserts, he is describing chemical processes, why distort them past recognition with his mythological symbolisms? This puzzle has proved something of a headache to many an honest and well-meaning student of alchemy. On the one hand, the alchemist declares that he is concealing the truth intentionally, so as to prevent wicked or stupid people from gaining possession of the gold and thus precipitating a catastrophe. But on the other hand, the same author will assure us that the gold he is seeking is not, as the stupid suppose, the ordinary gold. It is the philosophical gold, or even the marvelous stone, the lapis invisibilitatis, the stone of invisibility, or the lapis ethereus, the ethereal stone, or finally the unimaginable hermaphroditic rebus, figure 125. And he will end up by saying that all recipes whatsoever are to be despised. For psychological reasons, however, it is highly unlikely that the motive prompting the alchemist to secrecy and mystification was consideration for mankind. Whenever anything real is discovered, it is usually announced with a flourish of trumpets. The fact is that the alchemists had little or nothing to divulge in the way of chemistry, least of all the secret of gold-making. Mystification can be pure bluff for the obvious purpose of exploiting the credulous, but any attempt to explain alchemy as a whole from this angle is, in my opinion, contradicted by the fact that a fair number of detailed, scholarly, and conscientious treatises were written and published anonymously, and therefore could not be of unlawful advantage to anyone. At the same time, there are undoubtedly a great many fraudulent productions written by charlatans. But mystification can also arise from another source. The real mystery does not behave mysteriously or secretively. It speaks a secret language. It adumbrates itself by a variety of images which all indicate its true nature. I am not speaking of a secret personally guarded by someone with a content known to its possessor, but of a mystery, a matter or circumstance which is secret, i.e. known only through vague hints, but essentially unknown. The real nature of matter was unknown to the alchemist. He knew it only in hints. In seeking to explore it, he projected the unconscious into the darkness of matter in order to illuminate it. In order to explain the mystery of matter, he projected yet another mystery, his own unknown psychic background, into what was to be explained. Obscurum per obscurius, ignotum per ignotius. This procedure was not, of course, intentional. It was an involuntary occurrence. Strictly speaking, projection is never made. It happens. It is simply there. In the darkness of anything external to me, I find, without recognizing it as such, an interior or psychic life that is my own. It would therefore be a mistake, in my opinion, to explain the formula tam ethis quams physisse by the theory of correspondences and to say that this is its cause. On the contrary, this theory is more likely to be a rationalization of the experience of projection. The alchemist did not practice his art because he believed on theoretical grounds in correspondence. The point is that he had a theory of correspondence because he experienced the presence of pre-existing ideas in physical matter. I am therefore inclined to assume that the real root of alchemy is to be sought less in philosophical doctrines than in the projections of individual investigators. I mean by this that while working on his chemical experiments, the operator had certain psychic experiences which appeared to him as the particular behavior of the chemical process. Since it was a question of projection, he was naturally unconscious of the fact that the experience had nothing to do with the matter itself, that is, with matter as we know it today. He experienced his projection as a property of matter, but what he was in reality experiencing was his own unconscious. In this way, he recapitulated the whole history of man's knowledge of nature. As we all know, science began with the stars, and mankind discovered in them the dominance of the unconscious, the gods, as well as the curious psychological qualities of the zodiac, a complete projected theory of human character. Astrology is a primordial experience similar to alchemy. Such projections repeat themselves whenever man tries to explore an empty darkness and involuntarily fills it with living form. This being so, I turned my attention to the question of whether the alchemists themselves had reported any such experiences in the course of their work. I had no reason to hope for a very rich find, since they would be unconscious experiences which would escape record for precisely that reason. But in point of fact, there are one or two unmistakable accounts in the literature. Characteristically enough, the latter accounts are more detailed and specific than the earlier ones. The most recent account comes from a treatise alleged to have been translated from Ethiopian into Latin and from Latin into German, of which chapter 8, The Creation, reads, "Take of common rainwater a good quantity, at least 10 quarts. Preserve it well sealed in glass vessels for at least 10 days. Then it will deposit matter and feces on the bottom. Pour off the clear liquid and place in a wooden vessel that is fashioned round like a ball. Cut it through the middle and fill the vessel a third full, then set it in the sun about midday in a secret or secluded spot. When this has been done, take a drop of the consecrated red wine and let it fall into the water, and you will instantly perceive a fog and thick darkness on top of the water, such as also was at the first creation. Then put in 2 drops, and you will see the light coming forth from the darkness. Whereupon, little by little, put in every half of each quarter hour, first 3, then 4, then 5, then 6 drops, and then no more, and you will see with your own eyes one thing after another appearing by and by on top of the water, how God created all things in 6 days, figure 126, and how it all came to pass, and such secrets as are not to be spoken aloud, and I also have not the power to reveal. Fall on your knees before you undertake this operation. Let your eyes judge of it, for thus was the world created. Let all stand as it is, and in half an hour after it began it will disappear. By this you will see clearly the secrets of God that are at present hidden from you as from a child. You will understand what Moses has written concerning the creation. You will see what manner of body Adam and Eve had before and after the fall, what the serpent was, what the tree, and what manner of fruits they ate, where and what paradise is, and in what bodies the righteous shall be resurrected, not in this body that we have received from Adam, but in that which we attain through the Holy Ghost, namely in such a body as our Savior brought from heaven." In chapter 9, The Heavens, we read, "You shall take 7 pieces of metal, of each and every metal as they are named after the planets, and shall stamp on each the character of the planet in the house of the same planet, and every piece shall be as large and thick as a rose noble. But of Mercury only the 4th part of an ounce by weight, and nothing stamped upon it. Then put them after the order in which they stand in the heavens into a crucible, and make all windows fast in the chamber, that it may be quite dark within. Then melt them all together in the midst of the chamber, and drop in 7 drops of the blessed stone, and forthwith a flame of fire will come out of the crucible, figure 127, and spread itself over the whole chamber, fear no harm, and will light up the whole chamber more brightly than sun and moon, and over your heads you shall behold the whole firmament as it is in the starry heavens above, and the planets shall hold to their appointed courses as in the sky. Let it cease of itself in a quarter of an hour, everything will be in its own place." Let us take another example from a treatise by Theobald de Hogeland, 16th century. They say also that different names are given to the stone on account of the wonderful variety of figures that appear in the course of the work, inasmuch as colors often come forth at the same time, just as we sometimes imagine in the clouds or in the fire strange shapes of animals, reptiles, or trees. I found similar things in a fragment of a book ascribed to Moses. When the body is dissolved, it is there written, then will appear sometimes 2 branches, sometimes 3 or more, sometimes also the shapes of reptiles. On occasion it also seems as if a man with a head and all his limbs were seated upon a cathedra. Like the 2 preceding texts, Haugeland's remarks prove that during the practical work certain events of an hallucinatory or visionary nature were perceived, which cannot be anything but projections of unconscious contents. Haugeland quotes Senior as saying that the vision of the hermetic vessel is more to be sought than the scripture. The authors speak of seeing with the eyes of the spirit, but it is not always clear whether they mean vision in a real or a figurative sense. Thus the Novum Lumen says, to cause things hidden in the shadow to appear, and to take away the shadow from them, this is permitted to the intelligent philosopher by God through nature. All these things happen, and the eyes of the common men do not see them, but the eyes of the understanding, intellectus, and of the imagination perceive them, percipiunt, with true and truest vision, visu. Raymond Lully writes, you should know, dear son, that the course of nature is turned about, so that without invocation, e.g. of the familiaris, and without spiritual exaltation, you can see certain fugitive spirits condensed in the air in the shape of divers, monsters, beasts, and men, which move like the clouds hither and thither. Figure 129. Dorn says much the same. Thus he will come to see with his mental eyes, oculus mentalibus, an indefinite number of sparks shining through day by day and more and growing into a great light. The psychologist will find nothing strange in a figure of speech becoming concretized and turning into an hallucination. Thus in his biographical notes, 1594, Haugeland describes how on the 3rd day of the Decatio, he saw the surface of the substance cover itself with colors, chiefly green, red, gray, and for the rest iridescent. Whenever he remembered that day, a verse of Virgil's came into his mind, ut vidi ut peri, ut me malus abstulit error. When I saw how utterly I perished, an evil delusion took me off. This error or optical illusion, ludibrium oculis oblatum, he said, was the cause of much subsequent trouble and expense, for he had believed that he was on the point of attaining the nigredo. But a few days later his fire went out in the night, which led to an irreparable damnum. In other words, he never succeeded in repeating the phenomenon. Not that the iridescent skin on molten metal is necessarily an hallucination, but the text shows a remarkable willingness on part of the author to suspect something of the sort. The Tractus Aristotelis contains a passage that is noteworthy from the point of view of the alchemist's psychology. The serpent is more cunning than all the beasts of the earth. Under the beauty of her skin she shows a harmless face, and she forms herself in the manner of a materia hypostatica. Through illusion, when immersed in water, there she gathers together the virtues from the earth, which is her body. Because she is very thirsty, she drinks immoderately and becomes drunken, and she causes the nature wherewith she is united to vanish, disappear. The serpent is Mercurius, who, as the fundamental substance, hypostatica, forms himself in the water and swallows the nature to which he is joined. Figure 130. Compare sun drowning in the fountain of Mercurius, lion devouring the sun, figure 169, Bea dissolving Gabricus in her own body. Matter is thus formed through illusion, which is necessarily that of the alchemist. This illusion might well be the vera imaginatio possessed of informing power. The fact that visions allied themselves to the alchemical work may also explain why dreams and dream visions are often mentioned as important intermezzi, or as sources of revelation. Thus Nazari, for instance, puts his doctrine of transmutation in the form of 3 dreams, a fairly plain analogy to Polyphilo. The classical Visio Aristotle has a similar dream form. Ostenes likewise communicates his doctrine dressed up as a revelation in a dream, while the dreams and visions in these texts, as also in Senior and Crates, are mainly a literary convention. The dream vision of Zosimos has a much more authentic character. It is repeatedly stressed in the literature that the much sought-after aqua permanens would be revealed in a dream. Generally speaking, the Prima Materia, indeed the stone itself or the secret of its production, is revealed to the operator by God. Thus, Laurentius Ventura says, "But one cannot know the procedure unless it be a gift of God, or through the instruction of a most experienced master, and the source of it all is the divine will." Kunrath is of the opinion that one could perfectly prepare our chaos naturae, prima materia, in the highest simplicity and perfection from a special secret divine vision and revelation, without further probing and pondering of the causes. Hogland explains the necessity for divine illumination by saying that the production of the stone transcends reason, and that only a supernatural and divine knowledge knows the exact time for the birth of the stone. This means that God alone knows the prima materia. After the time of Paracelsus, the source of enlightenment was the lumen naturae. This light is the true light of nature, which illuminates all the God-loving philosophers who come into this world. It is in the world, and the whole edifice of the world is beautifully adorned and will be naturally preserved by it until the last and great day of the Lord. But the world knows it not. Above all, it is the subject of the Catholic and great stone of the philosophers, which the whole world has before its eyes, yet knows not. Section 2. The mental attitude toward the opus. A somewhat different aspect of the psyche's relations to the chemical work is apparent in the following quotation from the text of an anonymous author. "I pray you look with the eyes of the mind at this little tree of the grain of wheat, regarding all its circumstances, that you may be able to plant the tree of the philosophers." Figure 131. Compare also figures 135, 188, 189, 221. This seems to point to active imagination as the thing that sets the process really going. Dorn says in his Philosophia Meditativa, "Thou wilt never make from others the one that thou seekest, except there first be made one thing of thyself." Whatever he may have meant by the one, it must refer to the artifacts whose unity is postulated as the absolute condition for the completion of the work. We can hardly doubt that the psychological condition for the opus is meant, and that this is of fundamental importance. The Rosarium says, "Who therefore knows the salt and its solution knows the hidden secret of the wise men of old. Therefore turn your mind upon the salt and think not of other things, for in it alone, i.e. the mind, is the science concealed and the most excellent and most hidden secret of all the ancient philosophers." The Latin text has in ipsa sola, referring therefore to mens. One would have to assume a double misprint were the secret after all concealed in the salt, but as a matter of fact mind and salt are close cousins, cum grano salis. Hence, according to Kunrath, the salt is not only the physical center of the earth, but at the same time the sal sapientiae, of which he says, "Therefore direct your feelings, senses, reason, and thoughts upon this salt alone." The anonymous author of the Rosarium says in another place that the work must be performed with the true and not with the fantastic imagination, and again that the stone will be found when the search lies heavy on the searcher. This remark can only be understood as meaning that a certain psychological condition is indispensable for the discovery of the miraculous stone. Both these remarks, therefore, make it seem very possible that the author was in fact of the opinion that the essential secret of the art lies hidden in the human mind, or, to put it in modern terms, in the unconscious. Figure 132. If it really did dawn on the alchemists that their work was somehow connected with the human psyche and its functions, then it seems to me probable that the passage from the Rosarium is no mere misprint. It agrees too well with the statements of other authors. They insist throughout upon careful study and meditation of the books. Thus Richardus Anglicus says in his so-called Correctorium Alchemiae, Therefore all those who desire to attain the blessing of this art should apply themselves to study, should gather the truth from the books and not from invented fables and untruthful works. There is no way by which this art can truly be found, although men meet with many deceptions, except by completing their studies and understanding the words of the philosophers. Bernard of Treviso tells us how he struggled in vain for many years till at last he was directed into the straight path through a sermo of Parmenides in the Turba. Hogland says, he should collect the books of different authors, because otherwise it is impossible to understand them, and he should not throw aside a book which he has read once, twice, or even 3 times, although he has not understood it, but should read it again 10, 20, 50 times, or even more. At last he will see wherein the authors are mainly agreed. There the truth lies hidden. Quoting Raymond Lully as his authority, the same author says that owing to their ignorance, men are not able to accomplish the work until they have studied universal philosophy, which will show them things that are unknown and hidden from others. Therefore our stone belongs not to the vulgar, but to the very heart of our philosophy. Dionysius Zacharias relates that a certain religiosus doctor excellentissimus advised him to refrain from useless expense in sophistication ibis diabolicus, and to devote himself rather to the study of the books of the old philosophers, so as to acquaint himself with the vera materia. After a fit of despair, he revived with the help of the Holy Spirit, and applying himself to a serious study of the literature, read diligently and meditated day and night until his finances were exhausted. Then he worked in his laboratory, saw the 3 colors appear, and on Easter Day of the following year the wonder happened. Vidi perfectionem. I saw the perfect fulfillment. The quicksilver was conversum in purum aurum prae mais oculis. This happened, so it was said, in 1550. There is an unmistakable hint here that the work and its goal depended very largely on a mental condition. Richardus Anglicus rejects all the assorted filth the alchemists worked with, such as eggshells, hair, the blood of a red-haired man, basilisks, worms, herbs, and human feces. Whatsoever a man soweth, that also shall he reap. Therefore, if he soweth filth, he shall find filth. Turn back, brethren, to the way of truth of which you are ignorant. I counsel you, for your own sake, to study and to labor with steadfast meditation on the words of the philosophers, whence the truth can be summoned forth. The importance or necessity of understanding and intelligence is insisted upon all through the literature, not only because intelligence above the ordinary is needed in the performance of so difficult a work, but because it is assumed that a species of magical power capable of transforming even brute matter dwells in the human mind. Dorn, who devoted a series of interesting treatises to the problem of the relationship between the work and the man, figure 133, says, in truth, the form, which is the intellect of man, is the beginning, middle, and end of the procedure, and this form is made clear by the saffron color, which indicates that man is the greater and principal form in the spagyric opus. Dorn draws a complete parallel between the alchemical work and the moral intellectual transformation of man. His thought, however, is often anticipated in the Heronite, treatise of Platonic tetralogies, the Latin title of which is Liber Platonis Quartorum. Its author establishes 4 series of correspondences, each containing 4 books for the help of the investigator. The 4 series show 4 aspects of the opus. The first horizontal series begins with natural things, the Prima Materia as represented by water. These things are composite, i.e. mixed. Their correspondence in column 4 is sense perception. The second horizontal series represents a higher stage in the process. In column 1, the composite natures are decomposed or changed back into their initial elements. In column 2, the earth is separated from the primal water, as in the book of Genesis, a favorite theme in alchemy. In column 3, there is a separation into categories, and column 4 is concerned with the psychological act of discrimination. The third horizontal series shows the upward advance still more clearly. In column 1, the soul emerges from nature. In column 2, there is an elevation into the realm of air. In column 3, the process reaches the simple things which, because of their unalloyed quality, are incorruptible, eternal, and akin to Platonic ideas. And in column 4, there is the final ascent from mens to ratio to the anima rationalis, i.e., the highest form of the soul. The fourth horizontal series illustrates the perfection or completion of each of the vertical columns. First vertical series. This column has a phenomenological character, if such a modern term is permissible here. The psychic element emerges from the sum of natural phenomena and culminates in the exaltatio intellectus, the phenomenon of clear insight and understanding. We can, without doing violence to the text, take this intellectus as the highest lucidity of which consciousness is capable. Second vertical series. The earth emerges from the chaotic waters of the beginning, from the massa confusa, in accordance with the ancient alchemical view. Above it lies air, the volatile element rising from the earth. Highest of all comes fire as the finest substance, i.e. the fiery pneuma, which reaches up to the seat of the gods. Figure 134, compare figures 166, 178, and 200. Third vertical series. This column has a categorical or ideal character, hence it contains intellectual judgments. All composites are dissolved into their discriminated components, which in their turn are reduced to the simple substance. From this there finally emerge the quintessences, the simple primordial ideas. Ether is the quintessence. Fourth vertical series. This column is exclusively psychological. The senses mediate perception, while the discretio intellectualis corresponds to apperception. This activity is subject to the ratio or anima rationalis, the highest faculty bestowed by God on man. Above the anima rationalis there is only the res, which is the product of all the preceding effects. The Liber Platonis Quartorum interprets this res as the soul is comprehended, and the intelligence is comprehended by that which is above itself, and is surrounded by the one God whose nature is not to be comprehended. The original text runs, Scias quod scientia antiquorum quibus appreparate sunt scientia et virtutes est quod res ex qua sunt res est du invisibilis et immobilis, quis voluntate intelligentia condita est, et voluntate et intelligentia est anima simplex per animam sunt naturae discretae, ex quibus generate sunt compositae, et indicant quod resmon cognoscitur, nisi per suam superius, anima vero est super naturam et per im cognosciter natura, sed intelligentia est superior anima et per im cognosciter anima et intelligentia, nocit qui superior est et secundat im dus unus, quis qualitis apprehendi non potist. The author adds a quotation whose origin I have not been able to trace. It runs, The philosopher said in the Book of Dialogues, I went about the three heavens, namely the heaven of composite nature, the heaven of discriminated nature, and the heaven of the soul. But when I sought to go about the heaven of intelligence, the soul said to me, The way is not for thee. Then nature attracted me, and I was attracted. This saying of the philosopher was not intended by him to specify this science, but because he wished that his words should not fail to make clear the power which liberates the creature, and that by their means the lower process in this kind of work should be made known through the higher. In this very ancient text, which in its Arabic form cannot be much later than the 10th century, many of its components being still older, we find a systematic classification of the correspondences between the Opus Alchemicum and the philosophical and psychological processes running parallel with it. The text makes it abundantly clear just how much the chemical processes coincided with spiritual or psychic factors for these thinkers. Indeed, the connection went so far that the product to be extracted from matter was known as the cogitatio. This strange idea is explicable only on the assumption that the old philosophers did have a faint suspicion that psychic contents were being projected into matter. Because of the intimate connection between man and the secret of matter, both Dorn and the much earlier Liber Platonis Quartorum demand that the operator should rise to the height of his task. He must accomplish in his own self the same process that he attributes to matter, for things are perfected by their like. Therefore the operator must himself participate in the work, oportet operatorem interesse operae. For if the investigator does not remotely possess the likeness, i.e. to the work, he will not climb the height I have described, nor reach the road that leads to the goal. As a result of the projection, there is an unconscious identity between the psyche of the alchemist and the arcane substance, i.e. the spirit imprisoned in matter. The Liber Platonis Quartorum accordingly recommends the use of the occupit, figure 75, as the vessel of transformation, because it is the container of thought and intellect, figure 135, for we need the brain as the seat of the divine part. The text continues, through time and exact definition, things are converted into intellect, inasmuch as the parts are assimilated to one another in composition and in form. But on account of its proximity to the anima rationalis, the brain had to be assimilated to the amalgam, and the anima rationalis is simple, as we have said. The assumption underlying this train of thought is the causative effect of analogy. In other words, just as in the psyche, the multiplicity of sense perceptions produces the unity and simplicity of an idea, so the primal water finally produces fire, i.e. the ethereal substance, not, and this is the decisive point, as a mere analogy, but as the result of the mind's working on matter. Consequently, Dorn says, within the human body is concealed a certain metaphysical substance, known to very few, which needs no medicament, being itself an incorrupt medicament. This medicine is of threefold nature, metaphysical, physical, and moral. Moral is what we would call psychological. From this, Dorn goes on, the attentive reader will conclude that one must pass from the metaphysical to the physical by a philosophic procedure. This medicine is clearly the arcane substance which he defines elsewhere as veritas. There is in natural things a certain truth which cannot be seen with the outward eye, but is perceived by the mind alone, and of this the philosophers have had experience, and have ascertained that its virtue is such as to work miracles. In this truth lies the whole art of freeing the spirit, spiritus, from its fetters, in the same way that, as we have said, the mind mens can be freed, i.e. morally, from the body. As faith works miracles in man, so this power, the veritas efficacia, brings them about in matter. This truth is the highest power and an impregnable fortress wherein the stone of the philosophers lies hid. By studying the philosophers, man acquires the skill to attain this stone. But again, the stone is man. Thus Dorn exclaims, transform yourselves from dead stones into living philosophical stones. Here he is expressing in the clearest possible way the identity of something in man with something concealed in matter. In his Recul steganographique, Beralde de Verville says, if any man wish at times to change the drop of mastic, and by pressing it to cause a clear tear to issue from it, let him take care, and he will see in a fixed time, under the gentle pressure of the fire, a like substance issue from the philosophic matter. For as soon as its violet darkness is excited for the second time, it will stir up from it as it were a drop or flower or flame or pearl or other likeness of a precious stone, which will be diversified until it runs out in very clear whiteness, which thereafter will be capable of clothing itself with the honor of beauteous rubies or ethereal stones, which are the true fire of the soul and light of the philosophers. It should now be sufficiently clear that from its earliest days alchemy had a double face, on the one hand the practical chemical work in the laboratory, on the other a psychological process, in part consciously psychic, in part unconsciously projected and seen in the various transformations of matter. Not much effort is needed at the beginning of the work. It is sufficient to approach it with a free and empty mind, as one text says. But one important rule must be observed. The mind, mens, must be in harmony with the work, and the work must be above all else. Another text says that in order to acquire the golden understanding, aurea apprehensio, one must keep the eyes of the mind and soul well open, observing and contemplating by means of that inner light which God has lit in nature and in our hearts from the beginning. Since the investigator's psyche was so closely bound up with the work, not only as its necessary medium but also as its cause and point of departure, it is easy to understand why so much emphasis was laid on the psychic condition and mental attitude of the laboratory worker. Alphidius says, "Know that thou canst not have this science unless thou shalt purify thy mind before God, that is, wipe away all corruption from thy heart." According to Aurora, the treasure house of Hermetic wisdom rests on a firm foundation of 14 principal virtues: health, humility, holiness, chastity, virtue, victory, faith, hope, charity, goodness, patience, temperance, a spiritual discipline or understanding, and obedience. The pseudo-Thomas, who is author of this same treatise, quotes the saying, "Purge the horrible darknesses of our mind," and gives a parallel, Seniors, "He maketh all that is black white." Here the darknesses of our mind coincide unmistakably with the Negredo, figures 34, 48, 115, 137, i.e., the author feels or experiences the initial stage of the alchemical process as identical with his own psychic condition. Another old authority is Geber. The Rosarium says that in his Liber Perfecti Magisteri, Geber requires the following psychological and characterological qualities of the artifacts. He must have a most subtle mind and an adequate knowledge of metals and minerals, but he must not have a coarse or rigid mind, nor should he be greedy and avaricious, nor irresolute and vacillating. Further, he must not be hasty or vain. On the contrary, he must be firm in purpose, persevering, patient, mild, long-suffering, and good-tempered. The author of the Rosarium goes on to say that he who wishes to be initiated into this art and wisdom must not be arrogant, but devout, upright, of profound understanding, humane, of a cheerful countenance and a happy nature. He continues, "My son, above all I admonish thee to fear God, who knoweth what matter of man thou art, and in whom is help for thee solitary, whosoever he may be." Particularly instructive is the introduction to the art given by Morianus to Khalid. "This thing for which you have sought so long is not to be acquired or accomplished by force or passion. It is to be won only by patience and humility and by a determined and most perfect love. For God bestows this divine and immaculate science on his faithful servants, namely those on whom he resolved to bestow it from the original nature of things." Some remarks follow concerning the handling down of the art to pupils. "Nor were they, the elect, able to hold anything back save through the strength granted to them by God, and they themselves could no longer direct their minds save towards the goal appointed for them by God. For God charges those of his servants whom he has purposely chosen, figure 136, that they seek this divine science which is hidden from men, and that they keep it to themselves. This is the science that draws its master away from the suffering of this world and leads to the knowledge of future good." When Morianus was asked by the king why he lived in mountains and deserts rather than in hermitages, he answered, "I do not doubt that in hermitages and brotherhoods I would find greater repose and fatiguing work in the deserts and in the mountains, but no one reaps who does not sow. Exceeding narrow is the gateway to peace, and none may enter save through affliction of the soul." We must not forget, in considering this last sentence, that Morianus is not speaking for the general edification, but is referring to the divine art and its work. Michael Meyer expresses himself in similar vein when he says, There is in our chemistry a certain noble substance, in the beginning whereof is wretchedness with vinegar, but in its ending joy with gladness. Therefore I have supposed that the same will happen to me, namely, that I shall suffer difficulty, grief, and weariness at first, but in the end shall come to glimpse pleasanter and easier things. The same author also affirms that our chemistry stirs up the artifacts to a meditation of the heavenly good, and that whoso is initiated by God into these mysteries casts aside all insignificant cares like food and clothing, and feels himself, as it were, newborn. The difficulty and grief to be encountered at the beginning of the work once more coincide with the negredo, like the horrible darknesses of our mind, of which Aurora speaks, and these in their turn are surely the same as the affliction of soul mentioned by Morienus. The term he uses for the attitude of the adept, amor perfectissimus, expresses an extraordinary devotion to the work. If this serious meditation is not mere bragging, and we have no reason to assume any such thing, then we must imagine the old adepts carrying out their work with an unusual concentration, indeed with religious fervor. Compare below. Such devotion would naturally serve to project values and meanings into the object of all this passionate research, and to fill it with forms and figures that have their origin primarily in the unconscious of the investigator. Chapter 2. The Psychic Nature of the Alchemical Work. Section 3. Meditation and Imagination. The point of view described above is supported by the alchemists' remarkable use of the terms meditatio and imaginatio. Ruhlen's lexicon Alchemiae defines meditatio as follows. The word meditatio is used when a man has an inner dialogue with someone unseen. It may be with God, when he is invoked, or with himself, or with his good angel. Figure 137. The psychologist is familiar with this inner dialogue. It is an essential part of the technique for coming to terms with the unconscious. Ruhlen's definition proves beyond all doubt that when the alchemists speak of meditare, they do not mean mere cogitation, but explicitly an inner dialogue, and hence a living relationship to the answering voice of the other in ourselves, i.e. of the unconscious. Use of the term meditation in the Hermetic dictum, and as all things proceed from the one through the meditation of the one, must therefore be understood in this alchemical sense as a creative dialogue, by means of which things pass from an unconscious potential state to a manifest one. Thus we read in a treatise of Philalethes, "Above all, it is marvelous that our stone, although already perfect and able to impart a perfect tincture, does voluntarily humble itself again, and will meditate a new volatility apart from all manipulation." What is meant by a meditated volatility we discover a few lines lower down, where it says, "Of its own accord it will liquefy, and by God's command become endowed with spirit, which will fly up and take the stone with it." Again, therefore, to meditate means that through a dialogue with God, yet more spirit will be infused into the stone, i.e. it will become still more spiritualized, volatilized, and sublimated. Compare figure 178. Kunras says much the same thing. Therefore study, meditate, sweat, work, cook. So will a healthful flood be opened to you, which comes from the heart of the Son of the great world, a water which the Son of the great world pours forth from his body and heart, to be for us a true and natural aqua vitae. Likewise, the meditation of the heavenly good mentioned earlier must be taken in the sense of a living dialectical relationship to certain dominants of the unconscious. We have excellent confirmation of this in a treatise by a French alchemist living in the 17th and 18th centuries. He says, "How often did I see them, the sacerdotes Egyptiorum, overcome with joy at my understanding, how affectionately they kissed me, for the true grasp of the ambiguities of their paradoxical teaching came easily to my mind. How often did their pleasure in the wonderful discoveries I made concerning the abstruse doctrines of the ancients move them to reveal unto my eyes and fingers the hermetic vessel, the salamander." Figure 138, compare figures 129, 130. The full moon and the rising sun. This treatise, although it is not so much a personal confession as a description of the golden age of alchemy, nevertheless tells us how the alchemist imagined the psychological structure of his opus, Its association with the invisible forces of the psyche was the real secret of the magisterium. In order to express this secret, the old masters readily resorted to allegory. One of the oldest records of this kind, which had a considerable influence on the latter literature, is the Visio Erislee, and its whole character relates it very closely to those visions known to us from the psychology of the unconscious. As I have already said, the term imaginatio, like meditatio, is of particular importance in the alchemical opus. Earlier on, we came across that remarkable passage in the Rosarium telling us that the work must be done with the true imaginatio. And we saw elsewhere, paragraph 357, how the philosophical tree can be made to grow through contemplation, figures 131, 135. Ruhlen's lexicon once more helps us to understand what the alchemists meant by imaginatio. Ruhlen says, imagination is the star in man, the celestial or super-celestial body. This astounding definition throws quite a special light on the fantasy process connected with the opus. We have to conceive of these processes not as the immaterial phantoms we readily take fantasy pictures to be, but as something corporeal, a subtle body, figure 139, semi-spiritual in nature. In an age when there was as yet no empirical psychology, such a concretization was bound to be made, because everything unconscious, once it was activated, was projected into matter. That is to say, it approached people from outside. It was a hybrid phenomenon, as it were, half spiritual, half physical, a concretization such as we frequently encounter in the psychology of primitives. The imaginatio, or the act of imagining, was thus a physical activity that could be fitted into the cycle of material changes that brought these about and was brought about by them in return. In this way, the alchemist related himself not only to the unconscious, but directly to the very substance which he hoped to transform through the power of imagination. The singular expression, astrum, star, is a Paracelsian term, which in this context means something like quintessence. Imagination is therefore a concentrated extract of the life forces, both physical and psychic. So the demand that the artifacts must have a sound physical constitution is quite intelligible, since he works with and through his own quintessence, and is himself the indispensable condition of his own experiment. But just because of this intermingling of the physical and the psychic, it always remains an obscure point whether the ultimate transformations in the alchemical process are to be sought more in the material or more in the spiritual realm. Actually, however, the question is wrongly put. There was no either-or for that age, but there did exist an intermediate realm between mind and matter, i.e. a psychic realm of subtle bodies, whose characteristic it is to manifest themselves in a mental as well as a material form. This is the only view that makes sense of alchemical ways of thought, which must otherwise appear nonsensical. Obviously, the existence of this intermediate realm comes to a sudden stop the moment we try to investigate matter in and for itself, apart from all projection, and it remains non-existent so long as we believe we know anything conclusive about matter or the psyche. But the moment when physics touches on the untrodden, untreadable regions, and when psychology has at the same time to admit that there are other forms of psychic life besides the acquisitions of personal consciousness, in other words, when psychology too touches on an impenetrable darkness, then the intermediate realm of subtle bodies comes to life again, and the physical and the psychic are once more blended in an insoluble unity. Then the intermediate realm of subtle bodies comes to life again, and the physical and the psychic are once more blended in an indissoluble unity. We have come very near to this turning point today. Such reflections are unavoidable if we want to gain any understanding of alchemy's peculiar terminology. The earlier talk of the aberration of alchemy sounds rather old-fashioned today, when the psychological aspects of it have faced science with new tasks. They are very modern problems in alchemy, though they lie outside the province of chemistry. The concept of imaginatio is perhaps the most important key to the understanding of the opus. The author of the treatise De Sulfure speaks of the imaginative faculty of the soul in that passage where he is trying to do just what the ancients had failed to do, that is, give a clear indication of the secret of the art. The soul, he says, is the vice-regent of God. Sui locum tenens sue vice rex est, and dwells in the life spirit of the pure blood. It rules the mind, illa gubernat mentem, and this rules the body. The soul functions operator in the body, but has the greater part of its function, operatio, outside the body, or we might add by way of explanation in projection. This peculiarity is divine, since divine wisdom is only partly enclosed in the body of the world. The greater part of it is outside, and it imagines far higher things than the body of the world conceive, concipere. And these things are outside nature, God's own secrets. The soul is an example of this. It too imagines many things of the utmost profundity, profundissima, outside the body, just as God does. True, what the soul imagines happens only in the mind, non exequiter nisi in mente, but what God imagines happens in reality. The soul, however, has absolute and independent power, absolutum et separatum potestatem, to do other things, alia facer, than those the body can grasp. But when it so desires, it has the greatest power over the body, potestatem in corpus, for otherwise our philosophy would be in vain. Thou canst conceive the greater, for we have opened the gates unto thee. Section 4. Soul and Body. The passage just quoted affords us valuable insight into the alchemical way of thinking. The soul in this text is evidently an anima corporalis, figures 91-208, that dwells in the blood. It would therefore correspond to the unconscious if this is understood as the psychic phenomenon that mediates between consciousness and the physiological functions of the body. In the tantric chakra system, this anima would be located below the diaphragm. On the other hand, it is God's lieutenant or viceroy, the analog of the Deus creator. There are people who can never understand the unconscious as anything but a subconscious, and who therefore feel impelled to put a superconscious alongside or possibly above it. Such hypotheses do not trouble our philosophers, for according to their teaching, every form of life, however elementary, contains its own inner antithesis, thus anticipating the problem of opposites in modern psychology. What our author has to say about the element of air is significant in this respect. The air is a pure, uncorrupted element, in its kind the most worthy, being uncommonly light and invisible, but inside heavy, visible, and solid. Enclosed within it, inclusus, is the spirit of the highest that moved over the waters before the creation, according to the testimony of the Holy Scripture. And he did fly upon the wings of the wind. All things are integrated, integre, in this element by the imagination of the fire. In order to understand such a statement, we must obviously empty our minds of all modern ideas about the nature of gases and take it as purely psychological. In this sense, it deals with the projection of pairs of opposites, such as light, heavy, visible, invisible, and so on. Now, identity of opposites is a characteristic feature of every psychic event in the unconscious state. Thus, the anima corporalis is at the same time spiritualis, and the air's heavy, solid kernel is at the same time the spiritus creator, which moves over the waters. And just as the images of all creatures are contained in the creative spirit, so all things are imagined or pictured in air through the power of fire. Firstly, because fire surrounds the throne of God and is the source from which the angels, and descending in rank and quality, all other living beings are created or imagined through infusion of the fiery anima into the breath of life. Secondly, because fire destroys all composite things and infuses their images back into the air in the form of smoke. The soul, says our author, is only partly confined to the body, just as God is only partly enclosed in the body of the world. If we strip this statement of its metaphysics, it asserts that the psyche is only partly identical with our empirical conscious being. For the rest, it is projected, and in this state it imagines or realizes those greater things which the body cannot grasp, i.e. cannot bring into reality. The greater things, majora, correspond to the higher, altiora, referring to the world-creating imagination of God. But because these higher things are imagined by God, they at once become substantial instead of lingering in a state of potential reality, like the contents of the unconscious. That this activity of the soul outside the body refers to the alchemical opus is evident from the remark that the soul has the greatest power over the body. Otherwise the royal art or philosophy would be in vain. Thou canst conceive the greater, says our author, therefore your body can bring it into reality. With the help of the art and with God's permission, Deo concedente, this being a fixed formula in alchemy. The imaginatio, as the alchemists understand it, is in truth a key that opens the door to the secret of the Opus, figure 140. We now know that it was a question of representing and realizing those greater things which the soul, on God's behalf, imagines creatively and extra naturam, or to put it in modern language, a question of actualizing those contents of the unconscious which are outside nature, i.e. not a datum of our empirical world and therefore an a priori of archetypal character. The place or the medium of realization is neither mind nor matter, but that intermediate realm of subtle reality which can be adequately only expressed by the symbol. The symbol is neither abstract nor concrete, neither rational nor irrational, neither real nor unreal. It is always both. It is non-vulgi, the aristocratic preoccupation of one who is set apart, sus libe sequestrati, chosen and predestined by God from the very beginning. In an explicatio locorum signatorum, Libavius gives the following explanation of this picture, 142. A. Pedestal or base equals earth. B. Two giants or atlases kneeling on the base and supporting a sphere with their hands. C. Four-headed dragon from whose breath the sphere takes shape. The four grades of fire, the first mouth emits a kind of air, the second a subtle smoke, the third smoke and fire, and the fourth pure fire. D. Mercurius with a silver chain to which two recumbent animals are attached. E. The green lion. F. One-headed dragon. E and F both mean the same thing, the mercurial fluid which is the materia prima of the stone. G. A three-headed silver eagle, two of whose heads droop while the third spits white water or the mercurial fluid into the sea, which is marked H. I. Picture of the wind sending forth the breath of the spiritus into the sea below. K. Picture of the red lion with red blood flowing from his breast into the sea below, because the sea must be colored as if it were a mixture of silver and gold or white and red. The picture is applied to body, soul, and spirit by those who have sought three principles from the beginning, or to the blood of the lion and the lime of the eagle. For because they accept three, they have a double Mercurius. Those who accept two have only one, which comes from a crystal or from the unripe metal of the philosophers. L. A stream of black water, as in the chaos, representing the putrefactio. From it there rises a mountain which is black at the bottom and white at the top, so that a silver stream flows down from the summit, for it is the picture of the first dissolution and coagulation, and of the resultant second dissolution. M. The above-mentioned mountain. And N. The heads of black ravens that are looking out of the sea. O. Silver rain falling from the clouds on to the summit of the mountain. Sometimes this represents the nourishment and cleansing of the lato by Ozek. Sometimes the second dissolution, whereby the element of air is extracted from the earth and water. The earth is a form of the mountain, and the water is the liquid of the sea aforementioned. pp. The clouds from which come the dew or rain and the nourishing moisture. Q. A vision of heaven where a dragon lies on his back and devours his own tail. He is an image of the second coagulation. R. An Ethiopian man and woman supporting two higher spheres. They sit on the big sphere and accordingly represent the negredo of the second operation in the second putrefaction. R. An Ethiopian man and woman supporting two higher spheres. They sit on the big sphere and accordingly represent the negredo of the second operation in the second putrefaction. SS. A sea of pure silver which represents the mercurial fluid whereby the tinctures are united. T. A swan swimming on the sea, spitting out a milky liquid from his beak. This swan is the white elixir, the white chalk, the arsenic of the philosophers, the thing common to both ferments. He has to support the upper sphere with his back and wings. V. Eclipse of the sun. XX. The sun diving into the sea, i.e. into the mercurial water into which the elixir also must flow. This leads to the true eclipse of the sun, and one should put a rainbow on either side to suggest the peacock's tail that then appears in the coagulation. YY. Eclipse of the moon, which likewise has a rainbow on either side, and also in the lowest part of the sea into which the moon must dive. This is the picture of the white fermentation, but both seas should be fairly dark. ZZ. The moon gliding into the sea. A. The king, clad in pure purple, with a golden crown, has a golden lion beside him. He has a red lily in his hand, whereas the queen has a white lily. B. The queen, crowned with a silver crown, strokes a white or silver eagle standing beside her. C. The phoenix on the sphere, cremating itself, many gold and silver birds fly out of the ashes. It is the sign of multiplication and increase. Chapter 3. The Work. Section 1. The Method. The basis of alchemy is the work, opus. Part of this work is practical, the operatio itself, which is to be thought of as a series of experiments with chemical substances. In my opinion, it is quite hopeless to try to establish any kind of order in the infinite chaos of substances and procedures. Seldom do we get even an approximate idea of how the work was done, what materials were used, and what results were achieved. The reader usually finds himself in the most impenetrable darkness when it comes to the names of the substances. They can mean almost anything, and it is precisely the most commonly used substances like quicksilver, salt, and sulfur, whose alchemical meaning is one of the secrets of the art. Moreover, one must not imagine for a moment that the alchemists always understood one another. They themselves complain about the obscurity of the texts and occasionally betray their inability to understand even their own symbols and symbolic figures. For instance, the learned Michael Meyer accuses the classical authority of Geber of being the obscurest of all, saying that it would require an Oedipus to solve the riddle of the Gebrina Sphinx. Bernard of Treviso, another famous alchemist, goes so far as to call Geber an obscurantist and a proteus who promises kernels and gives husks. The alchemist is quite aware that he writes obscurely. He admits that he veils his meaning on purpose, but nowhere, so far as I know, does he say that he cannot write in any other way. He makes a virtue of necessity by maintaining either that mystification is forced on him for one reason or another, or that he really wants to make the truth as plain as possible, but cannot proclaim aloud just what the Prima Materia or the Lapis is. The profound darkness that shrouds the alchemical procedure comes from the fact that although the alchemist was interested in the chemical part of the work, he also used it to devise a nomenclature for the psychic transformations that really fascinated him. Every original alchemist built himself, as it were, a more or less individual edifice of ideas, consisting of the dicta of the philosophers and of miscellaneous analogies to the fundamental concepts of alchemy. Generally, these analogies are taken from all over the place. Treatises were even written for the purpose of supplying the artist with analogy-making material. The method of alchemy, psychologically speaking, is one of boundless amplification. The amplificatio is always appropriate when dealing with some obscure experience which is so vaguely adumbrated that it must be enlarged and expanded by being set in a psychological context in order to be understood at all. That is why in analytical psychology we resort to amplification in the interpretation of dreams, for a dream is too slender a hint to be understood until it is enriched by the stuff of association and analogy and thus amplified to the point of intelligibility. This amplificatio forms the second part of the opus and is understood by the alchemists as theoria. Originally the theory was the so-called Hermetic philosophy, but quite early on it was broadened by the assimilation of ideas taken over from Christian dogma. In the oldest alchemy known to the West, the Hermetic fragments were handed down mostly through Arabic originals. Direct contact with the Corpus Hermeticum was only established in the second half of the 15th century when the Greek manuscript reached Italy from Macedonia and was translated into Latin by Marsilio Ficino. The vignette, figure 144, that is on the title page to the Tripus Aureus 1618, is a graphic illustration of the double face of alchemy. The picture is divided into two parts. On the right is a laboratory where a man clothed only in trunks is busy at the fire. On the left, a library where an abbot, a monk, and a layman are conferring together. In the middle, on top of the furnace, stands the tripod with a round flask on it containing a winged dragon. The dragon symbolizes the visionary experience of the alchemist as he works in his laboratory and theorizes. The dragon in itself is a monstrum, a symbol combining the chthonic principle of the serpent and the aerial principle of the bird. It is, as Rulin says, a variant of Mercurius, but Mercurius is the divine winged Hermes, figure 146, manifest in matter, the god of revelation, lord of thought, and sovereign psychopomp. The liquid metal argentum vivum, living silver, quicksilver, was the wonderful substance that perfectly expressed the nature of the word, that which glistens and animates within. When the alchemists speak of Mercurius, on the face of it he means quicksilver, but inwardly he means the world-creating spirit concealed or imprisoned in matter. The dragon is probably the oldest pictorial symbol in alchemy of which we have documentary evidence. It appears as the word the tail-eater in the Codex Marcianus, figure 147, which dates from the 10th or 11th century, together with the legend word the one, the all. Time and again the alchemists reiterate that the opus proceeds from the one and leads back to the one. That it is a sort of circle like a dragon biting its own tail. Compare figures 20, 44, 46, 47. For this reason the opus was often called circulare, circular, or else rota, the wheel, figure 80. Mercurius stands at the beginning and end of the work. He is the Prima Materia, the caput corvi, the negredo. As dragon he devours himself, and as dragon he dies to rise again as the lapis. He is the play of colors in the cauda pavonis, and the division into four elements. He is the hermaphrodite that was in the beginning, that splits into the classical brother-sister duality and is reunited in the conjunctu, that splits into the classical brother-sister duality and is reunited in the conjunctio, to appear once again at the end in the radiant form of the lumen novum, the stone. He is metallic, yet liquid, matter, yet spirit, cold, yet fiery, poison, and yet healing draught, a symbol uniting all opposites, figure 148, section 2. The spirit and matter. All these ideas were the common property of alchemy from earliest times. Zosimos, writing in the 3rd century AD, quotes one of the very oldest authorities on alchemy in his treatise concerning the art and its interpretation, namely Ostanes, who belongs to the dawn of history and was known even to Pliny. His connection with Democritus, another of the earliest alchemical writers, probably dates from the 1st century BC. This Ostanes is reported to have said, "Go to the waters of the Nile, and there you will find a stone that has a spirit. Take this, divide it, thrust in your hand, and draw out its heart, for its soul is in its heart." Figure 149. An interpolator adds, "There, he says, you will find this stone that has a spirit," which refers to the expulsion of the quicksilver. Nietzsche's metaphor in Zarathustra, "An image slumbers for me in the stone," says much the same thing, but the other way around. In antiquity, the material world was filled with the projection of a psychic secret, which from then on appeared as the secret of matter and remained so until the decay of alchemy in the 18th century. Nietzsche, with his ecstatic intuition, tried to wrest the secret of the Superman from the stone in which it had long been slumbering. It was in the likeness of this slumbering image that he wished to create the Superman, whom, in the language of antiquity, we may well call the divine man. But it is the other way about with the alchemists. They were looking for the marvelous stone that harbored a pneumatic essence in order to win from it the substance that penetrates all substances, since it is itself the stone. But it is the other way about with the alchemists. They were looking for the marvelous stone that harbored a pneumatic essence in order to win from it the substance that penetrates all substances, since it is itself the stone-penetrating spirit, and transforms all base metals into noble ones by a process of coloration. This spirit substance is like quicksilver, which lurks unseen in the ore and must first be expelled if it is to be recovered in substantia. The possessor of this penetrating Mercurius, figure 150, can project it into other substances and transform them from the imperfect into the perfect state. The imperfect state is like the sleeping state. Substances lie in it like the sleepers chained in Hades, figure 151. and are awakened as from death to a new and more beautiful life by the divine tincture extracted from the inspired stone. It is quite clear that we have here a tendency not only to locate the mystery of psychic transformation in matter, but at the same time to use it as a theoria for effecting chemical changes. Just as Nietzsche made absolutely sure that nobody could mistake the Superman for a sort of spiritual or moral ideal, so it is emphasized that the tincture or divine water is far from being merely curative and ennobling in its effects, but that it may also act as a deadly poison which penetrates other bodies as pervasively as the pneuma penetrates its stone. Zosimos was a Gnostic who was influenced by Hermes. In his missive to Theosebia, he recommends the crater as a vessel of transformation. She should, he says, hasten to the Pomandries in order to be baptized in the crater. This crater refers to the divine vessel of which Hermes tells Thoth in the treatise entitled Word. After the creation of the world, God filled this vessel with nous, pneuma, and sent it down to earth as a kind of baptismal font. By so doing, God gave man, who wished to free himself from his natural, imperfect, sleeping state of word, or as we should say, insufficient consciousness, an opportunity to dip himself in the nous and thus partake of the higher state of word, i.e. enlightenment or higher consciousness, figure 159. The nous is thus a kind of dye stuff or tincture that ennobles base substances. Its function is the exact equivalent of the tincturing stone extract, which is also a pneuma, and, as Mercurius, possesses the hermetic dual significance of redeeming psychopomp and quicksilver. Clearly enough, then, Zosimos had a mystic or Gnostic philosophy of sorts whose basic ideas he projected into matter. When we speak of psychological projection, we must, as I have already pointed out, always remember that it is an unconscious process that works only so long as it stays unconscious. Since Zosimos, like all the other alchemists, is convinced not only that his philosophy can be applied to matter, but that processes also take place in it which corroborate his philosophical assumptions, it follows that we must have experienced in matter itself, at the very least, an identity between the behavior of matter and the events in his own psyche. But as this identity is unconscious, Zosimos is no more able than the rest of them to make any pronouncement about it. For him, it is simply there, and it not only serves as a bridge, it actually is the bridge that unites psychic and material events in one, so that what is within is also without. Nevertheless, an unconscious event which eludes the conscious mind will portray itself somehow and somewhere. It may be in dreams, visions, or fantasies. The idea of the pneuma as the Son of God who descends into matter and then frees himself from it in order to bring healing and salvation to all souls bears the traits of a projected unconscious content, figure 153. Such a content is an autonomous complex divorced from consciousness, leading a life of its own in the psychic non-ego and instantly projecting itself whenever it is constellated in any way, that is, whenever attracted by something analogous to it in the outside world. The psychic autonomy of the pneuma is attested by the Neo-Pythagoreans. In their view, the soul was swallowed by matter and only mind, nous, was left. But the nous is outside man. It is his demon. One could hardly formulate its autonomy more aptly. Nous seems to be identical with the god Anthropos. He appears alongside the demiurge and is the adversary of the planetary spheres. He rends the circle of the spheres and leans down to earth and water, i.e. he is about to project himself into the elements. His shadow falls upon the earth, but his image is reflected in the water. This kindles the love of the elements, and he himself is so charmed with the reflected image of divine beauty that he would fain take up his abode within it. But scarcely has he set foot upon the earth when Physis locks him in a passionate embrace. From this embrace are born the 7 first hermaphroditic beings. The 7 are an obvious allusion to the 7 planets and hence to the metals. Figures 154, 155, compare figures 21, 79, which in the alchemical view spring from the hermaphrodite Mercurius. In such visionary images as the Anthropos glimpsing his own reflection, there is expressed the whole phenomenon of the unconscious projection of autonomous contents. These myth pictures are like dreams, telling us that a projection has taken place and also what has been projected. This, as the contemporary evidence shows, was nous, the divine demon, the God-man, pneuma, etc. Insofar as the standpoint of analytic psychology is realistic, i.e. based on the assumption that the contents of the psyche are realities, all these figures stand for an unconscious component of the personality which might well be endowed with a higher form of consciousness, transcending that of the ordinary human being. Experience shows that such figures always express superior insight or qualities that are not yet conscious. Indeed, it is extremely doubtful whether they can be attributed to the ego at all in the proper sense of the word. This problem of attribution may appear a captious one to the layman, but in practical work it is of great importance. A wrong attribution may bring about dangerous inflations which seem unimportant to the layman only because he has no idea of the inward and outward disasters that may result. As a matter of fact, we are dealing here with a content that up to the present has only very rarely been attributed to any human personality. The one great exception is Christ. As words, the Son of Man, and as words, the Son of God, he embodies the God-man, and as an incarnation of the Logos by pneumatic impregnation, he is an avatar of the divine Vous. Thus, the Christian projection acts upon the unknown in man, or upon the unknown man who becomes the bearer of the terrible and unheard-of secret. The pagan projection, on the other hand, goes beyond man and acts upon the unknown in the material world, the unknown substance which, like the chosen man, is somehow filled with God. And just as in Christianity the Godhead conceals itself in the man of low degree, so in the philosophy it hides in the uncomely stone. In the Christian projection, the descensus spiritus sancti stops at the living body of the chosen one, who is at once very man and very God, whereas in alchemy the descent goes right down into the darkness of inanimate matter, whose nether regions, according to the Neo-Pythagoreans, are ruled by evil. Evil and matter together form the dyad, the duality, figure 156. This is feminine in nature, and anima mundi, the feminine physis who longs for the embrace of the one, the monad, the good and perfect. The Justinian gnosis depicts her as Edom, virgin above, serpent below, figure 157. Vengefully she strives against the pneuma, because in the shape of the demiurge, the second form of God, he faithlessly abandoned her. She is the divine soul imprisoned in the elements, whom it is the task of alchemy to redeem. Section 3. The work of redemption. Now all these myth pictures represent a drama of the human psyche on the further side of consciousness, showing man as both the one to be redeemed and the redeemer. The first formulation is Christian, the second alchemical. In the first case, man attributes the need of redemption to himself and leaves the work of redemption, the actual word, or opus, to the autonomous divine figure. In the latter case, man takes upon himself the duty of carrying out the redeeming opus and attributes the state of suffering and consequent need of redemption to the anima mundi imprisoned in matter. In both cases, redemption is a work, figure 158. In Christianity, it is the life and death of the God-man which, by a unique sacrifice, brings about the reconciliation of man, who craves redemption and is sunk in materiality with God. The mystical effect of the God-man's self-sacrifice extends, broadly speaking, to all men, though it is efficacious only for those who submit through faith or are chosen by divine grace. But in the Pauline acceptance, it acts as an apokatastasis, and extends also to non-human creation in general, which, in its imperfect state, awaits redemption like the merely natural man. By a certain synchronicity of events, man, the bearer of a soul submerged in the world and the flesh, is potentially related to God at the moment when he, as Mary's son, enters into her, the Virgo Terrae, and representative of matter in its highest form, and potentially, at least, man is fully redeemed at the moment when the eternal Son of God returns again to the Father after undergoing the sacrificial death. The ideology of this mysterium is anticipated in the myths of Osiris, Orpheus, Dionysus, and Hercules, and in the conception of the Messiah among the Hebrew prophets. These anticipations go back to the primitive hero myths where the conquest of death is already an important factor. The projections upon Attis and Mithras, more or less contemporary with the Christian one, are also worth mentioning. The Christian projection differs from all these manifestations of the mystery of redemption and transformation by reason of the historical and personal figure of Jesus. The mystical event incarnates itself in him and so enters the realm of world history as a unique historical and mystical phenomenon. In the figure of the divine hero, God himself wrestles with his own imperfect, suffering, living creation. He even takes its suffering condition upon himself, and by this sacrificial act accomplishes the opus magnum, the word of salvation and victory over death. As regards the actual performance of this entirely metaphysical work, man is powerless to do anything really decisive. He looks to his Redeemer, full of faith and confidence, and does what he can in way of the imitation, but this never reaches the point where man himself becomes the Redeemer, or at least his own Redeemer. Yet a complete imitation and reestablishment of Christ in the believer would necessarily lead to such a conclusion, but this is out of the question. Were such an approximation to occur, then Christ would have reestablished himself in the believer and replaced the latter's personality. We should have to be satisfied with this statement were it not for the existence of the Church. The institution of the Church means nothing less than the everlasting continuation of the life of Christ and its sacrificial function. In the officium divinum, or in Benedictine parlance, the opus divinum, Christ's sacrifice, the redeeming act, constantly repeats itself anew while still remaining the unique sacrifice that was accomplished and is accomplished ever again by Christ himself inside time and outside all time. This opus supernaturale is represented in the sacrifice of the Mass. In the ritual act, the priest, as it were, shows forth the mystical event, but the real agent is Christ, who sacrifices himself everywhere, always. Though his sacrificial death occurred in time, it is an essentially timeless occurrence. In the Thomist view, the Mass is not a real immolatio, sacrifice of the body of Christ, but a representation of his sacrificial death. Such an interpretation would be sufficient and consistent were it not for the transubstantiation of the offered substances, the bread and wine. This offering is meant as a sacrificium, literally a making sacred. The etymology of the German word for sacrifice, Opfer, is obscure, it being a moot point whether it comes from offer, to offer, or from operare, to effect, to be active. In its ancient usage, operare Deo meant to serve the god or to sacrifice to him, but if the Opfer is an opus, then it is far more than an oblatio, the offering of such a modest gift as bread and wine. It must be an effectual act, giving the ritual words spoken by the priest a causal significance. The words of the consecration, qui pridi quam pateritur, etc., are therefore to be taken not merely as representative, but as the causa efficiens of the transubstantiation. That is why the Jesuit Lessius d. 1623 called the words of the consecration the sword with which the sacrificial lamb is slaughtered. The so-called theory of mactation, slaughtering, occupies an important place in the literature of the Mass, though it has not been generally accepted in its more objectionable outgrowths. Perhaps the clearest of all is the Greek ritual as described by the Archbishop Nicholas Kabasilas of Thessalonica, d. circa 1363. In the first preparatory part of the Mass, the bread and wine are placed not on the main altar, but on the a sort of sideboard. There the priest cuts a piece off the loaf and repeats the text. He is led as a lamb to the slaughter. Then he lays it on the table and repeats, "The Lamb of God is sacrificed." The sign of the cross is then imprinted on the bread and a small lance stabbed into its side. To the text, "But one of the soldiers with a spear pierced his side, and forthwith came there out blood and water." At these words, water and wine are mixed in the chalice. Then comes the oblatio in solemn procession, with the priest carrying the offer. Here the gift, represents the giver. Christ, the sacrificant, is also the sacrificed. Thus the priest reenacts the traditional event, and insofar as Christ in the sacramental state possesses a vita corporea actualis, an actual bodily life, one could say that a physical slaying, mortificatio, of his body has taken place. This happens as a result of the consecrating words spoken by the priest and the destruction of the offering, the oblatio occusi ad cultum Dei, the offering up of the slain to the service of God, brings about the transubstantiation. The latter is a transmutation of the elements which pass from a natural, soiled, imperfect material state into a subtle body. The bread, which must be wheaten, signifies the body, and the wine, representing blood, the soul. After the transubstantiation, a piece of the host is mingled with the wine, thus producing the conjunctio of the soul with the body, figure 159, and establishing the living body of Christ, namely the unity of the Church. Saint Ambrose called the transformed bread medicina. It is the words, the drug of immortality, which in the act of communion displays its characteristic effect in and on the believer, the effect of uniting the body with the soul. This takes the form of a healing of the soul and a reformatio of the body. The text of the Missal shows us how this is meant. Da nobis per quis aquae et vini mysterium, eius divinitatis esse consortes, qui humanitatis nostrae fiere dignitas est particips. Jesus Christus, grant that through the mystery of this water and wine we may have fellowship in the divine nature of Him who vouchsafed to become partaker of our humanity. Perhaps I may be allowed to introduce a personal remark here. It was a real revelation for me, as a Protestant, to read the words of the offertory for the first time. Deus qui humanae substantiae dictatum mirabiliter conditisti. O God, who didst marvelously create the dignity of human nature, and qui humanitatis nostra fiere dignitas est particeps, who vouchsafed to become partaker of our humanity. What respect for the dignity of human nature, deus et homo! There is no sign of that unworthy, sinful man whom Protestantism has so often slandered in the past and is only too ready to slander again. Moreover, there seems to be still something else hidden in this almost transcendental estimate of man, for if God dignitas est to become partaker of our human nature, then man may also deem himself worthy to become partaker of the divine nature. In a certain sense, this is just what the priest does in the performance of the sacrificial mystery, when he offers himself as the victim in place of Christ, and the congregation does likewise when it eats the consecrated body and thus shares in the substance of deity. By pronouncing the consecrating words that bring about the transformation, the priest redeems the bread and wine from their elemental imperfection as created things. This idea is quite unchristian. It is alchemical. Whereas Catholicism emphasizes the effectual presence of Christ, alchemy is interested in the fate and manifest redemption of the substances, for in them the divine soul lies captive and awaits the redemption that is granted to it at the moment of release. The captive soul then appears in the form of the Son of God. For the alchemist, the one primarily in need of redemption is not man, but the deity who is lost and sleeping in matter. Only as a secondary consideration does he hope that some benefit may accrue to himself from the transformed substance as the panacea, the medicina catholica, just as it may to the imperfect bodies, the base or sick metals, etc. His attention is not directed to his own salvation through God's grace, but to the liberation of God from the darkness of matter. By applying himself to this miraculous work, he benefits from its salutary effect, but only incidentally. He may approach the work as one in need of salvation, but he knows that his salvation depends on the success of the work, on whether he can free the divine soul. To this end, he needs meditation, fasting, and prayer. More, he needs the help of the Holy Ghost as his word. Since it is not man but matter that must be redeemed, the spirit that manifests itself in the transformation is not the Son of Man, but, as Kunrath very properly puts it, the filius macrocosmi. Therefore, what comes out of the transformation is not Christ, but an ineffable material being named the stone. Therefore, what comes out of the transformation is not Christ, but an ineffable material being named the stone, which displays the most paradoxical qualities apart from possessing corpus, anima, spiritus, and supernatural powers. Figure 214. One might be tempted to explain the symbolism of alchemical transformation as a parody of the Mass, were it not pagan in origin and much older than the latter. The substance that harbors the divine secret is everywhere, including the human body. It can be had for the asking and can be found anywhere, even in the most loathsome filth. Figure 256. In these circumstances, the opus is no longer a ritualistic officium, but the same work of redemption which God himself accomplished upon mankind through the example of Christ, and which is now recognized by the philosopher who has received the donum spiritus sancti, the divine art, as his own individual opus. The alchemists emphasize this point. He who works through the spirit of another and by a hired hand will behold results that are far from the truth, and conversely, he who gives his services to another as assistant in the laboratory will never be admitted to the Queen's mysteries. One might quote the words of Cabasilis, as kings, when they bring a gift to God, bear it themselves and do not permit it to be borne by others. Alchemists are, in fact, decided solitaries. Each has his say in his own way. They rarely have pupils, and of direct tradition there seems to have been very little, nor is there much evidence of any secret societies or the like. Each worked in the laboratory for himself and suffered from loneliness. On the other hand, quarrels were rare. Their writings are relatively free of polemic, and the way they quote each other shows a remarkable agreement on first principles, even if one cannot understand what they are really agreeing about. There is little of that disputatiousness and splitting of hairs that so often mar theology and philosophy. The reason for this is probably the fact that true alchemy was never a business or a career, but a genuine opus to be achieved by quiet, self-sacrificing work. One has the impression that each individual tried to express his own particular experiences, quoting the dicta of the masters only when they seemed to offer analogies. All from the very earliest times are agreed that their art is sacred and divine, and likewise that their work can be completed only with the help of God. This science of theirs is given only to the few, and none understands it unless God or a master has opened his understanding. The knowledge acquired may not be passed on to others unless they are worthy of it. Since all the essentials are expressed in metaphors, they can be communicated only to the intelligent, who possess the gifts of comprehension. The foolish allow themselves to be infatuated by literal interpretations and recipes and fall into error. When reading the literature, one must not be content with just one book, but must possess many books, for one book opens another. Moreover, one must read carefully, paragraph by paragraph, then one will make discoveries. The terminology is admitted to be quite unreliable. Sometimes the nature of the coveted substance will be revealed in a dream. The material lapidis may be found by divine inspiration. The practice of the art is a hard road, and the longest road. The art has no enemies except the ignorant. It goes without saying that there are good and bad authors in alchemical literature as elsewhere. There are productions by charlatans, simpletons, and swindlers. Such inferior writings are easily recognized by their endless recipes, their careless and uneducated composition, their studied mystification, their excruciating dullness, and their shameless insistence on the making of gold. Good books can always be recognized by the industry, care, and visible mental struggles of the author. Chapter 4. The Prima Materia. Section 1. Synonyms for the Materia. The basis of the opus, the Prima Materia, is one of the most famous secrets of alchemy. This is hardly surprising, since it represents the unknown substance that carries the projection of the autonomous psychic content. It was, of course, impossible to specify such a substance, because the projection emanates from the individual and is consequently different in each case. For this reason, it is incorrect to maintain that the alchemists never said what the Prima Materia was. On the contrary, they gave all too many definitions, and so were everlastingly contradicting themselves. For one alchemist, the Prima Materia was quicksilver. For others, it was ore, iron, gold, lead, salt, sulfur, vinegar, water, air, fire, earth, blood, water of life, lapis, poison, spirit, cloud, sky, dew, shadow, sea, mother, moon, dragon, Venus, chaos, microcosm. Figure 162. Ruhlen's lexicon gives no less than 50 synonyms, and a great many more could be added. Besides these half-chemical, half-mythological definitions, there are also some philosophical ones which have a deeper meaning. Thus, in the treatise of Comerios, we find the definition Hades. In Olympiodorus, the black earth contains the accursed of God. The Concilium Coniungi says that the father of gold and silver, i.e. their prima materia, is the animal of earth and sea, or man, or a part of man, e.g. his hair, blood, etc. Dorn calls the prima materia atomica, and basing himself on Paracelsus, limbus microcosmicus. The material of the stone is no other than the fiery and perfect Mercurius, and the true hermaphroditic atom and microcosm, equal man squared. See figure 163. Hermes Trismegistus is said to have called the stone the orphan. Since Dorn was a pupil of Paracelsus, his views are probably connected with the anthropos doctrine of his master. For this I must refer the reader to my essay, Paracelsus as a Spiritual Phenomenon. Further connections between man and the prima materia are mentioned in other authors, but I cannot quote them all here. The mercurial dragon of Greek alchemy, surnamed Word, gave rise to descriptions of the prima materia as unum unica res and monad, and to the statement in the Liber Platonis Quartorum that man is well qualified to complete the work because he possesses that which is simple, i.e. the soul. Milius describes the prima materia as the elementum primordial. It is the pure subject and the unity of forms, and in it any form whatsoever may be assumed, in quo retinur qualebe forma cum possibilitate. In the second version of the Turba, Eximindus says, I make known to you, ye sons of the doctrine, that the beginning of all creatures is a certain primary, everlasting, and infinite nature which cooks and rules everything, and whose active and passive aspects are known and recognized only by those on whom the knowledge of the sacred art has been bestowed. In Sermo 9 of the Turba, Eximenus puts forward a theory of creation that corresponds to the biblical one, creation through the Word, but stands in flagrant contradiction to the above, according to which the beginning is a natura perpetua et infinita. In the Rosarium, the prima materia is called radix ipsius, root of itself, because it roots in itself. It is autonomous and dependent on nothing. Section 2, the increatum. Being a radix ipsius, the prima materia is a true principium, and from this it is but a step to the Paracelsian view that it is something increatum, uncreated. In his Philosophia ad Atheniensis, Paracelsus says that this unique unica materia is a great secret having nothing in common with the elements. It fills the entire regio aetherea, and is the mother of the elements and of all created things. Figure 163. Nothing can express this mystery, nor has it been created, nec etiam creatum fuit. This uncreated mystery was preparatum, by God in such a way that nothing will ever be like it in the future, nor will it ever return to what it was, for it was so corrupted as to be beyond reparation, which presumably refers to the fall. Dorn's rendering gives the sense of the original text. The autonomy and everlastingness of the prima materia in Paracelsus suggest a principle equal to the deity, corresponding to a dia mater. Just how Paracelsus managed to reconcile such a view with his professions of Christianity is his own private concern, nor is it by any means an isolated instance. The interpretations contained in Aquarium Sapientum, interesting on account of their truly preposterous character and hardly to be outdone even by Aurora, carry Paracelsian speculation still further, though without mentioning the author. The following texts, for example, are applied to the prima materia, and his going forth is from the beginning, from the days of eternity. Micah 5, 2 DV. And before Abraham was made, I am. John 8:58 DV. This is supposed to show that the stone is without beginning and has its primum ends from all eternity, and that it too is without end and will exist in all eternity. To understand this properly, one must open wide the eyes of the soul and the spirit and observe and discern accurately by means of the inner light. God has lit this light in nature and in our hearts from the beginning, and in the same way continues the author that the stone together with its material has 1,000 names and is therefore called miraculous. All these names can in eminent degree be predicated of God, and the author thereupon proceeds to this application. A Christian can hardly believe his ears, but this conclusion only repeats what has already been said quite plainly in the Liber Platonis Quartorum. Res ex qua sunt res est deus invisibilis et immobilis. That from which things arise is the invisible and immovable God. The first res is the subject matter of the divine art. It is true that very few of the philosophers pressed forward to this conclusion expressis verbis, but it is an aspect that makes their hints and veiled allusions decidedly more transparent. Moreover, such a conclusion was inevitable psychologically because the unconscious, being unknown, is bound to coincide with itself everywhere. Lacking all recognizable qualities, no unconscious content can be distinguished from any other. This is not a logical sophistry, but a very real phenomenon of great practical importance, for it affects the problems of identity and identification in social life, which are based on the collective and indiscriminable nature of unconscious contents. These, once they have taken possession of certain individuals, irresistibly draw them together by mutual attraction and knit them into smaller or larger groups which may easily swell into an avalanche. The above quotations clearly show that the alchemists came to project even the highest value, God, into matter. With the highest value thus safely embedded in matter, a starting point was given for the development of genuine chemistry on the one hand and of the more recent philosophical materialism on the other, with all the psychological consequences that necessarily ensue when the picture of the world is shifted 180 degrees. However remote alchemy may seem to us today, we should not underestimate its cultural importance for the Middle Ages. Today is the child of the Middle Ages, and it cannot disown its parents. Section 3. Ubiquity and Perfection. The Prima Materia has the quality of ubiquity. It can be found always and everywhere, which is to say that projection can take place always and everywhere. The English alchemist Sir George Ripley, 1415-90, writes, "The philosophers tell the inquirer that birds and fishes bring us the lapis. Every man has it. It is in every place, in you, in me, in everything, in time and space. It offers itself in lowly form, villi figura. From it there springs our eternal water, aqua permanens. According to Ripley, the prima materia is water. It is the material principle of all bodies, including Mercury. It is the heel which the divine act of creation brought forth from the chaos as a dark sphere. Sphericum opus, compare figure 34. The chaos is a massa confusa that gives birth to the stone, figures 125, 164. The helical water contains a hidden elemental fire. In the treatise De Sulfur, hellfire, ignis gehennalis, is attributed to the element earth as its inner opposite. According to Hortulinus, the stone arises from a massa confusa containing in itself all the elements, figure 162. Just as the world came forth from a chaos confusum, so does the stone. The idea of the rotating aquasphere reminds us of the Neo-Pythagoreans. In Archetypes, the world soul is a circle or sphere. In Philaleos, it draws the world round with it in its rotation. The original idea is to be found in Anaxagoras, where the nous gives rise to a whirlpool in chaos. The cosmogony of Empedocles is also relevant. Here the word spherical being springs from the union of dissimilars owing to the influence of word. The definition of this spherical being as words, the most serene God, sheds a special light on the perfect round nature of the lapis, which arises from and constitutes the primal sphere. Hence the prima materia is often called lapis, figures 164, 165. The initial state is the hidden state, but by the art and the grace of God it can be transmuted into the second, manifest state. That is why the prima materia sometimes coincides with the idea of the initial stage of the process, the negredo, It is then the black earth in which the gold or the lapis is sown like the grain of wheat. Compare figure 48. It is the black, magically festooned earth that Adam took with him from paradise, also called antimony and described as a black blacker than black, nigrum nigrius, negro. Section 4. The king and the king's son. As the grain of fire lies concealed in the Hyle, so the king's son lies in the dark depths of the sea as though dead, but yet lives and calls from the deep. Figure 166. Whosoever will free me from the waters and lead me to dry land, him will I prosper with everlasting riches. The connection with the Rex Marinus of the Visio Aristotle is obvious. Aristlius tells of his adventure with the Rex Marinus, in whose kingdom nothing prospers and nothing is begotten. Moreover, there are no philosophers there, only like mates with like. Consequently, there is no procreation. The king must seek the counsel of the philosophers and mate Fabritius with Bea, his two children whom he has hatched in his brain. Figure 167. When we are told that the king is exanimus, inanimate, or that his land is unfruitful, it is equivalent to saying that the hidden state is one of latency and potentiality. The darkness and depths of the sea symbolize the unconscious state of an invisible content that is projected. Inasmuch as such a content belongs to the total personality and is only apparently severed from its context by projection, there is always an attraction between conscious mind and projected content. Generally, it takes the form of a fascination. This, in the alchemical allegory, is expressed by the king's cry for help from the depths of his unconscious, dissociated state. The conscious mind should respond to this call. One should operare regi, render service to the king, for this would be not only wisdom but salvation as well. Yet this brings with it the necessity of a descent into the dark world of the unconscious, the ritual words, the perilous adventure of the night sea journey, figures 69, 170, 171, whose end and aim is the restoration of life, resurrection, and the triumph over deaths. Figure 172, 174, 177. Aristlius and his companions brave the quest which ends in catastrophe, the death of Fabricius. His death is a punishment for the incestuous conjunctu oppositorum, figures 223, 226. The brother-sister pair stands allegorically for the whole conception of opposites. These have a wide range of variation: dry, moist, hot, cold, male, female, sun, moon, gold, silver, mercury, sulfur, round, square, water, fire, volatile, solid, physical, spiritual, and so on. The regius filius is a rejuvenated form of the father king. The youth is frequently shown with a sword and represents the spirit, while the father represents the body. In the Rosarium version of the Visio, the death of the son is the result of his complete disappearance into the body of Bea during coitus. In another version, he is eaten by his father, figure 168, or the son is drowned in Mercurius or swallowed by the lion, figure 169. Fabricius, in the masculine spiritual principle of light and logos, which, like the Gnostic nous, sinks into the embrace of physical nature, physis. Death, therefore, represents the completion of the spirit's descent into matter. The alchemists depicted the sinful nature of this occurrence in various ways, but because they do not appear to have quite understood it, they rationalize or minimize the incest, in itself so repellent. Section 5. The myth of the hero. Resulting as it did from the advice of the philosophers, the death of the king's son is naturally a delicate and dangerous matter. By descending into the unconscious, the conscious mind puts itself in a perilous position. Resulting as it did from the advice of the philosophers, the death of the king's son is naturally a delicate and dangerous matter. By descending into the unconscious, the conscious mind puts itself in a perilous position, for it is apparently extinguishing itself. It is in the situation of the primitive hero who is devoured by the dragon. Since all this means a diminution or extinction of consciousness and abaissement du niveau mental, equivalent to that peril of the soul which is primitive man's greatest dread, i.e. the fear of ghosts, the deliberate and indeed wanton provocation of this state is a sacrilege or breach of taboo, attended by the severest punishments. Accordingly, the king imprisons Aristlius and his companions in a triple glass house together with the corpse of the king's son. The heroes are held captive in the underworld at the bottom of the sea, where, exposed to every kind of terror, they languish for 80 days in an intense heat. At the request of Aristlius, Bea is imprisoned with them. The Rosarium version of the Visio interprets the prison as Bea's womb. Clearly, they have been overpowered by the unconscious and are helplessly abandoned, which means that they have volunteered to die in order to beget a new and fruitful life in that region of the psyche which has hitherto lain fallow in darkest unconsciousness and under the shadow of death. Figure 171. Although the possibility of life is hinted at by the brother-sister pair, these unconscious opposites must be activated by the intervention of the conscious mind. Otherwise, they will merely remain dormant. But this is a dangerous undertaking. We can understand the anxious plea in Aurora Consurgens, horridas nostra mentis purga tenebras ascende lumen sensibus. We can also understand why Michael Meyer found few that were willing to plunge into the sea. Aristlius is in danger of succumbing to the fate of Theseus and Perithous, who descended into Hades and grew fast to the rocks of the underworld, which is to say that the conscious mind advancing into the unknown regions of the psyche is overpowered by the archaic forces of the unconscious, a repetition of the cosmic embrace of nous and physis. The purpose of the descent, as universally exemplified in the myth of the hero, is to show that only in the region of danger, water abyss, cavern, forest, island, castle, etc., can one find the treasure hard to attain, jewel, virgin, life potion, victory over death. Figure 172. The dread and resistance which every natural human being experiences when it comes to delving too deeply into himself is at bottom the fear of the journey to Hades. If it were only resistance that he felt, it would not be so bad. In actual fact, however, the psychic substratum, that dark realm of the unknown, exercises a fascinating attraction that threatens to become the more overpowering the further he penetrates into it. The psychological danger that arises here is the disintegration of personality into its functional components, i.e. the separate functions of consciousness, the complexes, hereditary units, etc. Disintegration, which may be functional or occasionally a real schizophrenia, is the fate which overtakes Gabricus in the Rosarium version. He is dissolved into atoms in the body of Bea, this being equivalent to a form of mortificatio, figure 173. Here again we have a repetition of the conjuncto of nous and physis, but the latter is a cosmogonic event, whereas this is a catastrophe brought about by the intervention of the philosophers. So long as consciousness refrains from acting, the opposites will remain dormant in the unconscious. Once they have been activated, the regius filius, spirit, logos, nous, is swallowed up by physis. That is to say, the body and the psychic representatives of the organs gain mastery over the conscious mind. In the hero myth, this state is known as being swallowed up in the belly of the whale or dragon, figure 174. The heat there is usually so intense that the hero loses his hair, i.e. he is reborn bald as a babe, figure 176. This heat is the ignis gehennalis, the hell into which Christ descended in order to conquer death as part of his opus. The philosopher makes the journey to hell as a redeemer. The hidden fire forms the inner antithesis to the cold wetness of the sea. In the Visio, this heat is undoubtedly the warmth of incubation, equivalent to the self-incubating or brooding state of meditation. In Indian yoga, we find the kindred idea of tapas, self-incubation. The aim of tapas is the same as in the Visio, transformation and resurrection. Compare figure 177. Section 6. The hidden treasure. The treasure hard to attain, whose presence was suspected in the dark Prima Materia, is symbolized by the alchemists in various ways. Christopher of Paris, for instance, says that the chaos, as Prima Materia, is the work of all-wise nature. Our understanding, intellectus, aided by the celestial and glowing spirit, must transform this natural work of art, chaos, into the celestial nature of the quintessence, and into the life-giving, vegetabilis, essence of heaven. The precious substance is potentially contained in this chaos as a massa confusa, of all the elements rolled into one, and man must diligently apply his mind to it so that our heaven may come into reality ad actum. Johannes Gracius quotes the view that the prima materia is the lead plumbum of the philosophers, also called the lead of the air, an allusion to the inner opposite. This lead contains the radiant white dove, figure 178, called the salt of the metals. The dove is the chaste, wise, and rich queen of Sheba, veiled in white, who was willing to give herself to none but King Solomon. According to Basilius Valentinus, the earth as prima materia is not a dead body, but is inhabited by a spirit that is its life and soul. All created things, minerals included, draw their strength from the earth spirit. This spirit is life, it is nourished by the stars, and it gives nourishment to all the living things it shelters in its womb. Through the spirit received from on high, the earth hatches the minerals in her womb. Compare figure 163, as the mother her unborn child. This invisible spirit is like the reflection in a mirror, intangible, yet it is at the same time the root of all the substances necessary to the alchemical process or arising therefrom. Radix nostrorum corporum. A similar idea is to be found in Michael Mayer. The sun, by its many millions of revolutions, spins the gold into the earth. Little by little the sun has imprinted its image on the earth, and that image is the gold. The sun is the image of God. The heart is the sun's image in man, just as gold is the sun's image in the earth, also called deus terrenus, and God is known in the gold. This golden image of God is the anima aurea, which, when breathed into common quicksilver, changes it into gold. Ripley is of the opinion that the fire must be extracted from the chaos and made visible. This fire is the Holy Ghost who unites Father and Son. He is often represented as a winged old man, i.e. Mercurius in the form of the god of revelation, who is identical with Hermes Trismegistus, and together with the king and the king's son, forms the alchemical trinity, figures 179, 180. God wrought this fire in the bowels of the earth just as he wrought the purging flames of hell, and in this fire God himself glows with divine love. Chapter 5, the Lapis-Christ Parallel. Section 1, the Renewal of Life. The examples given in the last chapter show that there is a spirit hidden in the prima materia, just as there was in the Nile stone of Ostend. This spirit was eventually interpreted as the Holy Ghost in accordance with the ancient tradition of the nous, swallowed up by the darkness while in the embrace of Physis. With this difference, however, that it is not the supreme feminine principle, Earth, who is the devourer, but nous in the form of Mercurius, or the tail-eating Ouroboros. Figure 147. In other words, the devourer is a sort of material earth spirit, an hermaphrodite possessing a masculine spiritual and feminine corporeal aspect. Figure 8, 183, compare figures 54, 125. The original Gnostic myth has undergone a strange transformation. Nous and Physis are indistinguishably one in the prima materia and have become a natura obscurantita. The psychological equivalent of this theme is the projection of a highly fascinating unconscious content which, like all such contents, exhibits a numinous, divine, or sacred quality. Alchemy set itself the task of acquiring this treasure hard to attain and of producing it in visible form as the physical gold or the panacea or the transforming tincture, insofar as the art still busied itself in the laboratory. But since the practical chemical work was never quite free from the unconscious contents of the operator which found expression in it, it was at the same time a psychic activity which can best be compared with what we call active imagination. This method enables us to get a grasp of contents that also find expression in dream life. The process is, in both cases, an irrigation of the conscious mind by the unconscious, and it is related so closely to the world of alchemical ideas that we are probably justified in assuming that alchemy deals with the same or very similar processes as those involved in active imagination and in dreams, i.e. ultimately with the process of individuation. Earlier on, we left Aurelius and his companions, together with Bea and the dead Fabricius, in the triple glass house where they had been imprisoned by the Rex Marinus. They suffer from the intense heat like the three whom Nebuchadnezzar cast into the fiery furnace, figure 184. King Nebuchadnezzar had a vision of a fourth, like the Son of God, as we are told in Daniel 3:25. This vision is not without bearing on alchemy, since there are numerous passages in the literature stating that the stone is trinus et unus, figure 185, compare figure 1. It consists of the four elements, with fire representing the spirit concealed in matter. This is the fourth, absent and yet present, who always appears in the fiery agony of the furnace and symbolizes the divine presence, succor, and the completion of the work. And in their hour of need, Aristæus and his companions see their master Pythagoras in a dream and beg him for help. He sends them his disciple Harphoretus, the author of nourishment. So the work is completed and Fabricius comes to life again. We may suppose that Harphoretus brought them the miraculous food, though this only becomes clear through a discovery of Rusca's, who gave us access to the text of the Codex Berliensis. There, in an introduction that is missing from the printed versions of the Visio, we read, Pythagoras says, "Ye write and have written down for posterity how this most precious tree is planted, and how he that eats of its fruits shall hunger no more." Since the Visio was written for the express purpose of leaving an example of the alchemical process to posterity, it naturally deals with the planting of trees, and the end of the legend is designed to show the miraculous regenerating effects of the fruit. While Aristæus was in such dire straits, the Fabricius lay in the sleep of death. The tree was evidently growing and bearing fruit. The part played by Aristæus in the glass house is entirely passive. The decisive action comes from the master, who sends his messenger with the food of life. We are told that a man can receive the secret knowledge only through divine inspiration or from the lips of a master, and also that no one can complete the work except with the help of God. In the Visio, it is the legendary master, the divine Pythagoras, who takes the place of God and completes the work of regeneration, figure 187. This divine intervention, as we may venture to call it, occurs in a dream, when Aristæus sees the master and implores his help. If the union of the opposites, mind and body, portrayed by Fabricius and Bea, the putting to death and the cremation in the furnace are, according to one alchemist, the equivalent of the offertory in the Mass, we find an analogy to the petition for help in the memento vivorum, the intercession for the living, and in the commemoration of martyrs, both of which precede the transubstantiation in the Ordo Missae. The invocation is made pro redemptione animarum suarum pro spe salutis et incolumnitatis sui, for the redemption of their souls, for the hope of their health and welfare. And the saints are remembered in order that God, for the sake of their merits and prayers, may grant that we be defended in all things with the help of thy protection. The petition ends with the epiclesis, which ushers in the transubstantiation, ut nobis corpus et sanguis fiat, that it may become for us the body and the blood, i.e. the miraculous food, the words. In the Visio, it is the fruit of the immortal tree that brings salvation, figures 188 through 90. But when the Church speaks of the fructus sacrificii missae, the fruits of the sacrifice of the Mass, it is not quite the same thing, since moral and other effects are meant, not the consecrated substances themselves, which are likewise produced ex opere operato from the performed work. Here we come to a parting of the ways. The Christian receives the fruits of the Mass for himself personally and for the circumstances of his own life in the widest sense. The alchemist, on the other hand, receives the fructus arboris immortalis, not merely for himself, but first and foremost for the king or the king's son, for the perfecting of the coveted substance. He may play a part in the perfectio, which brings him health, riches, illumination, and salvation, but since he is the Redeemer of God and not the one to be redeemed, he is more concerned to perfect the substance than himself. Moral qualities he takes for granted and considers them only in so far as they help or hinder the opus. We could say that he lays the whole emphasis on the effect ex opere operantis of the work of the operator, naturally to a much higher degree than the Church, since he takes the place of the Christ who sacrifices himself in the Mass. One should not for a moment suppose that he presumes to the role of Redeemer from religious megalomania. He does so even less than the officiating priest who figuratively sacrifices Christ. The alchemist always stresses his humility and begins his treatises with invocations to God. He does not dream of identifying himself with Christ. On the contrary, it is the coveted substance, the lapis, that he likens to Christ. It is not really a question of identification at all, but of the hermeneutic sicut, as or like, which characterizes the analogy. For medieval man, however, analogy was not so much a logical figure as a secret identity, a remnant of primitive thinking which is still very much alive. An instructive example of this is the rite of hallowing the fire on the Saturday before Easter, figure 191. The fire is like unto Christ, an imago Christi. The stone from which the spark is struck is the cornerstone, another imago, and the spark that leaps from the stone is yet again an imago Christi. The analogy with the extraction of the pneuma from the stone in the saying of Asthenes forces itself upon us. We are already familiar with the idea of pneuma as fire, and with Christ as fire, and fire as the earth's inner counter-element, but the firestone from which the spark is struck is also analogous to the rock sepulchre, or the stone before it. Here Christ lay as one asleep or in the fetters of death during the 3 days of his descent into hell, when he went down to the igneous Gehennalis, from which he rises again as the new fire, figure 234. Without knowing it, the alchemist carries the idea of the imitatio a stage further and reaches the conclusion we mentioned earlier, that complete assimilation to the Redeemer would enable him, the assimilated, to continue the work of redemption in the depths of his own psyche. This conclusion is unconscious, and consequently the alchemist never feels impelled to assume that Christ is doing the work in him. It is by virtue of the wisdom and art which he himself has acquired, or which God has bestowed upon him, that he can liberate the world-creating nous or logos, lost in the world's materiality, for the benefit of mankind. The artifex himself bears no correspondence to Christ, rather he sees this correspondence to the Redeemer in his wonderful stone. From this point of view, alchemy seems like a continuation of Christian mysticism carried on in the subterranean darkness of the unconscious. Indeed, some mystics press the materialization of the Christ figure even to the appearance of the stigmata. But this unconscious continuation never reached the surface, where the conscious mind could have dealt with it. All that appeared in consciousness were the symbolic symptoms of the unconscious process. Had the alchemist succeeded in forming any concrete idea of his unconscious contents, he would have been obliged to recognize that he had taken the place of Christ, or to be more exact, that he regarded not as ego but as self. Had the alchemist succeeded in forming any concrete idea of his unconscious contents, he would have been obliged to recognize that he had taken the place of Christ, or to be more exact, that he, regarded not as ego but as self, had taken over the work of redeeming not man but God. He would then have had to recognize not only himself as the equivalent of Christ, but Christ as a symbol of the self. This tremendous conclusion failed to dawn on the medieval mind. What seems like a monstrous presumption to the Christian European would have been self-evident to the spirit of the Upanishads. Modern man must therefore consider himself fortunate not to have come up against Eastern ideas until his own spiritual impoverishment was so far gone that he did not even notice what he was coming up against. He can now deal with the East on the quite inadequate and therefore innocuous level of the intellect, or else leave the whole matter to Sanskrit specialists. Section 2. Evidence for the religious interpretation of the lapis. A. Raymond Lully. It is not surprising that the Lapis-Christ parallel came to the fore among the medieval Latin authors at a comparatively early date, since alchemical symbolism is steeped in ecclesiastical allegory. Although there is no doubt that the allegories of the Church Fathers enriched the language of alchemy, it remains, in my opinion, exceedingly doubtful just how far the Opus Alchemicum in its various forms can be regarded as a transmogrification of ecclesiastical rites, baptism, mass, and dogmas, Christ's conception, birth, passion, death, and resurrection. Undeniably, Borrowings were made over and over again from the church, but when we come to the original basic idea of alchemy, we find elements that derive from pagan and more particularly from Gnostic sources. The roots of Gnosticism do not lie in Christianity at all. It is far truer to say that Christianity was assimilated through Gnosticism. Apart from this, we have a Chinese text dating from the middle of the 2nd century which displays fundamental similarities with Western alchemy. Whatever the connection between China and the West may have been, there is absolutely no doubt that parallel ideas exist outside the sphere of Christianity. In places where Christian influence is simply out of the question, A.E. Waite has expressed the opinion that the first author to identify the stone with Christ was the Paracelsist Heinrich Kunrath, 1560–1605, whose Amphitheatrum appeared in 1598. In the writings of the somewhat later Jacob Boehme, who frequently uses alchemical terms, the stone has already become a metaphor for Christ. Figure 192. Waite's assumption is undoubtedly erroneous, for we have much earlier testimonies to the connection between Christ and the lapis, the oldest that I have so far been able to discover being contained in the Codicillus, chapter 9, of Raymond Lully, 1235–1315. Even if many of the treatises ascribed to him were written by his Spanish and Provençal disciples, that does not alter the approximate date of his main works, to which the Codicillus belongs. At any rate, I know of no authoritative opinion that puts this treatise later than the 14th century. There it is said, And as Jesus Christ of the house of David took on human nature for the deliverance and redemption of mankind, who were in the bonds of sin on account of Adam's disobedience, so likewise in our art that which has been wrongfully defiled by one thing is absolved by its opposite, cleansed and delivered from that stain. B. Tractatus Aureus. A still older source would assuredly be the Tractatus Aureus, ascribed to Hermes and regarded as of Arabic origin even in the Middle Ages. Were Christ mentioned directly by name, the reason why I nevertheless quote it is that it describes things which bear a remarkable resemblance to the mysterious happenings at Eastertide, and yet are clothed in quite another language. The passage runs as follows: Our precious stone that was cast upon the dung heap is altogether vile, but when we marry the crowned king with the red daughter, she will conceive a son in the gentle fire, and shall nourish him through our fire. Then is he transformed, and his tincture remains red as flesh. Our son of royal birth takes his tincture from the fire, and death, darkness, and the waters flee away. The dragon shuns the light of the sun, and our dead son shall live. The king shall come forth from the fire, and rejoice in the marriage. The hidden things shall be disclosed, and the virgin's milk will be whitened. The sun is become a warrior fire, and surpasses the tincture, for he himself is the treasure, and himself is attired in the philosophic matter. Come hither, ye sons of wisdom, and rejoice, for the dominion of death is over, and the sun reigns. He wears the red garment, figure 193, and the purple is put on. We can take this text as a variant of the mythical God-man and his triumph over death, and thus as an analogy of the Christian drama. Since the age and origin of this Hermetic text are still unknown, we cannot decide with any certainty whether Christian influence is at work here. Probably not. There's no reason to suspect Christian influence in the very early texts, such as that of Camarios. The Christian prefaces, etc., to these manuscripts are interpolations by Byzantine monastic copyists, and yet it is just the Camarios text that has all the characteristics of a regeneration mystery, although here the resurrection of the dead is effected not by a redeemer, but by the words, the aqua permanens of the Latinists, compare figure 194, to which the Christian water symbolism, aqua equals spiritus veritatis, baptism, and Eucharist, forms an unmistakable parallel. C. Zazamos and the doctrine of the Anthropos. In the later texts, however, which are ascribed to Zazamos, we find the Son of God in unmistakable association with the priestly art. Words. I give the relevant passages in a literal translation. 4. If you have meditated and have dwelt in human community, you will see that the Son of God has become all things for the sake of devout souls. In order to draw the soul forth from the dominion of Hemarmin into the realm of the incorporeal, behold how he has become all, God, angel, and man, capable of suffering. For having power in all, he can become all as he wills, and he obeys the Father inasmuch as he penetrates all bodies and illuminates the mind of each soul, spurring it on to follow him up to the blessed region where it was before the beginning of corporeal things, yearning and led by him into the light. 5. And consider the tablet which Betos also wrote, and the thrice great Plato, and the infinitely great Hermes, saying that the first man is designated with the first hieratic word of Thoith, who is the interpreter of all things that are and the giver of names to all corporeal things. The Chaldeans, Parthians, Medes, and Hebrews call him Adam, which is, being interpreted, virgin earth, blood red or bloody, earth fiery or carnal earth. This is to be found in the libraries of the Ptolemies. They put it in every sanctuary, and especially in the Serapeum, at the time when Asenath went to the high priest of Jerusalem, who sent Hermes, who translated the whole of the Hebrew into Greek and Egyptian. 6. So the first man is called by us Thoith, and by them Adam, which is a name in the language of the angels, but with reference to his body, they named him symbolically after the 4 elements of the whole heavenly sphere, figure 195. For this letter A stands for ascent, words, the east, or the air, D for the descent, word, the west, because it, the earth, is heavy. A for Arctic, word, the north, and M for meridian, word, the south, the midmost of these boundaries, the fire that burns in the midst of the 4th region. Thus the fleshly Adam, according to his outward and visible form, is called Thoith. But the spiritual man in him has a proper name as well as the name by which he is called. His proper name as yet I know not, for Nicotheus alone knows this, and he is not to be found. But his common name is man, word, which is light, word, wherefore it came that men are called, word. 7. Now when the man of light, adobe in paradise, pervaded by the breath of Hemarmin, they, the elements, persuaded him, who was without evil and free from their activity, to put on the Adam that was with him, namely the Adam wrought of the 4 elements of Hemarmin, compare figures 82 and 117. And he in his innocence did not turn aside, but they boasted that he was their slave. Wherefore Hesiod called the outer man the bond with which Zeus bound Prometheus. But after this fetter Zeus sent him yet another, Pandora, whom the Hebrews call Eve, for in the allegorical language Prometheus and Epimetheus are but one man, namely soul and body, and sometimes he bears the likeness of the soul, sometimes that of the spirit, and sometimes the likeness of the flesh, figure 196. Because of the disobedience of Epimetheus, who heeded not the counsel of Prometheus, his own mind. For our mind says, the Son of God, having power in all things and becoming all things when he wills, appears as he wills to each. Jesus Christ made himself one with Adam and bore him up to that place where the men of light dwelt before. 8. But he appeared to the very feeble as a man capable of suffering, and like one scourged, and after he had privily stolen away the men of light that were his own, he made known that in truth he did not suffer, and that death was trampled down and cast out. And to this day and to the end of the world he is present in many places, both secretly and openly consorting with his own, counseling them secretly, yea, through their own minds to suffer confusion, with the Adam who was with them, that he might be beaten away from them, and slain, this blind chatterer who is envious of the spiritual man of light. Thus they kill their Adam. 9. And these things are so until the coming of the demon Antimimos, the jealous one, who seeks to lead them astray as before, declaring that he is the Son of God, although he is formless in both body and soul. But they, having become wiser since the true Son of God has taken possession of them, deliver up to him their own Adam to be put to death, and bring their shining spirits safely back to the place where they were before the beginning of the world. Yet before Antimimos, the jealous one, does this, he sends his forerunner from Persia, who circulates false fables and leads men astray through the power of Hymarmene. The letters of his name are 9 if you keep the diphthong corresponding to Hamermane. Later, at the end of about 7 periods, he will appear in his own shape. 10. And only the Hebrews and the sacred books of Hermes tell of these things concerning the man of light and his guide, the Son of God, and concerning the earthly Adam and his guide, Antimimos, who blasphemously calls himself the Son of God to lead men astray. But the Greeks call the earthly Adam Epimetheus, who was counseled by his own mind, his brother, not to accept the gifts of Zeus. Yet, inasmuch as he erred and afterwards repented, seeking the adobe of bliss, he makes everything plain and fully advises them that have spiritual hearing. But those that have only bodily hearing are slaves of Hymarmene, for they neither understand nor admit anything else. And all who meet with success in the matter of colorings at the propitious moment consider nothing but the great book about furnaces, for they do not esteem the art, nor do they understand the poet when he says, "But the gods have not given to men equally, neither do they observe and see the manner of men's lives." How, even in the same art, men may reach the goal in different ways and practice the same art in different ways, according to their different characters and the constellations of the stars in the exercise of the same art. How one worker is inactive, another alone, one blasphemously desiring too much, another too timid, and therefore without progress. This is so in all the arts, and how those who practice the same art use different implements and procedures, having also different attitudes to the spiritual conception of it and its practical realization. 12. And this is more to be considered in the sacred art than in all the other arts. To all appearances, Zosimo's Son of God is a Gnostic Christ who has more affinity with the Iranian conception of Geomart than with the Jesus of the Gospels. The author's connections with Christianity are by no means clear, since he undoubtedly belonged to the Hermetic Poimandres sect, as is evident from the passage about the crater. As in later Christian alchemy, the Son of God is a sort of paradigm of sublimation, i.e. of the freeing of the soul from the grip of Hymarmene. In both cases, he is identical with Adam, who is quaternity compounded of 4 different earths. He is the anthropos, the first man, symbolized by the 4 elements, just like the lapis, which has the same structure. He is also symbolized by the cross, whose ends correspond to the 4 cardinal points. Figure 197, compare figures 82, 192. This motif is often replaced by corresponding journeys, such as those of Osiris, the labors of Heracles, the travels of Enoch, and the symbolic peregrinatio to the 4 quarters in Michael Mayer, 1568 to 1622, compare figure 97. Journeys are also related to Hermes Trismegistus, and this may have inspired Mayer's peregrinatio, although it is more probable that Mayer imagined the Opus as a wandering or odyssey, rather like the voyage of the Argonauts in the quest of the Aureum Velis, golden fleece. So beloved of the alchemists, a theme that figures in the title of more than one treatise. Alexander's campaign is mentioned in a treatise ascribed to Albertus Magnus, the journey ending in the discovery of Hermes' grave, where a stork is perched on the tree instead of a phoenix. Adam corresponds to Thoth, word. The Egyptian Hermes, figure 68. Adam's inner spiritual man is named, word, light. Nikotheos, who knows the man of light's secret name, occurs twice in Zosimos as a mysterious personage, and he is also mentioned in a Coptic Gnostic text as one who has beheld the monogenes, unigenitus. Porphyry, in his life of Plotinus, speaks of him as the author of an apocalypse. The Manichaees reckon him among the prophets, along with Shem, Sem, Enos, and Enoch. Prometheus and Epimetheus represent the inner and outer man, like Christ and Adam. The ability to become all attributed to the Son of God is an attribute not only of the pneuma but of the alchemical Mercurius, whose boundless powers of transformation are praised in accordance with the versatility of the astrological Mercury. Figure 24. He is the materia lapidus, the transforming substance par excellence, and is said to penetrate all bodies like a poison. Figure 150. Antimimos, the imitator and evil principle, appears as the antagonist of the Son of God. He too considers himself to be God's son. Here the opposites inherent in the deity are clearly divided. We meet this demon in many other places as the words, "He is the spirit of darkness in a man's body, compelling his soul to fulfill all his sinful tendencies." The alchemical parallel to this polarity is the double nature of Mercurius, which shows itself most clearly in the Ouroboros, the dragon that devours, fertilizes, begets, slays, and brings itself to life again. Being hermaphroditic, it is compounded of opposites and is at the same time their uniting symbol. Figure 149. At once deadly poison, basilisk, scorpion, panacea, and savior. Figure 199. Zosimos discloses practically the whole of the recondite and highly peculiar theology of alchemy by drawing a parallel between the esoteric meaning of the Opus and the Gnostic mystery of redemption. This is only one indication that the Lapis-Christ parallel of the scholastic alchemists had a pagan Gnostic precursor and was by no means a mere speculation of the Middle Ages. D. Petrus Bonus, the oldest source to treat specifically of the stone's connection with Christ, would appear to be a text, Pretiosa Margarita Novella, written by Petrus Bonus of Ferrara between 1330 and 1339, from which I give the following extract. This art is partly natural and partly divine or supernatural. At the end of the sublimation, figure 200, there germinates, through the mediation of the spirit, a shining white soul, anima candida, which flies up to heaven with the spirit. Compare figure 134. This is clearly and manifestly the stone. So far the procedure is indeed somewhat marvelous, yet still within the framework of nature. But as regards the fixation and permanence of the soul and spirit at the end of the sublimation, this takes place when the secret stone is added, which cannot be grasped by the senses, but only by the intellect, through inspiration or divine revelation, or through the teaching of an initiate. Alexander says there are two categories, seeing through the eye and understanding through the heart. This secret stone is a gift of God. There could be no alchemy without this stone. It is the heart and tincture of the gold, regarding which Hermes says, "It is needful that at the end of the world heaven and earth be united," which is the philosophic word. Pythagoras also said in the Turba, "God concealed this from Apollo so that the world should not be destroyed." Thus alchemy stands above nature and is divine. The whole difficulty of the art lies in this stone. The intellect cannot comprehend it, so must believe it, like the divine miracles and the foundation of the Christian creed. Therefore God alone is the operator, while nature remains passive. It was through their knowledge of the art that the old philosophers knew of the coming of the end of the world and the resurrection of the dead. Then the soul will be united with its original body forever and ever. The body will become wholly transfigured, glorificatum, incorruptible and almost unbelievably subtilized, and it will penetrate all solids. Its nature will be as much spiritual as corporeal. When the stone decomposes to a powder like a man in his grave, God restores to it soul and spirit and takes away all imperfection. Then is that substance, illa res, strengthened and improved, as after the resurrection a man becomes stronger and younger than he was before. The old philosophers discern the last judgment in this art, namely in the germination and birth of this stone, for in it the soul to be beatified, beatificande, unites with its original body to eternal glory. So also the ancients knew that a virgin must conceive and bring forth, for in their art the stone begets, conceives, and brings itself forth. Such a thing can happen only by the grace of God, Therefore Alphidius says of the stone that its mother was a virgin and that its father had never known woman. They knew besides that God would become man on the last day of this art, in novissum die huis artis, when the work is perfected, and that begetter and begotten, old man and boy, father and son, all become one. Now, since no creature except man can unite with God on account of their dissimilarity, God must needs become one with man. And this came to pass in Christ Jesus and his Virgin Mother. Therefore Balgus says in the Turba, "Oh, what miracles of nature that have changed the soul of the old man into a youthful body, and the Father has become the Son." Compare Figures 166, 167. In like manner, Plato, writing of alchemical matters, wrote a gospel which was completed long after by John the Evangelist. Plato wrote the opening verses from "In the beginning was the Word" to "There was a man sent from God." God has shown the philosopher this wonderful example that he might perform supernatural works. Morianus says that God has entrusted this magisterium to his philosophers or prophets, for whose souls he has prepared a dwelling in his paradise. This text, which is at least a century older than Kunrath, shows beyond all doubt that the connection between the mystery of Christ and the mystery of the Lapis was even then so obvious that the philosophical Opus seemed like a parallel and imitation, perhaps even a continuation of the divine work of redemption. Aurora Consurgens and the Doctrine of Sapientia. The next source is Aurora Consurgens, of which a manuscript copy of the 15th century, the Codex Renoviensis, from the monastery at Rheinu, is to be found in Zurich. Unfortunately, the manuscript is mutilated and begins only at the fourth parable. I was made aware of it through the fact that the printer of Artis Auriferae, 1593, published only part 2 of Aurora. He prefixed to it a short notice to the reader in which he says that he has purposely omitted the entire treatise consisting of parables or allegories because the author, in the ancient manner of obscurantists, antiquo more tenebrionum, treated almost the whole Bible, particularly Proverbs, Psalms, but above all the Song of Songs, in such a way as to suggest that the Holy Scriptures had been written solely in honor of alchemy. The author, he says, has even profaned the most holy mystery of the incarnation and death of Christ by turning it into the mystery of the lapis, not of course with any evil intent, as he, the typographer Conrad Waldkirch, readily admits, but as was only to be expected in that benighted epoch, seculum illud tenebrarum. By this, Waldkirch meant the pre-Reformation epoch, whose conception of man and the world and experience of the divine presence and the mystery of matter had entirely vanished from the purview of the Protestants of his own day. The treatise is preserved entire in the Codex Paracinus Latinus 14006. There's also a printing of it in the compilation edited by Johannes Reninus, Harmoniae in perscrutabilis chemico-philosophicae decades due, Frankfurt, 1625. The age of the text, which is attributed to St. Thomas Aquinas, d. 1274, may be gauged more or less from the fact that the most recent author quoted in it is Albertus Magnus, 1193 to 1280. The other authors who are everywhere quoted in the 15th century, Arnold of Villanova, d. 1313, and Raymond Lully, d. 1315, are not mentioned. Since Thomas was canonized in 1323 and was thus at the height of his fame, it was worth while ascribing texts to him from that time on. We shall probably not be far out if we put the date in the first half of the 14th century. The author is evidently a cleric who knows his Vulgate by heart. His whole idiom is steeped in biblical quotation, just as his mind is full of alchemical philosophy. Alchemy is for him absolutely identical with the Sapientia Die. He begins his treatise with the words taken from the Wisdom of Solomon 7:11 and Proverbs 1:20-21. Venerunt mihi omni bona pariter cum illa sapientia austrae, quae foris predicat in Platus dat vocem suam in capite turbarum clamitat in foribus portarum urbis pro profer verba sua dicens. Accredite ad me et illuminamini et apparationes vestre non confidenter omnes qui concupiscitis me, divitis mes adimplemini, venite ergo filii, audite me, scientiam de docibo vos qui sapiens et intelligit, hanc quam Alphidius dicit homines et pueres in vis et plates praeteriae et quotidie a iumentis et pecoribus in sterquilineo conculcari. All good things come to me together with her, that wisdom of the south, who preacheth abroad, who uttereth her voice in the streets, crieth out at the head of the multitudes, and in the entrance of the gates of the city uttereth her words, saying, Come ye to me, and be enlightened, and your operations shall not be confounded. All ye that desire me shall be filled with my riches. Come, children, hearken to me. I will teach you the science of God, who is wise, and understandeth this, of which Alphidius saith that men and children pass her by daily in the streets and public places, and she is trodden into the mire by beasts of burden and by cattle. The sapientia austrae is, in patristic usage, the wisdom of the Holy Ghost. For our author, sapientia is the regina austrae, que ab oriente dicitur venice ut aurora consurgens, queen of the south, who is said to have come from the east like unto the morning rising, figure 201. Without mentioning our text, the Rosarium quotes it as follows: This sapientia is my daughter, for whose sake men say that the queen of the south came out of the east, like the rising dawn, in order to hear, understand, and behold the wisdom of Solomon. Power, honor, strength, and dominion are given into her hand. She wears the royal crown of 7 glittering stars, like a bride adorned for her husband, and on her robe is written in gold lettering, in Greek, Arabic, and Latin, I am the only daughter of the wise, utterly unknown to the foolish. This is, without doubt, a citation from Aurora. The original text has 12 instead of 7 stars, the latter evidently referring to the 7 stars in the hand of the apocalyptic, one like unto the Son of Man. Revelation 1:13 and 2:1. These represent the 7 angels of the 7 churches and the 7 spirits of God, figure 202. The historical sous-entendu of the 7 is the antique company of 7 gods who later took up their abode. The historical sous-entendu of the 7 is the antique company of 7 gods who later took up their adobe in the 7 metals of alchemy, figures 21, 79, 154. They were deposed by science only during the last 150 years. For Paracelsus, the gods were still enthroned as archons in the mysterium magnum of the Prima Materia, to their own undoing and ours. The 12 stars of the original text refer to the 12 disciples in the 12 signs of the zodiac, figures 92 through 100. The agathodemon serpent on Gnostic gems also has 7 or 12 rays about its head, figures 203 through 5. In Clement's second homily, it is observed that the number of apostles corresponds to the 12 months. In the Manichaean system, the Savior constructs a cosmic wheel with 12 buckets, the zodiac, for the raising of souls. In the Manichaean system, the Savior constructs a cosmic wheel with 12 buckets, the zodiac, for the raising of souls. This wheel has a significant connection with the rotator opus circulatorium of alchemy, which serves the same purpose of sublimation. As Dorn says, the wheel of creation takes its rise from the prima materia, whence it passes to the simple elements. Enlarging on the idea of the rota philosophica, compare figures 80-104, Ripley says that the wheel must be turned by the 4 seasons and the 4 quarters, thus connecting this symbol with the peregrinatio and the quaternity. The wheel turns into the wheel of the sun, rolling round the heavens, and so becomes identical with the sun god or hero who submits to arduous labors and to the passion of self-cremation, like Heracles, or to captivity and dismemberment at the hands of the evil principle, like Osiris. A well-known parallel to the chariot of the sun is the fiery chariot in which Elijah ascended to heaven, figures 206 and 207. Accordingly, Pseudo-Aristotle says, "Take the serpent and place it on the chariot with 4 wheels, and let it be turned about on the earth until it is immersed in the depths of the sea, and nothing more is visible but the blackest Dead Sea." The image used here is surely that of the sun sinking into the sea, save that the sun has been replaced by the mercurial serpent, i.e. the substance to be transformed. Michael Meyer actually takes the Opus Circulatorium as an image of the sun's course. For while the hero, like a joyful giant, rises in the east and hastens to his sinking in the west, that he may forever return out of the east, he sets in motion these circulations, depositing in the shining substance of the quicksilver, as in a mirror, forms wherein by human diligence the gold may be sought, cleansed from impurities, tested by fire and water, and put to a use pleasing to God the Creator. The circle described by the sun is the line that runs back on itself, like the snake that with its head bites its own tail, wherein God may be discerned. Meyer calls it the shining clay molded by the wheel, rota, and hand of the Most High and Almighty Potter into that earthly substance wherein the sun's rays are collected and caught. This substance is the gold. In Introitus Apparatus, Philalethes elaborates Meyer's views. There is in our mercury, he says, a fiery sulfur or sulphurous fire. This fire is the spiritual seed which our virgin has gathered in herself, because unspotted virginity can admit of spiritual love, according to the author of the Hermetic Mystery, and as experience itself shows. It is to be noted that this virgin, who being unspotted, intemerata, is obviously analogous to the Virgin Mary, is made pregnant by a seed deriving not from any Holy Ghost, but from a sulphurous fire, i.e. an ignis gehennalis. The Virgin is mercurius, figure 208, who, owing to the presence of sulfur, the active masculine principle, is hermaphroditic. Sulfur is the aurum volatile, figure 209, a spiritual gold, the aurum non vulgi of the rosarium, and at the same time the primum movens quad rotum vertit axemque vertit in girum, prime mover that turns wheel and axle in a circle. Laurentius Ventura cannot resist connecting the wheel with the vision of Ezekiel. Thus, speaking of the lapis, he says that Ezekiel saw in its shape the wheel within the wheel and the spirit of the living creature that was in the midst of the wheels. Figures 109, 207. Wherefore, he says, this mysterium has been called by some the Deus terrestris. It appears that this last thought is not a conceit of Ventura's, but, as he says, a quotation from Lilium, a source I have been unable to trace, though it must go back to the 14th century or even earlier. The idea of the circulatory opus, or rotating arcane substance, finds expression as early as Camarios, who speaks of the mystery of the whirlwind and the manner of the wheel. Words. Compare Zach 9:14. And the Lord God will sound the trumpet and go in the whirlwind of the south. The mystic Logion of Zosimus probably has some bearing here. And what meaneth this? The nature that conquers the natures, and it is perfected and becometh like a whirl. Words. The transforming substance is an analogy of the revolving universe, of the macrocosm, or a reflection of it imprinted in the heart of matter. Psychologically, it is a question of the revolving heavens being reflected in the unconscious, an imago mundi that was projected by the alchemists into his own prima materia, but such an interpretation is somewhat one-sided, since the idea of the arcane substance is itself an archetype, expressed most simply in the idea of the soul spark, scintilla, splinter, and the monad. The personification of sapientia in the wisdom of Solomon evidently caused the author of Aurora to identify her with the Queen of the South. In alchemy, she always appears as sapientia die, And in the writings of the Church Fathers, the south wind is an allegory of the Holy Ghost, presumably because it is hot and dry. For the same reason, the process of sublimation is known in Arabic alchemy as the Great South Wind, referring to the heating of the retort. For the same reason, the process of sublimation is known in Arabic alchemy as the Great South Wind, referring to the heating of the retort. The Holy Ghost, too, is fiery and causes an exaltation. His equivalent, so to speak, is the hidden fire, the spiritus igneus, dwelling in Mercurius, whose opposite poles are an agens, i.e. fire, and a passions, i.e. quicksilver. When, therefore, Abul Qasim speaks of the fire as the great south wind, he is in agreement with the ancient Greek view that Hermes was a wind god, figures 210, 211. I have dwelt at some length on the opening passages of Aurora because they are an excellent illustration of the composition as a whole as regards both language and subject matter. Here I will mention only a few of the Lapis-Christ parallels. In Chapter 2, the author calls the science, i.e. alchemy, a gift and a sacrament of God, a divine matter that the wise have veiled in images. From this it appears that the Opus Alchemicum is deemed the equal of the Opus Divinum, or Mass. In Chapter 6, the stone is described in the words of the Song of Songs, 5:16. Such is my beloved, and Ps 44:3. Behold ye him beautiful above the sons of men, at whose beauty the sun and moon wonder. The filius philosophorum is here identified with the bridegroom, who, as we know, is interpreted as Christ. In the second parable of the flood of waters and of death, we read, Then the fullness of the time shall come, when God shall send his Son, as he hath said, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the world, to whom he said of old time, Thou art my Son, today have I begotten thee, to whom the wise men from the east brought 3 precious gifts. Here again Christ is a parallel of the lapis. In the 4th parallel of the philosophic faith, a parallel is drawn with the Holy Trinity, compare figures 179, 180. Like as the Father is, so is the Son, and so also is the Holy Spirit, and these 3 are one, body, spirit, and soul. For all perfection consisteth in the number 3, that is, in measure, number, and weight. The 6th parable of heaven and earth and the arrangement of the elements says, In the Turba Philosophorum it is written, The earth, since it is heavy, beareth all things, for it is the foundation of the whole heaven, because it appeared dry at the separation of the elements. Therefore in the Red Sea there was a way without hindrance, since this great and wide sea smote the rock, and the metallic waters flowed forth. Figure 213. Then the rivers disappeared in dry land, which make the city of God joyful, when this mortal shall put on immortality, and the corruption of the living shall put on incorruption. Then indeed shall that word come to pass which is written, Death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is thy victory? Where thy sin abounded, there now grace doth more abound. For as in Adam all die, so also in Christ all shall be made alive. For by a man indeed came death, and by himself the resurrection of the dead. For the first Adam and his sons took their beginning from the corruptible elements, and therefore it was needful that the composed should be corrupted. But the second Adam, who is called the philosophic man, from pure elements, entered into eternity. Therefore what is composed of simple and pure essence remaineth forever. As Senior saith, there is one thing that never dieth, for it continueth by perpetual increase, when the bodies shall be glorified in the final resurrection of the dead. Wherefore the Creed beareth witness to the resurrection of the flesh and eternal life after death. Then saith the second Adam to the first and to his sons, Come, ye blessed of my Father, possess you the eternal kingdom prepared for you from the beginning of the work, and eat my bread, and drink the wine which I have mingled for you, for all things are made ready for you. He that hath ears to hear, let him hear what the Spirit of the doctrine saith to the sons of the discipline, concerning the earthly and the heavenly Adam, which the philosophers treat of in these words, When thou hast water from earth, air from water, fire from air, earth from fire, then shalt thou fully and perfectly possess our art. What is particularly interesting in this passage is the parallel between the lapis, or the aqua sapientium, and the second Adam, which connects Christ through the quotation in Senior in 147 with the alchemical doctrine of the anthropos. Christ is identified with the homo philosophicus, the microcosm, figure 214, the one that dieth not and bringeth live anything dead. The homo philosophicus appears to have two meanings. He is the one, i.e. the tincture or elixir of life, but he is also the everlasting inner man, identical or at least connected with the anthropos. Compare figures 117, 195. This doctrine is elaborated by Paracelsus. Aurora continues in the same vein and gives us in the seventh and last parable a confabulation of the lover with the beloved, which Luther's Bible interprets as the mutual love of Christ and his church, closing with the words, "Behold, how good and pleasant it is for two to dwell together in unity. Let us make therefore 3 tabernacles, one for thee, a second for me, and a third for our sons, for a threefold cord is not easily broken." These 3 tabernacles the author connects with the liber trium verborum of Khalid. The 3 words wherein is hidden all the science are to be given to the pious, that is, to the poor, from the first man even unto the last. The 3 words are, for 3 months water preserveth the foetus in the womb, air nourisheth it for the second 3, fire guardeth it for the third 3, and this word adds Khalid, and this teaching and the dark goal stand open so that all may see the truth. Although the 3 tabernacles, according to the preceding texts, are intended for the sponsus Christus, and we may suppose for Sapientia as the sponsa, yet in the end Sapientia herself speaks and offers 2 of the tabernacles to the adept and the philosophers, the sons of wisdom. The threefold cord, figure 215, refers primarily to the bond between Sapientia and her adepts, but as the reference to Khalid's 3 words show, it also means the threefold process which holds the body, soul, and spirit of the transforming substance together in imperishable union. Compare figures 185, 196. The chemical compound thus produced is the end result of the opus, i.e. the filius philosophorum, or lapis, in a sense comparable with the mystical body of the church, figure 234. Christ the vine, the whole, the disciples, the branches, the parts. One does indeed have the impression that the anonymous author of this treatise has hitched the Holy Scripture to the triumphal car of alchemy, as was not unjustly alleged against him. It is astonishing to see how, with a perfectly clear conscience, he launches forth into the most hair-raising interpretations without the least awareness of what he is doing. As I have shown in Paracelsus as a spiritual phenomenon, we find a similar attitude in Paracelsus some 200 years later, and also in the author of Aquarium Sapientium. Our author betrays such a ready acquaintance with the Vulgate that we might suspect him of being in holy orders. Moreover, we have the testimony of the humanist Patrizi that Hermetic philosophy was not felt to be in any way inimical to the Christianity of the Church. On the contrary, people regarded it as a mainstay of the Christian faith, for which reason Patrizi addressed a plea to Pope Gregory XIV, requesting him to let Hermes take the place of Aristotle. The text of Aurora is of historical importance in that it must be more than 200 years older than Kunrath, 1598, and Bohm, 1610. Curiously enough, Bohm's first work bears the title Aurora oder die Morgenrot im Aufgang, Aurora or the Rising Dawn. Can it be that Bohm knew Aurora Consurgens, at least by name? F. Melchior Sibonensis and the Alchemical Paraphrase of the Mass. The next source for the Lapis-Christ identity is an interesting document from the beginning of the 16th century, addressed, as its title shows, to Ladislaus, king of Hungary and Bohemia. The author's name was Nicholas Melchior of Hermannstadt. He expounded the alchemical process in the form of a mass, figure 216, which he arranged as follows. Introitus missae, fundamentum vero artis est corporum solutio. The basis of the art is the dissolution of the bodies. Kyrie fons bonitatis, inspirator sacrae artis, aquo bona cuncta tuis fidelibus procedunt eleison. Our Lord, fount of goodness, inspirer of the sacred art, from whom all good things come to your faithful, have mercy. Christi Hagi Lapis benedicte artis scientia qui pro mundi salute inspirasti lumen scientia ad exteriors pandum turcum eleison. Christ, Holy One, blessed stone of the art of the science, who, for the salvation of the world, hast inspired the light of the science, for the extirpation of the Turk, have mercy. Kyrie ignis divine, pectora nostra juva, ut pro tua laud pariter sacramenta artis expendir possumus eleison. Our Lord, divine fire, help our hearts, that we may be able to your praise to expand the sacraments of the art. Have mercy. Gloria in excelsis, merely an invocation. Collecta, prayer before the epistle is read. The main idea is that thy servant N.N. may practice the sacred art of alchemy to the glory of God and the propagation of the Christian faith. Epistola, merely an invocation. Graduale, usually a choral consisting of verses from the Psalms. In the old days it was sung on the steps, gratis, of the ambo. Surge aquilo et veni auster, perfla hortum mueum, et fluant aromata ilius. Arise, O north wind, and come, O south wind, blow through my garden, and let the aromatical spices thereof flow. Versus. Descendit sicut pluvia in velus, et sicut stillicidia stellantia super terram. Alleluia. O felix conditor terrae, nive albior suavitete dulcior, fragrans in fundo vasis instar balsami. O salutaris medicina hominum, quae curas omnem corporis languarum. O fons sublimis ex quo ver scaturit vera aqua vitae in praedium tuarum fidelium. He descends like rain upon the fleece, and as showers falling gently upon the earth. Alleluia. O blessed Creator of the earth, whiter than snow, sweeter than sweetness, fragrant at the bottom of the vessel like balsam. O salutary medicine for men, that curest every weakness of the body. O sublime fount, whence gushes forth truly the true water of life into the garden of thy faithful. An Ave Praeclara follows the Gospel. Here I will stress only a few of the most important points. After the reading of Gospel and Creed, Melchior introduces an Ave, not an Ave Maria, but an Ave Praeclara, of which he mentions only these two words without the continuation. Ave Praeclara is the opening of a hymn to the Virgin Mary, which has been attributed to various authors, including Albertus Magnus, whose putative authorship must have been particularly interesting to an alchemist. Remy de Gourmont, in his Le Latin Mystique, quotes the following legend taken from the so-called Osnabrück Register of Santa Maria. A virgin in royal raiment appears to Albertus in a dream and reproached him for not having shown himself sufficiently grateful to the Virgin Mary for the blessing she had bestowed. It was on account of this dream that Albertus composed the Ave Praeclara. An alchemist would find it full of alluring illusions. Ave Praeclara Maris Stella in lucem gentium Maria divinitas orta, Virgo desus mundi regina coli, praelecta ut sol pultra lunaris ut fulgor, fac fontem dulcem quem in deserto petra demonstravit. Deguster cum sincera fide, renesque constringi lotos, in mari enguem aniam in cruce speculari. Figure 217. Fas igni santo patrisque, verbo quod rubus ut flamma tu portasti Virgo mater facta pequali peye distinctos pede mundis labis Cordece propiniquare. Hail, clear shining star of the sea, Mary, divinely born for the enlightenment of the nations, Virgin, ornament of the world, Queen of heaven, elect above all like the sun, lovely as the light of the moon. Let us drink in steadfast faith of the sweet stream that flowed from the rock in the desert, and girding our loins that the sea has bathed, gaze on the crucified brazen serpent, figure 217. O Virgin, who hast been made mother by the sacred fire and the Father's word, which thou didst bear like the burning bush, let us, as cattle ring-straked, speckled, and spotted, draw near with our feet, with pure lips and heart. While Melchior's text leaves it an open question whether praeclara means the aqua vitae, he leaves us in no doubt that it refers not only to the Virgin, but to a hymn in her praise, for he goes on to say, the Ave Praeclara must be sung. It shall be called the testament of the art, since the whole chemical art is figuratively concealed therein, and blessed is he that understands this sequence. By this sequence he means a hymn to Mary, in all probability the one we have quoted above, as is clear from Melchior's next words. In any case, the Virgin is identified with the arcanum of the art, possibly on the authority, then at its height, of Raymond Lully. We come across a similar idea in the treatise of Comerius. Ostanes and his companions said to Cleopatra, the whole awful and marvelous secret is hidden in thee. Melchior now gives his alchemical paraphrase of the hymn to Mary. Hail, beautiful lamp of heaven, shining light of the world, here art thou united with the moon, here is made the band of Mars, copula Martialis, and the conjunction of Mercury. From these three is born through the magistery of the art, in the riverbed, the strong giant whom 1,000 times 1,000 seek, when these three shall have dissolved not into rainwater, but into mercurial water, into this our blessed gum, which dissolves of itself, and is named the sperm of the philosophers. Now he makes haste to bind and betroth himself to the virgin bride, and to get her with child in the bath over a moderate fire, figure 218. But the virgin will not become pregnant at once unless she be kissed in repeated embraces. Then she conceives in her body, and thus is begotten the child of good omen, in accordance with the order of nature. Then will appear in the bottom of the vessel the mighty Ethiopian, burned, calcined, discolored, altogether dead and lifeless. Figure 219. He asks to be buried, to be sprinkled with his own moisture and slowly calcined till he shall rise in glowing form from the fierce fire. Behold a wondrous restoration and renewal of the Ethiopian. Because of the bath of rebirth he takes a new name, which the philosophers call the natural sulfur, and their son, this being the stone of the philosophers. And behold, it is one thing, one root, one essence, with nothing extraneous added, and from which much that was superfluous is taken away by the magistery of the art. It is the treasure of treasures, the supreme philosophical potion, the divine secret of the ancients. Blessed is he that finds such a thing. One that has seen this thing writes and speaks openly, and I know that his testimony is true. Praise be to God for evermore. The liturgy proper ends here. What now follows is a sort of recapitulation of the main parts. Melchior associates the offertory with the stone that the builders rejected and that became the head of the corner. This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. Then comes the secret, leading over to the alchemical oblation. The offering is the opus, i.e., our work of the blessed art of alchemy, which shall ever be dedicated to the glorious name of God and to the saving reformation of the Church through our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. The regeneration of the Ethiopian is actually the equivalent of the transubstantiation, but the consecration is missing. Melchior takes the Ave Praeclara sequence to include the transubstantiation as a mystery in gremio virginis. This view is supported by tradition, as is shown by the following passage from Signor. The full moon is the philosophical water and the root of the science, for she is the mistress of moisture, the perfect round stone and the sea. Wherefore I know that the moon is the root of this hidden science. Being the mistress of moisture, the moon, like Isis, is the Prima Materia, in the form of water, and thus the mother of the hydrolith, the water stone, another name for the lapis, and hence for Christ. Since the terms scientia and prima materia are often used as though they were identical, scientia or sapientia is here identical with the moon, the feminine principle, figure 220, hence the Gnostic doctrine of Sophia as the mother or bride of Christ. Last of all comes the post-communion. Glory be to our King who comes out of the fire, who is illumined and crowned with the diadem for ever and ever. Amen. In conclusion, there is a form of compline for the strengthening of the Christian faith and the extermination of the Turk. Apart from its bad taste, the text is highly illuminating for our theme. Melchior obviously recognized the analogy between the two opera and naively substituted the individual opus in all its poverty for the time-honored words of the Mass. He lived at the time of the Reformation, and not so long afterwards the Mass was replaced over a wide area of Europe by the far from sacrosanct words of various preachers, all declaring the Word of God in their own way. Melchior was doing something of this kind. If we grant him the right to a subjective credo, he becomes more acceptable. It is clear enough from the text that he felt the alchemical process to be the equivalent of the transubstantiation in the Mass, and that he had the need to express his experience in precisely that form. It is to be noted, however, that he puts the alchemical transmutation not in the place of the transubstantiation, but somewhere in the vicinity of the credo, so that the action breaks off before the consecration. In the second version of the recapitulation, the climax of the rite is again missing, and the sequence jumps straight from the secret at the offertory to the post-communion. This peculiarity may be explained by the holy awe of the most solemn and moving part of the Mass, namely the consecration. One could therefore take it as at least an indirect sign of a conflict of conscience, a conscience torn between the experience of a rite acting from without and an individual experience acting from within. Although Christ is nowhere mentioned as the lapis or medicina, their identity is overpoweringly evident from the whole drift of the text. G. Sir George Ripley. Additional evidence, which ought to have been known to Waite, is furnished. Compare figures 30, 92, 196, 228, 251, 257, by his countryman Sir George Ripley, 1415-90, canon of Birdlington, whose main work, Liber Duodecim Portarum, is prefaced by a table of philosophical correspondences compiled by B.A. Portu Aquitanus. The table sets forth the correspondences between the 7 metals and chemical substances and what are called types, by which are meant the alchemical symbols, e.g. tinctures, the ages of man, signs of the zodiac, and so forth. These correspondences include 7 mysteries, the mysterium alteris, i.e. the Mass, being attributed to gold, whereas the alchemical equivalent is the transmutatio, figure 221. The kind of grain that belongs to this mystery is triticum, wheat. B.A. Porto is probably to be identified with Bernhardus Georgius Panotus, the Paracelsus, who was born between 1520 and 1530 at Ports de Marie in Guyenne, part of the old Aquitaine, and who died in 1620 in the poorhouse at Yverdon, Vaud, Switzerland. Hoary with age and disillusioned with the Paracelsian optimism that had fired his students' days in Basel, he shared the inevitable fate of those who lacked sufficient humor to understand the testy old master, and who found that the secret teaching about the aurum non vulgi remained all too secret, but his table shows that the analogy between the opus and the Mass was also valid in Paracelsus circles. Paracelsus was a contemporary of Melchior's, but may well have reached similar conclusions independently, for such ideas were then in the air. Michael Mayer was sufficiently impressed by Melchior's analogy to use it as symbol 11, figure 216, in his Symbola Aurea Mensae, 1617, with the motto, Lapis ut infans lacte nutrendes est virginali, The stone, like to the infant, is to be fed with virgin's milk. Compare figure 222. We find the following legend in the Cantilena Ripley. There was once a noble king, the Caput Copurum, who had no descendants. He lamented his sterility and concluded that a defectus originalis must have arisen in him, although he was nurtured under the wings of the sun without any natural bodily defects. He says in his own words, "Alas, I fear and know for a certainty that unless I can obtain the help of the species at once, I shall never beget a child. But I have heard with astonishment by the mouth of Christ above that I shall be born anew." He then wished to return to his mother's womb and to dissolve himself in the Prima Materia. His mother encouraged him in this venture and forthwith concealed him under her robe until she had incarnated him again in herself. She then became pregnant. During her pregnancy she ate peacock's flesh and drank the blood of the green lion. At length she brought forth the child, who resembled the moon and then changed into the splendor of the sun. The sun once more became king. The text says, "God gave thee the glorious glittering armory of the four elements, and the crowned maid, Virgo Redemita, was in their midst. A wonderful balsam flowed from her, compare figure 222, and she shone with a radiant face adorned with the precious stone, but in her lap lay the green lion, with blood flowing from his side. Compare figure 242. She was crowned with a diadem and was set as a star in the highest heaven. The king became a supreme victor, triumphant, a great healer of the sick, and a redeemer, reformator, of all sins." So far the Cantilena. Elsewhere Ripley writes, "Christ said, I, if I be lifted up, will draw all men unto me. From that time forward, when both parts, having been crucified and exanimated, are betrothed to one another, man and wife shall be buried together, figure 223, and afterward quickened again by the Spirit of life. Then must they be raised to heaven, so that body and soul may be there transfigured and enthroned on the clouds. Then they will draw all bodies to their own high estate." Figure 224. If we realize that the author was no layman but a learned canon, we can hardly suppose him to have been unaware of the parallels with certain fundamental ideas of Christian dogma. It is never said outright that the stone is Christ, but the sacred figures can easily be recognized in the guise of the King and the Virgin Mother. Ripley must have made a deliberate choice of these parallels without being conscious of any blasphemy. The Basel typographer, Conrad Waldkirch, would have rained fire and brimstone on his head. Ripley belonged to an age when God and his mysteries still dwelt in nature, when the mystery of redemption was at work on every level of existence, because unconscious happenings still lived in untroubled paradisal participation with matter and could be experienced there. I came across a last outcropping of this medieval view of the world in my youth in the form of the following tale. We had at that time a cook from the Swabian part of the Black Forest, on whom fell the duty of executing the victims from the poultry yard destined for the kitchen. We kept bantams, and bantam cocks are renowned for their singular quarrelsomeness and malice. One of these exceeded all others in savagery, and my mother commissioned the cook to dispatch the malefactor for the Sunday roast. I happened to come in just as she was bringing back the decapitated cock, and saying to my mother, "He died like a Christian, although he was so wicked. He cried out, 'Forgive me, forgive me,' before I cut off his head, so now he'll go to heaven." My mother answered indignantly, "What nonsense! Only human beings go to heaven." The cook retorted in astonishment, "But of course there's a chicken heaven for chickens, just as there's a human heaven for humans." "But only people have an immortal soul and a religion," said my mother, equally astonished. "No, that's not so," replied the cook. "Animals have souls too, and they all have their special heaven, dogs, cats, and horses, because when the Savior of men came down to earth, the chicken Savior also came to the chickens, and that's why they must repent of their sins before they die if they want to go to heaven." The theology of our cook is a remnant of that folklore mentality which saw the drama of redemption going on at all levels and could therefore discover it even in the mysterious and incomprehensible transformations of matter. As to the details of the cantilena, the sick king who was nevertheless born perfect is the man who suffers from spiritual sterility. In the vision of Eristlius, the land is unfruitful because only like mates with like, instead of the opposites being united. The philosophers advise the king to join his son and daughter together and make the land fruitful again by means of a brother-sister incest, figure 225. With Ripley, it is a mother-son incest. Both forms are familiar to alchemy and constitute the prototype of the royal marriage, figure 32. This endogamous mating is simply a variant of the Ouroboros, which, because it is by nature hermaphroditic, completes the circle in itself. The king in Eristlius remarks that he is king because he has a son and a daughter, while his subjects have none on account of their sterility. The gestation in the brain points to a psychic content, or more accurately to a psychic pair of opposites that can become creative of their own accord, figure 226. But evidently the king has so far not allowed his children to propagate by repressing or ignoring the manifestations of their vitality. It looks as though he had been unconscious of their existence had only become aware of their significance on the advice of the philosophers. The blame for his sterility is to be sought in the projection of unconscious contents, which can neither develop nor find redemption until they are integrated with consciousness. The brother-sister pair stands for the unconscious, or for some essential content, figure 227. A modern psychologist would therefore have advised the king to remember the existence of his unconscious and so put an end to his stagnation. As generally happens in such cases, an opposition, a painful conflict, thereupon comes to the surface, and it is easy to understand why the king preferred to remain unconscious of it. Since the conflict is never lacking in moral complications, it is from this point of view appropriately expressed in the morally obnoxious form of incest. In Ripley, the mother incest is disguised under the classical rite of adoption, but the mother becomes pregnant all the same. The vanishing of the king under his mother's robes corresponds to the total dissolution of Gabricus in the body of Bea in the second version of the Visio Aristliae. The king represents the domineering conscious mind which, in the course of coming to terms with the unconscious, is swallowed up by it. This brings about the nigredo, compare figures 34, 137, 219, a state of darkness that eventually leads to the renewal and rebirth of the king. The strange idea of the king nurtured under the wings of the sun, figure 228, may refer to the passage in Malachi, DV 4:2, which helped to put the early worship of Christ as Helios or soul on a rational basis, a tendency that St. Augustine still had to combat. But unto you that fear my name the Son of Justice shall arise, and health in his wings, and you shall go forth and shall leap like calves of the herd. The passage has always been understood as a messianic prophecy and was obviously known to Ripley. The wings of the sun is a very ancient image and one which must have touched the Hebrew Malachi very closely, for it is the Egyptian sun symbol. He who is nourished by this sun is the Son of God, i.e. the king. Just as in the vision of Eristlius, the king's dead son is brought back to life by the fruit of the philosophical tree, so in Ripley the sick king is to be healed by the species, obviously a words or elixir vitae. The mother's food during her pregnancy is blood and peacock's flesh. The peacock is an early Christian symbol for the Redeemer, though it is doubtful whether Ripley knew this. But the peacock, figures 111, 230, is second cousin to the phoenix, a Christ symbol he must surely have known. See the figures in the Ripley scroll. The blood comes from the green lion that lies in the lap of the Virgin, bleeding from a wound in his side. These are clearly communion and pieta symbols. The green lion is also one of the forms of Mercurius. As the giver of new birth, the mother is identical with the tree. In the 1588 edition of Pandora, the tree is shown as a naked virgin wearing a crown, figure 231. The arbor philosophica is a favorite symbol for the alchemical process, and when Ripley speaks of the crowned maid, Virgo redimita, we at once recognize the anima mundi, the feminine half of Mercurius, figure 208. The cantilena ends with the apotheosis of the Virgin Mother, This is the above-mentioned Pandora depicts as a glorification of Mary, the Assumptio Beatae Mariae Virginis, figure 232. After her death by a divine miracle, her body was again united with her soul, and both together were taken up to heaven. This has long been the view of the Church, although it has only recently been promulgated as a dogma. In figure 232, she is marked with the words terra and corpus lib, body, and die von der Jungfrauenwort, who became the joy of virgins. The dove descends upon her, and God the Father touches her with his right hand in benison. She is crowned. The figure of God holding the orb is inscribed, Anima Seal, and Jesse Pater Filius et Mater. Mater refers to the Queen of Heaven enthroned beside him, the King, for in her the earth substance, becoming transfigured in her resurrected body, is absorbed into the Godhead. On the left is a bearded figure equal in rank to the God the Father, inscribed Sapientia Visheit. In the shield below there is a picture of the rebus being freed from the Prima Materia. The whole has the form of a mandala framed by the emblems of the evangelists. The inscription at the bottom of the picture reads, Figura speculi sanctae Trinitatis, Gestalt des Spiegels der Heiligen Dreiheit, figure of the mirror of the Holy Trinity. Ripley portrays his king as Victor, healer of the sick and redeemer from sin. At the end of the Rosarium there is a picture of the risen Christ with the inscription, figure 234. After my many sufferings and great martyrdom, I rise again transfigured, of all blemish free. H. The Epigony. By epigony I mean the authors of the 17th century, an age which saw the full flowering of alchemy, but which also inaugurated its downfall by separating the mystica more and more clearly from the physica. The mystical and philosophical trend became ever more pronounced, while on the other hand chemistry proper began to mark itself off more distinctly. The age of science and technology was dawning, and the introspective attitude of the Middle Ages was fast approaching its decline. Religious and metaphysical values became less and less able to give adequate expression to the psychic experiences brought to light by the Opus Alchemicum. Only after the lapse of several centuries did it fall to empirical psychology to throw new light on the obscure psychic content of hermetic experiences. In the literature written at the close of the 16th and the beginning of the 17th centuries, mystical speculation, no doubt encouraged by humanism and the schism of the Church, began to emerge from behind the veil of the earlier esotericism, insofar as it was possible for the authors to express the inexpressible at all in words and images. But the pictorial symbolism they produced, much of it quite grotesque, not only made no contribution towards elucidating the arcanum, but was largely responsible for devaluing it in the eyes of the profane, thus accelerating the decay of Hermetic wisdom. How much was lost to the spiritual heritage of Europe in this way we, with our sharpened psychological understanding, are just beginning to realize, as we contemplate the unparalleled disorganization of our continent. Happily, the loss is not irreparable. Natura tamen usque recurret. In what follows, I should like to mention a few more Lapis-Christ parallels drawn from this literature. In the treatise entitled Liber de Arta Chimica by an anonymous author, there is a Mercurius Lapis parallel which I cannot pass over without mention, since it is an equiparatio of Mercurius with the Virgin Mary. Give ear to this profound parable. The ethereal heaven was closed to all men, so that they descended into hell and remained imprisoned there forever. But Christ Jesus unlocked the gate of the ethereal Olympus and threw open the realm of Pluto, that the souls might be freed when the Virgin Mary, with the cooperation of the Holy Ghost, in an unutterable mystery and most profound sacrament, conceived in her virginal womb that which was most sublime in heaven and on earth, and finally bore for us the Savior of the whole world, who by his overflowing goodness shall save all those who are lost in their sins, if only the sinner will often turn to him. But the Virgin remained incorrupt and inviolate, Wherefore it is not without good reason that Mercurius is made equal non emerito equiparator to the most glorious and worshipful Virgin Mary. For Mercurius is virginal, because he has never increased any kind of metallic body in the bowels of the earth, and yet has generated the stone for us by means of the solution of heaven. That is to say, he opens the gold and leads out the soul, which you must understand as a divinity, divinitatum, and for a little while he carries it in his belly, and in his own time he changes it into a purified body, whence there shall come to us the boy, puer, the lapis, by whose blood the lower bodies are tinctured, tincta, and taken back whole to the golden heaven. As the anima mundi, Mercurius can in fact be compared with the Gnostic words Virgin of Light, and with the Christian Virgin Mary, figures 8, 105, 107, 164, 165, 208, or even as the text asserts, make her equal, though note that I am only giving the opinion of our anonymous author. The puer would then be the filius macrocosmi, figures 64, 192, 214, 234, and as such an analogy of Christ. The author too draws this conclusion, for he compares the corporeal nature of Christ with the effects of the stone. In Christ's body, because he committed no sin, and on account also of the miraculous union of the divine essence, there was such a great affinity, infinitus, of the elements, and such an alliance thereof, colligatio, that he would never have died, had he not sought death of his own free will, in order to redeem mankind, for whose sake he was born. In the stone, as we know, the chaotic antagonism of the elements is replaced by the most intense mutual alliance, which is what makes the stone incorruptible, this being the reason why, in our author's opinion, it has the same effect as the blood of the Savior. Sanitas atque vita diuturna in folicitet propter quam precipiu lapis noster est petendus. Health and long life in felicity, on account of which our stone is chiefly to be sought. To the doubtful authors also belongs the much-quoted Basilius Valentinus, a pseudonymous writer who is supposed to have lived at the beginning of the 15th century. Johann Tholde, circa 1600, of Frankenhausen in Thuringia, is sometimes considered as the possible author of the so-called Valentinus texts, which began to appear in 1602. One of the earliest references to them is to be found in Michael Meyer's Symbola Aurea Mensae, 1617. Meyer is exceedingly uncertain as to the authorship of these writings. Obscurus omnibus manere quam in noticer maluit. Rather than become notorious, he preferred to remain unknown to everyone. Stylistically, the writings undoubtedly belong to the end of the 16th century at the earliest. The author is strongly influenced by Paracelsus and has taken over his idea of the archeus as well as his doctrines about astral and elemental spirits. In the complete edition of 1700, now lying before me, there is an Allegoria Sanctissimae Trinitatis et Lapidis Philosophici, from which I extract the following. Therefore Mercurius Philosophorum is to be considered a spiritual body, as the philosophers call him. From God the Father was born his own Son, Jesus Christ, who is God and man, and is without sin, and who also had no need to die. But he died of his own free will, and rose again for the sake of his brothers and sisters, that they might live with him without sin forever. So too is the gold without flaw, and is fixed, potent to withstand all examinations, and glorious, yet for the sake of its imperfect and sick brothers and sisters it dies and rises again, glorious and redeemed, and tinctures them to eternal life, making them perfect like to pure gold. The third person of the Trinity is God, the Holy Ghost, a comforter sent by our Lord Jesus Christ to his faithful Christians to strengthen and console them in the faith until eternal life. Therefore the Spiritus Solis is likewise Materialis or Mercurius Corporis. When they come together, he is called Mercurius Duplicatus, that is, the two spirits, God the Father and God the Holy Ghost. But God the Son is the Homo Glorifactus, like our glorified and fixed gold, the Lapis Philosophorum. Wherefore this lapis is also called Trinus, namely ex duabus aquis vel spiritibus minerale and vegetabili, and from the animal sulphurae solis. In the year 1619 there appeared an alchemical book of devotions entitled Wasserstein der Weisen. On page 67, the anonymous author says that he will now set forth how the rejected cornerstone, lapis angularis, Christ, accords and is in exceeding subtle and artful agreement with the terrestrial and corporeal philosophical stone, from which it will be seen how that the terrestrial philosophical stone is a veritable harmonia, contrafactur, and prototype of the true spiritual and heavenly stone, Jesu Christ. The demonstration occupies close on 50 pages. The book made a great stir, and even Jacob Boehme is to be counted among its admirers. Kopp, who mentions the book, is scandalized by the blasphemous mixture of alchemical ideas which make use of highly obnoxious symbols and religion. We should not, however, judge medieval naivete too severely, but must try to understand what such an unwieldy language was intended to convey. The Lapis-Christ parallel plays an important role in Jacob Boehme, 1575 to 1624, but I do not want to go into this here. A characteristic passage is to be found in De Signatura Rerum. It is clear enough from this material what the ultimate aim of alchemy really was. It was trying to produce a corpus subtile, a transfigured and resurrected body, i.e. a body that was at the same time spirit. In this it finds common ground with Chinese alchemy, as we have learned from The Secret of the Golden Flower. There the main concern is the diamond body, in other words, the attainment of immortality through the transformation of the body. The diamond is an excellent symbol because it is hard, fiery, and translucent. Ortelius tells us that the philosophers have never found a better medicament than that which they called the noble and blessed stone of the philosophers, on account of its hardness, transparency, and rubious hue. This same Ortelius also wrote at length on the theology of the lapis. Since he is later than Boehme, I mention him here only because of his preoccupation with the spirit embedded in matter. There are said to be two treasures. One is the written word, and the other is the word become fact, verbum factum. In the verbum scriptum, Christ is still in swaddling clothes in his cradle, in cunis sui involutus. But in the verbum dictum et factum, the word is incarnate in God's creatures, and there, in a manner of speaking, we may touch it with our hands. From them we must raise up our treasure, for the word is nothing other than the fire, the life, and the spirit which the Holy Trinity did scatter abroad from the beginning of creation, and which brooded, incubavit, on the face of the waters, and which was breathed into, in spiritus, all things by the word of God, and embodied in them, as it is written, the Spirit of God filled the world. Some have expressed the opinion that this world spirit, spiritus mundi, was the third person of the Godhead, but they have not considered the word Elohim, which, being plural, extends to all persons of the Trinity. They say this spirit proceeded from thence and was by it created, and that it became corporeal and is the chief constituent of the Savior, Salvatoris, or philosophical stone, and is the true medium whereby body and soul are held united during our life. Figure 235. The spiritus mundi that lay upon the waters of old impregnated them and hatched a seed within them, like a hen upon the egg. It is the virtue that dwells in the inward parts of the earth, and especially in the metals, and it is the task of the art to separate the archeus, the spiritus mundi, from matter, and to produce a quintessence whose action may be compared with that of Christ upon mankind. Once more the Gnostic vision of nous, entangled in the embrace of physis, flashes forth in the work of this latecomer to alchemy. But the philosopher who once descended like a Hercules into the darkness of Acheron to fulfill a divine opus has become a laboratory worker with a taste for speculation. Having lost sight of the lofty goal of Hermetic mysticism, he now labors to discover a tonic potion that will keep body and soul together, as our grandfathers used to say of a good wine. This change of direction in alchemy was due to the all-powerful influence of Paracelsus, the father of modern medicine. Ortelius is already tending toward natural science, leaving mystical experience to the church. Paracelsus and Bohm between them split alchemy into natural science and Protestant mysticism. The stone returned to its former condition, vilis vilissimus, the vilest of the vile, in via ejectus, thrown out into the street like Spittler's jewel. Morianus could say again today, "Take that which is trodden underfoot in the dunghill, for if thou dost not, thou wilt fall on thine head when thou wouldst climb without steps," meaning that if a man refuses to accept what he has spurned, it will recoil upon him the moment he wants to go higher. The Lapis-Christ parallel recurs all through the last days of alchemy in the 17th century, but only in epigonic form. This was the age that saw the rise of the secret societies, above all the Rosicrucians, the best proof that the secret of alchemy had worn itself out. For the whole raison d'être of a secret society is to guard a secret that has lost its vitality and can only be kept alive as an outward form. Michael Meyer allows us a glimpse into this tragedy. At the end of his chef d'oeuvre, he confesses that in the course of his grand peregrinatio he found neither Mercurius nor the Phoenix, but only a feather, his pen. This is a delicate hint at his realization that the great adventure had led to nothing beyond his copious literary achievements, whose merits would no doubt have gone unremembered had it depended solely on the spirit of the next 3 centuries. But although the growing materialism of the age dismissed alchemy as a huge disappointment and an absurd aberration, there is yet quaedam substantia in mercurio quae nonquam moritur, a fascination that never entirely disappeared, even when wrapped in the fool's garb of gold-making. Chapter 6. Alchemical Symbolism in the History of Religion. Section 1. The Unconscious as the Matrix of Symbols. After chemistry in the real sense had broken away from the groping experiments and speculation of the royal art, only the symbolism was left as a sort of phantasmal mist, seemingly devoid of all substance. Yet it never lost a certain fascinating quality, and there was always somebody who felt its enchantment in greater or lesser degree. A symbolism as rich as that of alchemy invariably owes its existence to some adequate cause, never to mere whim or play of fancy. At the very least, it is the expression of an essential part of the psyche. This psyche, however, was unknown, for it is rightly called the unconscious. Although there is, materialistically speaking, no prima materia at the root of everything that exists, yet nothing that exists could be discerned were there no discerning psyche. Only by virtue of psychic existence do we have any being at all. Consciousness grasps only a fraction of its own nature because it is the product of a preconscious psychic life which made the development of consciousness possible in the first place. Consciousness always succumbs to the delusion that it developed out of itself, but scientific knowledge is well aware that all consciousness rests on unconscious premises, in other words, on a sort of unknown prima materia, and of this the alchemists said everything that we could possibly say about the unconscious. For instance, the prima materia comes from the mountain in which there are no differences, whereas Abul Qasim says it is derived from one thing and not from separate things, nor from things distinguishing or distinguished. And in the Mysterium Magnum of Paracelsus, which is the same as the Prima Materia, there is no kind of gender, or the Prima Materia is found in the mountain where, as Abul Qasim also says, everything is upside down, and the top of this rock is confused with its base, and its nearest part reaches to its farthest, and its head is in the place of its back, and vice versa. Such statements are intuitions about the paradoxical nature of the unconscious, and the only place where intuitions of this kind could be lodged was in the unknown aspect of things, be it of matter or of man. There was a feeling often expressed in the literature that the secret was to be found either in some strange creature or in man's brain. The prima materia was thought of as an ever-changing substance, or else as the essence or soul of that substance. It was designated with the name Mercurius and was conceived as a paradoxical double being called monstrum, hermaphroditus, or rebus, Compare figures 125, 199. The Lapis-Christ parallel establishes an analogy between the transforming substance and Christ. Figure 192, in the Middle Ages, doubtless under the influence of the doctrine of transubstantiation, though in earlier times the Gnostic tradition of older pagan ideas was the dominant factor. Mercurius is likened to the serpent hung on the cross, John 3:14. Figures 217, 238, to mention only one of the numerous parallels. Section 2. The paradigm of the unicorn. A. The unicorn in alchemy. I have chosen the example of the unicorn in order to show how the symbolism of Mercurius is intermingled with the traditions of pagan Gnosticism and of the Church. The unicorn is not a single, clearly defined entity, but a fabulous being with a great many variations. There are, for instance, one-horned horses, asses, fish, dragons, scarabs, etc. Therefore, strictly speaking, we are more concerned with the theme of the single horn, the alicorn. In the chemical wedding of Rosenkreutz, a snow-white unicorn appears and makes his obeisance before the lion. Lion and unicorn are both symbols of Mercurius. A little further on in the book, the unicorn gives place to a white dove, another symbol of Mercurius, who in his volatile form of spiritus is a parallel of the Holy Ghost. At least 10 out of the 15 figures in Lamb Spring's symbols are representations of the dual nature of Mercurius. Figure 3 shows the unicorn facing a stag. Figure 240. The latter, as servus fugitivus, is also a symbol of Mercurius. Mylius illustrates the Opus by a series of 7 symbols, of which the 6th is the unicorn couched under a tree, symbolizing the spirit of life that leads the way to resurrection. Compare figure 188. Panotis gives a table of symbols where the unicorn together with the lion, the eagle, and the dragon is the coordinate of gold. The aurum non vulgi, like the lion, eagle, and dragon, is a synonym for Mercurius. The poem entitled Von der Materie und Patrik des Steins says, I am the right true unicorn. What man can cleave me hoof from horn, and join my body up again, so that it no more falls in twain. Here I must refer once again to Ripley, where we meet the green lion lying in the queen's lap with blood flowing from his side. This image is an allusion, on the one hand to the Pieta, on the other to the unicorn wounded by the hunter and caught in the lap of a virgin, figures 241 and 242, a frequent theme in medieval pictures. True, the green lion has replaced the unicorn here, but that did not present any difficulty to the alchemists, since the lion is likewise a symbol of Mercurius. The virgin represents his passive feminine aspect, while the unicorn or the lion illustrates the wild, rampant, masculine, penetrating force of the spiritus mercurialis. Since the symbol of the unicorn as an allegory of Christ and of the Holy Ghost was current all through the Middle Ages, the connection between them was certainly known to the alchemists, so that there can be no question that Ripley had in his mind, when he used this symbol, the affinity, indeed the identity of Mercurius with Christ. B. The unicorn in ecclesiastical allegory. The language of the Church borrows its unicorn allegories from the Psalms, where the unicorn stands in the first place for the might of the Lord, as in Psalms 29:6, he maketh them also to skip like a calf, Lebanon and Sirion like a young unicorn, and in the second place for the vitality of man, figures 243, 244, as in Psalms 92:10, but my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of an unicorn. The power of evil is also compared to the strength of the unicorn, as in Psalm 22:21, save me from the lion's mouth, for thou hast heard me from the horns of the unicorns. On these metaphors is based Tertullian's allusion to Christ. His glory is that of a bull, his horn is that of a unicorn. This refers to the blessing of Moses, Deuteronomy 33:13 and 14:17. Blessed of the Lord be his land, for the precious things of heaven, for the dew, and for the deep that coucheth beneath, and for the precious fruits brought forth by the sun, and for the precious things put forth by the moon. His glory is like the firstling of his bullock, and his horns are like the horns of unicorns. With them he shall push the people together to the ends of the earth. From this it is clear that the horn of the unicorn signifies the health, strength, and happiness of the blessed. Thus, says Tertullian, Christ was named the bull on account of two qualities, the one hard as a judge, the other gentle as a savior. His horns are the ends of the cross. Justin Martyr interprets the same passage in a similar way, cornua unicornis cornu ius. For no one can say or prove that the horns of the unicorn could be found in any other object or in any other shape than in the represented by the cross. For the might of God is manifest in Christ. Accordingly, Priscillian calls God one-horned. One-horned is God, Christ a rock to us, Jesus a cornerstone, Christ the man of men. Just as the unicorn symbolizes the uniqueness of the unigenitus, so St. Nihilus uses it to express the fearless independence of the word, the monk. Words, he is a unicorn, a creature on his own. St. Basil takes the filius unicornium to be Christ. The origin of the unicorn is a mystery, says St. Ambrose, like Christ's procreation. Nicholas Cawson, from whom I have culled these extracts, observes that the unicorn is a fitting symbol for the God of the Old Testament, because in his wrath he reduced the world to confusion like an angry rhinoceros, unicorn, until made captive by love, he was soothed in the lap of a virgin. This ecclesiastical train of thought has its parallel in the alchemical taming of the lion and the dragon, figure 246, concerning the conversion of the Old Testament Jehovah into the God of love in the New Testament. Pisanelli says, of a truth God terrible beyond measure appeared before the world peaceful and wholly tamed after dwelling in the womb of the most blessed Virgin. St. Bonaventure said, Christ was tamed and pacified by the most kindly Mary, so that he should not punish the sinner with eternal death. In his Speculum de Mysteriis Ecclesiae, Honorius of Autun says, the very fierce animal with only one horn is called unicorn. In order to catch it, a virgin is put in a field. The animal then comes to her and is caught, because it lies down in her lap. Christ is represented by this animal and his insuperable strength by its horn. He who lay down in the womb of the Virgin has been caught by the hunters. That is to say, he was found in human shape by those who loved him. Figure 247. St. Rupert compares Christ to the rhinoceros, and Bruno of Würzburg simply calls him cornu, horn. Cawson writes that Albertus Magnus in his Hippotyposes mentions the Virgin in connection with the monoceros. Albertus was an expert on alchemy and drew his quotations from the Hermetic treatises. In the Tabula Smaragdina, there is a sun of immense strength who comes down to earth and penetrates everything solid. It is not only in astrology that Virgo is an earth sign. In Tertullian and Augustine, the Virgin actually signifies earth. Figure 248. Isidore of Seville emphasizes the perforating effects of the unicorn. In the Tabula, the mother-son incest is very thinly disguised, a fact of which the alchemist Albertus was possibly aware. As I said before, the unicorn has more than one meaning. It can also mean evil. The Physiologus Gracius, for instance, says that of the unicorn that it is a swift-running animal having one horn and evilly disposed towards man. And St. Basil says, and take heed unto thyself, O man, and beware of the unicorn, who is the demon, figure 249, for he plotteth evil against man, and he is cunning in evil-doing. These examples should suffice to show how close is the connection between alchemical symbolism and the language of the Church. It is to be noted in the ecclesiastical quotations that the unicorn also contains the element of evil, figure 250. Originally a monstrous and fabulous beast, it harbors in itself an inner contradiction, a complexio oppositorum, which makes it a singularly appropriate symbol for the monstrum hermaphroditrum of alchemy. C. The unicorn in Gnosticism. There's also a connection between the language of the Church and pagan Gnostic symbolism. Hippolytus, giving an account of the doctrine of the Nascenes, says that the serpent dwells in all things and creatures, and that all temples were named after her. Words, a play on the words. Word equals serpent, word equals temple. Every shrine, he says, every initiation, word, and every mystery is dedicated to the serpent. This immediately recalls the passage in the Tabula Smaragdina, Pater omnis telesmi totius mundi est hic. This is the father of the perfection of the whole world. Words and words all mean the same, perfection and maturation of the corpora imperfecta and of the alchemist himself. These Nasines say that the serpent is the moist element, as Thales of Miletus also said, and that nothing which exists, whether immortal or mortal, animate or inanimate, could exist without it. This definition of the serpent agrees with the alchemical Mercurius, who is likewise a kind of water, the divine water, word, the wet, the humidum radicale, radical moisture, and the spirit of life, not only indwelling in all living things, but immanent in everything that exists, as the world soul. Hippolytus continues, they say, too, that all things are subject to her, the serpent, that she is good and has something of everything in herself, as in the horn of the one-horned bull. She imparts beauty and ripeness to all things. Like the alicorn, therefore, the serpent is an alexipharmic, and the principle that brings all things to maturity and perfection. We are already familiar with the unicorn as a symbol of Mercurius, the transforming substance par excellence, which also ripens and perfects unripe or imperfect bodies, and is consequently acclaimed in alchemy as the salvator and servator. The serpent, says Hippolytus, penetrates everything, as if coming forth from Eden and dividing herself into the four first principles. That everything proceeds from the one is a fundamental tenet of alchemy, figure 251. As all things proceed from the one, so all things are born of this one thing, says the Tabula Smaragdina, and also that the one divides into the four elements, figure 252, and then recombines into unity. The Prima Materia is called, among other things, the paradisal earth, which Adam took with him on his expulsion from paradise. Mercurius Philosophorum consists of the four elements, compare figure 214. In one of the mystery hymns quoted by Hippolytus, Osiris is named the heavenly horn of the moon, and the same primal being is also called Sophia and Adam. These analogies we already know in their alchemical aspect. Another one mentioned by Hippolytus is the many-formed Attis. The changeability and multiformity of Mercurius is a key idea in alchemy. It is hardly necessary to enter into the ideas which this pagan system took over from Christianity. Comparison with the Christian quotations should suffice. D. The one-horned scarabus. An important source of information concerning the unicorn symbolism of Mercurius is the Hieroglyphica of Horopola, Chapter 10. This author says that the third genus of the scarab is unicorned, and on account of this peculiarity, sacred to Mercurius, like the ibis. Moreover, the scarab is a word only begotten, unigena, insofar as it is in word, a creature born of itself. In Paracelsus, the prima materia is an increatum, and throughout alchemy, as Mercurius, serpens, or Draco, it is bisexual, capable of self-fertilization and self-parturition, figure 253. The unicus filius is the filius philosophorum, i.e. the stone. The scarab undergoes the same dismemberment as the dragon, the separation of the elements. In a papyrus text, the sun beetle, the winged ruler standing at heaven's meridian, was beheaded and dismembered. I would also mention the sixth parable in Splendor Solis, where the separatio is portrayed as a dismembered corpse, accompanied by the text, Rosinus says that he would like to make plain a vision that he has seen of a man who was dead, whose body was yet all white like salt, and whose limbs were divided, and his head was of fine gold, but separated from the body. The golden head referred originally to the head of Osiris, who is described in a Greek papyrus as headless. The Greek alchemists styled themselves children of the golden head. The scarab is seldom mentioned in alchemical literature, but among the old texts it can be found in the Concilium Coniungi. Nola aqua fit quelles nisi illa que fit de scarabes aqua nostra. No water will become the elixir save that which comes from the scarabs of our water. The aqua nostra is nothing other than the aqua divina, i.e. mercurius. E. The unicorn in the Vedas. The track of the unicorn in pre-Christian days leads us to the east. We meet it as early as the hymns of the Atharva Veda 3:7 in a charm against Kshetriya, hereditary disease. 1. Upon the head of the nimble antelope a remedy grows. He has driven the Kshetriya in all directions by means of the horn. The antelope has gone after thee with his 4 feet. O horn, loosen the Kshetriya that is knitted into his heart. 3. The horn that glistens yonder like a roof with 4 wings, sides, with that do we drive out every Kshetriya from thy limbs. The fish of Manu, compare figure 254, seems to have been unicorned, although this is not specifically stated, but always its horn is mentioned, never its horns. According to the legend recounted in the Shatapatha Brahmana, Manu hooked a fish which grew larger and larger and eventually towed him over the flood to dry land. Manu tied his ship to its horn. The fish is an incarnation of Vishnu, figure 255, and Manu means man. In many respects he corresponds to the Greek anthropos. He is the father of humanity and is descended direct from God, here called Svayambhu, the self-so, i.e. Brahma. He is a god-man, identified with Prajapati, lord of created things, and even with Brahman itself, the highest soul. In the Rig Veda, he is named Father Manu, and is said to have begotten mankind on his daughter. He is the founder of the social and moral order, the first sacrificant and priest. He transmitted the Upanishadic doctrine to mankind. It is of particular interest that he is also derived from the androgynous Viraj. The Shatapatha Brahmana associates him with the bull who was entrusted with the task of annihilating the Asuras and Rakshas, demons hostile to the gods. Lastly, Manu is the father of medicine and, in Buddhist tradition, lord of the Golden Age. The horn, then, is connected with a figure which, in both name and character, has close affinities with the anthropos. The virgin and unicorn motif is to be found in the Ramayana and in the Mahabharata 3:110 through 113. A hermit by name of Rishya Hringa, gazelle's horn, son of Bhikandaka or Ekasringa, one horn, is fetched out of his solitary retreat by the king's daughter Shanta, who marries him, or in another version, he is seduced by a courtesan. Only by this means can the terrible drought that is scourging the land be broken. F. The unicorn in Persia. There is an impressive account of the unicorn in the Bundahish, chapter 19. Regarding the 3-legged ass, they say that it stands amid the wide-formed ocean, and its feet are 3, eyes 6, mouths 9, ears 2, and horn 1, body white, food spiritual, and it is righteous. And 2 of its 6 eyes are in the position of eyes, 2 on the top of the head, and 2 in the position of the hump. With the sharpness of those 6 eyes it overcomes and destroys. Of the 9 mouths, 3 are in the head, 3 in the hump, and 3 in the inner part of the flanks, and each mouth is about the size of a cottage, and it is itself as large as Mount Alvand. Each one of the 3 feet, when it is placed on the ground, is as much as a flock of 1,000 sheep comes under when they repose together, and each pastern is so great in its circuit that 1,000 men with 1,000 horses may pass inside. As for the 2 ears, it is Mazandaran, which they will encompass. The one horn is as it were of gold and hollow, and 1,000 branch horns have grown upon it, some befitting a camel, some befitting a horse, some befitting an ox, some befitting an ass, both great and small. With that horn it will vanquish and dissipate all the vile corruption due to the efforts of noxious creatures. When that ass shall hold its neck in the ocean, its ears will terrify, and all the water of the wide-formed ocean will shake with agitation, and the side of Ganavad will tremble. When it utters a cry, all the female water creatures of the creatures of Aharmazd will become pregnant, and all pregnant, noxious water creatures, when they hear that cry, will cast their young. When it stales in the ocean, all the seawater will become purified, which is in the 7 regions of the earth. It is even on that account when all asses which come into water stale in the water, as it says thus, If, O 3-legged ass, you were not created for the water, all the water in the sea would have perished from the contamination which the poison of the evil spirit has brought into its water, through the death of the creatures of Ahurmazd. Tistar seizes the water more completely from the ocean with the assistance of the 3-legged ass. Of ambergris, also ambarik, it is declared that it is the dung of the 3-legged ass, for if it has much spirit food, then also the moisture of the liquid nourishment goes through the veins pertaining to the body into the urine, and the dung is cast away. The monster is evidently based on the number 3. Its ass aspect is reminiscent of the Indian wild onager in Cetaceus, but as a cosmological being it recalls the monstrous personifications of the Prima Materia, figure 256, in Arabic alchemy. In the Book of Ostanes, for instance, one such monster, with the wings of a vulture, the head of an elephant, and the tail of a dragon, gives the adept the key to the treasure house. The ass stands in the ocean like the tree gokard that grows from the deep mud of the sea. The Bundahish says of this tree, it is necessary as a producer of the renovation of the universe, for they prepare its immortality therefrom. Some say it is the proper curing, some the energetic curing, some the all-curing. The ass and the tree are evidently related because they both represent the power of life, procreation, and healing. This is a truly primitive equation. Both are or have mana. The Arabic alchemists likewise obtain their prima materia from the tree in the western land. We read in the book of Abul Qasim, this prime matter which is proper for the form of the elixir is taken from a single tree which grows in the lands of the west, and this tree grows on the surface of the ocean as plants grow on the surface of the earth. This is the tree of which whosoever eats, man and jinn obey him. It is also the tree of which Adam, peace be upon him, was forbidden to eat. And when he ate thereof, he was transformed from his angelic form to human form, and this tree may be changed into every animal shape. The monster and the tree both stand for the words, the elixir, the alexipharmic, and the panacea. The tree's peculiar power to change into any animal shape is also attributed to Mercurius Versipellis, figure 257. The ass is a demon triunus, a chthonic trinity, which is portrayed in Latin alchemy as a 3-headed monster and identified with Mercurius, salt, and sulfur. The classical rumor about the worship of an ass in the Temple of Jerusalem and the graffito on the Palatine showing a mock crucifixion I will mention only in passing. Likewise, the Saturnine aspect of Jehovah and Ayaldaboth as demiurges, which brings these figures into conjunction with the equally Saturnine Prima Materia. G. The unicorn in Jewish tradition. The Talmud tells the story of how the unicorn, Re'em, escaped the flood. It was tied to the outside of the ark because, owing to its gigantic size, it could not go inside. Og, the king of Bashan, survived the flood in the same way. The passage runs, the preservation of the unicorn is easily explained by those who say that the flood did not descend on the land of Israel. But how was it preserved in the opinion of those who say that the flood did descend? Ar-Janai answered, they took young unicorns into the ark. But Rabba B. Bar Hana reported that he had seen a young unicorn as large as Mount Tabor, which measures 40 parasangs, and that the girth of its neck was 3 parasangs, and its head 1.5 parasangs, and that the Jordan was choked with the dirt it voided. R. Johanan answered, "They took only its head into the ark, but the master said that its head measured 1.5 parasangs. Peradventure they took the tip of its nose into the ark. But when the ark rose on the water, Res Laki answered, they tied its horns to the ark. But R. Hista said that they had sinned with heat and were punished with hot water. How was the ark preserved, in your opinion? And moreover, where was Og, the king of Bashan? Peradventure a miracle happened to them, and the water remained cold at the sides of the ark." There is a corresponding version of this story in the Midrash collection entitled Pirkei Elazir, according to which Og sat down on a piece of wood under the gutter of the ark. The Targum Pseudo-Jonathan, commenting on Genesis 14:13, says that Og stayed on the roof of the ark. According to one Talmud legend, Og was descended from one of the fallen angels mentioned in Genesis 6, who came in unto the daughters of men. Take note, Sihon and Og were brothers, for the master said, Sihon and Og were the sons of Ahijah, the son of Samhazi. The commentary of Rashi says that Sihon and Og were the sons of Ahijah, who was descended from Shemhazai and Azael, the 2 angels who came down to earth in the days of Enoch. Og's gigantic size is described in several passages of the Talmud, probably at its most gigantic in Tractate Nida. Abba Saul, according to others, R. Johanan, said, "I was a digger of graves. One day I was chasing a deer, and I found myself inside the thigh bone of a dead man. I chased the deer for 3 parasangs, yet I did not catch up with him, nor had the thigh bone come to an end. When I turned back, they told me it belonged to Og, the king of Bashan. It is conceivable that there is an interconnection between Og and the unicorn. Both escaped the flood by being somehow attached to the outside of the ark, and both are gigantic. Moreover, we saw that the unicorn was compared to Mount Tabor, and Og also is connected with the mountain. He uprooted a mountain and hurled it on the camp of the Israelites. The parallel is carried still further in one midrash. The unicorn is a mountain and is threatened by a lion, and in the continuation of the story, Og is killed by Moses, the servant of Yahweh, who is so often compared to a lion in the Old Testament. The midrash runs, Arhuna bar Ida said, at the time when David was still tending the sheep, he went and found the unicorn, Re'em, asleep in the desert. And thinking it was a mountain, he climbed to the top and pastured his flock there. Then the unicorn shook himself and stood up, and David rode on his back and reached up to heaven. And in that hour David spoke to God, If thou wilt take me down from this unicorn, I will build thee a temple 100 cubits in size, like the horn of this unicorn. What did the Holy One, blessed be he, do for him? He ordained that a lion should come, and when the unicorn saw the lion, he was afraid and crouched down before him, because the lion is his king, and David descended on to the earth. But when David saw the lion, he was afraid. Therefore it is said, Save me from the lion's mouth, for thou hast freed me from the horns of the unicorn. Another midrash shows the unicorn fighting with the lion. Here it is explicitly called the unicorn, Ha Unicorius, and not Re'em. The passage runs, And in our land there is also the unicorn, Ha Unicorius, which has a great horn on its forehead. And there are also many lions, and when the unicorn sees a lion, he drives him against a tree, and the unicorn wants to slay the lion. But the lion moves from his place, and the unicorn butts his horn against the tree, and the horn pierces so deep into the tree that he cannot pull it out again, and then the lion comes and kills the unicorn. But sometimes the matter is reversed. In the chemical wedding, as in the royal arms of England, lion and unicorn are combined. Figure 258. Both are symbols of Mercurius in alchemy, just as they are allegories of Christ in the church. Lion and unicorn stand for the inner tension of opposites in Mercurius. The lion, being a dangerous animal, is akin to the dragon. The dragon must be slain, and the lion at least have his paws cut off. The unicorn too must be tamed. As a monster, he has a higher symbolical significance, and is of a more spiritual nature than the lion. But as Ripley shows, the lion can sometimes take the place of the unicorn. The two gigantic beings, Og and the unicorn, are reminiscent of Behemoth and Leviathan, the two manifestations of Jehovah. All four of them, as also the unicorned ass of the Bundahish, are personifications of the demonic forces of nature. The power of God reveals itself not only in the realm of the spirit, but in the fierce animality of nature, both within man and outside him. God is ambivalent so long as man remains bound to nature. The uncompromising Christian interpretation of God as the summum bonum obviously goes against nature, hence the secret paganism of alchemy comes out in the ambivalent figure of Mercurius. By contrast, the androgyny of Christ is conceived as exclusively spiritual and symbolic, and therefore outside the natural context. On the other hand, the very existence of an adversary, the prince of this world, betrays the polarity of God as shown in the androgynous nature of the Son in whom he is manifest. H. The unicorn in China. The unicorn also appears in China, according to the Li Qi, or Book of Rites. There are four beneficent or spiritual animals: the unicorn, Chi'ilin, the phoenix, the tortoise, and the dragon. The Chi'ilin is chief among the four-footed beasts. It resembles the stag, but is larger, with the tail of an ox and the hooves of a horse, and has a single horn of flesh. There are 5 colors in the hair of its back, and the hair of its belly is yellow or brown. It does not tread any living grass underfoot, nor eat any living creature. It shows itself when perfect rulers, Chen-Gen, appear, and the Tao of the king is accomplished. If it is wounded, this is an evil omen. Its first appearance was in the garden of the Yellow Emperor, 2697 BC. Later, 2 unicorns sojourned in Pyongyang, Emperor Yao's capital. A unicorn appeared to the mother of Confucius when she was pregnant, figure 259, and as an omen before the death of the sage, it chanced that a charioteer wounded a unicorn, figure 260. It is worth noting that the male unicorn is called Qi and the female Lin, so that the generic term is formed by the union of both characters, Chi'ilin. Its connection with the phoenix and the dragon also occurs in alchemy, where the dragon stands for the lowest form of Mercurius and the phoenix for the highest. As mentioned before, the horn of the rhinoceros is an alexipharmic, and for this reason is even today a favorite article of commerce between the African East Coast and China, where it is made into poison-proof drinking cups. The Physiologus Graecis tells us that when a snake has poisoned their drinking water, the animals, noticing the poison, will wait for the unicorn to come down to the water, for his horn is a symbol of the cross. Words, and by drinking he dissipates the virulence of the poison. I. The unicorn cup. The healing cup is not unconnected with the cup of salvation, the Eucharist chalice, and with the vessel used in divination. Migne says that Cardinal Torquemada always kept a unicorn cup at table, la corne de licorne preserve de sortilege, figure 261. Hippolytus is in his summing up of the teachings of the Nassines, says that the Greeks called Geryon of the threefold body the heavenly horn of the moon, but Geryon was the Jordan, the masculo-feminine man in all things, by whom all things were made. In this connection, Hippolytus mentions the cup of Joseph and Anacreon. The words, "without him was not anything made," refer to the world of forms, because this was created without his help through the third and fourth members of the quaternity. For this is the cup from which the king, when he drinks, draws his omens. The Greeks likewise alluded to this secret in the Anacreontic verses. My tankard tells me, speaking in mute silence, what I must become. This alone sufficed for it to be known among men, namely the cup of Anacreon, which mutely declares the ineffable secret. For they say Anacreon's cup is dumb, yet Anacreon affirms that it tells him in mute language what he must become, that is, spiritual and not carnal. If he will hear the secret hidden in silence, then this secret is the water which Jesus at that fair marriage changed into wine. That was the great and true beginning of the miracles which Jesus wrought in Cana in Galilee, and thus he showed forth the kingdom of heaven. This beginning is the kingdom of heaven that lies within us as a treasure, like the leaven hidden in the 3 measures of meal. This beginning is the kingdom of heaven that lies within us as a treasure, like the leaven hidden in 3 measures of meal. We have seen that the heavenly horn of the moon is closely connected with the unicorn. Here it means not only Geryon of the threefold body and the Jordan, but the hermaphroditic man as well, who is identical with the Johannine Logos. The third and fourth are water and earth. These 2 elements are thought of as forming the lower half of the world in the alchemical retort, and Hippolytus likens them to a cup. Word. This is the divining vessel of Joseph and Anacreon. The water stands for the continent and the earth for the container, i.e. the cup itself. The content is the water that Jesus changed into wine, and the water is also represented by the Jordan, which signifies the Logos, thus bringing out the analogy with the chalice. Its content gives life and healing, like the cup in 4 Ezra 14:39-40. Then I opened my mouth, and lo, there was reached unto me a full cup, which was full as it were with water, but the color of it was like fire. And I took it and drank, and when I had drunk, my heart poured forth understanding, wisdom grew in my breast, and my spirit retained its memory. The secret of the cup is also the secret of the horn, which in its turn contains the essence of the unicorn as bestower of strength, health, and life. Figure 263. The alchemists attribute the same qualities to their stone, calling it the carbuncle. According to legend, this stone may be found under the horn of the unicorn. As Wolfram von Eschenbach says, "We caught the beast called unicorn, that knows and loves a maiden best, and falls asleep upon her breast. We took from underneath his horn the splendid male carbuncle stone, sparkling against the white skull bone." The horn as an emblem of vigor and strength has a masculine character, but at the same time it is a cup which, as a receptacle, is feminine. So we are dealing here with a uniting symbol that expresses the bipolarity of the archetype, figure 264. These assorted unicorn symbolisms aim at giving no more than a sample of the extremely intricate and tangled connections between pagan and natural philosophy, Gnosticism, alchemy, and ecclesiastical tradition, which in its turn had a deep and lasting influence on the world of medieval alchemy. I hope that these examples have made clear to the reader just how far alchemy was a religious, philosophical, or mystical movement. It may well have reached its peak in Goethe's religious Weltanschauung, as this is presented to us in Faust. Epilogue. What the old philosophers meant by the lapis has never become quite clear. This question can be answered satisfactorily only when we know exactly what the unconscious content was that they were projecting. The psychology of the unconscious alone is in a position to solve this riddle. It teaches us that so long as a content remains in the projected state, it is inaccessible, which is the reason why the labors of those authors have revealed so little to us of the alchemical secret. But the yield in symbolic material is all the greater, and this material is closely related to the process of individuation. In dealing with alchemy, we must always consider what an important part this philosophy played in the Middle Ages, what a vast literature it left behind, and what a far-reaching effect it had on the spiritual life of the time. How far the claims of alchemy itself went in this direction is best shown by the Lapis-Christ parallel, a fact which may explain or excuse my excursions into fields that seem to have nothing to do with alchemy. For the moment we embark upon the psychology of alchemical thought, we must take account of connections that seem, on the face of it, very remote and from the historical material. But if we try to understand the phenomenon from inside, i.e. from the standpoint of the psyche, we can start from a central position where many lines converge, however far apart they may be in the external world. We are then confronted with the underlying human psyche, which, unlike consciousness, hardly changes at all in the course of many centuries. Here, a truth that is 2,000 years old is still truth today. In other words, it is still alive and active. Here, too, we find those fundamental psychic facts that remain unchanged for thousands of years and will still be unchanged thousands of years hence. From this point of view, the recent past and the present seem like episodes in a drama that began in the gray mists of antiquity and continues through the centuries into a remote future. This drama is an aurora consurgens, the dawning of consciousness in mankind. The alchemy of the classical epoch from antiquity to about the middle of the 17th century was, in essence, chemical research work into which there entered, by way of projection, an admixture of unconscious psychic material. For this reason, the psychological conditions necessary for the work are frequently stressed in the texts. The contents under consideration were those that lent themselves to projection upon the unknown chemical substance. Owing to the impersonal, purely objective nature of matter, it was the impersonal, collective archetypes that were projected, first and foremost as a parallel to the collective spiritual life of the times, the image of the spirit imprisoned in the darkness of the world. In other words, the state of relative unconsciousness in which man found himself and which he felt to be painful and in need of redemption, and was reflected in matter and accordingly dealt with in matter. Since the psychological condition of any unconscious content is one of potential reality, characterized by the polar opposites being and not being, it follows that the union of opposites must play a decisive role in the alchemical process. The result is something in the nature of a uniting symbol, and this usually has a numinous character, the projection of the Redeemer image, i.e. the correspondence between Christ and the Lapis, is therefore almost a psychological necessity, as is the parallelism between the redeeming opus or officium divinum and the magistery, with the essential difference that the Christian opus is an operae in honor of God, the Redeemer, undertaken by man who stands in need of redemption, while the alchemical opus is the labor of man, the Redeemer, in the cause of the divine world soul, slumbering and awaiting redemption in matter. The Christian earns the fruits of grace ex opere operato, but the alchemist creates for himself ex opere operantis, in the most literal sense, a panacea of life, which he regards either as a substitute for the Church's means of grace or as the complement and parallel of the divine work of redemption that is continued in man. The two opposed points of view meet in the ecclesiastical formula of the opus operatum and the opus operantis, but in the last analysis they are irreconcilable. Fundamentally, it is a question of polar opposites, the collective or the individual, society or personality. This is a modern problem insofar as it needed the hypertrophy of collective life and the herding together of incredible masses of people in our day to make the individual aware that he was being suffocated in the toils of the organized mob. The collectivism of the medieval church seldom or never exerted sufficient pressure on the individual to turn his relations with society into a general problem. So this question, too, remained on the level of projection, and it was reserved for our own day to tackle it with at least an embryonic degree of consciousness under the mask of neurotic individualism. Some time previous to this latest development, however, alchemy had reached its final summit, and with it the historical turning point. In Goethe's Faust, which is steeped in alchemical forms of thought from beginning to end, the essential Faustian drama is expressed most graphically in the scene between Paris and Helen. To the medieval alchemist, this episode would have represented the mysterious coniuncto of Sol and Luna in the retort, figure 268, but modern man, disguised in the figure of Faust, recognizes the projection and, putting himself in the place of Paris or Sol, takes possession of Helen or Luna, his own inner feminine counterpart. The objective process of the union thus becomes the subjective experience of the artifacts. Instead of watching the drama, he has become one of the actors. Faust's personal intervention has the disadvantage that the real goal of the entire process, the production of the incorruptible substance, is missed. Instead, Euphorion, who is supposed to be the filius philosophorum, imperishable and incombustible, goes up in flames and disappears, a calamity for the alchemist and an occasion for the psychologist to criticize Faust, although the phenomenon is by no means uncommon. For every archetype, at its first appearance, and so long as it remains unconscious, takes possession of the whole man and impels him to play a corresponding role. Consequently, Faust cannot resist supplanting Paris in Helen's affections, and the other births and rejuvenations, such as the boy charioteer and the homunculus, are destroyed by the same greed. This is probably the deeper reason why Faust's final rejuvenation takes place only in the post-mortal state, i.e. is projected into the future. Is it a mere coincidence that the perfected figure of Faust bears the name, which we have already met, of one of the most famous of the early alchemists, Marianus, or, in its more usual spelling, Morianus? By identifying with Paris, Faust brings the conjunctu back from its projected state into the sphere of personal psychological experience and thus into consciousness. This crucial step means nothing less than the solution of the alchemical riddle, and at the same time the redemption of a previously unconscious part of the personality. But every increase in consciousness harbors the danger of inflation, as is shown very clearly in Faust's superhuman powers. His death, although necessary in his day and generation, is hardly a satisfactory answer. The rebirth and transformation that follow the conjunctu take place in the hereafter, i.e. in the unconscious, which leaves the problem hanging in the air. We all know that Nietzsche took it up again in Zarathustra as the transformation into the Superman, but he brought the Superman into dangerously close proximity with the man in the street. By doing so, he inevitably called up all the latter's reserves of anti-Christian resentment, for his Superman is the overweening pride, the hubris, of individual consciousness, which must necessarily collide with the collective power of Christianity and lead to the catastrophic destruction of the individual. We know just how and in what an exceedingly characteristic form this fate overtook Nietzsche. Tam ethise quam physis. And what kind of an answer did the next generation give to the individualism of Nietzsche's Superman? It answered with a collectivism, a mass organization, a herding together of the mob, tam ethise quam fecisse. That made everything that went before look like a bad joke. Suffocation of the personality and an impotent Christianity that may well have received its death wound. Such is the unadorned balance sheet of our time. Faust's sin was that he identified with the thing to be transformed and that had been transformed. Nietzsche overreached himself by identifying his ego with the Superman Zarathustra, the part of the personality that was struggling into consciousness. But can we speak of Zarathustra as a part of the personality? Was he not rather something superhuman, something which man is not, though he has his share in it? Is God really dead? Because Nietzsche declared that he had not been heard of for a long time. May he not have come back in the guise of the Superman? In his blind urge for the superhuman power, Faust brought about the murder of Philemon and Baucis, who are these two humble old people, when the world had become godless and no longer offered a hospitable retreat to the divine strangers, Jupiter and Mercury. It was Philemon and Baucis who received the superhuman guests. And when Baucis was about to sacrifice her last goose for them, the metamorphosis came to pass. The gods made themselves known, the humble cottage was changed into a temple, and the old couple became immortal servitors at the shrine. In a sense, the old alchemists were nearer to the central truth of the psyche than Faust when they strove to deliver the fiery spirit from the chemical elements, then treated the mystery as though it lay in the dark and silent womb of nature. It was still outside them. The upward thrust of evolving consciousness was bound sooner or later to put an end to the projection and to restore to the psyche that which had been psychic from the beginning. Yet, ever since the age of enlightenment and in the era of scientific rationalism, what indeed was the psyche? It had become synonymous with the consciousness. The psyche was what I know. There was no psyche outside the ego. Inevitably, then, the ego identified with the contents accruing from the withdrawal of projections. Gone were the days when the psyche was still for the most part outside the body and imagined those greater things which the body could not grasp. The contents that were formerly projected were now bound to appear as personal possessions, as chimerical phantasms of the ego consciousness. The fire chilled to air, and the air became the great wind of Zarathustra, and caused an inflation of consciousness which it seems can be damped down only by the most terrible catastrophe to civilization, another deluge let loose by the gods upon inhospitable humanity. An inflated consciousness is always egocentric and conscious of nothing but its own existence. It is incapable of learning from the past, incapable of understanding contemporary events, and incapable of drawing right conclusions about the future. It is hypnotized by itself and therefore cannot be argued with. It inevitably dooms itself to calamities that must strike its dead. Paradoxically enough, inflation is a regression of consciousness into unconsciousness. This always happens when consciousness takes too many unconscious contents upon itself and loses the faculty of discrimination, the sine qua non of all consciousness. When fate, for 4 whole years, played out a war of monumental frightfulness on the stage of Europe, a war that nobody wanted, nobody dreamed of asking exactly who or what had caused the war and its continuation. Nobody realized that European man was possessed by something that robbed him of all free will, and this state of unconscious possession will continue undeterred until we Europeans become scared of our God Almightiness. Such a change can begin only with individuals, for the masses are blind brutes, as we know to our cost. It seems to me of some importance, therefore, that a few individuals or people individually should begin to understand that there are contents which do not belong to the ego personality, but must be ascribed to a psychic non-ego. This mental operation has to be undertaken if we want to avoid a threatening inflation. To help us, we have the useful and edifying models held up to us by poets and philosophers, models or archetypi that we may well call remedies for both men and the times. Of course, what we discover there is nothing that can be held up to the masses, only some hidden thing that we can hold up to ourselves in solitude and in silence. Very few people care to know anything about this. It is so much easier to preach the universal panacea to everybody else than to take it oneself. And as we all know, things are never so bad when everybody is in the same boat. No doubts can exist in the herd. The bigger the crowd, the better the truth, and the greater the catastrophe. What we may learn from the models of the past is above all this, that the psyche harbors contents, or is exposed to influences, the assimilation of which is attended by the greatest dangers. If the old alchemists ascribed their secret to matter, and if neither Faust nor Zarathustra is a very encouraging example of what happens when we embody this secret in ourselves, then the only course left to us is to repudiate the arrogant claim of the conscious mind to be the whole of the psyche, and to admit that the psyche is a reality which we cannot grasp with our present means of understanding. I do not call the man who admits his ignorance an obscurantist. I think it is much rather the man whose consciousness is not sufficiently developed for him to be aware of his ignorance. I hold the view that the alchemists' hope of conjuring out of matter the philosophical gold or the panacea or the wonderful stone was only in part an illusion, an effect of projection. For the rest, it corresponded to certain psychic facts that are of great importance in the psychology of the unconscious. As is shown by the texts and their symbolism, the alchemist projected what I have called the process of individuation into the phenomena of chemical change. A scientific term like individuation does not mean that we are dealing with something known and finally cleared up, on which there is no more to be said. It merely indicates an as yet very obscure field of research much in need of exploration, the centralizing processes in the unconscious that go to form the personality. We are dealing with life processes which, on account of their numinous character, have from time immemorial provided the strongest incentive for the formation of symbols. These processes are steeped in mystery. They pose riddles with which the human mind will long wrestle for a solution, and perhaps in vain. For in the last analysis it is exceedingly doubtful whether human reason is a suitable instrument for this purpose. Not for nothing did alchemy style itself an art, feeling, and rightly so, that it was concerned with creative processes that can be truly grasped only by experience, though intellect may give them a name. The alchemists themselves warned us, "Rumpit libros, ne corda vestra rumpantur," rend the books, lest your hearts be rent asunder, and this despite their insistence on study. Experience, not books, is what leads to understanding. Figure 269. In the foregoing study of dream symbols, I have shown how such an experience looks in reality. From this we can see more or less what happens when an earnest inquiry is turned upon the unknown regions of the soul. The forms which the experience takes in each individual may be infinite in their variations, but like the alchemical symbols, they are all variants of certain central types, and these occur universally. They are the primordial images from which the religions each draw their absolute truth. "How can this be?" Nicodemus asked. "You are Israel's teacher," said Jesus, "and do you not understand these things? I tell you the truth. We speak of what we know and we testify to what we have seen, but still you people do not accept our testimony. I have spoken to you of earthly things, and you do not believe. How then will you believe if I speak of heavenly things? No one has ever gone into heaven except the one who came from heaven, the Son of Man. Just as Moses lifted up the snake in the desert, so the Son of Man must be lifted up, that everyone who believes in him may have eternal life."